Chapter 501 See Lucian's Frame-Up. The next morning, Su Maoyang and a group of people arrived at the city gate and saw that the carriage of the city lord's mansion had indeed been waiting for a long time. Si Luoxuan saw Su Maoyang appear and waved to her enthusiastically, calling her kindly, as if they were friends for many years. "Miss Su, you are here." Su Maoyang brought the blood battle group and joined their team, feeling a little apologetic. "Sorry, I kept everyone waiting for a long time." Si Luoxuan smiled and waved his hand indifferently. "We came early. However, Miss Su, this time the journey is long. In order to avoid trouble, we only have one carriage. So we have to ask you and Miss Lin to sit with us. And the rest of us will have to ride horses." Su Maoyang didn't care about the means of transportation. As long as she could get on the road, anything would be fine. Just let Miss Si arrange it. Seeing that she was so docile that she had no opinions, Si Luoxuan curled the corners of his mouth and raised a slightly disdainful smile. "Well, it's getting late. Let's get on the road quickly." After speaking, she got on the carriage with the help of the maid. Si Huiyun was very dissatisfied with Su Maoyang and his group, and glared at Su Maoyang fiercely before getting on. Lin Wana was a little worried and grabbed Su Maoyang's arm. "Master, let's just ride horses." Sitting in the carriage and facing two women with bad intentions was simply a torture. But Su Maoyang obviously had other thoughts and coldly refused. "Since there is a carriage to sit in, why bother with that kind of torture? Hurry up and get on." Seeing Su Maoyang also got on the carriage, Lin Wana had no choice but to bite the bullet. The atmosphere in the carriage was really awkward along the way. Si Luoxuan was vaguely looking for topics, and there was no clue on the surface. But the meaning of his words was hidden. As for Si Huiyun, no matter what she said, she could always rebuke Su Maoyang. Anyway, she was restless, disliked, and unhappy. In this way, the carriage traveled for an hour, and soon entered Lingxiao Forest. Lingxiao Forest is the only way for Shiyu City to go to the Dark Realm. It is a relatively remote forest, and few people come here. Feeling the silence around her, with only the regular sound of wheels, Si Luoxuan couldn't help but lift the curtain to look at the blood battle group riding in front of her, which was already some distance away from the carriage. Perhaps she was relieved. So she lowered the curtain and ordered the maid, "Bring out the cakes." The maid received the order, opened a food box, and brought out a plate of exquisite cakes. Si Luoxuan introduced with a smile. "Miss Su, this is the most famous Buddha's hand cake in our Shiyu City. I heard that you are not from Shiyu City, and you should not have tasted it. So I specially prepared it to satisfy your hunger on the road. Miss Su, try it." As she said that, the maid brought the cake to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang glanced at the pastries and nodded calmly. "Thank you, Miss Si." After saying that, she raised her hand to take it. Lin Wana was so scared when she saw this that she immediately grabbed Su Maoyang's hand. "Master, don't eat." Si Huiyun saw Lin Wana's vigilant expression and immediately scolded her dissatisfiedly. "My sister kindly invited you to eat pastries. What's your attitude?" Lin Wana glared at her and refused. "My lady and I are very full today. Not hungry at all. So there is no need for pastries." But Su Maoyang pushed her hand away and frowned in disapproval. "This is Miss Si's good intention. How can I refuse it?" As she said that, she took the pastry and put it in her mouth, not allowing Lin Wana to stop her. Seeing this, Si Huiyun sneered and mocked loudly. "Your master still knows the general situation. As expected, a servant is a servant. Just this behavior is not presentable." Lin Wana was speechless, and she was worried about Su Maoyang. Only when she saw Su Maoyang's calm face and didn't take Si Luoxuan's method seriously, Lin Wana endured it. When Si Luoxuan saw Su Maoyang eating the cake, his heart fell back, and a satisfied arc appeared at the corner of his lips. He blamed Si Huiyun. "Huiyun, don't be rude. Miss Lin is just concerned about Miss Su. I can understand this." Si Huiyun snorted and stopped talking. In this way, the two sides were silent for a while, and Su Maoyang suddenly felt unwell and retched twice while holding his stomach. Lin Wana was shocked by this and asked nervously, "Master, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Su Maoyang looked a little ugly and answered weakly, "I feel unwell. Maybe I'm carsick." "Why are you suddenly carsick? You didn't have it before?" Lin Wana was so flustered that her pretty face wrinkled. "Maybe I caught a cold last night," Su Maoyang replied uncomfortably, then looked up at Si Luoxuan. "Miss Si, The carriage is too stuffy. I'm not feeling well. I think I'd better go out for a ride. Si Luoxuan nodded worriedly. Okay. Go outside and breathe some fresh air. You should be fine. Su Maoyong nodded slightly and got out of the carriage with the help of Lin Wanner. Si Huiyan frowned and asked in confusion when she saw Su Maoyong and Lin Wanner walking away. Sister, didn't you say it was a deadly poison? Why is it not working? I don't know. But seeing that she suddenly felt unwell, it should be a sign of poisoning. I guess the drug hasn't taken effect yet. Si Luoxuan also shook his head in confusion, with a puzzled look on his face. Just as the two were talking, there was a buzzing sound outside. Sister, did you hear any sound? Si Huiyan frowned and glanced at Si Luoxuan beside her. Si Luoxuan also felt something was wrong and immediately opened the curtains. However, at this moment, a horrified roar suddenly came from outside. Oh my God! Run! Run! It's a black spider bee. It will bite people to death. The guards of the convoy immediately abandoned the carriage and fled everywhere. With the roar, the whole forest instantly became a mess. Everyone evacuated quickly in all directions. But their speed was no match for the speed of the black spider bee. I saw a large group of black spider bees in the distance, rushing as fast as lightning, and covering everyone in an instant. And the dense black spider bees rushed directly into the carriage, and besieged Si Luoxuan and Si Huiyan. The two Missi were inexplicably besieged by a group of black spider bees. They didn't have time to figure it out before they screamed. Even if everyone didn't see it, they could imagine the scene. Wang Feng saw this and immediately covered the blood battle group to evacuate. Master, let's run quickly. There are too many black spider bees. It will take more than a short time to kill them. Jiangjing also nodded. Master, let's evacuate quickly. If we stay any longer, people will die. However, Su Maoyong, who heard this, stood straight in place, watching the carriage surrounded by black spider bees with cold eyes, raised his eyebrows and said, Don't be nervous. The black spider bees won't bite us. The panicked blood battle group was stunned when they heard this, and immediately stopped and looked at Su Maoyong in surprise. When Xiao Linshan heard this, he immediately smelled something fishy, and couldn't help but look up at the carriage that was surrounded by water. After a moment of silence, he suddenly realized it. Chapter 502 Su Maoyong's Counterattack. Boss, it turns out that you are the one who did it. You are really evil. Seeing the black spider bees focusing on besieging Si Luoxuan and Si Huiyan, Xiao Linshan would be really stupid if he still couldn't react. Su Maoyong heard this, and just smiled without saying anything, implicitly admitting Xiao Linshan's guess. The blood battle group saw it, and gasped in disbelief. Looking towards the carriage, Si Luoxuan and Si Huiyan were trapped in the carriage by the dense black spider bees, and couldn't get out. Their two pretty faces were stung with red spots, and they heard tearing cries for help and wailing, which instantly echoed in the silent forest. So miserable. For a moment, the brothers of the blood battle group were horrified. Jiangjin looked at this scene in shock, smacked his lips and sighed. Master, what did you do to them? Why did the black spider bee keep pestering them? When Jiangjin said this, everyone looked at Su Maoyong curiously, expecting her answer. Su Maoyong's lips curled slightly, and a gleam of light flashed across her beautiful eyes as bright as obsidian, as if dotted with stars. Extremely charming. I just put a sachet in the carriage. Sachet? When did you put the sachet? How come I didn't know? Lin Wanner heard this, and widened her eyes in surprise. Su Maoyong chuckled. Who told you to pay attention to Si Luoxuan and Si Huiyan all the way? I was worried that they would cheat and frame you. Lin Wanner grumbled aggrievedly. Wang Feng heard the sachet, but he was full of doubts. Master, what kind of sachet is so powerful? Su Maoyong glanced at him. In addition to liking the smell of blood-scented flowers, what else does the black spider bee like? Everyone suddenly understood what was going on. Oh my God! So you put the blood-scented flower on the carriage. But when did you get the blood-scented flower? Jiangjing was shocked. I picked up some when Zhang Tian and his team killed the black spider bees last time. At that time, Su Maoyong only thought of using it as a medicinal material, but he didn't expect that it could be used here, which was a multi-purpose material. Jiangjing nodded with a smile, and couldn't help but admire his master for his careful planning. At that time, everyone was in such a mess. Who would have the mind to pay attention to the blood-scented flower? But his master could always calmly do everything, which was really scary. But you brought a sachet. And you should have the smell of blood-scented flowers on your body. Why didn't the black spider bees sting you? Wang Feng looked Su Maoyang up and down, his pupils surging with surprise. Su Maoyang smiled and raised his eyebrows. So, I asked you to take a bath last night. Now, everyone understood. It seems that the powder last night has the effect of dispersing the black spider bees. In fact, Su Maoyang didn't know about this powder. All this was the credit of the old man Jinjuan. Xiao Linshan smiled and shook his head, bowed and saluted. Boss, I have seen many tricks, but I have never seen you so tricky. I admire you. Let's get on the road quickly. When they disperse the black spider bees, we will be unlucky. Su Maoyang glanced at Si Luoxuan and Si Huiyun, who were temporarily unable to get away, and reminded them seriously. Hearing this, the people of the blood battle group nodded. All jumped on their horses and rushed out of the encirclement of the black spider bees in the chaos. Dark Domain City. The brilliant sunshine spread throughout the city with green tiles and red walls. The high-flying shop flags were all engraved with the words Dark Domain, dancing in the wind, showing the unique arrogance and domineering of the Yunlu Dark Domain. The glittering carriages, the endless stream of pedestrians, and the peaceful and comfortable smiles all reflect the people of the Dark Realm's self-satisfaction with the great prosperity. On both sides of the street are tea houses, wine shops, foot shops, butcher shops, pawn shops, and workshops. There are also many small vendors with big umbrellas on the open space on both sides of the street. The hawking and chattering are really lively, and the variety of things makes Su Maoyang and others dazzled and overwhelmed. I really didn't expect that the Dark Realm City is so prosperous and lively. It's really an eye-opener. Lin Wana observed everything around her in a hurry and exclaimed loudly from the heart. Xiao Linshan also nodded, his face a little solemn. Yes, what's more shocking is that the capital can be so prosperous even though there is still a war. This Emperor Yunlu is indeed extraordinary. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this, and their admiration for Emperor Yunlu went up a level. Su Maoyang was absent-minded all the way, not paying attention to the surroundings. She stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Emperor Yunlu is?" The passerby looked at her with a strange look. The emperor is naturally in the palace. Isn't your question nonsense? Su Maoyang was delighted and asked, "Excuse me, how do I get to the palace?" "Go to the end of this road. Then go east, and you will see the palace." The passerby kindly pointed her in the direction. Su Maoyang immediately nodded gratefully. "Thank you." As soon as the voice fell, she walked towards the direction indicated like the wind under her feet. Passers-by saw this and shook their heads helplessly. Ah! Another woman obsessed with the emperor. The emperor held a concubine selection contest, which really caused a sensation in the entire Yunlu Dark Domain. Soon, Su Maoyang and others followed the direction told by the passers-by and found the palace. However, the gate of the palace was heavily guarded, surrounded by dense guards. As soon as Su Maoyang approached, he was intercepted by a guard and scolded fiercely. "The palace is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to approach." Su Maoyang was anxious and explained, "Please inform the Emperor of Yunlu that a woman named Su Maoyang is looking for him." The guard's face changed, and he said fiercely, "Bah! Who are you? You still want to see the Emperor of Yunlu? Get out quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being blind with my sword." As he said, he had already swung his sword and was ready to fall at any time. "This young man, the Emperor and I really know each other. Just trouble you to pass it on. Really begging you." The guard didn't expect that the delicate woman in front of him was so bold. He said so, but she still dared to pester him. "Humph! There are so many women who want to see the Emperor every day, and every one of them said that they knew the Emperor. Your lie is too old-fashioned. Besides, I have been working in the palace for so many years, and I have no chance to see the Emperor. You, get out." After the words fell, several guards rushed forward, with swords and guns pointing at each other, and there was a tendency to fight at any time. Seeing this, Xiao Linshan was frightened and turned pale. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed Su Maoyang. "Boss, it's not okay to force it like this. Let's find another way." Lin Wana also nodded and advised, "Yes, Master. Anyway, we have arrived in the Dark Domain. If the Emperor of Yunlu is really the son-in-law, it won't be too late for 1 or 2 days. There will always be a chance to meet him." Chapter 503 Participating in the Selection of Concubines. Su Maoyang heard this, glanced at the ferocious guards in front of him, and could only sigh helplessly. Okay. Leave first and find another way. Everyone was relieved to see that she had figured it out. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, Lin Wanner was attracted by the crowd in the distance. Look! There are so many people over there. It's so lively. When Lin Wanner shouted, everyone looked in the direction of her finger. And sure enough, they saw that the distance was full of people, and everyone was talking about it. I don't know what they were talking about. What are you looking at over there? It's so lively. Master, let's go and take a look. Jiangjin is also a gossiper, and he was curious and interested. Su Maoyang looked dazed and a little listless. But seeing that Jiang Zheng and others were enthusiastic, he didn't want to spoil their fun. So he nodded, go and take a look. After the words fell, the blood battle group also walked over and squeezed into the crowd. Master, come and see. It's actually the notice of selecting a concubine. Lin Wanner was petite and quickly squeezed to the front of the crowd. When she saw the notice on the bulletin board, she was shocked and immediately shouted to Su Maoyang behind her. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard it. He carefully looked at the notice on the bulletin board and his face turned pale instantly. It's true. He is really going to select a concubine. She had heard the city lord talk about this before, but she didn't see it with her own eyes, so she was somewhat skeptical. She knew Jun Haotsong and trusted Jun Haotsong. She knew that he would never do anything to let her down. But the notice of selecting a concubine was posted outside the palace. How could she believe that it was not true? No. This is not him. He will not betray me. Absolutely not. Su Maoyang shook his head in shock. His eyes filled with a terrifying look of being hunted. His lips and cheeks pale and elongated. Lin Wanner said with a frown, but I heard the description of the city lord and Meng Lichuan, and I feel that Emperor Yunlu is really similar to my son-in-law. Is there really a coincidence in the world? But it's not that coincidental. Jiang Zheng didn't understand the situation. He only knew that Su Maoyang's man was going to choose a concubine. And he couldn't help cursing, this bastard. The master went through thousands of hardships to find him the soul-devouring flower, and almost lost his life. He dared to abandon my master and choose a concubine behind my master's back. He is simply a beast worse than pigs and dogs. Xiao Linshan didn't expect Jun Haotsong to be such a person. His handsome face darkened instantly, and he advised indignantly, Boss, why are you still looking for a man like him? Your deep affection is really wasted. It's really not worth it. He saw with his own eyes how Su Maoyang came here. For that man, he almost died several times. But in the end, he got the news that he was choosing a concubine. It was really disappointing and chilling. Wang Feng and Lin Wanner know Jun Haotsong better than Jiang Zheng and the others, and they don't believe it from the bottom of their hearts. Master, I don't think Jun Haotsong is that kind of person. This concubine selection contest is probably not his intention. Maybe there is another hidden reason. I think we should not jump to conclusions before we figure things out. Let's find out first. Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. I agree with Wang Feng. This matter may not be as simple as it seems. As you said, maybe this Yunlu emperor is not the son-in-law at all. I want to enter the palace. I want to find him. Su Maoyang, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised her head and stared at the notice of the selection of concubines, then pushed through the crowd and walked to the registration place for the selection of concubines next to the bulletin board, and wrote down the 3 big words Su Maoyang without hesitation. She wanted to enter the palace. She wanted to personally confirm whether this Yunlu emperor was Jun Haotsong. She didn't want to guess. She had to see it with her own eyes. Xiao Linshan didn't expect Su Maoyang to actually sign up for the selection of concubines, and widened his eyes in surprise. Boss, what are you crazy about? Su Maoyang took a deep breath and glanced at the palace. Since I can't get in, I can only go through the selection of concubines. If it's really him, I can meet him naturally. If it's not him, then I can get out of it. I looked at the time, and the selection will be arranged tomorrow. This is the fastest and best way to enter the palace. Everyone was speechless when they heard this, and they could only nod in support. But, Master, it would be too dangerous for you to go into the palace alone. We are worried. Wang Feng looked worried. Su Maoyang comforted him. Don't worry. I'm just going to confirm the identity of Emperor Yunlu. Not to really choose a concubine. Nothing will happen. You just wait for my good news at the end. The next day, a large number of women gathered at the gate of the palace. At a glance, there were huge crowds of people, and the momentum was huge. Each of them was as beautiful as a flower, graceful and graceful. The colorful skirts were like flowers blooming in spring, beautiful beyond words. Su Maoyang sighed at the charm of Emperor Yunlu, and joined the team, ready to follow the crowd and enter the palace. However, enemies meet on a narrow road. As soon as Su Maoyang mixed into the crowd, he found Si Luoxuan and Si Huiyun. What surprised Su Maoyang was that the red envelopes on the faces of the two people had dissipated a lot, and it was no longer visible at this time. It must have taken a lot of effort. Si Luoxuan and Si Huiyun, who saw Su Maoyang, were also shocked, or more accurately, angry. Su Maoyang, it's you? I didn't expect that you, a bitch, would dare to appear in front of us after harming us. You are so brave. Si Huiyun roared in anger when she saw Su Maoyang. That day they encountered the black spider bee, and later found that there was a blood-scented flower sachet on the carriage. When they thought about Su Maoyang suddenly saying that he was unwell, left the carriage, and avoided the black spider bee, they realized that they had been deceived by Su Maoyang. This was obviously Su Maoyang's conspiracy. They really didn't expect that this person was actually a ruthless character who pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger. Su Maoyang glanced at the two of them and responded lightly. Miss C. The scene was chaotic that day, and we were no match for the black spider bees, so we had to escape. How can it be said that I framed you? You bitch. I'm going to kill you today. When Si Huiyun thought of the bites on her head, she couldn't control the anger burning in her chest, and she suddenly rushed up to fight with Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Si Luoxuan was frightened and his face changed drastically. He grabbed the impulsive Si Huiyun and frowned and said in a low voice, This is the important place of the palace. We are about to go in to select concubines. If you kill someone at this critical moment, do you still want to select concubines? I warn you. I don't care whether you choose or not. But if you hinder me, I will be the first to deal with you. The city lord and Si Luoxuan pin their hopes for this life on the selection of concubines. If there is a mistake at the critical moment, they will definitely collapse. Si Huiyun had never seen Si Luoxuan's terrifying and ferocious expression. She was frightened by her and restrained her arrogance. However, she was still unwilling to accept Su Maoyang. Humph! Just for lying on you. A bitch. You dare to compete with us for the position of imperial concubine. I will definitely make you pay for it. Chapter 504 Extraordinary Competition. As soon as they entered the palace, all the women who participated in the selection of concubines were arranged to live in Yunxiu Palace. It is said that Yunxiu Palace is where the women who participated in the selection of concubines lived. But Emperor Yunlu never approached women. This place has been abandoned for many years. Now so many people suddenly came in, and this bleak place suddenly became lively. As soon as the women entered Yunxiu Palace, they looked around curiously, just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, thinking that they were about to see Emperor Yunlu. They were all excited and blushed, and they were even more delicate than the flowers in the garden. The selection will start tomorrow. I am so nervous. I don't know if I can see Emperor Yunlu. In the crowd, a woman already shouted excitedly, which soon resonated with everyone. Yes, I will be satisfied as long as I can see the emperor from a distance in my life. Another woman sighed with longing. Si Huiyun, who was standing not far away, snorted disdainfully. You are so useless. You are satisfied with just one look. The sighing woman glanced at her sideways when she heard the words. Seeing that Si Huiyun's appearance and temperament were not very outstanding, she sarcastically said unconvincedly, Oh, from your tone, it seems that you are determined to win the emperor's concubine. TSK. You don't even look in the mirror. You dare to covet our emperor with your appearance. You are really shameless. You? Humph. Even if I can't be the emperor's concubine, my sister is an alchemist in the middle stage of the Dan King. Whether it is appearance or strength, you rouge powder can't compare. So my sister is the only choice for the emperor's concubine. Si Huiyun was so angry that her breathing stagnated. She couldn't compare with others. She could only point to Si Luoxuan beside her to save some face. When the women around heard that Si Luoxuan was in the middle stage of Dan King, they looked at her in surprise. They had to admit that this woman was outstanding not only in appearance, but also in temperament. She was indeed a woman with a chance of winning. It was just that women's jealousy was at work. Even if Si Luoxuan had good looks and strength, they could always find faults. One of the women in red said scornfully, TSK. There are so many good-looking people. And there are also many people who can make pills. Why are you so arrogant? I heard that the topic of this concubine selection contest does not include making pills at all. I think you have wasted your time. As soon as these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Si Luoxuan's head. The smug smile on the corner of his lips suddenly froze, and his face suddenly turned pale. What did you say? There is no alchemy link? The woman in red saw Si Luoxuan's shocked look, and immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. Ha. It seems that you don't know. My father found out last night that this concubine selection contest is extraordinary. There are no ordinary talent shows, spiritual power competitions, and alchemy competitions. So this time you will be disappointed. Ha. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the women watching all lowered their heads and chuckled. And seeing Si Luoxuan's expression of eating dog food was really satisfying. Si Huiyun heard the ridicule from the people around her. Her pretty face darkened, and she shouted angrily, "Don't tell lies here to confuse the crowd. If you don't compete in spiritual power or alchemy, then what are you competing for? Are you competing to see who is uglier or weaker? If that's the case, there's no need to compete. You must be the first." Si Huiyun's mouth is not bad either. As soon as she opened her mouth, the woman in red gnashed her teeth in anger. "You bitch! How dare you humiliate me? I'll teach you a lesson." From the arrogant manner of the red-dressed woman, it can be seen that she is the daughter of a big family. Now someone dares to challenge her authority. She naturally has no reason to compromise. As she said this, she was about to pounce on Si Huiyun and wrestle with her. However, just when everyone was in a mess, a loud roar suddenly came from the front. "How dare you? This is Yunqiu Palace. Not a place for you to make trouble." The roar was like thunder, and the red-dressed woman stopped immediately. At this time, the women in the whole courtyard only saw 3 old maids in palace costumes coming out of the palace of Yunqiu Palace. Although they were old, their faces were majestic and could not be underestimated. They frightened the women into silence instantly. The old nanny, who looked the oldest and was wearing a brown dress, glared sharply in the direction of Si Huiyun, frowned, and snorted, "This is the palace, not the street. If you want to make a fuss, get out as soon as possible. Our Yunlu emperor doesn't look down on shrews." When the nanny's words came out, everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to look up. As for Si Huiyun and the woman in red, they were so scared that they were sweating and trembling all over. Seeing that it had a deterrent effect, the old nanny nodded with satisfaction and announced again, "This concubine selection competition is divided into 3 rounds, which will test your appearance, intelligence and courage respectively. Those who pass all 3 rounds can become the emperor's concubine of our Yunlu dark domain. During this period, you will live in Yunqiu Palace and are not allowed to go out. Once someone violates the rules, the qualification for the selection of concubines will be automatically cancelled. Do you understand?" The old nanny's loud and majestic voice echoed throughout the courtyard, and the women all responded respectfully. "I understand." The old nanny nodded slightly, glanced at the girls, and kindly reminded them, "The first round of competition will be held tomorrow morning, and the eldest princess will also be there. So girls should perform well and leave a good impression on the eldest princess." When the girls heard about the eldest princess, they were surprised and whispered excitedly, "Oh my God! The eldest princess will also come. She is the most respected person by Emperor Yunlu, isn't it? I heard that Emperor Yunlu's parents died early, and he was raised by his sister and brother. Naturally, she is very close to the princess. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel very worried. What if I can't get past the princess?" "Yes, I am worried too. I heard that the princess is quite strong. Some time ago, Emperor Yunlu disappeared for no reason. It was all thanks to her that she sent troops to fight 2 battles to quell the foreign turmoil and prevented the blood-burning city and the Maple Forest Empire from invading. Such a strong woman must have very high standards." Su Maoyang heard the women around her chattering about the princess, and she was also a little surprised. She had never heard Jun Haocong mention his relatives before, but now it seems that he has a close relationship with the princess. It seems that if she wants to be with Jun Haocong, she must first get past the princess. Su Maoyang was thinking about it, and the old nanny turned around and left Yunqiu Palace, leaving the 2 slightly younger nannies to arrange rooms for everyone. But just as Su Maoyang was about to enter the designated room, She was blocked by the arrogant woman in red. "I want to live in this room?" The woman in red announced the result without any discussion. Su Maoyong raised her eyes and glanced at her, with a cold look in her pupils. "This room was arranged for me by the nanny." Su Maoyong had been very low-key just now, so the woman in red didn't notice her appearance. Now that she looked carefully, her arrogant expression suddenly froze, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Chapter 505 The Most Beautiful Woman in Dark Domain. She hadn't noticed just now that there was such an outstanding woman in this group of people. Seeing the face that made her feel ashamed, the red-dressed woman's expression suddenly darkened. She frowned and stared at Su Maoyong unhappily. "I have eyes. I saw it just now. You don't need to remind me. Your room has a good environment and good light. I want this one." Si Huiyun and Si Luoxuan, who were not far away, heard the domineering voice of the red-dressed woman and turned their heads to look over here. Si Huiyun didn't expect that the woman in red would actually cause trouble for Su Maoyong, and immediately shouted to the woman in red with gloating. "Miss, you have to be careful. The Miss Su in front of you once said that Emperor Yunlu was her husband, and that Emperor Yunlu loved her to death. If you offend her, you will be in trouble." Si Huiyun's shout immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, and everyone looked at Su Maoyong curiously. When the woman in red heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then raised her head and laughed, her face full of sarcasm and disdain. "Ha! Emperor Yunlu loves her to death? Ha! Your joke is really funny. There are such shameless people in this world. I am really eye-opening today." When the other women heard this, they also covered their mouths and laughed secretly, pointing at Su Maoyong, and simply scolded her for being shameless. At this time, standing in the room next to Su Maoyong, a girl in a green dress, with a baby face but an unpleasant tone of voice, followed the words of the woman in red and said loudly, "The selection of concubines has not even started yet, and someone has already started daydreaming. If someone like you can make Emperor Yunlu fall in love with you to death, where does that put Chu Yuan, the most beautiful woman in our dark domain?" Hearing Chu Yuan's name, everyone was surprised and started talking quietly like ants in a pot. "Look, it's really Chu Yuan." Some people pointed at the woman next to the woman in green. Sure enough, such a grand ceremony. How can she be missing? She is the daughter of General Chu from the Dark Domain City, the most beautiful woman in the Dark Domain. People who came to the Chu mansion to propose marriage lined up from East Street to West Street. This matter has become a legend in the Dark Domain. Yes, I heard it too. Isn't there a saying that there is a beauty in the world living in seclusion in the Chu family, which is exactly praising Miss Chu? Su Maoyong heard this praise, curious in his heart, and also raised his eyes slightly, looking to the left, and saw a stunning woman standing next to the woman in green. That appearance, that temperament. Even Su Maoyong couldn't help but praise her as a beauty. She wore a snow-white dress with butterfly patterns embroidered on it. Her jet-black hair was lightly tied up with butterfly tassels. There were not many decorations in her hair, only 2 red hairpins with finger-sized pearls on them, shining like snow, twinkling in her hair. Her face was not made up. Her skin was as white as cream. Her lips were red without makeup, and when she pursed her lips, she was as beautiful as red fruit, white as snow, red as fire, reflecting her beautiful face, which could not be looked at directly. Her long black eyebrows were like paintings, and her eyes were bright and shining, black and white, rippling with intoxicating charm. Her cold eyes, lightly swept, were as ethereal as fireworks, so beautiful that people could not help but be intoxicated. It was the first time that Su Maoyong saw such a beautiful woman, and the surprise in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. She is indeed the most beautiful woman in the dark realm. Such a face is simply a gift from nature, and she is so beautiful that she is not of this world. Chu Yuan also noticed Su Maoyong's naked gaze, and gently raised her eyes to look back at her, with an indifferent expression, even a hint of coldness. Su Maoyong knew that it was a kind of indifference, like facing an ant in a high position. Obviously, this woman did not take her seriously at all. But Su Maoyong had to admit that she did have the capital to despise others. The woman in green, beside her, was completely Chu Yuan's little follower. She stayed beside her and flattered her proudly. "Our Miss Chu is the only choice for the Emperor's concubine. You are at most the green leaves to compliment her. You should wake up from your dream." This was obviously said to Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong heard this. The corner of his lips curled up, raised his eyebrows, and looked up and down at the woman in green. and nodded slightly in understanding. Well, no wonder you are wearing a green dress. You seem to be very aware of being a supporting role. When Su Maoyong said this, all the women around him covered their mouths and laughed. And the woman in green was so angry that her face turned red, and she wanted to curse. But at this moment, Chu Yun beside her spoke. Don't make trouble. Simple words. As beautiful as a trickling spring. Although gentle and pleasant. But the majesty is not small. Immediately strangled the anger of the woman in green in the cradle. Then Chu Yun retracted her gaze. Walked into her room indifferently. And left everyone outside. The woman in red saw this scene, and snorted with jealousy. TSK. Pretending to be noble. What's so great about being beautiful? Su Maoyong didn't bother to pay attention to the red-dressed woman in front of him. And walked past her and into the room. Seeing this, the red-dressed woman realized the purpose of her visit, and wanted to reach out to stop him. But Su Maoyong pressed her finger by closing the door. Then, there was only a scream, followed by angry insults. Su Maoyong didn't say anything. Nor did he stop her, allowing the red-dressed woman to be arrogant outside the door. After a while, everyone saw the old nanny coming over after hearing the sound. Her old face was so dark that it seemed like thunder and rain. Her sunken eyes were surging with anger, and her murderous aura immediately frightened the women around her to shut up. Humph! I didn't expect you to make trouble here again. It seems that you don't want to participate in the concubine selection competition. Come on. Drag this woman out. The old nanny couldn't stand such a fierce woman, and roared in anger. The red-dressed woman was shocked, and before she could plead, she was dragged out of Yunqiu Palace by two big men. The whole yard was filled with miserable cries, and the women who were watching swallowed their saliva with lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't cause any trouble. Otherwise they would be the ones kicked out today. When the old nanny saw people being dragged out, she frowned, glared at everyone, and shouted, I'll warn you again for the last time. If any of you dare to make trouble again, it won't be as simple as being kicked out. Watch out for your heads. The women shrank their heads when they heard this, and immediately turned around and hid in their rooms, never daring to be presumptuous again. If they were kicked out of the palace before even participating in the selection of concubines, it would be too worthless. Su Maoyong in the room heard the noise outside, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. She had seen that the woman in red was impulsive and brainless, so she deliberately ignored her and provoked her. She didn't expect that she would be driven out of the palace so easily. There was really no challenge at all. However, thinking of tomorrow's competition, Su Maoyong was unsure. If it wasn't a spiritual power and alchemy competition, what would it be? It always felt a little bit unusual. Chapter 506, the first level. Ice-like skin and jade-like bones. The next morning, the sky was dim, and the red morning glow had not yet dispersed, when Su Maoyong heard rustling sounds outside. Just by listening to the noise, she could imagine how excited these women were. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong shook her head helplessly, got up and changed her clothes, and pushed the door open after packing up. She soon joined the large group, and went to Jinsei Garden under the leadership of the nanny. Jinsei Garden is very large, with exotic flowers and plants planted all over the garden, pavilions and towers, and rugged rocks, which add to the changes in the scenery in the garden and enrich the layers of the garden. At a glance, it is vast and boundless, and beautiful. Led by the nanny, the women filed in one after another and instantly filled the entire garden, all nervously waiting for the next test. At this time, the maid announced, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone. The princess has arrived. After the roar, a woman in a light purple dress, supported by a palace maid, slowly walked into the garden from a distance. She looked to be in her early 30s, with a face like a lotus, fair skin, and black hair tied into a cloud-like bun. On the left was a plum blossom white jade hairpin, and on the right was a jasper exquisite hairpin, decorated with thin silver thread beads and tassels. As her body swayed, it slightly bloomed with a charming luster. She applied light makeup, and her makeup was simple, but she looked fresh and elegant, and noble. Seeing this, all the women were in awe, and they all knelt down to salute. My little girl greets the princess. Jun Qingran looked around at everyone, raised her hand slightly, and said, Stand up. The women got the order, and then they quickly stood up and waited for the princess's instructions in a proper manner. At this moment, Qing Yue's voice suddenly sounded, I think Madam has also told you that this Imperial Concubine selection competition is divided into 3 rounds. I will record the results of each round. After the 3 rounds, the one with the highest total score will be elected as the Imperial Concubine. The second and third place will be selected as concubines. Now we will start the first round. The appearance assessment. If you want to marry the Emperor of Yunlu, your appearance must be stunning. Of course, all the women present have good looks. If you judge with the naked eye, they all have their own beauty. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, I have prepared 3 judging criteria. The first one is ice-like skin and jade-like bones. Jun Qingran's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears, instantly raising everyone's doubts. Ice-like skin and jade-like bones? What is this standard? Everyone was shocked and looked at each other, not understanding what the princess meant. Seeing that the people below were already discussing quietly, Jun Qingran's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. And then he began to explain. You should know that there is an ice bed called the Broken Bone Phoenix Fairy Bed in the Dark Realm. This bed is made of thousands of years of black ice, and it exudes a chilling cold air. Only those with skin as white as ice jade can pass the test. Therefore, the first level is to see who can lie on the ice bed the longest. Whoever can win will win. Of course, at least half a cup of tea must be able to hold on. If it is less than this time, you will be automatically eliminated. As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Bone Broken Phoenix Fairy Bed. As long as you are in the dark realm of Yunlu, everyone knows it. It is said that the cold air of this Broken Bone Phoenix Fairy Bed will freeze you stiff if you just get close to it before you lie on it. If you really lie on it, the power is enough to freeze your bones. In the entire Yunlu Dark Domain, only the Yunlu Emperor has that strength. However, even the Emperor can only lie on it for an hour. If it takes too long, it will be life-threatening. They really didn't expect that the requirement for selecting concubines was to lie on the ice bed for half a cup of tea. These delicate women may have good spiritual power and good alchemy, but they are not cold-resistant. They probably can't even last half a minute. Thinking of this, the women's excitement and expectation sank to the bottom of the valley, and they couldn't laugh anymore. Okay, Mami, take them to the underground palace. Seeing everyone's pale faces and worried eyes, Jun Qingran's eyes flashed with a hidden smile, and he gave an order to the Mammy beside him. Mammy took the order and immediately led the women out of the garden and walked towards the underground palace. Soon, everyone gathered at the gate of the underground palace. The Broken Bones Phoenix Bed is inside. Now line up and go in one by one in order. As long as you can endure half a cup of tea, you will pass the level successfully. If you want to get a good score, stay as long as possible. We don't limit the time, the old lady announced loudly, and then opened the door of the underground palace. At this time, a strong cold air came in, which was even more severe than the cold wind in the ice and snow. In a moment, it stung the delicate faces of the women. Oh my God! This cold air is terrible. I can't stand it just standing outside. Si Huiyun hurriedly blocked the cold air with her hands, and said to Si Luoxuan with a tangled face. Si Luoxuan on the side also looked unhappy. He was holding on by clenching his silver teeth. Hold on for me. We have come all the way from a long way, and we can't be eliminated at the first level. Si Huiyun heard this, and nodded with gritted teeth. At this time, a woman had already entered. But before the gate of the underground palace could be closed, the woman ran out shivering from the cold, shaking her head with a trembling voice. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. It's too cold. The old Nani looked at her coldly, and announced the result directly. Eliminated. Then the second woman went in, and the third woman went in. Some were eliminated, and some passed the level. After all, half a cup of tea is not a long time. Some women have good perseverance and resisted it. However, what surprised Zhu Maoyang was that Si Huiyun and Si Luoxuan also gritted their teeth to survive this test and successfully advanced to the next level. It's just that the limit of everyone is only half a cup of tea, and they really can't stay for a minute longer. So the scores of those who pass the level are the same, and there is no difference between high and low. Next, Chu Yuan. The old Nani raised her eyes and shouted. Chu Yuan, who had been standing calmly in the team, walked out calmly and entered the underground palace without looking around. She didn't even blink at the cold air, which made everyone speechless. I wonder if Chu Yuan can pass the test. Everyone was curious about the most beautiful woman in the dark domain, and they all started to discuss excitedly. I heard that she is very powerful. So I think she should be fine. TSK. Who knows? This is not a competition of spiritual power or combat power, but a competition of ice-like skin and jade-like bones. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless if you don't have ice-like skin and jade-like bones. The baby-faced woman in green yesterday sneered and retorted after hearing this, "Don't worry. Miss Chu can not only pass the test, but also the best among us. If you want to compete with her for the first place, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible." Chapter 507. Feel the power of the ice bed. The women around all hummed in dissatisfaction after hearing this. It can be seen that everyone is not convinced, but also envious and jealous. But who can make them not compare to others? Even if they are extremely unwilling, they have to endure it. In this way, everyone talked and made a fuss, and half an hour passed unknowingly. Seeing that Chu Yun had not come out yet, the women could no longer hold back their exclamation. "Oh my god! It's almost half an hour, and Chu Yun hasn't come out yet. She's so amazing. Is she really as beautiful as ice?" It is said that only people with this kind of physique can withstand the test of the broken bone phoenix fairy bed. The first beauty is indeed worthy of her reputation. She can stay on the ice bed for half an hour. She must be the first in this level. Everyone smacked their lips and sighed. They admired Chu Yun very much. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that Chu Yun was indeed capable. Su Maoyong heard the discussions around her and felt amused. The corners of her mouth curved up involuntarily. What is ice-like skin and jade-like bones? She didn't believe that there was really such a thing in the world. It seemed that this was probably a trick used by the eldest princess to make things difficult for people. These women really thought that they had to have ice-like skin and jade-like bones to pass the test. They were so foolish that it was laughable. The green-clad girl standing not far away glanced at Su Maoyong. Seeing that she had a sarcastic smile on her face, she thought she was disdainful of Chu Yun, and immediately asked loudly in dissatisfaction, "Hey, what are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Su Maoyong was scolded, and the women around him also looked over in the direction of the green-clad girl. "Why? Did I laugh against the rules of the competition? I haven't heard that laughing is not allowed in the Imperial Concubine selection competition." Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows, and his clear voice was a bit sarcastic. The green-clothed woman's expression froze when she heard this, and she was speechless. "You? Humph. Don't think I don't know what you are laughing at. You are obviously not good enough, and you don't know where you get the face to laugh at others. You should laugh as much as you can now. I'm afraid that when you enter the underground palace later, you will not only not be able to laugh, but will run out crying." The green-clothed woman raised her eyebrows, sneered disdainfully, and then retracted her sight. Si Huiyun was happy to see Su Maoyong being humiliated, and then added insult to injury. "Su Maoyong, it's not too late to give up now. If you run out crying later, you will not only be laughed at, but also freeze your body. You have to think it through." As soon as the voice fell, the women around laughed. After all, an unknown outsider, with no background, no fame, no one even knew who she was, so naturally no one took her seriously. Su Maoyong just glanced at Si Huiyun indifferently, remained silent, and did not fight back. Seeing her attitude, everyone thought that she was afraid of Si Huiyun, so she swallowed her anger. So they shook their heads with contempt and withdrew their eyes from her. However, at this moment, the door of the underground palace suddenly opened. Chu Yun was shivering with cold all over. Her face was pale. Her body was trembling, and she staggered out of it step by step. The woman in green was so shocked that she rushed forward to support her. "Miss Chu, are you okay?" Chu Yun was so cold that she couldn't speak. She just kept twitching, and she couldn't recover for a long time. Seeing this, the old nanny quickly ordered the maid beside her to bring the cloak, and then nodded to her with satisfaction. "You have stayed for half an hour, which is very good. Your score will be increased by 2 points." Even if she was a little embarrassed, she stayed for such a long time after all, which is the most powerful among all the women. Everyone looked at Chu Yun with admiration, ignoring her miserable condition of being frozen to the point of being unbearable to look at. Next, Su Maoyong. The old nanny looked away when she saw Chu Yun had eased a little, and shouted loudly. Hearing Su Maoyong's name, Si Huiyun laughed with gloating, and pretended to be kind and reminded, "I think you should not humiliate yourself. If you are not careful, you will die in there. But it will not be worth it." Su Maoyong curled his lips, looked at Chu Yun who was shivering and weak, and chuckled. I want to feel what kind of ice bed can freeze people so miserably. The green-clothed woman frowned in dissatisfaction and retorted sharply. Miss Chu is very impressive for being able to stay for half an hour. You think she is miserable. I think you probably can't even last half a cup of tea. I wonder who is more miserable. Su Maoyang touched her nose. She was just curious about the ice bed. Seeing Chu Yuan's miserable condition, she was telling the truth and didn't mean to target anyone. I don't know how it caused public outrage. Then she shook her head gently, ignored the people who ridiculed her, and strode into the underground palace. As soon as she walked in, she saw a jade-white ice bed lying in front of her. It was emitting a chilling cold air that was enough to freeze a person into an ice sculpture. Just one look at it made Su Maoyang shudder. No wonder it could freeze a woman as powerful as Chu Yun like that. It was really sharp. However, practicing on this broken bone phoenix fairy bed should make spiritual power advance by leaps and bounds. Su Maoyang thought about it and sighed excitedly. She didn't need to guess that such a treasure that challenges the limits of the human body and stimulates the human meridians would definitely be of great benefit to practice. What's more, she heard them talking outside and learned that this broken bone phoenix fairy bed was a treasure of the Yunlu dark domain. Usually only the Yunlu emperor was qualified to sleep on it. Now she caught up with such a good opportunity. If she didn't seize it well, it would be a pity. Thinking of it, Su Maoyang didn't delay and turned over and lay on it. At this time, a cold air that penetrated the bones cut her body like a knife, directly from the skin to the bone marrow. This abnormal level of pain was indeed no different from broken bones. Fortunately, she had a strange fire in her body, the phantom earth cold flame, which was more than enough to resist the coldness of the 1,000-year-old black ice. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang moved her chi to Dantian, gradually releasing the heat of the strange fire in her body, tightly wrapping her whole body. With the protection of the strange fire, she could safely and boldly absorb the cold air of the ice bed. Stimulated by this, the spiritual power in her body surged wildly. After an unknown period of time, she was finally promoted to the late stage of the Holy Spirit Master. And there were signs of reaching the peak of the Holy Spirit Master. Su Maoyang had decided that this broken bone phoenix fairy bed was indeed a rare and good thing. Su Maoyang was practicing happily inside. But the people outside were in a mess. Why hasn't that Su come out yet? It's almost an hour. You know, the Emperor of Yunlu can only stay for an hour at most. She has been too long. Some people in the noisy crowd sighed with horror. Yes, if he stays for an hour, he will be as powerful as Emperor Yunlu. The green-clothed woman heard this and sneered with contempt. Humph. What's so powerful about it? I think Si Huiyun is right. The person is dead in there. Madam, you should open the underground palace and take a look. I believe that if we keep waiting like this, we won't see her. Chapter 508, the second level. Beauty and fragrance. Si Huiyun laughed. Yes, Mammy. I don't believe she is as powerful as Emperor Yunlu. I think she was right. She froze to death inside. We are waiting outside foolishly. It's a waste of time. It's really annoying. Everyone shouted in dissatisfaction after hearing this. Compared with having fought Su Maoyang for an hour and having been frozen to death, they were more willing to believe the latter. So they had no patience to wait any longer. The old mammy was encouraged by everyone and was also shaken. Okay, open the underground palace. However, at this moment, the door of the underground palace was suddenly opened, and Su Maoyang walked out safely with a blank expression on his face. There was no sign of being frozen all over his body, and the breath that permeated was even stronger than before. What was even more shocking was that the face that should have been frozen pale and stiff was now radiant and rosy. It didn't look like she had slept on the broken bones phoenix fairy bed for an hour. It looked like she had just walked out of the restaurant after a full meal and a drink. She didn't even shiver. She was as normal as could be. This scene stunned everyone and made them speechless. You actually came out. Si Huiyun pointed at Su Maoyang and stuttered. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Then looked at the old lady who was also shocked and pale. Mammy, what is my score? The old lady suddenly came to her senses after she asked this question. She swallowed her saliva and replied with a stiff expression. 1 hour. A whole hour. Add 3 points. All the women who passed the level were given 1 point. And Chu Yuyin stayed for half an hour, which gave her 2 points. As for Su Maoyang, the time she spent on the ice bed could be compared with that of Emperor Yunlu. So she naturally got the highest score. However, Su Maoyang frowned unsatisfied when she heard this. It was only 1 hour. She remembered that she had been practicing in there for a long time. But she didn't expect it to be such a short time. When everyone heard this, they almost fell down. What do you mean by only? From her tone, it seems that she is very dissatisfied with the result. When Chu Yun saw this scene, her usually cold and calm face was also broken. At this moment, she widened her beautiful eyes in shock, staring at Su Maoyang, and retorted unacceptably, "Impossible. How could you stay for an hour? I don't believe it." You should know that the reason why she could stay for half an hour was that her father heard some rumors before the concubine selection competition and went to find cold-resistant pills. So she managed to survive. Could it be that the woman in front of her also took the elixir? But what made her depressed was that even if she suspected that Su Maoyang had taken the elixir, Chu Yun could not expose her. Once Su Maoyang was exposed, she would also suffer. So even if she was very dissatisfied, Chu Yun had to endure it. The green-clothed woman beside her was also shocked and pale, and shook her head in shock. Obviously she had suffered a great blow. She really couldn't think that after all the comparisons, the first place in the ice-skinned and jade-boned woman was actually Su Maoyang, who was not favored by everyone. It was really unbelievable. As for the others, they were even more shocked. They stood there, looking at Su Maoyang stupidly, and couldn't digest this fact for a long time. Mingxiang Palace? Prince Pingxiang has arrived. A loud announcement came from outside the palace. Then a tall figure strode into Mingxiang Palace. Jun Qingran, who was drinking tea in the palace, saw this and immediately put down his teacup and stood up to greet him. "Brother, why are you here?" The man in the blue Yunxiang brocade robe looked to be in his 30s, and was extremely handsome. Even though he was of a certain age, his facial features were still like those of a young man. Just one look at him could make people feel excited. He sat aside with a smile and said loudly, "I heard that the Imperial Concubine Selection Contest has already begun. So I came here to check on the situation. This Imperial Concubine Selection is our helpless move. Don't really give Songer some women to keep. You know he hates us to act on our own." Jun Qingran's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled and comforted, "Don't worry. The levels I set are all to make things difficult for them and delay time. No woman can really pass the test." However, at this moment, a palace maid suddenly came in from outside to report the news. She came to the center of the hall and kowtowed and saluted. "Princess, there is news from the underground palace. It is said that a woman actually stayed on the broken bone phoenix fairy bed for an hour." "What?" Jun Qingran and Jun Xingye both roared in shock. "Impossible. Even Songer can only lie on the broken bone phoenix fairy bed for an hour. How can someone be as good as Songer? Did you hear it wrong?" Jun Qingran obviously didn't believe it. The maid kowtowed repeatedly. "I didn't hear it wrongly. It was Madame who said it herself. I dare not speak nonsense." Jun Qingran and Jun Xingye looked at each other in surprise when they heard it. Obviously they didn't expect such a thing to happen. It seems that there are really some masters among these women. You have to be careful. Jun Xingye sighed sincerely after being shocked. Jun Qingran was shocked, but he was not convinced. Humph. There are still many levels to come, all of which are more difficult than this ice-like jade-like bones. I don't believe that anyone can pass every round of the test I set. Pass this palace's order, and let the Nani announce the topic of tomorrow's competition. After the torture of the broken bone phoenix bed, everyone has a certain understanding of this concubine selection competition. At first, I couldn't figure out what else to compete in if not spiritual power and alchemy. Now everyone knows that this concubine selection competition is indeed extraordinary, with a difficulty index of 10 stars. And even spiritual power and alchemy competitions are not enough in front of it. And now the old Nani has told them in advance that tomorrow's topic is national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Just hearing this name makes everyone even more confused. Mami, what does this topic mean? Why do I get less and less understood the more I listen? Si Huiyun asked with a puzzled frown. The previous ice skin and jade bones was already novel enough. And now there is national beauty and heavenly fragrance, which is really more strange than the other. The old Nani saw everyone's confusion and explained loudly, national beauty and heavenly fragrance, as the name suggests, requires everyone to have a charming body fragrance like a flower. You should have heard of the golden-eyed demon dog. This kind of spirit beast is famous for its keen sense of smell. No matter what the smell is, It can smell it. So, the princess will let it test your body fragrance this time. Whoever's body fragrance can get the favor of the golden-eyed demon dog will be the winner tomorrow. When the women heard this, they all shouted in surprise. They had heard of the golden-eyed demon dog, but they didn't know much about this rare spirit beast. They only knew that it had a keen sense of smell, but they didn't know what smell it liked. Chapter 509, What is the best scent? After learning the topic for tomorrow, Su Maoyong knew without thinking that the girls would have to do their best to make themselves a scented person tonight. However, there are thousands of scents in the world. Which one does the golden-eyed demon dog like? Su Maoyong thought of this and fell into deep thought. However, at this moment, the heavenly demon Martin in the space sighed and said, Master, don't believe this question. This princess is too dark-minded. She is setting a trap for these women to jump into. Su Maoyong was shocked when he heard this, and asked curiously in his heart, What do you mean by this? Hey, you don't know? Everyone knows that the golden-eyed demon dog has a keen sense of smell and can smell any smell. But few people know that it hates fragrance. The heavenly demon Martin is an ancient beast after all, and knows a thing or two about the world of spirit beasts. Su Maoyong was shocked, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. I didn't expect this to happen. So, the princess has ulterior motives and is deliberately making things difficult. With her announcement, everyone will try every means to make themselves smell good. And the golden-eyed demon dog just hates smells. In the end, no one can pass the test. Right? The demon mink nodded. Yes. I really don't know what the princess is thinking. Holding a concubine selection contest, setting up so many levels, and calculating the results with scores. It seems very fair, giving everyone many opportunities to compete. But the difficulty of the questions is clearly not to want people to pass the test. It seems that this concubine selection contest is not as simple as imagined. As long as Su Maoyong thought about it carefully, she found the clues. I want to see what this princess is up to. The next morning, Su Maoyong came out of the room. Before she even reached Jinsi Garden, she smelled a strong fragrance. In the yard, a large group of women dressed in fancy clothes gathered together, just like walking incense burners, with strong floral, fruity, fumigant, and even medicinal fragrances in their every move. Su Maoyong believed that as long as it was fragrant, it would be used by these women. As soon as she walked into the crowd, she immediately found that even their words exhaled a strange fragrance, which made Su Maoyong dizzy. Unable to stand this group of people, she quickly moved away a few steps, away from the crowd, and dared to take a deep breath. Originally, body fragrance is good, but these women are eager to win, and they have too many fragrances, which makes people unacceptable. Su Maoyong was quite curious. She wondered if the golden-eyed demon dog with a keen sense of smell could smell the mixed fragrance of these women. Thinking about it, she laughed and shook her head. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze from a distance falling on her. Su Maoyong was startled and looked up suddenly, just in time to bump into Chu Yuan's eyes outside the crowd. She was dressed very plainly today, and she didn't even put on rouge and powder. She usually wore some pearl hairpins and fragrant flowers on her head, but today they were all gone. Her black hair fell like a waterfall, so elegant and simple that it was surprising. At this time, Chu Yuan was staring at her closely, with cold eyes and more obvious hostility than before. Su Maoyong knew that after the ice bed incident, Chu Yuan seemed to have noticed her. However, what surprised her was that Chu Yuan did not go along with everyone else. Just by looking at her clothes, she should not have used any scent. It seems that she knew about the golden-eyed demon dog. However, Su Maoyong could understand that the Chu family was a big family in the dark domain. General Chu was once the right-hand man of Emperor Yunlu. Several key battles were won by General Chu with the assistance of Emperor Yunlu. Therefore, it was possible that Chu Yuan could get some inside information. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong nodded in understanding, withdrew his gaze lightly, and did not take Chu Yuan to heart. Du Firu, the woman in green, saw Chu Yuan staring at Su Maoyong with a gloomy face. She knew that the last incident on the ice bed had hit her hard, so she immediately came to her side to flatter her. Yuan, you will definitely not lose to that Su Maoyong this time. She doesn't know about the golden-eyed demon dog, so she will definitely lose badly. The first place in this country's beauty and fragrance must be you. Du Firu relied on serving at the front and back of the horse to learn about the golden-eyed demon dog from Chu Yuan, so she didn't apply any fragrance. A woman like her posed no threat to Chu Yun, so the latter did not guard against her. Du Firu also knew that she was not capable of being the emperor's concubine, so she would assist Chu Yun with all her strength. If Chu Yun became the emperor's concubine, she could also be a concubine. Even if a big man like Yunlu Emperor was asked to be his personal mate, there would probably be a long queue, not to mention a concubine. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun snorted with a cold face. Although she did not answer, her tone and expression showed that she agreed with Du Firu's statement. Because of her beauty, she must win. The old nanny saw that almost everyone was there, so she called the girls to rush to Jinsi Garden. When the girls walked to the garden, the eldest princess had been sitting and waiting for a long time. Don't be restrained. Today's test is easier than yesterday's. You just need to stand behind the barrier and wait for the golden-eyed demon dog to smell your smell. Of course, you must be mentally prepared. If the golden-eyed demon dog smells a bad smell, it will become very manic. However, everyone can rest assured that the barrier set up by this palace will not let the golden-eyed demon dog hurt you. Jun Qingran announced loudly, then clapped his hands and ordered loudly, "Let the golden-eyed demon dog out." After that, Jun Qingran stretched out his hand and drew a transparent barrier in front of all the women. At this time, everyone only saw a dozen guards pushing a huge iron cage, slowly walking over and stopping on one side of the garden. Then, the iron gate opened, and a huge golden-eyed demon dog appeared in front of everyone. The dark hair shone in the sunlight, and the golden eyes, like amber, were crystal clear, staring at everyone fiercely. The women were frightened by such a spirit beast, and their already nervous faces were as pale as paper. The golden-eyed demon dog walked with its strong 4 legs to the front of the woman, starting from the first one on the left, and sniffed with its sensitive nose, which made everyone's heart rise. Even though there was a transparent barrier in front of it, the woman who was sniffed was still frightened and trembled all over. However, at this moment, the golden-eyed demon dog suddenly opened its bloody mouth, raised its head and roared wildly. And the ferocious appearance immediately frightened the woman so much that her eyes rolled up and she fainted. Seeing this, the girls were all stunned. Chapter 510. How did she do it? Jun Qingran saw that the person had fainted, which was expected. He didn't even raise his eyebrows, and ordered the nanny beside him to carry the person away. Then the golden-eyed demon dog began to sniff the next woman. As expected, the golden-eyed demon dog still didn't like the smell of this woman. The woman heard the manic roar, and saw the big claws pounce on the transparent barrier, as if to tear her apart. She was immediately scared to death. Jun Qingran waved his hand disdainfully. Back off. The woman turned around and fled as if she had been pardoned, not wanting to stay for a moment. The remaining girls, waiting for the golden-eyed demon dog's inspection, were like waiting for death. They had long lost their original expectations, and only hoped that it would end quickly. The spices carefully prepared by Si Huiyun and Si Luoxuan were not accepted by the golden-eyed demon dog. They were defeated and retreated to the side. Si Huiyun was really unwilling to accept this, and angrily asked Si Luoxuan next to her, "What's wrong with this golden-eyed demon dog? It has smelled so many kinds of scents. Why doesn't it like any of them?" Si Luoxuan's face was dark, and he was also in a bad mood. Who knows what scent it likes? I think if this continues, no one in the audience will be favored by the golden-eyed demon dog. There are so many women in front, and they have tried all kinds of scents. But the golden-eyed demon dog is not satisfied with any of them. The scents of the girls behind are similar, so there is really little hope. Si Huiyun also nodded. Yes, I thought I wouldn't have to suffer today, and it would be easier than yesterday. But I didn't expect it to be more difficult. Yesterday, at least I could bear it by gritting my teeth. But today I was sentenced to death as soon as I went on stage, and I can't find a place to complain. Damn it! Don't worry. It's just a score. If you fail this level, there's still the next one. As long as you do well in the next level, you'll have a chance to turn things around. What's more, if no one passes this level, the score won't change. Si Luoxuan's mind is always clearer than Si Huiyun's, and her temperament is calmer. However, just as the two were whispering to each other, the golden-eyed demon dog, which had been in a manic state, calmed down in front of Chu Yun. The sudden change made all the women who were holding their breath open their eyes in shock. Everyone only saw the golden-eyed demon dog sniffing in front of Chu Yun, without roaring or baring his teeth, but surprisingly quite calm, and even slightly raised his head to look at Chu Ying carefully. That attitude was completely different from that towards other women. It was obvious that Chu Ying was a special existence. Oh my god. It seems that the golden-eyed demon dog likes the smell of Chu Ying. It's amazing. Is Chu Ying's smell really the best in the world? The uninformed women saw this scene and screamed in shock, with unprecedented shock written on their pretty faces. So many of their senses failed. Only Chu Ying won easily. Even if the girls were jealous and didn't want to admit it, they couldn't escape the fact that Chu Ying was really better than them. Jun Qingren thought that no one could pass the test, and had already lowered his head to drink tea, not paying attention to the dynamics of the field. Now he heard the exclamations around him, and looked up in surprise, seeing that the golden-eyed demon dog really quieted down. Even Jun Qingren was shocked. What's going on? Could it be that the woman in white in front of him knew the secret of the golden-eyed demon dog? Thinking of this, Jun Qingren frowned and asked loudly, "What's your name?" Chu Ying didn't expect a princess to notice her. She was overjoyed in her heart. But she pretended to be polite and replied, "My name is Chu Ying." Jun Qingren felt that the name sounded familiar. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I remember now. You are the daughter of General Chu. I saw you when you were a child. But I didn't expect you to be so beautiful now." After receiving Jun Qingren's praise, Chu Ying's mouth corners raised slightly, and she raised an elegant arc slightly. Jun Qingren was quite satisfied with her calm and modest appearance. General Chu was a great hero, and his daughter was so outstanding. She was indeed a good candidate for the emperor's concubine. Originally, Jun Qingren didn't plan to really choose a concubine for Jun Haosong. But after seeing Chu Ying's temperament, she was actually a little shaken. The women around could see the princess's admiration for Chu Ying, and all cast envious glances at her, which made Chu Ying stand out from the crowd. You know, being favored by the princess is a big step towards becoming an imperial concubine. However, just as everyone was discussing Chu Ying, the golden-eyed demon dog had already walked towards the next woman. Chu Ying noticed the golden-eyed demon dog's behavior and couldn't help but look sideways, only to see that the next person to be tested was Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Chu Ying raised her eyebrows slightly, and her pupils passed through obvious irony and disdain. Su Maoyang defeated her in the previous level, so this level would not be so easy. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sneer out loud. However, just when everyone thought that someone was going to be eliminated again, the golden-eyed demon dog, which had smelled Su Maoyang's scent, widened its eyes in shock, as if it had taken stimulants. It was jumping and dancing, licking and rubbing across the barrier, as if it was acting coquettishly or seeking love. It looked like a stupid blue dog, and everyone was dumbfounded and scared. What's going on? There was no expected frenzy, nor the calmness when facing Chu Ying, but unexpected excitement and coquettishness. Seeing this, Si Huiyun screamed in disbelief. Si Luoxuan was also shocked and pale, muttering in disbelief. What on earth did Su Maoyang do? This question was also the question of everyone present. Even Jun Qingren was shocked and stood up, staring at Su Maoyang with a look of astonishment. Even she didn't know that someone would make the grumpy golden-eyed demon dog become a little stupid. In order to confirm the authenticity, Jun Qingren waved his sleeves and removed the barrier that blocked them. The golden-eyed demon dog instantly stuck to Su Maoyang's body, rubbing her back and forth with its dark body, licking her. The warmth and flattery were very different from the grumpy spirit beast just now. It was as docile as a dog, shocking everyone to gasp. Did they see it wrong? The golden-eyed demon dog was actually acting like a spoiled child with Su Maoyang? Everyone rubbed their eyes that were about to fall out, and couldn't believe what they saw. Chu Ying trembled, and took 2 steps back, unable to bear the blow. Her beautiful face was pale, and stiff with fear at this scene. She knew that the golden-eyed demon dog didn't like fragrance, and would go crazy as soon as it smelled fragrance. Her father had told her not to make any smell. As long as there was no smell, the golden-eyed demon dog would not be angry, and she could get through this safely. But her father never said what kind of smell the golden-eyed demon dog liked. Looking at this situation, Su Maoyang clearly made the smell that the golden-eyed demon dog liked. How did she do it? Chapter 511, the third level. Beautiful eyes. Chu Ying was confused. Everyone present was confused. However, only Su Maoyang and Tianmo Martin knew the secret. When Tianmo Martin saw the golden-eyed demon dog coming out, she quickly recognized that it was a female dog. She knew it was an estrus by looking at its fur color and swollen buttocks. And Tianmo Martin happened to be a male. So she urinated and asked Su Maoyang to rub the urine smell on her body, which made the golden-eyed demon dog and estrus extremely excited. When it smelled the smell on Su Maoyang, it was like chicken blood, rubbing and licking, making Su Maoyang unable to resist her enthusiasm. When everyone saw the scene, they were shocked and strange, and their eyes looking at Su Maoyang became quite complicated. Jun Qingran couldn't help it at this moment, and asked sternly, "What did you do? Why did the golden-eyed demon dog become like this?" Su Maoyang looked up at her and chuckled twice. "Maybe I have a smell she likes." Jun Qingran was speechless after hearing this. She knew that Su Maoyang had deliberately done something, but she couldn't find any evidence. After enduring for a long time, she had to acquiesce to this statement. "Princess, you said that as long as the golden-eyed demon dog likes the smell on your body, you will pass the test. May I ask how many points I got?" Su Maoyang asked while stroking the affectionate golden-eyed demon dog. Jun Qingran glared at Su Maoyang in frustration and announced loudly, "Chu Yuyin adds 1 point. What's your name?" "Su Maoyang." Su Maoyang nodded slightly and replied, "Su Maoyang adds 2 points." Jun Qingran reported the score helplessly and turned away with a bad look. Seeing Jun Qingran's expression, Su Maoyang was even more certain of her guess. It seemed that the real purpose of this Imperial Concubine selection contest was not to win the prize. Thinking of this, she curled her lips and prepared to leave. Who knew that she had just taken 2 steps when she was intercepted by Chu Yuyin? "Su Maoyang, don't think I don't know what you are doing. I advise you to be more restrained. If I catch you, you will die very badly." Chu Yuan's beautiful face had long lost its original indifference and calmness. Her beautiful eyes, like autumn water, were slightly reddened by Su Maoyang, and she was staring at her angrily. Such an expression and such a posture were really surprising. However, rabbits bite when they are forced into a corner, let alone Chu Yuyin, who has always been proud. It seems that Su Maoyang's various behaviors have completely angered her and made her feel threatened. After all, the first round of the appearance competition has passed 2 levels, and there is only 1 level left, and she did not take advantage of the 2 levels, which is indeed worrying. Su Maoyang smiled calmly, not taking her warning seriously at all. "Chu Yuyin, you did something behind my back, and you still blame me. Aren't you too shameless? It was the first time that Chu Yuyin was blocked and blushed. Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't know. If I say it, it won't be as simple as talking about it in private." Su Maoyang glanced at Chu Yuyin coldly, walked away indifferently, and the well-educated Chu Yuyin trembled faintly with anger. She was originally threatening Su Maoyang, but she didn't expect that she would be threatened by Su Maoyang in the end. "Damn it!" Thinking of it, Chu Yuyin roared at Su Maoyang's back. "Su Maoyang, in the next level, don't think about winning me again. I'll keep you company." Su Maoyang didn't look back, but just responded with 3 words, and then completely disappeared from everyone's sight, which made Chu Yuyin gnash her teeth. Du Fira saw the confrontation between the two and immediately came over, whispering, "Yuyin, should we deal with her quietly?" Chu Yuyin was so angry that she didn't vent her anger. Hearing such words, she angrily scolded, "Are you stupid? Have you forgotten the miserable state of the red-dressed woman who made trouble last time being dragged out? She is the one with the greatest hope of becoming the Emperor's concubine, and she can't lose the position of the Emperor's concubine because of this quarrel." Du Fira didn't expect that Chu Yuyin, who was always calm and indifferent, would get so angry. She was stunned on the spot and stared at her in astonishment. Chu Yuyin also knew that she had lost her composure and attracted a lot of surprised eyes around her. She immediately restrained her arrogance, disguised herself as an elegant and noble lady again, and turned around and left Jinsei Garden. After passing the 2nd level, the test of the 3rd level soon came. With the experience of the first 2 levels, everyone was even more nervous about the 3rd level. According to the difficulty level, this should be the most difficult level in the appearance contest. As expected, Jun Qingran did not disappoint everyone. She actually took out another rare treasure from the Yunlu Dark Domain, the unmanned mirror. It is said that this unmanned mirror can only reflect beautiful scenery and beautiful portraits, but not real people, because real people are not as beautiful as paintings anyway. Jun Qingran put forward the requirement of eyebrows like paintings. I believe that many people do not know about the unmanned mirror, because it is rare and can reflect the most beautiful things in the world. So, as long as your face can be reflected in the mirror. I will admit that you are the most beautiful person. Jun Qingran stretched out his hand and signaled the nanny next to him to remove the red cloth on the mirror. Hearing this, the girls were all confused. Unmanned mirror? Some people didn't even know what an unmanned mirror was, let alone understand it. Now suddenly seeing a huge round bronze mirror with a gold rim, located in the center of the garden. Everyone took a deep breath in surprise. Even Chu Yuying didn't expect that the third level would be this. Without her father's instructions, even she was a little at a loss. Su Maoyang looked at the giant round mirror and smacked her lips in shock. The eldest princess's methods are really endless. It's her painstaking effort to use such a treasure to embarrass everyone. Okay, let's start. Jun Qingran saw that the girls were already whispering to each other, and immediately announced loudly that it would start. As the voice fell, the first woman walked in front of the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror was dim and did not reflect anything. The woman shook her head in disappointment and retreated automatically. Then the second and third people all walked up one after another, stood in front of the bronze mirror, looked left and right, but could not see their own appearance and figure, and all retreated in frustration. The girls watching saw the scene, and their eyebrows frowned even more tightly. Several women who had just been tested had excellent looks, but unexpectedly, none of them reflected their own faces. This is really too difficult. Thinking of this, the girls' hearts became heavier and heavier, and they basically gave up hope. And everyone's eyes involuntarily looked at Chu Yuying, the first beauty in the dark domain among them, has the most outstanding appearance. I think Chu Yuying is the most likely candidate to win. Therefore, everyone's hopes are all placed on her. Chapter 512, The Most Beautiful Face. Chu Yuying felt everyone's gazes coming at her. Although she felt very proud, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, she was unsure about this level. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but look at Su Maoyang in the distance, and saw that the latter was still watching everything calmly, as if he was a bystander, making it difficult to understand his thoughts. Seeing that face that remained calm no matter what happened, Chu Yuying clenched her fingers in anger. She had never seen a woman who was calmer than her. Thinking about it, Chu Yuying walked over to Su Maoyang and whispered, "Do you know the answer to this level?" Su Maoyang glanced at her sideways, curled his lips and asked back, "Why? Miss Chu, are you going to get the news from me?" "Sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't know the answer to this question either." "Then why are you still calm? I thought you knew it." Chu Yuying couldn't help but feel relieved when she heard this. Su Maoyang laughed. "I am nervous and uneasy. Will there be an answer?" Chu Yuying saw that she could not get any answers, so she snorted and turned away. She just needed to make sure that Su Maoyang did not know the answer, because her appearance was better than Su Maoyang's. If Su Maoyang did not have a special way, she would not lose this time. Thinking of this, Chu Yuying walked to the bronze mirror with a relaxed mind. Seeing Chu Yuying's appearance, the girls were all very alert and stared at the reaction in the bronze mirror intently. Unfortunately, there was still no image of Chu Yuying in it. Chu Yuying was quite confident in her beauty, and was looking forward to the changes in the bronze mirror. But she was greatly disappointed. Accepting too many people's expectations, and too many people's praises, Chu Yuying suddenly felt ashamed and angry. She retreated in a rage, wishing she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Seeing her angry, Dufira couldn't help but persuade her, "Yuying, your beauty is obvious to everyone. There must be something wrong with the mirror. Otherwise, how could it not reflect the most beautiful woman in the dark domain? It really doesn't make sense." After Dufira said this, the girls all nodded in agreement and started to make a noise. "Yes, even Chu Yuying is not beautiful. Who is more beautiful than her? I think there must be something wrong with this mirror. It can't reflect anything at all. Well, I think it's the mirror's problem too." Hearing the women on the field making a fuss, Jun Qingran's face turned black, frowned and scolded, "From what you said, do you mean that I am deliberately making things difficult for you?" The women saw that the princess was angry, and they immediately shut up and dared not discuss it. Seeing that everyone was afraid to speak due to her dignity, Jun Qingran still had expressions of disbelief. She snorted coldly and said to the nanny next to her, "Go and get the landscape painting that I treasure." The nanny took the order and turned around and walked towards Mingxiang Palace. Not long after, she came back holding a painting. "Bring the painting to the mirror," Jun Qingran ordered coldly. After hearing this, the nanny carefully unfolded the drawing paper and brought it to the bronze mirror. Soon, The bronze mirror reflected the scenery in the landscape painting. The scenery was beautiful, and the picture quality was clear, which immediately surprised all the women. This mirror is really fine. All the women covered their mouths in surprise, and couldn't speak for a long time. Now you can see that this mirror can indeed reflect the portrait. There is no problem. Who is next? Go on. Jun Qingran waved his hand, signaling the nanny to put away the painting and continue the assessment. After seeing this scene, the remaining women stopped complaining and stepped forward to accept the test. But the result was still unsatisfactory. Si Huiyun sighed and shook her head. Alas, it seems that no one can pass this level. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman in a yellow skirt not far away took over the conversation. Didn't Miss Su take the photo yet? I think she passed the level successfully the first 2 times. So she probably has hope this time. As soon as the yellow-dressed woman finished speaking, everyone focused their attention on Su Maoyang. Xu Yun heard this, and her beautiful face was terribly gloomy. As the most beautiful woman in the dark domain, she is the focus of everyone no matter where she is. Now, she has been robbed of the limelight by another woman, which has never happened before. Du Fira knew that Xu Yun was unhappy, and immediately retorted in disapproval. I don't know what tricks she did behind the scenes when she passed the level the first 2 times. But this bronze mirror can't be cheated. I think she's hanging this time. Hearing this, everyone whispered. Jun Qingran seemed to be a little curious about Su Maoyang. She didn't know what tricks the latter used the first 2 times. But this time, she was looking forward to how the latter would respond. Miss Su, since everyone is so optimistic about you, then come to the bronze mirror and look at yourself. The eldest princess has spoken personally, so Su Maoyang naturally has no reason to refuse, and slowly walked over and came to the bronze mirror. Her action immediately made everyone stop talking and stare at the bronze mirror with bated breath. In fact, Su Maoyang was not sure. This was the first time she heard of this unmanned mirror. Even a beauty like Xu Yun failed to pass the test. I think it would not work just with this face. Su Maoyang couldn't help but think of what Jun Qingran said. An unmanned mirror can reflect the most beautiful things. And landscape paintings are the beauty given by nature, so they can be reflected in the unmanned mirror. But what about people? What kind of people are the most beautiful? What kind of women are the most beautiful? Seeing Su Maoyang standing in front of the bronze mirror, which still had no reaction, Du Fira immediately laughed. I told you that you can't play tricks. And now your true colors are exposed. Si Huiyun heard this and gloated. Ha ha ha. She also said that Emperor Yunlu loved her to death. But she was like that. And even the bronze mirror didn't admit it. I don't know where she got the face to say such big words. And she wasn't afraid of biting her tongue. Si Huiyun's words were merciless. And everyone burst into laughter, and no longer held any hope. However, Su Maoyang, who heard this, had a flash of inspiration. Love to death? Yes. It's love. Women who are surrounded by love and feel happy are the most beautiful. Su Maoyang had the answer, and her dark eyes seemed to be lit up, blooming with a charming luster. And her mind immediately recalled the scene of her meeting, knowing and loving Jun Haosong. Every moment is unforgettable. Every look is heartwarming, recalling all the things they have experienced. There are happy things, sad things, angry things, painful things, and sweet things. Each of them makes Su Maoyang's mouth involuntarily curl up a happy and warm arc. And the women around him widen their eyes. What is a smile that can conquer the city? This is it. That smile is so sweet and warm that even they can't help but be infected. Chapter 513 Find the Biggest Bean. Just as everyone was amazed, someone in the crowd suddenly noticed the change in the bronze mirror. Look! It's out. It's really out. A cry of surprise exploded like thunder, shocking everyone to look at the bronze mirror. On the bronze mirror, Su Maoyang's beautiful face with a smile like a flower was gradually reflected, becoming more and more beautiful and clearer. It was really like a person walking out of a painting, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. Their mouths opened as wide as the mouth of a box, and they swallowed 2 or 3 mouthfuls of saliva in succession, as if their throats were dry, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Everyone thought Su Maoyang had failed, but they didn't expect the bronze mirror to suddenly show such a picture. Such a reversal was really unacceptable. Am I seeing it wrong? Is it really Su Maoyang on it? Si Huiyun had never been so shocked as she was now. She kept rubbing her eyes and constantly confirming, because everything in front of her was too unreal. Just like a dream. Si Luoxuan shook her head stupidly. It's incredible. Chu Yuying, who was sure that Su Maoyang would not win, saw this scene, as if she was struck by lightning, staggered, and fell backwards. Fortunately, Du Fira was quick to support her, and prevented Chu Yuying from losing her composure. Impossible. I don't believe it. Chu Yuying shook her head in despair, and her beautiful face instantly lost color in front of Su Maoyang's smile. She admitted that Su Maoyang looked good, but compared with her face, it was still slightly inferior. You know, she is a recognized beauty in the Dark Domain City, and the whole Dark Domain City knows her name. But now, she was defeated by a woman who was not as good as herself. How could she, who was so proud, deal with it? Not to mention Chu Yuying was shocked. Even Jun Qingran was shocked, and his face turned pale, and the teacup in his hand broke into pieces. She was determined not to let anyone pass this level. But she didn't expect that Su Maoyang passed it. Who is she? How could she be so powerful? Even the unmanned mirror can't stump her? No. 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 It must be a coincidence. Or there may be something wrong with the mirror. In any case, she didn't believe that this woman really looked as beautiful as the person in the painting. Su Maoyang didn't expect that her appearance would really appear in the bronze mirror. And even she was shocked. It's really a magical mirror. It can understand human emotions. It is indeed a rare treasure. Su Maoyang only understood at this moment what was so rare about the unmanned mirror. Because it can read human emotions and distinguish the truth, goodness and beauty in this world. Even Jun Qingren had not understood this truth. But Su Maoyang understood it first, which was enough to show her wisdom. Princess, I'm sorry. I passed this level again. Su Maoyang didn't know why, but there was a hint of apology on her lips. It should be because she knew that the princess didn't want her to pass. Jun Qingran suppressed her shock, and her gloomy face really didn't show any joy. She forbearingly announced, Su Maoyang adds 1 point. Only Su Maoyang passed this level, and the rest naturally got 0 points. In this way, Su Maoyang got a total of 6 points. And such a high score was beyond Jun Qingran's expectation. She didn't really want this woman to marry into the Jun family. From the bottom of her heart, she still hoped to choose a sister-in-law who was well-matched. Thinking of this, she announced tomorrow's competition with a stern face. The first round of appearance assessment ends here, and the second round of talent assessment will be held tomorrow. You should know that if you want to marry Emperor Yunlu, appearance is important, and talent is of course more important. Because Emperor Yunlu is not an ordinary person. I must choose a capable person who can assist him well. The women present heard this and whispered to each other. Some were happy, and some were nervous. Some women have outstanding appearances, but lack talent and brains, while some women are slightly inferior in appearance, but their talents and wisdom are particularly outstanding. However, no matter what, tomorrow will be the 8 immortals crossing the sea to show their magical powers. Knowing that the talent assessment will be on the second day, some people worked hard on poetry and books, and some practiced their talents. The recitation and the sound of stringed instruments made Su Maoyang unable to sleep. It is estimated that only Su Maoyang was so open-minded and went to bed early. If other women who stayed up late to fight knew that Su Maoyang had not prepared anything and did not take anything to heart, they would probably be so angry that they would die. Even the old man Jinjuan couldn't stand it anymore. Young master, you should at least prepare yourself. Listen to the sound of others working hard, and then look at yourself. How lazy you are. How am I lazy? I just practice spiritual power. Su Maoyang retorted unconvinced. The old man Jinjuan was like the eunuch who was anxious when the emperor was not anxious. Tomorrow is a talent test. But you are practicing spiritual power. You are really what people can say about you. This is the same as the Chinese test tomorrow. But she is reviewing mathematics. Su Maoyang sighed helplessly. I don't have any talent. At most, I can play the drums. Besides, if the questions really rely on intelligence, I don't know what the questions are. Even if I prepare well tonight, the plan can't keep up with the changes. According to the routine of the eldest princess, I don't think I can guess it. It's better to relax and take a rest. The eldest princess clearly wanted to make things difficult for them. How could she let them guess the questions? It must be said that Su Maoyang is the only one who understands. The next morning, the girls gathered in Jinsi Garden with ease. As soon as they entered the garden, everyone saw a huge water tank sitting in the middle of the garden. Huh? What is this for? Seeing this, the women asked in a low voice. The curious girls came forward to check, and found that the water tank was full of beans. So many beans. What do you want to do? Are you asking us to write poems? I don't think so. Chu Yun glanced at the water tank and said lightly. It's obvious, Princess. This is to test us to count beans. Oh my god. No way. So many beans. Who can count them? Yes. This is simply an impossible task. The women were all scared when they heard this. There were also women flattering Chu Yun. Miss Chu is still smart. We couldn't figure out what was going on for a long time. But Miss Chu saw the princess's intention at a glance. It's really amazing. Chu Yun just smiled and didn't answer. But contempt surged in her heart. Facing this group of stupid women, it was too easy for her to win. However, at this moment, a crisp voice suddenly came from one side of the garden. You are wrong. It's not counting beans. Today's question is to let you find the biggest one among all the beans. As soon as the voice fell, Jun Qingran was supported by the palace maid and walked over and sat down in the set position. The girls all looked terrified when they heard this. I thought counting beans was difficult enough. But I didn't expect the eldest princess's question to be even more difficult. It was to find the biggest one among all the beans. These beans all looked the same. How could they find them with their naked eyes? Chapter 514 The Princess's Troubles. Seeing that everyone was frightened, Jun Qingran achieved his goal and smiled softly. You can start now. The girls were in trouble now. Their pretty faces all wrinkled into a ball. Hesitating and not daring to step forward. Who has the ability to find the biggest beans in such a large jar? It's just a fool's dream. A naked challenge. Seeing that no one came forward, Jun Qingran's smile deepened. And he couldn't help but say, it seems that everyone is ready to give up this level. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and found that no one could complete the test. So they all kept silent. Okay. It seems that no one can complete the test. So let's do it. Jun Qingran raised his eyebrows and announced. His tone was full of imperceptible joy. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a clear voice. Princess, let me do this. Su Maoyang had been observing the beans in the jar. When she heard Jun Qingran wanted to pass this level, she raised her head and shouted to stop him. Everyone looked at Su Maoyang in surprise. Could it be that she had a way to find the biggest bean? Everyone's expression jumped into suspicion, staring at her with disbelief. Si Huiyun had been unhappy with her for a long time. Now seeing that she volunteered to take the test again, she snorted unconvincedly. Humph. I still don't believe that you really have such a great ability to find the biggest among so many beans. Du Firu also looked unconvinced. This is simply an impossible task. I don't believe it either. Chu Yun had the same idea as everyone else, staring at Su Maoyang questioningly. But she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Perhaps she had seen Su Maoyang's success several times before, and she had already had a shadow in her heart, always feeling that this person was a little weird. Hearing everyone's doubts, Su Maoyang just smiled indifferently and explained, man proposes, God disposes. Everything is possible. You have to try to know. Seeing her so confident, Jun Qingran narrowed his eyes slightly and ordered loudly. In this case, then you pick out the biggest one from these beans and give it to me. Su Maoyang replied in a proper way, then reached into the big jar, picked up a bean at random, and handed it to Jun Qingran. Princess, this is the biggest bean. Seeing this, all the girls in the audience were stunned for a moment, and then suddenly burst into laughter. They clearly saw that Su Maoyang didn't even pick it, or to be more precise, didn't even look at it, just picked up a bean and said it was the biggest. Such a careless act was really ridiculous and shameless. Su Maoyang looked confident, and his boasting was really fresh and refined. Even Chu Yun couldn't stand it anymore. Frowned and scolded, Su Maoyang, you really treat people as fools. It doesn't matter if you fool us, but you dare to fool the princess. Don't you want to live? As soon as this was said, everyone nodded in dissatisfaction. No one would be happy to be fooled like this. As for Jun Qingran, her face was full of anger, and she glared at Su Maoyang fiercely. She really couldn't imagine that someone would dare to fool her like this, and simply didn't take her seriously. Thinking of this, she was about to open her mouth to punish him. But who knew that Su Maoyang suddenly raised his hand, and suddenly shot out a spiritual power. The water tank was shattered in an instant, and the beans inside were beaten into powder. A breeze blew, and the remaining powder was blown away in the air and disappeared. Seeing this, Everyone was stunned and looked at Su Maoyang in confusion. You? What are you doing? Jun Qingran didn't expect her to be so bold that she actually smashed the props she prepared with one palm. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows, pinched the beans in her hand, and explained, Princess, this bean is now the largest bean. Jun Qingran was shocked when she heard this, and looked at the powder blown away by the wind, and her expression became extremely embarrassed. Now all the beans are gone, and she has the only one in her hand, and it is also the largest one. So that's it. So that's it. She didn't expect Su Maoyang to have such an idea. Jun Qingran set up such a question. Even she couldn't find the largest one, and she also expected that no one could find it. But I didn't expect that the woman in front of me had a completely different way of thinking from ordinary people. And her way of thinking was beyond everyone's cognition. It was really shocking. When the other women heard this, they were stunned for a moment, before slowly reacting and realizing the meaning. Shock instantly surged on their faces. Yes. Why didn't I think of this question? The other beans are gone. Only this one is left. So it must be the biggest. Women in the crowd exclaimed excitedly one after another. Yes. I didn't expect there is such a method in the world. It really opened my eyes. Miss Su is so smart and amazing. After seeing such means, many women have changed from jealousy to admiration. And they are full of admiration. Seeing everyone flattering Su Maoyang, Chu Yuan's face flushed with anger, and then gradually turned blue. Si Huiyun was slapped in the face, and she was even more angry. She retorted unwillingly, what's so great about her? She is clearly a crooked person, playing some tricks, and breaking the princess's props. It can't be considered a pass. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glared at her coldly, and asked back, just now, the princess only said to find the biggest bean in this water tank, but did not stipulate that the water tank cannot be broken. How can it not be considered a result? You see, Huiyun was immediately speechless. Or does the princess want to go back on her word and not recognize my results? After speaking, Su Maoyang slightly raised his eyes and looked at Jun Qingran, and the cold questioning eyes inexplicably made the latter feel cold in his heart. Jun Qingran was slightly shocked and coughed twice to hide her inner guilt. Although she rejected Su Maoyang's success just like Si Huiyun, she had no choice but to answer when she was questioned like this. Yes, I did not make any rules. So you have a loophole to exploit. However, I don't like people who take shortcuts. And some people are dissatisfied with this result. So I will ask another question. If you can answer it, I will admit that you have passed. Su Maoyang smiled slightly when he heard this, and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. I would like to hear the details. Seeing that she still had no fear and was full of confidence, Jun Qingran's face became more embarrassed. Okay. You heard it carefully. The question is a 7-meter deep well. A snail climbs up from the bottom of the well. It climbs 3 meters during the day and falls 2 meters at night. How many days can it climb out? When the messenger of the Burning Blood City came to the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, he asked them 3 questions. But no one could answer the 3 questions. The other party was proud and disdainful, and ridiculed the people of the Cloud Tower Dark Domain as idiots, washing them so that they couldn't raise their heads. So, this matter has always been a shame for Jun Qingran, and he has been looking for various answers over the years. Fortunately, the first question was solved by Su Maoyang. So Jun Qingran really wanted to know if she could solve the remaining 2 questions. Chapter 515. The princess is excited. Su Maoyang felt familiar when she heard this. She had heard similar questions in modern times. This was not a difficult question at all. Just a brain teaser. The other women quickly came up with the answer after hearing such questions. Chu Yuan, who had the fastest brain, answered first to show off, Princess, it's 7 days. The snail climbs 3 meters during the day and falls 2 meters at night. So it actually only climbs 1 meter a day. The well is 7 meters deep in total. So it needs 7 days to climb out of the well. Chu Yuan's thinking was very clear and her explanation was very good. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, this question is not difficult. If you think about it carefully, you can figure it out. Princess, you are not deliberately giving Su Maoyang a break. We all know such a simple question. Si Huiyun was really depressed. She finally encountered a question that she could answer. But the opportunity was given to Su Maoyang. This was too unfair. The other women also nodded, thinking that the princess was a little biased. Seeing that Chu Yuan answered first, Du Firu immediately reminded, Princess. Chu Yun answered this question first, so the score should be counted on her. But Jun Qingran shook her head, took a deep look at Chu Yun, who was full of expectation, and said in a serious tone, "The answer is not 7 days. At the beginning, she also answered 7 days to the messenger of the Burning Blood City, and gave the same explanation, but was denied by the other party. Later, she thought for a long time, but couldn't find a correct answer, and she is still very confused until now." Chu Yun didn't expect Jun Qingran to deny her answer. Her confidence disappeared immediately. Her beautiful eyes gradually widened, and she asked in shock, "How could it be? The well is 7 meters deep, and the snail only crawls 1 meter a day. How could it not be?" Hearing this, all the women present looked at each other in surprise, and whispered to each other, "If it's not 7 days, how many days would it be?" This time, everyone was stumped, and no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly simple, but actually mysterious question. Seeing that everyone was communicating with confusion on their faces, Jun Qingran shook his head in disappointment, then looked up at Su Maoyang and asked coldly, "Have you figured out the answer?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly in her surprised eyes. "Well, the answer is 5 days. These brain teasers were played out when she was in school, and they were not considered difficult problems." Chu Yun was in disbelief when she heard her answer. She blushed and asked, "Impossible. How did you calculate it? How could it be 5 days?" She calculated and calculated, but she couldn't calculate 5 days. Su Maoyang must have made it up. The other women looked at her in confusion, waiting for her explanation. Su Maoyang received everyone's puzzled eyes, raised her eyebrows and chuckled twice. "This is very simple. The well is 7 meters deep in total. The snail climbs 3 meters during the day and falls 2 meters at night. It can climb 1 meter in a whole day, when it has climbed for 4 days and climbed 4 meters. And it is still 3 meters away from the wellhead. It only needs to climb another 3 meters to climb out. It will not fall again. So it only takes 5 days. After hearing this explanation, everyone was stunned as if they were hit on the head by a stick. When Jun Qingran heard this, her beautiful face changed in shock. Shock surged in her pupils, and gradually turned into surprise. At this moment, she murmured excitedly, "So that's it. So that's it. Why didn't I think of it? It did climb 1 meter a day. But on the 4th day, it had already climbed 4 meters. It only needed to climb 3 meters during the day to climb out of the wellhead. And it would not fall at all." This problem, that has troubled her for several years, has finally been revealed. Jun Qingran was so happy that she almost jumped up. The other women didn't react at first, but after thinking about it carefully, many people quickly understood this meaning. As for Chu Yun, who is so smart, she was shocked by Su Maoyang's explanation, and her face turned pale. The shock in her heart was beyond words. She could never have thought that the answer was 5 days. Su Maoyang's explanation was reasonable, and people couldn't find any fault with it. It made people feel enlightened. This woman is really the biggest opponent she has ever met in her life. She always beats her in every battle, and completely steals her limelight. This Su Maoyang is so annoying. Chu Yun is aloof and arrogant, and she never looks down on others. This is the first time she hates a woman so much. However, no one paid attention to Chu Yun's anger at this time. Everyone was shocked by Jun Qingran's excitement. "I still have a problem that I haven't solved. I will prepare it. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. You will help me solve it." Jun Qingran's cheeks were flushed with joy. Because of excitement, her muscles twitched slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked briskly and quickly left the garden. I think she went to prepare for the problem she mentioned. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the princess, who was always dignified and steady, would be as excited as a child. Su Maoyang was also confused by her. From what she said, there would be another question tomorrow? Could she be addicted to asking questions? The next day, Jun Qingran had prepared the props, and was waiting in the garden early in the morning. Seeing the girls enter the garden, Jun Qingran's expectant and excited eyes fell on Su Maoyang. Having seen her methods, Jun Qingran couldn't wait to see how she would solve the problem raised by the Burning Blood City. Chu Yun saw that the princess valued Su Maoyang, and she clenched her fingers in jealousy and glared at Su Maoyang hatefully. She knew better than anyone that as long as Su Maoyang was there, no matter how hard she tried this time, she would never be able to show her talent in this election contest. At first, she didn't take her seriously, and was very confident that she would be able to win the position of imperial concubine with her appearance and strength. But she didn't expect Su Maoyang to show up halfway and disrupt all her plans. It seems that this woman really can't be kept. For the position of imperial concubine, she had to take risks. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't know Chu Yuan's plan, and her attention fell on the basin and water scoop in the middle of the garden. Looking at this posture, this question is related to water. Seeing Su Maoyang coming, Jun Qingren actually stood up, waved to her excitedly, and left the other women aside. Su Maoyang, here are 2 water scoops. One can hold 7 taels of water, and the other can hold 11 taels of water. Now I want you to use these 2 water scoops, without borrowing anything, to fill 2 taels of water? Hearing such a question, everyone was confused and felt incredible. If you pour 11 liang of water into a 7 liang ladle, then the remaining water is 4 liang. How is it possible to get 2 liang of water? Chapter 516. Is she a spy? At this moment, the girls all discussed in a low voice. After communicating for a long time, they all shook their heads with sad faces. This question is more difficult than the previous 2 questions. They couldn't answer the previous 2, let alone this one. So, not only Jun Qingren expected Su Maoyang to answer, but everyone on the scene expected Su Maoyang's answer. Chu Yuan was angry and anxious when she saw this scene. What made her angry was that she was the one who was expected by everyone. But in the end, everyone's attention was all on Su Maoyang. And she, the first beauty in the dark domain, became an ignored passerby. What made her anxious was that she couldn't think of the answer to the question no matter how hard she tried. And she gave all the opportunities to Su Maoyang in vain. At this time, Su Maoyang also felt that the problem was a bit tricky. She walked to the basin with a serious face and looked at the 2 ladles carefully. After frowning and thinking for a while, she finally figured it out. She raised her head and answered, "Princess, if you use 2 ladles alone, you definitely can't get 2 taels of water. Only by pouring water crosswise can you get 2 taels of water." Jun Qingren heard this and widened her eyes in surprise. "You mean, these 2 ladles can get 2 taels of water?" Su Maoyang nodded seriously. "Yes, it can." Everyone took a breath of disbelief after hearing such a positive answer. How is it possible? One is 7 taels, and the other is 11 taels. It can't be related to 2 taels anyway. Just when everyone was full of doubts, Su Maoyang had already explained while operating. The first step is to use the 7 liang water dipper to scoop 7 liang of water from the basin, and then pour it all into the 11 liang water dipper. Now the 11 liang water dipper has 7 liang of water, and it only needs 4 liang of water to be full. Then, fill the 7 liang water dipper with water again, and pour it into the 11 liang water dipper to fill the 11 liang water dipper completely. So now the 7 liang water dipper has poured 4 liang of water into the 11 liang water dipper, leaving 3 liang. Now I pour out all the water in the 11 liang water dipper, and pour the 3 liang water into the 11 liang water dipper. Then, fill the 7 liang water dipper with water, and pour it into the 11 liang water dipper. Now the 11 liang water dipper plus the 3 liang water just now has a total of 10 liang of water. Then fill the 7 liang water dipper with water, and pour it into the 11 liang water dipper. Because the 11 liang water dipper is full with only 1 liang of water, the water in the 7 liang water dipper is poured out by 1 liang, leaving only 6 liang. Then, pour out all the water in the 11 liang water dipper, and pour the 6 liang water into the 11 liang water dipper. Then fill the 7 liang water dipper with water, and pour it into the 11 liang water dipper. Because the 11 liang water dipper already has 6 liang, and is still 5 liang short of being full, the 7 liang water dipper just pours out 5 liang. And finally the 7 liang water dipper is left with the 2 liang of water. Su Maoyang moved very slowly and explained very slowly. But the women present were all confused, and none of them really understood. Fortunately, Jun Qingren was a smart person. Although some parts were not clear, she could still follow the general idea. At this moment, she saw 2 taels of water in the 7 taels of water scoop, and her face changed in shock. Her eyes were as big as fists. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She excitedly ordered loudly, "Quick! Quick! Take the water in the scoop and weigh it to see if there are really 2 taels." The maid beside her received the order and immediately stepped forward, carefully took the scoop, and walked away. After a while, the maid returned again and hurriedly replied to the princess, "It is indeed 2 taels. Jun Qingran was shocked when she heard the words, and looked at Su Maoyang with a complicated expression. This time, she was not excited, but calmed down. It was just that her stiff expression made people know that she must be in turmoil. Although the other women didn't understand how Su Maoyang filled 2 liang of water, they no longer had any complaints or doubts after seeing the complicated process and the correct result. They looked at Su Maoyang with unprecedented admiration. Maybe if she passed the level once or twice, they would think she was lucky. But she answered such a difficult question. It was no longer luck, but strength. Seeing her calm and confident temperament, everyone suddenly felt that Su Maoyang was even more stunning than Chu Yuan's beautiful face. At this moment, they realized that there is a kind of beauty that is not about appearance, but from the heart, from the inner beauty, which is more admirable and intriguing. In comparison, Chu Yuan was overshadowed by her empty flower stand. Before, Du Fira said that Su Maoyang was only worthy of being a foil for Chu Yuan. But now it seems that Chu Yuan is more like a foil for Su Maoyang. Others were looking at Su Maoyang, and Jun Qingran was also looking at her. She didn't expect Su Maoyang's strength to be so poor, but her brain was so smart that she was definitely the most outstanding among these women. In the past 2 days, she also set people to investigate Su Maoyang's background and found that there was no information about this person. She only knew that she was not from the Yunlu Dark Domain and seemed to have no background, which made her very mysterious. In addition, this woman looked very young and had little experience. But she could easily solve the 3 problems raised by the Burning Blood City. There were too many strange things, so she had to think of her as a spy. Apart from the spies of the Burning Blood City, who could solve the problem so smoothly? Su Maoyang. This woman is too suspicious. Thinking of this, Jun Qingran narrowed her eyes, projecting a sharp light, and asked in a low voice, Su Maoyang, I heard that you are not from the dark domain of Yunlu. Where are you from? I want to hear the truth. Speaking of the issue of identity, everyone was curious and looked at her expectantly. Su Maoyang was slightly startled, and after a moment of silence, she replied, I am from Longxan Town. If you say you are from the lower plane, there will probably be a lot of trouble. And Longxan Town is at least the territory of Joyo Continent, not belonging to any country, so it is easier for the princess to believe it. But Su Maoyang made a wrong calculation this time. Jun Qingran is definitely not an easy target to fool. Her eyes turned fierce, and she suddenly yelled, How dare you lie in front of me? Su Maoyang was shocked by the yelling, and hurriedly lowered her head. I dare not. Humph. Dare not. I think you are very bold. Even I dare to deceive and conceal. I warn you. Don't treat me as a fool. I know clearly whether there is a person like you in Longxan Town. You better tell the truth. Did the Lord of Burning Blood send you to assassinate the Emperor? Jun Qingran pointed at Su Maoyang and scolded and questioned fiercely, frightening everyone. Oh my god. A spy? Su Maoyang is actually a spy sent by the Burning Blood City? I understand. No wonder she knows the answers to all the questions. She is a spy. Everyone was shocked inside when they heard this thunderbolt news. Su Maoyang was also frightened by Jun Qingran's harsh words. When did she become a spy? Chapter 517, She is from the lower plane. If she is considered a spy, she will be beheaded. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Su Maoyang hurriedly explained, Princess, although I am not from Longxan Town, I am definitely not a spy from Burning Blood City. Even if Burning Blood City wants to send spies, it should send some masters, not someone like me. Please be discerning and don't wrongly accuse a good person. As he said this, Su Maoyang knelt down and kowtowed. Looking sincere and sincere, Jun Qingran just snorted coldly, obviously not believing her words. Humph. Since you are not from Longxan Town, why lie to others? In my opinion, you are clearly trying to deliberately cover up some conspiracy, trying to get close to the Emperor and murder the Emperor. Su Maoyang didn't expect Jun Qingran's imagination to be so big that she even made up such a conspiracy. Faced with this situation, she knew clearly that if she didn't tell the truth now, not only would she not be able to investigate Jun Haotsang's whereabouts, but she would also be beheaded as a spy. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and told the truth, replying to the princess, I am not from the Burning Blood City. I am from the lower plane. Jun Qingran was shocked when she heard this, frowned, and asked in disbelief, What? The lower plane? You are from the lower plane? Su Maoyang nodded heavily. Yes. When everyone heard this, it was like a thunder bomb exploded above their heads. And they were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. The lower plane. Did they hear it wrong? The ants from the lower plane actually ran to the Jiuyo continent. Everyone found it incredible. And their eyes almost fell out of their eyes when they stared at Su Maoyang, thinking that the person they admired was actually an ant from the lower plane. The girls' faces were uglier than eating feces. Chu Yuyin was in tears and laughter when she learned about this. She never expected that the person who defeated her and stole her limelight actually had such a despicable identity. It was really ironic. You have to know that people in the lower planes are all spurn trash. Knowing her identity, the girls around her all stepped back and looked at Su Maoyang with disgust. As if standing with her lowered their status. Jun Qingran's face turned pale and blue, staring at Su Maoyang blankly, showing an expression that he couldn't grasp the key. The truth was beyond her expectations. More shocking than her being a spy of the Burning Blood City. With such a humble identity, she actually had the courage to run to the Nine Nether Continent and dared to covet the position of the Emperor's concubine. Wouldn't this woman be too shameless? Jun Qingran finally understood it completely. No wonder she had to hide her identity. Because once her identity was exposed, she could not be elected as the Emperor's concubine. Thinking that an ant also wanted to get involved in Jun Haotsong, Jun Qingran's heart was filled with extreme anger and contempt. How dare you? An ant from the lower plane dare to covet the position of the imperial concubine. Come on. Drive her out of the palace. Jun Qingran pointed at Su Maoyang and shouted angrily. Soon, several guards stepped forward and wanted to capture Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was anxious and begged loudly. Princess, I want to see Emperor Yunlu. I want to confirm whether he is someone I know. Just one look will be enough. The women who were watching did not expect that Su Maoyang was still daydreaming at this critical moment. And they immediately laughed at her with disdain. TSK TSK TSK. A waste from the lower plane also wants to marry Emperor Yunlu. This is definitely the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Humph. How can a lowly person like you meet Emperor Yunlu? Get out of here and don't embarrass yourself here. Seeing this, Si Huiyun laughed with gloating. Ha ha. Your maid said that Emperor Yunlu loves you to death. I really don't know where the ants from the lower planes get the courage to say such big words. I won't believe it even if I die if you say that Emperor Yunlu likes women from the lower planes. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter and pointed at Su Maoyang, spitting on her to the extreme. Emperor Yunlu is the peak powerhouse of the Nine Nether Continent. When he says a word, the entire Nine Nether Continent will tremble. Such a strong man. The god in the eyes of women. How could he like ants from the lower planes? Seeing this scene, Chu Yuan's angry mood suddenly became cheerful. She stared at Su Maoyang from a high position, and a smile of victory appeared on her lips. She thought Su Maoyang was a threatening and ruthless character. But now it seems that she is not to be feared at all. Even if she is smart, her lowly status will never be as good as mine. No, she is not even qualified to compare with me. Thinking of this, Chu Yuyin raised a hint of pride at the corner of her mouth, and her nervous heart was completely relieved. This position of imperial concubine must belong to her. Jun Qingran did not expect Su Maoyang to be so thick-skinned that she actually asked to see the emperor. She immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Asshole! Do you think you are worthy of seeing the emperor? You quickly drag her out, and don't let me see her again." The guards received the order, and hurried forward to capture Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang knew that he was no match for these people in a head-on confrontation. So he simply endured it, and stood up suddenly. No need. I can go by myself. After that, she turned and left in the contemptuous eyes of everyone. When the old man Jinjuan saw that Su Maoyang was really going to leave, he hurriedly asked, "It's so hard to get into the palace. And it's a pity to leave like this." Su Maoyang looked around, and said in his heart, "It's not my character to give up like this." After that, she took advantage of the fact that there was no one around and hid in the dark. These days, she has been forbearing and not taking action. Just observing the terrain of the palace. The people here are too strong. If she is not careful, she will lose her life. So she dare not take risks. However, after observing these days, Su Maoyang has been familiar with the terrain of the palace. She originally planned to take action tomorrow. But looking at the situation, she has to act tonight. At night, the sky seemed to be covered with a layer of black cloth. with a few sparse stars and no moonlight. At this time, Su Maoyang hid in the grass outside the Yunlu Palace, observing the patrolling guards. Yesterday, the demon Martin went to help her explore the road and found that the bedroom of Emperor Yunlu was in Yunlu Palace. However, Yunlu Palace was guarded by the forest, and there were patrolling guards everywhere. It could not enter and had to turn back. These days, Su Maoyang has not seen the figure of Emperor Yunlu, and Yunlu Palace is so tightly protected by the guards. No matter how she looks at it, she feels that there is something fishy. So tonight, she must go in and find out. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang summoned the blue cloud leopard and whispered, "You run the fastest. It is not easy for them to catch you. You go to lead the guards away first. If there is danger, just run away by yourself. Don't worry about me." The blue cloud leopard nodded heavily, rushed out of the bushes, and ran in another direction. The guards outside Yunlu Palace suddenly heard the movement, and shouted and chased in the direction of the blue cloud leopard. Taking this opportunity, Su Maoyang shot into Yunlu Palace like an arrow from a bow and ran straight towards the side hall. Chapter 518. His life is more important than hers. The white jade floor shimmered with crystal light, and even at night, the entire hall was illuminated. At this time, Su Maoyang was in no mood to observe the exquisite and luxurious furnishings around her. As soon as she entered the side hall, she was attracted by the curling white smoke behind the gauze curtain. From a distance, behind the gauze curtain, on the bed, a figure was looming under the cover of white smoke. Although it was not clear, Su Maoyang didn't know why. Her heart seemed to be grabbed by a hand, and she felt some pain and tension. She lifted the gauze curtain and slowly approached the bed until she could clearly see the stunning face on the bed. She completely lost control and choked up and cried. Hao Tsong. At this time, Jun Hao Tsong was lying motionless on the bed. His beautiful face was pale without a trace of blood. His pair of ice blue eyes as blue as the deep sea were closed powerlessly, without the usual brilliance, only the haggard black eyes. Even his breathing seemed very weak. The dying look seemed to be transformed into the white smoke around him and disappeared from Su Maoyang's eyes. In an instant, Su Maoyang's tears surged and burst out, and she rushed over and grabbed Jun Hao Tsong's hand. The coldness of the attack scared her. Hao Tsong, what's wrong with you? Why did you become like this? Don't scare me. Wake up! Su Maoyang shook his body hard, trembling with fear. She had tried so hard, experienced life and death, done so many things, taken so many risks, and escaped death several times just to see him. Now that she finally saw him, he was lying weakly on the bed. What on earth was this? What on earth was this? Su Maoyang collapsed. The piercing pain instantly spread throughout her body, making her burst into tears and sob. You liar. You said you would wait for me. You said you would take good care of yourself for me. You said you would never let me go in this life. You said you couldn't bear to leave me alone. You gave me so many promises. But now you are lying here. What is that? Answer me. Su Maoyang's hoarse voice was full of grief. And when Jun Hao Tsong fell, her whole world fell with him. Seeing her sad, the old man Jinjuan couldn't help but explain with heartache. Young master, last time Jun Hao Tsong's soul blocked the attack for you. His body would also be severely damaged. So, Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this. And her choked throat seemed to be blocked by cotton. And she couldn't breathe because of this oppression. It's me. It's because of me again. Su Maoyang cried and shook her head, her heart aching as if it was about to be torn apart. The cold disease was because of her. The injury was because of her. And even the coma now was because of her. At this moment, Su Maoyang suddenly hated herself. If it weren't for her, Jun Hao Tsong, the Yunlu Emperor of Yunlu Dark Domain, the peak powerhouse of Jiuyo continent, who could hurt him? But such a proud child of heaven, now because of her, was lying lifeless on the bed, putting Yunlu Dark Domain into crisis. What virtue and ability did she, Su Maoyang, have? For Su Maoyang, traveling to this dangerous world is equivalent to living a new life. Some people say that people's memory starts from the moment they have the most profound impression. But Su Maoyang's memory starts from the first time she saw the man named Nanqingjue. She still can't forget that pair of ice blue eyes flashing coldly in the dark night, which hit her heart directly. That was the first time he saved her, and he stopped the Su family from hunting her down. She had never forgotten that she had killed the daughter of the Su family, and she was condemned to death. She was deserted by everyone in the world. And everyone wanted her dead. Only he was not afraid of the power of the Su family. And he broke into the palace to protect her. When she was trapped by the Mo family's formation. He didn't care about exposing his strength. And he was not afraid of the blood debt. And he was not afraid of the world scolding him for his bloody and brutal behavior. And he still wiped out the entire Mo family for her. She knew that behind his cruelty and bloodiness, it was all because of her. When she was injured in her practice and became possessed, he sneaked into her room at night to heal her. He knew that his body could not use spiritual power. But he endured the torture of cold disease and silently endured everything, just to wish her safety and health. When Feng Moxia appeared, she was on the verge of life and death. Jun Haotsong knew that if he broke the seal, he would be plagued by cold disease. He knew that even so, he was no match for Feng Moxia. He knew that it was a dead end. But he still took her into his arms without hesitation, blocking all dangers for her, and could not bear to see anyone hurt her. He was covered with bruises and left to recuperate without telling her. When they fell into the bottomless pit, only one of them could survive. At the critical moment of life and death, he chose to save her without hesitation, because he said that she was more important than his life. When she faced the ancient beast alone, she had already seen death as home. But when death really came, even if he was not around, his human soul still escorted her and died for her. He said that no matter where he was, his heart was with her. Counting carefully, Jun Haotsong saved her life 7 times. When she was most vulnerable and helpless, it was Jun Haotsong who protected her. Su Maoyang knows better than anyone that if there was no Jun Haotsong, there would be no Su Maoyang today. She was lonely in her previous life and had to handle everything by herself. It was not until Jun Haotsong appeared that she realized that she was also very fragile, and that she was also a woman who needed to be loved and cared for. In front of him, she didn't have to pretend to be strong or show off, because she knew that Jun Haotsong could hold up the sky for her, no matter what danger she encountered. As long as he was there, she would be safe. So, in her mind, Jun Haotsong was powerful, omnipotent, and indestructible. No matter what problems or dangers she encountered, he could solve them and use his body to block all dangers for her. Only Jun Haotsong in this world could understand her, pamper her, protect her, and understand her. He didn't care about her appearance and strength, and took her under his wings without hesitation, and didn't allow anyone to trample or hurt her. However, seeing him lying weakly on the bed with his eyes closed, even his breathing seemed weak, Su Maoyang realized that Jun Haotsong was not a god. He was also a human being. When he blocked the damage for himself, his body would also hurt and be weak. Perhaps it was because he was too strong that Su Maoyang actually ignored his fragility and his pain. All along the way, in the eyes of others, she was very strong. So she had always been protecting the people she cared about. But it was Jun Haotsong who silently protected her. Realizing this, Su Maoyang felt as if her heart was cut by a knife. And she was so painful that she couldn't breathe. He once said that she was more important than his life. And for her, it was not the same. However, just when Su Maoyang was crying, a large group of guards suddenly rushed in from outside, and the dazzling torches instantly illuminated the entire side hall. Humph! Su Maoyang, you still said that you were not a spy. And now you are caught by me. Let's see if you dare to quibble. A loud and angry female voice suddenly exploded. Chapter 519 The Last Test. At this time, Su Maoyang saw Jun Qingran leading the guards to walk in quickly, and the entire side hall was surrounded in an instant. Su Maoyang heard the spy and knew that she was misunderstood, and immediately explained, "Princess, I am really not a spy, and I will never murder Jun Haotsong." "Humph! You sneaked to Yunlu Palace to get close to the emperor, and I caught you red-handed. You still dare to say that you are not a spy? Come on! Arrest her and beat her to death immediately." Jun Qingran was too lazy to listen to her explanation now, and gave the order in a cold voice. The guards received the order and stepped forward one after another, trying to capture Su Maoyang. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly ran in from outside, knelt down in front of Jun Qingran, and cowed out heavily. "Princess, please spare her. Give her a way out." Su Maoyang saw the person coming and widened his eyes in shock. Black Owl. Jun Qingran was shocked and looked at Black Owl, then at Su Maoyang, and asked in surprise, "Black Owl, you and the spy know each other?" Black Owl shook his head hurriedly. Princess, you misunderstood. She is not a spy. Jun Qingran frowned even more when she heard this. If she is not a spy, then who is she? You are the secret guard beside the Emperor. But you know her. Tell me, who is she? Black Owl turned pale after being yelled at, raised his eyes to look at Su Maoyong, then looked at the unconscious Jun Haocong, and was so entangled that he almost bit off his tongue. Su Maoyong's identity cannot be revealed. Once it is revealed, Jun Qingran will not let go of a woman who deceived the Emperor and hurt him. But if she doesn't reveal it now, she will be regarded as a spy and executed immediately. Su Maoyong's life would be in danger whether he told her or not. And He Xiao couldn't make up his mind. I guarantee with my life that Su Maoyong is definitely not a spy. I begged the princess to let her go. He Xiao didn't know what to do. So he kowtowed and pleaded for Su Maoyong. Seeing that he didn't answer her question directly, Jun Qingran gritted her teeth and said, He Xiao, I'll give you one last chance. Who is she? In fact, she didn't need to ask. Seeing He Xiao's behavior, she roughly guessed Su Maoyong's identity. At the beginning, she asked him who was the woman who heard Jun Haocong, and He Xiao gritted his teeth and refused to reveal her identity. But now, the always steady He Xiao would plead for a woman, and he also refused to reveal her identity. Jun Haocong had been hiding in the lower plane for a few years, and Su Maoyong said that he was from the lower plane. Who else could it be except the woman who heard Jun Haocong? Thinking of this, Jun Qingran was furious. His bloodshot eyes were filled with extreme anger, and he gritted his teeth and yelled, Su Maoyong, it turns out that you are the woman who hurt Songer like this. I will not forgive you today. As he said this, Jun Qingran no longer asked anyone to take action, but burst out the spiritual power of the early Jun Lingshi and attacked Su Maoyong fiercely. When He Xiao saw this, he was so scared that his eyes were broken, and he rushed forward and blocked Jun Qingran's attack. He Xiao was not Jun Qingran's opponent, and was immediately hit by the fierce spiritual power. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood, and was seriously injured. When Su Maoyong saw this, he was shocked and immediately ran over to help him up. He Xiao, you are crazy. You will die like this. My life belongs to my master. I know my master cannot live without you. What my master cares about is what I want to protect. He Xiao once looked down on Su Maoyong and was angry that his master liked the ants of the lower plane. But he knew that Su Maoyong was his life. If something happened to Su Maoyong, his master would not live in vain. Even if he didn't consider Su Maoyong, he had to consider Jun Haocong. Su Maoyong was shocked when she heard these words. She knew that He Xiao was so desperate because of Jun Haocong. At this moment, she realized that even if Jun Haocong was not by her side, even if he was unconscious, even if he couldn't save her in time, or even had no ability to save her now, he could always make proper arrangements for her, always protect her and relieve her of worries. Before he was a human soul, now he is He Xiao. This heart and this love are more touching than getting hurt for her or dying for her, because she knew that as long as he was there, she would be fine. This is a silent promise, which fell into Su Maoyong's heart, heavy and warm, but still made her nose sour. She didn't know how much Jun Haocong had paid for her. Jun Qingran was also shocked when he saw the scene, staring at He Xiao in astonishment. He Xiao, you are so presumptuous. You dared to save the enemy of the Emperor. He Xiao heard this, covered his chest, let the blood flow from the corner of his mouth, and said with difficulty, Princess, she is not an enemy. She is the one the Emperor loves deeply. If you kill her, how do you want the Emperor to live? Jun Qingran was shocked. His body trembled, and he staggered back 2 steps, with a look of deep shock on his face. Deep love? You actually used these 2 words. Jun Qingran obviously couldn't accept that Jun Haocong actually loved a woman from the lower plane. What a shame it was. If it was spread out, he, the Emperor, was actually hanging out with a lowly waste, and he would become a laughing stock in the Jiuyo continent. Jun Qingran shook her head in horror. No! I can't let this happen. I won't allow it. If this happens, then Su Maoyong can't stay. As he spoke, Jun Qingran waved his sleeves again, wanting to attack. But He Xiao stubbornly stood in front of Su Maoyong, holding his head high, ready to die. Kill me if you want to kill me. I can't bear to watch my master die. So let me die for him. Although Jun Qingran was angry with He Xiao, He knew that He Xiao was a secret guard that Jun Haotsong valued, and they had a deep relationship. If he really wanted to kill him, Jun Qingran would definitely not be able to do it. You humph. Jun Qingran's raised arm froze in the air for a long time before he was forced to let it go. Su Maoyang, I'll spare your life today in front of He Xiao. Get out of here and never appear in my sight or Son'er sight. Forever. Jun Qingran pointed at the door and shouted angrily. Her face was flushed with anger, and she was about to explode. Su Maoyang anxiously retorted after hearing this, No. I won't leave. He is unconscious now. How can I abandon him? I want to stay with him. Jun Haotsong once said that no matter what danger he encountered, he would not leave her alone. But now, he was in danger and needed her. How could she leave him alone? Even if it was the Yellow Spring Road, she would accompany him. At least not let him be alone. Seeing Su Maoyang's stubborn look, Jun Qingran's pupils widened in shock, and she trembled with anger. I gave you a chance. But you didn't want it. Princess, you can hate me and disagree with us being together. But can I beg you to let me stay with him before he wakes up? I just want to accompany him through the most difficult days. Jun Haotsong always bears too much alone and never shows weakness in front of her, not wanting to make her worry. Now that he has fallen, she just wants to guard him and take care of him. Nothing else. He Xiao heard this and nodded in agreement. Princess, with Miss Su here, the master will definitely wake up. Just agree to let her stay. Jun Qingran was dissatisfied when she thought of her humble status. Since Su Maoyang was so persistent, she was not polite either. Since you said you love him, well, I'll see how much you love him. Tomorrow is the last test of courage. As long as you pass the test, I will agree to let you stay. Chapter 520 The Poison Pool. Su Maoyang heard that there was hope to stay, and without thinking, she agreed decisively, Okay, I will accept tomorrow's test. And I just need you to keep your word. Jun Qingran frowned and snorted coldly, with a haze in his eyes, and shouted to the guards beside him. Take her back to Yunxiu Palace, and guard her well tonight. If she plays tricks, kill her immediately. No need to report. The guards received the order, clasped their fists respectfully, and quickly stepped forward to grab Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang hated being touched by others, opened their hands, and said coldly, I can walk by myself. After that, she took a deep look at Jun Haotsong on the couch, suppressed the pain in her heart, and walked out of Yunlu Palace. Su Maoyang's return to Yunxiu Palace immediately caused an uproar. The girls in Yunxiu Palace did not expect Su Maoyang to come back, and they all ran out to watch in surprise. Didn't Su Maoyang get kicked out? How come she's here? Si Huiyun frowned in disbelief and asked dissatisfiedly. Look, there are several guards following her. What's going on? She's back in Yunxiu Palace now. Does that mean she's going to participate in the Imperial Concubine selection with us? Du Firu, who was far away, was shocked when she heard this. She came close to Chu Yun and asked in a low voice, Yun, this Su Maoyang is really weird. She was kicked out before, and now she's back again. She's so annoying. I think we should kill her and get rid of the root of the problem. Chu Yun, who was standing aside, had a cold face. She looked at Su Maoyang calmly, with a hint of contempt. She sneered. Since her identity in the lower plane was exposed, she has no longer been qualified to compete with me. She will never be able to do it in this life. Chu Yun is now a late-stage venerable spiritual master, while Su Maoyang is a holy spiritual master. Whether in terms of status, appearance, or strength, Su Maoyang is not as good as herself. She has completely lost the qualification to compete for the position of Emperor's concubine, even if she passes all the tests. The princess and the various forces in the Yunlu Dark Domain will never agree that the Yunlu Emperor will marry a woman from the lower plane. Therefore, Su Maoyang is no threat or meaning to her now, but just a jumping clown. But Du Firu was still a little worried. Chu Yun frowned and glared at her sinisterly. No buts. I will definitely win this selection of concubines. After saying that, she retracted her sight and turned into the room. The next morning, the morning breeze blew on her face, bringing a refreshing feeling. It is said that today is the last round of tests. As long as you pass this test, those who score more than 10 points will have the opportunity to become the Emperor's concubine. Now the highest score is naturally Chu Yun. Privately, everyone tacitly acknowledges the fact that she is the Emperor's concubine. However, when the girls were arranged to the legendary Forbidden Area, They completely gave up this idea and covered their mouths in horror. It is rumored that there is a forbidden area in the palace city of Yunlu Dark Domain. And there is a pool called Wanting Poison Pool in this forbidden area. It is said that this is the most dangerous and terrifying place in the palace city. So it is set as a forbidden area. It is said that only Yunlu Emperor went into this pool for cultivation. And no one could come out of the poison pool alive later. Therefore, this Wanting Poison Pool has become a place to punish extremely evil people, which can be called hell. The girls have also heard about the Wanting Poison Pool, but have never seen it with their own eyes. However, now that they have seen it, they are all scared pale, and can't help but step back a few steps. Because the poison pool was full of poisonous snakes, scorpions, spiders, toads, and some weird-looking poisonous insects that could not be named. The water in the whole pool was stained black by their poison. The bubbles floating on the water surface were shining green when the sun shone on them, which looked extremely disgusting. Many women with weaker tolerance could not help but vomit. This scene was so shocking that even men could not accept it, let alone a group of girls. Just when everyone was afraid, Jun Qingran suddenly came from a distance. She glanced at the crowd coldly, and her cold eyes finally fell on Su Maoyang, and a hidden sneer jumped in her eyes. Since she couldn't kill Su Maoyang herself, she had to use means to force her back. Thinking about it, Jun Qingran raised his eyebrows and announced loudly, "You can see that this is the legendary Wanning Poison Pool, which gathers the most poisonous poisons in the world. I once said that the third round of the test is courage. If you want to stand beside the Emperor of Yunlu, you will face countless dangers in this life. So the Emperor's concubine must have the courage that other women do not have. If you can jump into the poison pool for the Emperor, you can pass the test successfully and hope to become the Emperor's woman." As soon as Jun Qingran finished speaking, the whole audience was shocked and made a noise. Such a test is really too vicious. If they jump in, they will lose their lives. How can they be the women of the Emperor's concubine? This is definitely a challenge. How can they complete such a test? The girls' full expectations instantly vanished, and they retreated and retreated. Although they really want to be the Emperor's woman, they don't want to lose their lives here. If they lose their lives, what's the point of being the Emperor's concubine's woman? Is it just to set up a tablet? Everyone was so frightened by the poison in the poison pool that they trembled all over and no longer had the idea of participating in the selection of concubines. Even Chuyuyin, who had always vowed to do so, was shocked by this scene and turned pale and sweated all over. This test was not a selection of concubines at all, but a test of life. Only the Emperor of Yunlu came out alive from the Yunlu Dark Domain. No matter who fell in, no one would be left with a corpse. Thinking of this, Dufira couldn't help shouting, "Princess, this test is too difficult. Isn't it forcing people to death?" Jun Qingran raised her cold eyebrows when she heard this, and responded indifferently, "I said just now that standing next to the Emperor, you will face death at any time. And the way the enemy kills you is much more bloody and cruel than this poison pool. If you can't even pass this level, you are not worthy of the status of the Emperor's concubine." Hearing this, the girls knew that there was no chance of compromise at this level. They either had to bite the bullet or give up the selection of concubines completely. Chuyuyin wanted to marry the Emperor. How could she be willing to give up now? However, just when Chuyuyin was gritting her teeth and sweating, a clear and firm voice suddenly sounded not far away. "I jump." Everyone was shocked when they heard the voice, and looked in horror. Su Maoyang walked out of the crowd, with a beautiful face full of shocking determination. Even Chuyuyin stared at her in surprise, and was shocked in her heart. Is this woman crazy? She dared to jump into the Wanning Poison Pool. Chapter 521 Jun Haotsong's Rage. Jun Qingran also stared at Su Maoyang in shock. He couldn't believe she was really going to jump. With bulging eyes, he asked in disbelief, "Su Maoyang, you have to think it over. That's the Wanning Poison Pool." Su Maoyang looked at Jun Qingran without flinching. "I'll jump. I just hope you keep your promise and let me stay." Before Jun Qingran could reply, and the other women couldn't react either, Su Maoyang suddenly turned around, jumped into the poison pool with a splash. In the eyes of everyone's horror, her whole body was instantly submerged in the dark poisonous water, and the poisonous substances in the entire pool also became agitated, quickly gathering towards the place where Su Maoyang fell. This scene made everyone shudder and broke into cold sweats. Jun Qingran and Chuyuyin were stunned by Su Maoyang's crazy behavior. their mouths wide open to fit an egg. Mad. She is really a madman. Chu Yun looked at the densely packed poisonous creatures. Her heartbeat accelerated, her muscles twitched, and her eyes were about to pop out. Chu Yun knew better than anyone that Su Maoyang was a smart person. But she was so stupid that she jumped into the poison pool. So she could only be described as a madman. Jun Qingran was also shocked by this scene and was speechless. Looking at the turbulent pool water, his heart was hit hard. However, just as everyone was shocked, they heard a heart-wrenching roar suddenly erupted in the distance. Like a thunderbolt, smashing down from the sky. Lianer. The deafening roar, accompanied by a powerful breath, rushed in the face, shocking everyone to step back and look up. A black figure rushed over from a distance, his clothes fluttering, and a shocking arc was drawn in the wind. That peerless and stunning face was distorted with fear, grief and anger, and the usually cold and sharp ice blue eyes were surging with extreme rage and grief at this moment. Like a captive beast, roaring and bursting out with violent power. Jun Qingran didn't expect Jun Haocong to wake up. Seeing him appear, she was surprised and excited, and shouted, "Songer!" When she shouted, the girls also recognized the identity of the man in black, and all of them widened their eyes in amazement. The girls in the Dark Domain City were fortunate enough to have seen Jun Haocong once or twice, but the girls from other towns had never seen Jun Haocong's face, and their hearts were beating fast when they saw him at this time. They had heard that Emperor Yunlu was handsome and extraordinary. Today, they saw that he was indeed as good-looking as the rumor said. He was even more outstanding than the rumors. That face, which was more beautiful and delicate than a woman's, seemed to be carved by nature, which made people's heart beat faster and couldn't take their eyes off. In fact, Jun Haocong was more beautiful in the past, but after his body fell, he borrowed Nan Qingjue's appearance, which made him not as stunning as before. However, fortunately, after 5 years of fusion of body and soul, Nan Qingjue's appearance became more and more similar to his original appearance. And now he can be called a handsome man in the world. The girls had long admired him, and now seeing him appear, they were all so excited that they couldn't find their direction. They all flirted and posed, wanting to show their most beautiful side in exchange for the favor of the emperor. But Jun Haocong, who had rushed in frantically, didn't stop at all. Even Jun Qingran didn't have time to speak. He jumped into the Wanyin poison pool without hesitation. And there was another loud splash, which frightened everyone. Jun Haocong sank into the poison pool, and suddenly raised his arm. The fierce spiritual power immediately shattered the poisonous creatures gathered around Su Maoyang. Then he nervously picked up the unconscious Su Maoyang, jumped out of the poison pool, and returned to the shore. He hugged Su Maoyang's cold body tightly, trembling with anger, and his ice blue eyes flashed with tears of forbearance. His handsome face was taut with a layer of terrible blue veins because of anger and grief. It was obvious that he was extremely sad. The girls were shocked by this scene, standing there like clay figures, unable to react for a long time. And Jun Qingran also stared at Jun Haocong in a daze, and was frightened by the murderous aura emanating from his body, and dared not come forward. Songer Yushi wanted to ask, but before she finished speaking, she saw the collapsed Jun Haocong waving his sleeves manically, and suddenly hit a force, which immediately shocked Jun Qingran back several meters. Get lost. An angry roar erupted from the depths of the soul, echoing noisily over the entire Forbidden Land, shocking everyone with fear and trembling all over. Even Jun Qingran was frightened by Jun Haocong at this moment. For so many years, he has always respected and loved her, and never said a harsh word to her. But today, he not only told her to get lost, but also shook her back. Is this still the Jun Haocong she knows? Songer, what's wrong with you? I'm your sister. Jun Qingran opened her eyes wide in disbelief and asked softly. Jun Haocong's eyes were scarlet, and his ice blue pupils were full of murderous sinisterness. It seemed that a raging fire was burning in his pupils. With a glance, he wanted to burn everyone to ashes. Get lost. All of you get lost. Jun Haocong hugged Su Maoyang, raised his head and roared. His roar was sharp and high, like a raging wave, and his body burst out with fierce spiritual power, which shook violently, and all the women around were shaken away. Even Jun Qingran was not spared. But fortunately, she was strong enough to resist with difficulty, looking at Jun Haocong with horror. At this time, Jun Haocong hugged Su Maoyang's body tightly, trembling with heartache, and burst into tears, crying so hard that it made people feel distressed. Jun Haotsong was not good at speaking, and had never shown his vulnerable side in front of the world, let alone crying, because in everyone's eyes, he was a powerful and indestructible god. But now seeing his trembling body, twisted expression, and tears that were rarer than rare treasures, everyone was shocked and at a loss, unable to speak or have the strength. Staring at this scene, completely shocked, he sobbed Su Maoyang's name sadly, and his low and sobbing voice shocked the people around him to gasp. Is this still the omnipotent emperor, who is so powerful that everyone looks up to him? Call the imperial physician! Call the imperial physician! Jun Haotsong shouted furiously, ignoring the shocked gazes around him, and then ran towards Yunlu Palace with Su Maoyang in his arms. The black owl who had been following him all the way received the order, and immediately turned around to call the imperial physician. Jun Qingran, who was standing there in a daze, saw Jun Haotsong leave, and then reacted and followed him. A group of women who were selecting concubines were left, staring stupidly in the direction where Jun Haotsong left, unable to recover for a long time. Did I see it wrong just now? The emperor of Yunlu actually jumped into the poison pool without hesitation to save Su Maoyang? Si Huiyun was frightened and asked in a low voice in shock. Si Luoxuan nodded, his face expressionless. You're not mistaken. I saw it too. Si Huiyun turned her head slightly, her eyes wide open, and exclaimed loudly, So, what that girl said is true. Su Maoyang is the sweetheart of Emperor Yunlu. Chapter 522, Is she the sweetheart of Yunlu Emperor? Si Huiyun's exclamation attracted the attention of all the women at once. Everyone stared at her in surprise, and seemed to be quite shocked. Si Luoxuan looked at her stiffly, with indescribable shock in his pupils. It seems that she is. Hearing this, Si Huiyun's legs softened, and she accidentally fell to the ground. Thinking of the furious collapse of Yunlu Emperor just now, her face was as pale as window paper. If Su Maoyang is really the sweetheart of Yunlu Emperor, then she has offended the emperor? Thinking of this, Si Huiyun's hair stood up all over her body. The emperor is said to be cold and ruthless. How come he is different from the rumors? Si Huiyun muttered to herself in fear, and couldn't digest this fact for a long time. The girls recalled the scene just now, and smacked their lips in shock. Some of them couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the emperor never gets close to women, and is always cold to people and things. I have never seen him angry or happy. He is always high and mighty, calm and sharp, and people dare not get close to him. This is the first time I have seen him get angry and even cry. The woman who spoke was from the Dark Domain City. Because of her family relationship, she had seen the emperor several times. Over the years, she had also heard her father tell her many stories about him. Jun Haotsong always gave people the impression of being unattainable, cold and heartless. No matter what happened, he remained calm, planned, and was so powerful that he had no emotions, did not feel pain or tired, and there seemed to be no such word as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in his dictionary. So in their minds, he was a god, not a human. The emperor is so in love with that woman named Su Maoyang. The other woman sighed with emotion when she heard this, and was shocked and envious. When Qu Yun heard this, she shook her head excitedly and shouted in disbelief. No! Impossible. For so many years, the emperor has never been interested in women. I have never heard that he has liked any woman. My father works for him every day, and I know him best. They must not be in that kind of relationship. Definitely not. Qu Yun was stimulated. Her eyes bulged, and her pretty face flushed. Such an expression instantly destroyed all her beauty, and she no longer had her usual elegant and noble posture. Qu Yun claimed to know Jun Haotsong best. She could hear about his daily dynamics from her father every day, but she had never heard of Su Maoyang. How could she accept or believe that the emperor fell in love with an ant from the lower plane? The other women nodded half-heartedly when they heard this. They had never heard of Su Maoyang's name either. If she was really the emperor's sweetheart, it should have been a big deal. Why was there no news at all? Du Firu agreed loudly. Yes, if Su Maoyang and the emperor really had that kind of relationship, why would she come to participate in the concubine selection competition and compete with us? This is too unreasonable. I think there must be something fishy about it. The girls all felt that this analysis made sense, and they became more suspicious of Su Maoyang's identity. After all, It was indeed too weird for the emperor to fall in love with a woman from the lower plane. At this moment, the cold Yunlu palace was surrounded by people, and all the imperial doctors in the Yunlu dark domain were summoned to the palace. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Emperor Yunlu and his sharp eyes that could kill people, the imperial doctors trembled as they treated the girl on the couch, fearing that if they shook their hands, Jun Haotsong would cut her neck. Although there were a large group of people gathered, the whole side hall seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds because of Jun Haotsong's pressure. They were so depressed that they couldn't breathe and even breathe carefully. Upon hearing the news that Jun Haotsong had woken up, Jun Yue also rushed over without stopping. However, as soon as he entered the side hall, he saw all the imperial doctors surrounding a woman. He was shocked and asked Jun Qingran with a surprised face, "What is going on? Who is the woman on the bed?" Jun Qingran was in a very complicated mood. He stood in the side hall for an hour and dared not breathe. He was really frightened by Jun Haotsong's behavior today. Now that Jun Yue came, he seemed to have found a support. With red eyes, he vented his dissatisfaction and grievances in his heart. The woman jumped into the 10,000 poison pool, and Songer rescued her. For so many years, Songer has never violated my wishes. Now he actually beat me up for that woman. What? Songer beat you? How is it possible? Wait, you said the 10,000 poison pool. That's a forbidden place. How could it fall there? Jun Yue got such shocking news as soon as he arrived, and he frowned in shock. Jun Qingran glared at Su Maoyang on the couch with resentment, gritting his teeth and complaining. It's all because of that woman, a waste from the lower plane, who caused Songer to suffer from a cold. Her soul was damaged, and she almost died. Now she dares to dream of marrying Songer. Of course I won't allow it. So the last round of the test will be changed to the 10,000 poison pool. At first, she didn't take Su Maoyang seriously, but after seeing Jun Haotsong's reaction today, she clearly realized the influence of this woman in his mind. You know, as an emperor, Jun Haotsong can't have a weak spot, let alone such a weak spot that will only hinder him. She must not let Songer fall into danger for a woman, and she must not let Yunlu Dark Domain be destroyed because of a woman. Hearing this, Jun Yue's pupils dilated, and he looked at Su Maoyang on the couch with surprise. Then he realized that this person was the woman who almost killed Songer. No wonder Jun Qingran, who could be kind even to the palace maids and subordinates, would do such a cruel thing. As the two were talking, several imperial doctors had already raised their heads and reported to Jun Haotsong. Your Majesty, this girl is deeply poisoned. I have temporarily stopped the spread of the poison with acupuncture. I believe she will wake up soon. But if she wants to save her life, she must use the ice silkworm clothes to protect her body and help her absorb the toxins in her body. She also needs to take a medicinal bath for 2 hours every day until the toxins in her body are eliminated. As for whether all the toxins can be eliminated and survive this disaster, it depends on the luck of this girl. Ice silkworm clothes? Jun Qingran happened to have an ice silkworm clothes, but she kept it as a treasure, and she herself was reluctant to use it. Jun Haotsong thought of this, and suddenly raised his eyes to look at Jun Qingran. As if waiting for her answer, Jun Qingran accepted his gaze, and naturally understood his intention. She immediately rejected it. No. The ice silkworm clothes are a treasure I got with great difficulty. I will never give it to Su Maoyang. I advise you to give up this idea. Su Maoyang hurt Jun Haotsong so badly, and hurt Yunlu Dark Domain so badly. She can be said to be her enemy. She must be crazy to let her give such a precious treasure to Su Maoyang for detoxification. When Jun Haotsong saw Jun Qingran's refusal, his scarlet pupils floated with anger. His face was dark and heavy. He withdrew his gaze from her, looked at the imperial physician again, and asked anxiously, "Can't you take detoxification pills? Pills are the fastest." Several imperial physicians shook their heads. Emperor, the Wanyin poison pool is not an ordinary poison. Pills can only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. If you don't deal with the toxins in your body properly, if there is any residue, you will die. I hope your Majesty will be cautious. After hearing this, Jun Haotsong took a deep look at Su Maoyang on the couch, and his whole heart was pulled together. It seems that detoxification is impossible without ice silkworm clothes. Chapter 523, I know you will come to save me. Jun Qingran saw Jun Haotsong in trouble, and felt a little bit sorry. After thinking about it, he said, "You can give her the ice silkworm clothes. But you must agree to one condition of mine. Jun Haotsong raised his head suddenly, and his eyes were filled with expectation. What condition? Promise me that you will never marry her and let her disappear from your life completely. It must be said that Jun Qingran's condition is cruel, which is more cruel than killing Jun Haotsong. He can endure the torture of cold disease, any torture in the world, and even fearless of life and death. But he can't stand the separation from Su Maoyang. As long as his consciousness is still there, as long as he knows that he is Jun Haotsong, he will never let go of Su Maoyang in this life. He once said that Su Maoyang was more important than his life. Wouldn't it be more painful for him to leave Su Maoyang than to kill him? At that moment, he rejected it without thinking, and his voice was firm and shocking. Sister, I tell you clearly that even if I die, I will die with her. If you want to separate us, I advise you to give up this idea. Jun Qingran didn't expect Jun Haotsong to be so stubborn. In the past, he would listen to her words and suggestions. Even if he disagreed, he would never refute her directly and sharply like this without any mercy. Now Jun Haotsong has really changed, and she doesn't recognize him anymore. Sire, you are really obsessed. You used to put the overall situation first. Are you going to abandon the Yunlu Dark Domain for a woman? If you do, other forces in the Yunlu Dark Domain will not agree. Jun Qingran persuaded earnestly, thinking of him being sick with a cold. His soul was injured, and he was still very weak. But he was running for help for a woman. Her heart was broken. How could she watch a woman destroy her most proud brother and her faith? However, Jun Haotsong looked at her coldly after hearing these words. His blue eyes were calm, but he was determined to die. His deep voice was cold and piercing, and he was too domineering to refute. Even if you are the enemy of the whole world. So what? Hearing this, Jun Qingran's body shook, and he took 2 steps back, looking at him in shock. At this moment, she couldn't believe her ears. He was going to be the enemy of the whole world for a woman. Is he crazy? Not to mention that Jun Qingran was shocked and speechless. Even Jun Yueya was shocked by Jun Haotsong's attitude and turned pale. They grew up watching Jun Haotsong and knew that he rejected women. But they never expected that such an unattainable, cold-blooded and cruel king who never took children's love into consideration would become so crazy for a woman. Now he is like a hedgehog with thorns all over his body. If you get close to him or the woman, you will be stabbed by him. Who is that woman? What ability does she have to turn Jun Haotsong into this? Whether it is Jun Qingran, Jun Yueya or all the doctors present, they are all shocked and confused. Jun Haotsong doesn't want to talk nonsense with him. Doesn't want to see anyone. Now he just wants to be alone with Su Maoyang and heal her wounds. If you don't want to take out the eye silkworm clothes, you can go out. Jun Haotsong ruthlessly ordered to expel them. Jun Qingran gritted his teeth and glanced at Su Maoyang on the couch. He tried to suppress his anger and finally made a difficult decision. Okay, I can give you the eye silkworm clothes, and you don't have to leave her. But I have only one request. Let the group of women who are choosing concubine stay. Jun Qingran naively believed that Jun Haotsong was just hot-blooded and was temporarily bewitched. She thought that if he was allowed to have more contact with other women, he might fall in love with someone else and divert his attention from Su Maoyang. After all, there were several outstanding women among the women who were selected as concubines this time, such as Chu Yun, who made her very satisfied. Not only her background, but also her appearance and strength were better than Su Maoyang. Jun Haotsong might not have seen her, so he was confused by Su Maoyang. If he had met her, he might have fallen in love with her. Moreover, even if he didn't like Chu Yun, there were many outstanding women among the group of women, each of whom was more impressive than Su Maoyang. No matter who he chose, she would be more satisfied than Su Maoyang. As long as they were together day and night, there would always be hope of sparks. Jun Qingran's calculations were very loud and beautiful. And for Su Maoyang, Jun Haotsong could only temporarily endure and agree even if he knew that she had bad intentions. Okay, I can let them stay, but I hope you won't cause trouble for Lianer again. In his eyes, those women were just invisible people. It didn't matter to him whether they left or stayed. As long as he could detoxify Su Maoyang, it would be fine. Jun Qingran didn't expect him to be so straightforward. His embarrassed and angry expression finally eased a lot. Then he nodded and glared at He Xiao. Follow me to get the eye silkworm clothes. He Xiao took the order and walked out of Yunlu Palace with Jun Qingran. Jun Yueya saw that Jun Haotsong was concerned about the safety of the woman on the couch. He, who was always cold, was full of worry at this moment. He sighed helplessly and left Yunlu Palace. When the imperial doctors saw this scene, they all consciously withdrew and went to prepare the ingredients for the medicinal bath. Seeing that everyone had left, Jun Haocong lay on the bed, hugged Su Maoyang in his arms with heartache, kissed her forehead, and apologized in a low voice. "I'm sorry. I didn't protect you this time. I'm sorry." He had vowed not to let Su Maoyang suffer any harm. But he didn't expect that this time she was almost poisoned to death because of him. He didn't dare to think about what would happen to Su Maoyang if he was a little later. Just thinking of the scene of her jumping into the poison pool, Jun Haocong was terrified and trembling. Thinking of this, Jun Haocong hugged her tighter, as if he was afraid that she would slip away from his arms in the next second. "Ahem. You hugged me so hard that I can't breathe." Suddenly, a muffled sound came from his chest, and Jun Haocong was shocked. He immediately let go of her and looked down. Su Maoyang's pale face was flushed because he was hugged so tightly, and she coughed weakly twice. "Are you awake?" Jun Haocong's eyes were filled with surprise, and a faint smile finally crossed his cold and hard mouth. Although Su Maoyang was so weak that it was difficult for her to speak, she still gave him a warm smile and hummed softly. After Jun Haocong's surprise, he was angry and anxious. He shouted loudly with lingering fear, "Are you stupid? You will die if you jump into the Wanyin poison pool. Aren't you afraid of death? You dare to go to hell." Su Maoyang was rebuked by his fierce and ferocious face. But she was not afraid at all. Seeing the tension and fear under his ice blue eyes, her heart warmed up and her mouth raised slightly. "I'm afraid. I'm scared to death." "You are afraid of death. But you still jump. Do you know how powerful the poison in your body is? If I came a step later, you would." Jun Haocong was almost furious when he heard her indifferent answer. Su Maoyang heard this, and before he could finish, he gently raised his head and kissed his lips. He then withdrew after a brief taste, raised the corners of his mouth, and whispered, "I am afraid of death. But I know that with you here, nothing will happen to me. You will definitely wake up and save me. Look, you are awake now, aren't you?" Chapter 524, Ice Silk Clothes Prepared for Her. After so many things, Su Maoyang knew that no matter what danger she encountered, no matter whether Jun Haocong was by her side or not, he would always be the first to come to save her. Facing the poison pool and death, Su Maoyang would certainly be afraid. But the faith that Jun Haocong gave her was enough to overcome all fears. Maybe others would think she was stupid, knowing that it was a poison pool and daring to jump. But it was not that she was stupid, but that she believed that Jun Haocong would never let her get into trouble. Obviously, her belief was right. As long as she had Jun Haocong, she could be afraid of nothing. Jun Haocong was stunned by her words, with a complex light flashing in his ice-blue pupils, staring at her closely, unable to calm down the shock in his heart for a long time. He knew that was her unconditional trust in him. Jun Haocong knew Su Maoyang's character too well. She was very strong and independent, and would never ask others to do things that she could do herself, because she has no sense of security. She dare not trust anyone 100%. But now she trusts and relies on him with her life and soul. What a precious feeling. Jun Haocong is very pleased. This little woman in front of him can always mobilize all his emotions. At this time, he can no longer restrain his inner excitement. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her, grabbing her fragrance fiercely. He hasn't seen her for a year. God knows what he has been through. I think about her when I eat, when I sleep, when I practice, when I do things, and I will think of her when I look at anyone. When she is here, she is the whole world. When she is not here, the whole world is her. In this year, Jun Haocong was almost driven crazy by missing her. But Su Maoyang had just woken up and couldn't stand his torment. After a few kisses, she was dizzy and pushed his chest with her hands weakly, whimpering in protest. Jun Haocong then thought of her physical condition and immediately let go of her red and swollen mouth. He kept comforting himself that she was now in the Jiuyo continent and the Yunlu dark domain and would never leave him again. Jun Haocong was thinking about how to be gentle with her next. But Su Maoyang had no idea that she had become his prey. Jun Qingran did not break his promise. He Xiao quickly got the ice silkworm clothes and returned to the Yulu palace. He held the ice silkworm clothes in his hand and asked for credit. "Master, the ice silkworm clothes are taken." As soon as the voice fell, He Xiao entered the side hall and saw Su Maoyang's blushing face and bright red lips, which made him confused and turned around and ran away immediately. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong frowned and shouted, "Come back!" He Xiao stopped walking suddenly. His head almost dropped to the ground. "I didn't see anything. Leave the eye silk clothes. Go out." Jun Haotsong frowned and ordered coldly. He Xiao heard this, hurriedly put down his clothes, and walked out of Yulu Palace. Seeing the eye silk clothes, Su Maoyang's face flashed with confusion. "What is that?" At this time, Jun Haotsong had let go of Su Maoyang, got up from the couch, walked to the table, and picked up the thin clothes. "No, it can't be called clothes, because it is almost transparent and can be seen through at a glance." But he took it and walked in front of Su Maoyang, explaining lightly, "This is an eye silk clothes, which can help you absorb toxins in your body." When Su Maoyang heard this, he immediately hugged his chest with a look of horror. "You don't want me to wear it, do you?" Jun Haotsong did not deny it, but nodded as a matter of course. Seeing this, she was immediately furious. "I won't wear any eye silk clothes. It's too thin." Jun Haotsong would not allow her to resist, and without saying a word, he would do it himself, which frightened Su Maoyang. "What are you going to do?" "I said I won't wear it. Do you think you can decide this matter?" Jun Haotsong said coldly with a stern face. Su Maoyang was a little frightened by his cold eyes. She wanted to refuse, but she didn't dare to refuse. She knew that Jun Haotsong was doing it for her good. "Okay, I'll change. But can you please go out and change it myself?" Although Su Maoyang liked Jun Haotsong, she didn't dare to be so unrestrained in front of him. It was too embarrassing to wear such revealing clothes in front of him. Jun Haotsong didn't think so, and frowned in disapproval. "You are full of poison now. You can't move around casually. Then call a maid to help me." Su Maoyang compromised. Jun Haotsong replied coldly, "There are no maids in my Yunlu Palace." Su Maoyang was speechless. "There won't be any maids." Jun Haotsong nodded seriously. Su Maoyang was almost kneeling down to see him admit it. "Then find someone from another palace. There will always be other maids in such a big palace." But Jun Haotsong's answer was once again vomiting blood. "I don't like other women to enter Yulu Palace. Can't you make an exception for me once?" Su Maoyang was so anxious that his face turned red. "No!" Jun Haotsong was domineering from beginning to end, and would not allow anyone to refuse. Su Maoyang almost fainted with anger. "This won't work. That won't work. Then I won't wear it." Seeing her angry, Jun Haotsong was not polite, and stretched out his hand again. "You must wear the eye silkworm coat. If you want to wear it, I will wear it myself. Get out." Su Maoyang was frightened by his action and kicked her. But Jun Haotsong was quick and grabbed her jade feet at once. "I told you not to move casually. You are really worrying." Hearing the loud noise coming from inside, the usually cold and steady black owl's ears were red. He really underestimated the fighting power of his master. He was so pure and righteous at ordinary times, but he was so despicable and shameless in front of Su Maoyang. The master's excuse was really bad. If she changed her clothes by herself, she probably wouldn't have moved so much. It was because of him that she resisted more violently, in order to take advantage of others. The master is really getting more and more shameless. He Xiao felt a chill, and couldn't listen anymore. He shook his head and ran away. Chapter 525. Don't move. Su Maoyang couldn't escape Jun Haotsong's clutches, and put on the eye silk clothes. At this time, Jun Haotsong looked at her carefully from top to bottom, and finally sighed. "Too thin." Su Maoyang suddenly heard this, and before she could react, she couldn't help but look down along his line of sight. And then she noticed what he was looking at. The blood rushed to her forehead instantly, and her pretty face flushed. She hurriedly pulled the quilt to wrap herself tightly. "Get out." Jun Haotsong stood there unshakable, as if he had taken root, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "You seem to have made a mistake. This is my room, and you sleep in my bed." Su Maoyang was speechless because of him, and took a deep breath. "I don't care. I also put on the eye silk clothes according to your wishes. You get out." She had to wear this kind of clothes and be active under his nose, unless she was killed. Seeing Su Maoyang's cute face with red cheeks, Jun Haotsong's heart moved. Pretending to be calm and looking at her, regardless of her objection, he forcibly turned over to the bed and slept next to her. "It's getting late. Go to bed quickly," Su Maoyang said angrily. "How can I sleep if you sleep here? It was not embarrassing to sleep with him. But the key was that she was dressed like this. Aren't you going to sleep? Jun Haotsong looked at her and asked meaningfully. Su Maoyong stared at him dissatisfied. I won't sleep. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows. And a dark and obscure look passed through his eyes. It seems that you are in good spirits. So let's do something meaningful. After speaking, before Su Maoyong could react, Jun Haotsong suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Maoyong's quilt and pulled it heavily into his arms. Su Maoyong was not only without a barrier to block him, but also brought into his arms by force. When Jun Haotsong saw the little woman throwing herself into his arms, even he, who had good self-control, couldn't help but feel moved, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Madam, you threw yourself into my arms. It seems that you can't wait. You? Su Maoyong was so ashamed and angry that she struggled to get up. But she had so little strength, and was poisoned that she was slapped back into Jun Haotsong's arms before she could get up. Let me go! I won't sleep with you. Su Maoyong felt the strong heartbeat, and couldn't help feeling nervous and flustered. But Jun Haotsong ignored her resistance and hugged her tighter. You are wearing clothes. Why are you shy? Madam? What kind of clothes are these? It's just a layer of gauze. Just like not wearing anything. Su Maoyong retorted with dissatisfaction. Jun Haotsong's mouth curled slightly, and murmured, after getting married, you won't even have gauze. So cherish the present. This embarrassed Su Maoyong's cheeks flushed and almost dripped blood. You rascal. Su Maoyong couldn't help cursing and struggling violently. But no matter how she twisted, Jun Haotsong's arms were like iron clamps. Motionless. And there was a tendency to tighten her arms. Su Maoyong was a person who refused to give up. She was extremely stubborn. The tighter the restraint, the more she resisted. Jun Haotsong's calm face almost broke, and he warned in a hoarse voice. Don't move. Su Maoyong gritted her teeth. Do you have any shame? Jun Haotsong suddenly lowered his head and kissed her. After a long time, Su Maoyong was finally let go by him. She gasped and cursed, Jun Haotsong. I really want to beat you. Jun Haotsong saw her blushing cheeks and her eyes full of spring water, and couldn't help but curl his lips. On the contrary, I really want to eat you. Can you be more shameless? Su Maoyong glared at him unhappily. Jun Haotsong said innocently. Who told you to seduce me? When did I seduce you? Su Maoyong was not convinced. Since you came into my sight. Since you walked into my heart. Jun Haotsong said seriously. He remembered that when they first met, she fell on his bed and threw herself into his arms. If this is not seduction, what is it? Su Maoyong was choked and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She found that once Jun Haotsong got entangled with her, he would become particularly shameless, and shamelessly serious and justified. Then I won't seduce you. Get out of here. Su Maoyong pushed him hard. Jun Haotsong was unwilling to get up. No. I want you to seduce me forever. After he finished speaking, he kissed her again domineeringly. The deserted Yunlu Palace, because of Su Maoyong's arrival, has a rare beautiful scenery. Even the cold floor is warmed by the red candlelight. On this side, they are whispering and lingering, while Jun Qingran is fidgeting and worried. Jun Qingran was worried all night, and finally decided to issue an order to summon the girls of Yunqiu Palace. However, the girls summoned this time were a few women with outstanding looks and strength, which made her more satisfied. Chu Yuyin, Du Firu, the Sea Sisters, and a few outstanding girls were all confused when they were summoned by the princess, and followed the old nanny into Mingxiang Palace. At this time, the princess had already sat in the upper seat waiting for them. When she saw the girls come in, she immediately ordered the palace maid to serve tea. Being treated so politely, the girls were flattered and hurriedly saluted respectfully. No need to be polite. Sit down. Jun Qingran raised his hand affectionately. Chu Yuyin didn't understand her intention. She looked at her puzzledly and followed everyone to take their seats. Chapter 526 The Princess's Plan. Jun Haotsong was whispering and affectionate, while Jun Qingran was restless and worried. Jun Qingran was worried all night, and finally decided to summon the girls from Yunqiu Palace. This time, the girls she summoned were those with outstanding looks and strength, which made her satisfied. Chu Yuyin, Du Firu, the Sea Sisters, and several other outstanding girls were all confused when they were summoned by the princess. They followed the old nanny into Mingxiang Palace. At this time, the princess had already been sitting in the upper seat waiting for them. When she saw the girls coming in, she immediately ordered the maid to serve tea. The girls were flattered by such courtesy, and hurriedly bowed respectfully. No need to be polite. Sit down. Jun Qingran raised her hand affectionately. Chu Yuying didn't understand her intention, looked at her in confusion, and sat down with everyone. The princess saw everyone's doubts, and explained with a chuckle. I called you here today to talk about the Emperor Yunlu. When everyone heard this, their bodies stiffened, and the smiles on their lips gradually froze and disappeared. After seeing what happened yesterday, everyone felt uneasy, afraid that they had been tossing around for nothing these few days, and would be driven out of the palace without any status. Chu Yuying clenched her fingers under her sleeves and couldn't help asking, Princess, I have some doubts in my heart, and I don't know who Su Maoyang is, and what is her relationship with the Emperor. Jun Qingran's face darkened a little when he heard this, and he snorted coldly. She is a lowly ant in the lower plane. What do you think she has to do with the Emperor? Her tone was unfriendly, and it was obvious that she was extremely dissatisfied with Su Maoyang. Hearing this, the women were secretly shocked and looked at each other. Chu Yuying heaved a sigh of relief, and was completely relieved. Yes, she was really worrying too much. As long as the princess was here, the woman named Su Maoyang would never marry the Emperor of Yunlu. Si Huiyun was happy to hear this and asked with a smile. Then the princess summoned us today. Is there anything she wants to tell you? Jun Qingran nodded slightly. Well, I summoned you today because I think you are the most outstanding among this group of women, and the most likely to become the Emperor's concubine. So I plan to give you some advice. Don't let me down. Hearing this, the girls were overjoyed and smiled excitedly. Happiness came too suddenly, and everyone couldn't digest it for a while. It was Du Firu who reacted first and quickly responded. It is my honor to be favored by the princess, and I will live up to her high expectations. Hearing this, the other women also stood up and saluted, and their well-behaved appearance won Jun Qingran's heart. You also know that the Emperor is not interested in women, so you have to show your best skills to please him. Understand? Jun Qingran now placed all his hopes on them. The girls were so excited that they responded softly. I understand. These girls are smart and clever, and they must be quite capable. Jun Qingran nodded with confidence. Tomorrow you will also come to Chaiyang Palace for dinner. Remember to dress up nicely. After Jun Qingran reminded them, the girls understood instantly, and they were excited and looking forward to it. As soon as they returned, they tried their best to find all kinds of rouge and powder, gold and silver jewelry, and tried on several sets of clothes, trying to find the one that looks good and decent. Just like that, at noon the next day, Chaiyang Palace welcomed a large group of beautiful girls, who sat down under Jun Qingran's arrangement. Seeing that they were all dressed up brightly and fragrantly, Jun Qingran nodded slightly with satisfaction, and asked the maid beside him, Why hasn't the Emperor come yet? The food is almost cold. Go and call him. The maid received the order, and immediately ran towards Yunlu Palace. Hearing that the Emperor was coming, the girls were even more overjoyed, constantly tidying up their clothes, and practicing in their minds how to talk to the Emperor. But the much-anticipated Jun Haosong was sleeping at this time. At this time, the maid sent by Jun Qingran to call people came to the gate of Yunlu Palace, but did not see the figure of Heishio. She hesitated for a while, and was a little anxious. The Emperor had clearly stipulated that maids were not allowed to enter and leave the Yunlu Palace at will, because the maid who served the Emperor before tried to seduce the Emperor, and was later slapped to death by the Emperor. From then on, the Emperor did not allow women to enter and leave his bedroom. The main reason was that the Emperor was too attractive, and too many women wanted to climb into his bed and get his favor. He was also tired of the seduction of these vulgar women, so he simply stopped all women, which led to rumors that he was not close to women. If this word reached Su Maoyang's ears, he would definitely curse loudly, saying that the rumors were not credible. The man in front of him was not only close to women, but also a beast. At this time, the maid stood at the door for a long time, thinking that the princess was still waiting for her reply, and walked back and forth anxiously. I don't know where the black owl who usually stands guard is gone, and even the messenger is not there. Anxious, the maid had to bite the bullet and walked into the palace. She shouted twice in fear, but no one responded. Then she mustered up the courage to walk towards the side hall. When she saw the scene in front of her, the maid was so scared that her face changed drastically, and she knelt on the ground with a plop. Jun Haosong didn't notice the presence of other people. Hearing the sound, he quickly pulled the quilt to wrap Su Maoyang up, and then shouted angrily at the maid in the distance. "Asshole! You dare to break into Yunlu Palace! Are you tired of living?" The roar was like thunder, and the maid was trembling all over. Your servant came according to the order of the princess to invite the emperor to have a meal. Get out!" Jun Haotsong shouted angrily with a sinister face. The maid was so scared that she peed her buttocks when she heard the words. As if she had walked through the gates of hell. She stumbled and got up and left Yunlu Palace. Su Maoyong looked at the people and glared at him unhappily. "Are you always like this?" "What?" Jun Haotsong was stunned by her sudden question. Su Maoyong looked at his confused expression and smiled. "It seems that you are always so fierce. Look, you scared the girl so much. Can't you be gentle?" Jun Haotsong finally understood what she meant. His frown suddenly relaxed, and he whispered in her ear. "Was I not gentle enough last night?" Chapter 527. He is too treacherous. Su Maoyong blushed when she heard this, and pushed him away in anger. Rogue. Jun Haotsong frowned slightly, and seemed not to like this name. Then he got up from the couch, dressed neatly, bent down to pick up the clothes he had taken off, and waved them at her. "It seems that you don't want your clothes anymore." Su Maoyong was so scared that her eyes widened, pointing at him, and ordered loudly, "Jun Haotsong, give me the clothes." She was wearing an ice silkworm dress now, and she couldn't see anyone. Does he want her to stay in his bed every day and let him take advantage of her? Conspiracy. Everything is his conspiracy. She hadn't seen him for so long that she actually forgot his dark attributes. Seeing the arc at the corner of his mouth, Su Maoyong regretted it so much. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong wrapped herself in a quilt and jumped off the bed directly, trying to reach out to grab the clothes in his hand. But Jun Haotsong was tall, and even if Su Maoyong stood on tiptoe, her head could only reach his chin. Not to mention that Jun Haotsong raised his hand high, so Su Maoyong couldn't even reach the corner of his clothes. "Give it to me!" Su Maoyong gritted her teeth, wrapped in the quilt, and jumped hard to reach it. But who knew that Jun Haotsong would insidiously tear off her quilt with his other hand, exposing her beautiful body. Su Maoyong was shocked and immediately picked up the quilt and wrapped it again, and was so angry that her teeth itched. "What do you want?" Only the black-bellied Jun Haotsong could make such a tough and stubborn person like Su Maoyong compromise. "I don't like the name of gangster. Call me husband and listen." Jun Haotsong was determined not to let her go. Su Maoyong's face was dark and heavy, and he spit heavily. "Call you a big-headed ghost. He is really getting more and more shameless. Well, in that case, then you stay here. I'm going to have dinner." Jun Haotsong glanced at her, took his clothes, and turned around to go out. Su Maoyong saw this, and couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed the corner of his clothes, and her heart was in a struggle. The word husband was really hard for a rough man like her to say. Her red lips moved for a long time, but she didn't utter a word. Jun Haotsong stopped and looked at her expectantly, with a playful smile hidden in his eyes. "It's been a long time since I teased her. It's rare to see her lively little face." Jun Haotsong's heart moved slightly, and suddenly, he didn't want to leave. It's not bad to stay in Yunlu Palace and stick with her. Husband Su Maoyong had to endure it for the sake of clothes and to escape from his clutches. But this voice was as small as a mosquito and could be completely ignored. Jun Haotsong was obviously not someone who could be easily fooled. "I didn't hear it." Su Maoyong wanted to strangle him to death now, and said loudly, "Husband! Jun!" Jun Haotsong smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. But before he could speak, the voice of Black Owl came from outside. "Master, the imperial physician you summoned is already outside." Jun Haotsong heard this, and immediately handed the clothes to Su Maoyong. "Hurry up and change them. Let the imperial physician treat you." Su Maoyong got the clothes. Her face changed drastically, and her internal organs were about to explode. You knew that the imperial physician would come later, and you deliberately lied to me." He clearly called the imperial physician to diagnose her, and he would definitely let her wear this dress. But he deliberately threatened her and took advantage of her. This man is really too insidious and cunning. Jun Haotsong looked calm, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Madam, you haven't put it on yet. Do you want to do it for your husband?" Su Maoyong glared at him angrily, suppressed the urge to strangle him, and walked back to the couch wrapped in the quilt. He hid in the quilt and dressed before showing his head. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong shouted to the outside, "Come in." After the words fell, several imperial doctors led by He Xiao came in. After the imperial doctor saluted Jun Haotsong, he consciously walked to the side of the couch and said to Su Maoyong carefully, "Miss, please stretch out your hand and let me feel your pulse." Su Maoyong nodded slightly and stretched out her right hand. Several imperial doctors took turns to feel the pulse, and their faces became more and more solemn, which made Su Maoyong feel uneasy. After that, the leading imperial physician groaned for a moment, then turned to Jun Haotsong next to him and reported with a sad face, "Your Majesty, this girl's leg seems to have been bitten by a poisonous creature, and the girl should have walked on the ground before. So the poison is spreading. The situation is very bad, and it will endanger her life if she is not careful." When Jun Haotsong heard this, his calm and handsome face suddenly became nervous. "What? The poison is spreading." The imperial physician was frightened by his sudden roar, and his whole body trembled, receiving the cold and sharp eyes. His head shrank back involuntarily, and it was obvious that he was scared of Jun Haotsong. When Su Maoyong heard this, she was furious and grabbed the pillow and threw it heavily at Jun Haotsong. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't deliberately made fun of me, the poison wouldn't have spread." After she finished speaking, she threw another pillow, which scared everyone to gasp. Everyone thought that the emperor would be furious, but surprisingly, he actually accepted it all and hugged the two pillows tightly in his arms. He didn't dare to open his mouth to refute or get angry, and even his previous arrogance softened. The imperial doctors were stunned. They had never seen a woman so bold, not only daring to scold Emperor Yunlu, but also daring to hit him. What was even more unacceptable was that Emperor Yunlu actually stood there and let her vent her anger. Not to mention getting angry, there was not even a trace of displeasure on his face. Were they still asleep? Or did they see it wrong? The imperial doctors looked at Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyong in shock, and their inner shock was beyond words. It seemed that this woman was really very important to the emperor. Black Owl seemed to have long been accustomed to it, and understood the principle of one thing conquering another. He didn't find it strange to see his master being bullied. Jun Haotsong felt the strange gazes of several imperial doctors, frowned, and lowered his voice. His voice was so cold that it gave everyone goosebumps. "Hurry up and tell me how to detoxify." After being scolded by him, everyone came back to their senses and cowed out hurriedly. "I have already prepared the medicinal materials. This girl only needs to take a 2-hour medicinal bath every day. The toxins will be improved. Remember not to walk during this period. If the toxins spread again, even the Daoyuo Immortal will be helpless." "Can't walk? No way." Su Maoyong's face suddenly darkened. "If you can't walk, then you have to stay in bed every day?" Jun Haotsong heard this and waved his hand impatiently. "I know. You go down. Black Owl. Go and tell the palace maid to prepare the bath water." Black Owl clasped his fists and accepted the order, turned around and walked out of Yunlu Palace. Su Maoyong looked at everyone and glared at him. His face was quite ugly. Jun Haotsong completely ignored her complaints. "It's noon. Time to eat." His goal now is to nourish her body, to make her plump and white, more fleshy, and more comfortable to eat. Su Maoyong didn't know what he was thinking, and frowned and retorted, "I can't walk on the ground now. So what's the point of eating?" Jun Haotsong heard this and came forward directly. Before she could react, he immediately picked her up horizontally. "During this period, I will be your legs. Put me down. You don't want to carry me to the hall to eat like this. So smart." Chapter 528. Should I kiss him or hug him? Chaoyong Palace. Seeing the maid running back in a panic, but not seeing Jun Haotsong, Jun Qingran looked puzzled and asked with frowns, "Where is the emperor?" The maid was so frightened by Jun Haotsong's arrogance that she was still trembling. When she heard Jun Qingran's question, she immediately knelt down and timidly dared not look up. "Emperor, Emperor, he..." Jun Qingran and several girls were shocked to see the maid's appearance. This maid was fine just now. How could she be like this after going to Yunlu Palace? Everyone saw this, and their faces were full of suspicion. Jun Qingran had waited for so long, but still didn't see Jun Haotsong. She was already impatient and frowned. "You bastard! I'm asking you a question. What is the emperor doing? Why hasn't he come yet?" The maid was terrified and cowed out in reply. "The emperor hasn't gotten up yet." Thinking of that blushing scene, the maid's face was red enough to bleed. What? Not getting up yet? It was noon, and he was still lying in bed. This was not Songer style. Then why are you shaking like this? What happened? Jun Qingran looked at her in confusion and asked loudly. The maid replied with a trembling voice. I accidentally broke into the side hall and disturbed the emperor and Miss Su's good things, and was yelled out by the emperor. What? Are you saying that Songer and Su Maoyang slept together? Jun Qingran heard the good things and immediately understood. She was so angry that she slapped her palm on the table and stood up suddenly. The maid was yelled at and shook all over, and nodded quickly. Jun Qingran was shocked to see this. She didn't expect Su Maoyang to have such a trick. He started to seduce her Songer while his body was poisoned. It was noon. What good things could happen if they slept in the same bed? Jun Qingran couldn't think of anything else except the things between men and women. When the other women heard this, their faces, which were originally smiling like flowers, seemed to be frozen by frost, and the heart full of expectations was thrown into the 18th level of hell by the words of the palace maid. The arc that was barely pulled up at the corner of the mouth did not last long and soon disappeared. Chu Yun was even more furious, and her beautiful face was full of haze. If it weren't for the presence of the eldest princess, the dignity and cultivation that she tried hard to maintain would have been broken. She also didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so quick. Yesterday, he was still playing the poisoning drama, and today he climbed onto the emperor's bed. Now she finally understood that Su Maoyang was not stupid at all, but was playing a trick of self-torture to arouse the sympathy of men. It was really insidious and cunning. The other women also felt bad and tried to hide their anger, but no matter how well-mannered they were, they couldn't hide the jealousy and sourness in their eyes. Jun Qingran took a deep breath in anger and immediately walked out of her seat. Humph. I want to see what kind of foxy trick she is using. She doesn't let people get up to eat at noon. Jun Haotsong has never been so absurd before. This Su Maoyang is really infuriating. Thinking of this, she angrily stepped towards the door of Chaoyang Palace. But she just took 2 steps and saw a figure walking in the distance. After seeing clearly that it was Jun Haotsong, Jun Qingran called out in surprise. Songer! Hearing the voice, the girls were slightly shocked and all looked out excitedly. As expected, the emperor they had admired for a long time was walking in from the garden. But before they could be happy, their eyes suddenly touched Su Maoyang in the emperor's arms. Their hearts were full of expectations, and their smiles were full of smiles. It was like being hit by a hammer, and they could hear the sound of fragmentation. Before entering the hall, Su Maoyang felt countless eyes falling on her. She had never been carried in front of so many people before, and her face was immediately lost. She struggled and growled. Put me down quickly. So many people are watching. Didn't you hear the doctor say that you can't walk on the ground now? Jun Haotsong refused coldly and walked forward without looking away. Su Maoyang grabbed his collar and gritted her teeth and said, I'm fine. You're making a fuss. If I hadn't saved you in time and the imperial physician hadn't given you an acupuncture to suppress the poison, you would still be lying in bed and not waking up. Jun Haotsong glared at her angrily, saying that she was making a fuss. He was almost worried about her. Su Maoyang had no choice but to discuss again. Then I won't eat this meal. Is that not okay? No. Jun Haotsong refused without thinking. He also planned to keep her fat and white. How could she not eat? How could she feel without eating? Su Maoyang's face flushed, and she wanted to say something. But Jun Haotsong suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips, blocking her speech. Su Maoyang was so scared that her eyes widened and she pushed him away with force. Jun Haotsong only tasted it briefly this time and withdrew quickly. But his eyes were staring at her lips nakedly, and his low and slightly hoarse voice was so ambiguous that it made people maddening. If you move again, I'll keep kissing you. Do you want to kiss you all the way or hold you? It's your choice. Su Maoyang was so shocked when she heard this that she immediately covered her mouth, fearing that he would make a surprise attack. She dared not struggle and resist anymore. She knew that Jun Haotsong could do anything. However, too many strange eyes focused on her, making her so ashamed that she couldn't raise her head. She was forced to bury her head in Jun Haotsong's chest and pretend to be an ostrich. Seeing her so cowardly, Jun Haotsong's ice blue eyes and mouth corners were filled with a doting smile, which was even more stunning and moving than 100 flowers blooming. The girls were all stunned when they saw this scene. Oh my god! The emperor actually hugged Su Maoyang. One of the women covered her mouth and exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. Si Huiyun was filled with anger, gritting her teeth. He not only hugged Su Maoyang gently, but also kissed her. How can this be? Isn't it said that the emperor is not interested in women? What's going on now? That kiss. That hug. So gentle. So doting. So cautious. Not at all like the cold and hard emperor in the legend. They didn't know that the emperor also had such a tender side. Which was really unexpected. Fear wiped her eyes in disbelief. Opened her eyes wide. And shook her head in shock. The emperor actually laughed. Am I seeing wrong? It's incredible. The emperor was usually serious and indifferent. And even the generals and subordinates, who often stayed by his side, were in awe of his majesty. Everyone thought he wouldn't laugh. But now he not only laughed, but also laughed at a woman, which completely subverted their worldview. Qi Yun didn't say anything. She was stunned. And it was obvious that she was hit harder than any of them. It is well known that the emperor is not interested in women. And it is also true that there are no women around him. How could Su Maoyong suddenly appear and completely change the emperor? Hugging, kissing, and smiling. Is this still the emperor in her impression? She doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe it. Chapter 529. What do you like? Qi Yun looked at Su Maoyong in the arms of the emperor, biting her teeth with hatred, and her nails dug into her flesh. At this moment, no matter how well-mannered she was, she could not hide her eyes that were red with jealousy. The emperor should have been hers. His arms were hers. His smile was hers. All these things that should have belonged to her were taken away by Su Maoyong. Seeing Jun Haosong holding Su Maoyong all the way, and quickly entering the hall. Everyone present was shocked by this scene, and their expressions were stiff. Their faces turned pale. And they couldn't accept this fact for a long time. They still deceived themselves into thinking that Su Maoyong and the emperor were not in that kind of relationship. After listening to Jun Qingran's words yesterday, they were even more certain of their guesses. But now it seems that what is not that kind of relationship? This is obviously a deeper relationship than that kind of relationship. Su Maoyong is definitely the first person in history to be able to make the emperor condescend to him and dote on him so tenderly. Si Luoxuan was stunned for a long time, and finally sighed. It turns out to be true. The emperor's sweetheart is really Su Maoyong. At this moment, she believed it very much and was very sure. Because no speculation or rumor could be more impactful than this scene. Even though she was jealous and crazy, she really didn't understand how a woman from the lower plane could be so favored by the emperor. Su Maoyong, who was nestling in Jun Haosong's arms, didn't expect that there were so many people sitting in the hall, and they were all women who chose concubines with her. And their eyes, which seemed to be poisoned and could eat people alive, were like sharp daggers cutting her flesh, giving Su Maoyong goosebumps all over her body. She anxiously grabbed Jun Haosong's shoulders and secretly exerted force. Did you do this on purpose? She never expected that there would be so many people in the hall. She thought it was just her and Jun Haosong alone. However, this time she really wronged Jun Haosong. He didn't expect Jun Qingran to call so many women over. He also didn't like outsiders to be present. Instead, they were an eyesore and affected his dinner with Su Maoyong. So when Jun Haosong saw this scene, he glared at Jun Qingran with dissatisfaction. Seeing him holding Su Maoyong, Jun Qingran was so angry that she didn't care about his feelings. She scolded him harshly. Sire, you are the emperor. How can you hold a woman from the lower plane? Su Maoyong also felt embarrassed and asked to get down immediately. Haosong, there is a stool here. I will sit on the stool. Jun Haosong didn't refute when he heard it. He knew that if he kept holding her, Su Maoyong would definitely not eat well. He walked to the table quickly, carefully put her on the stool, and sat down next to her. Jun Qingran didn't expect him to ignore her. She took a deep breath in anger. But because so many people were watching, she couldn't get angry casually, so she just sat down angrily. The atmosphere was originally lively, but because of the arrival of Jun Haosong and Su Maoyong, the whole scene was suppressed to the extreme. The girls had prepared a lot of things to say, but after seeing the emperor concentrating on picking food for Su Maoyong without even raising his head, they all wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Even if they wanted to say something, they didn't know what to say. Qi Yun was really angry when she saw this scene. She was obviously better than Su Maoyong. So why did the emperor only focus on her? Thinking about it, Qi Yun spoke softly and was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. Emperor, what do you like? When this was said, everyone looked up and looked at Jun Haosong with expectation. Isn't it said that if you want to attract a man's attention, the first step is to cater to his preferences? Only by knowing the emperor's preferences can they have a direction to work hard. So, this question can be said to have asked everyone's doubts. However, there is no most embarrassing. Only more embarrassing. Jun Haotsong seemed not to hear it. He was busy picking up dishes for Su Maoyong and directly left Chu Yuying aside. On the other hand, Su Maoyong's bowl was already piled up like a mountain. Chu Yuying was spoiled and has always been the focus of men's eyes. When has she been ignored and humiliated like this? She was so angry that her cheeks flushed. Looking at Su Maoyong's eyes, she also wanted to pierce thousands of holes in her body. Su Maoyong was eating well, but she inexplicably caused public outrage again. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She looked up at Jun Haotsong and kindly eased the atmosphere. Well, what do you like? I want to know too. Jun Haotsong paused for a moment while picking up the food for her, met her gaze, and said coldly, You? Su Maoyong was stunned for a moment. And then she reacted belatedly. Her cheeks were immediately hot under his focused gaze, as if on fire. She explained in shame and anger. I mean, what do you like to do? Fuck you. Jun Haotsong put the food into her bowl and said 2 words calmly again. Even though he said something that made people blush, he still looked righteous and confident, and his thick skin was impeccable, which immediately stunned the women around him. Su Maoyong felt like her head was smoking, not only because he was blocking her, but also because other women were staring at her. I mean, what do you like to eat? Su Maoyong was forced to change her angle. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows, and a gleam of light flashed across his ice-blue eyes, which made Su Maoyong stiffen all over. He couldn't help but recall that he stared at him with the same look last night. Sure enough, as expected. Eat you? Su Maoyong almost exploded when he heard this. In front of so many people. Could he restrain himself? The other women heard it, as if they had overturned a jar of vinegar, and they were sour and tasted like chewing wax. And they couldn't swallow it. They dressed so beautifully, but they were not as good as Su Maoyong, who was haggard and sick. Is this justified? Chu Yuying was so angry that she was shaking all over. But she still pretended to be very elegant and slowly pulled up a decent smile. I heard that Miss Su came from the lower plane. I have never been to the lower plane. I wonder if the scenery there is good. The meaning of her words was very clear. She was just mocking Su Maoyong for being an ant who could not stand up to the stage, and dared to dream of sitting next to the emperor and coveting his favor. As soon as these words came out, the girls felt satisfied and looked at Su Maoyong, expecting her embarrassed expression. But Jun Haotsong did not wait for Su Maoyong to answer, and took the words without authorization. With Su Maoyong, how can it be bad? The low voice echoed in Chu Yuying's ears. It was obviously bewitching and pleasant, but it made her mood sink to the bottom. What he meant was that as long as Su Maoyong was there, even the despised lower plane would be a great place. It was so sweet. But when the other women heard it, they were so angry that their faces turned pale. They looked at Su Maoyong with such jealousy that they couldn't speak. It was as if all the snake gall in the world was churning in their stomachs, and the endless bitterness surged into their mouths. Chapter 530, Persistence. Su Maoyong was eating when she was choked by Jun Haotsong's sudden words. Although she was very happy, she knew that he was not helping her out, but was helping her to attract hatred. Jun Haotsong saw her coughing, frowned slightly, and patted her on the back. Slow down. No one is competing with you. This table is all yours. Su Maoyong looked up and glared at him fiercely. The meaning of the warning was self-evident, but Jun Haotsong seemed not to see it, and just picked up the oily dishes for her, which could make her fat. Chu Yuying saw that Su Maoyong was not ridiculed, but made her look good in front of everyone, and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Du Fira saw that Chu Yuying was defeated, but she was not discouraged. She continued to ask curiously, I think Miss Su and Emperor Zun have a good relationship. I wonder how the two of you got together in the first place. Everyone was curious again after hearing this, and looked at Su Maoyong and Jun Haotsong expectantly. Su Maoyong was stunned for a moment, still recalling how they got together, when Jun Haotsong interrupted her. He pestered her for half a year. He remembered that Su Maoyong was very cautious at first, always thinking that he had bad intentions, and he had to use all his tricks to make her open up. So his impression was much deeper than Su Maoyong's. What? He pestered you? He pestered you for half a year? Du Firu exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone was shocked when they heard it, and their eyes turned from jealousy to contempt when they looked at Su Maoyong. They said, how could a man like Emperor Zun, who was so high and mighty, cold and uninterested, take the initiative to show his affection to a woman? It was probably because Su Maoyong seduced him with her seductive tricks that Emperor Zun couldn't help but be with her. When the girls thought of this, they all snorted in disdain. Their twisted minds were satisfied, and their faces were slightly relieved. However, they were not happy for half a minute. Jun Haotsong suddenly raised his head and said faintly, "It was me who pestered her." As soon as these words came out, the girls' faces turned pale as paper, and they were all stunned. Even Jun Qingran, who had been sulking, looked unbelievable and stared at Jun Haotsong in astonishment, unable to accept it. Her brother, who was unattainable in her mind, would actually pester a woman. Is that right? Everyone was naturally shocked when they heard such news. They really couldn't associate the emperor with pestering. It was too inconsistent. Su Maoyong received even more weird looks from everyone and couldn't eat any more. He immediately put down his chopsticks and just wanted to leave this place of trouble. Seeing that she didn't want to eat more after just a few bites, Jun Haotsong frowned and asked, "Why don't you eat any more? Don't you like it?" Su Maoyong waved her hand. "No. I'm full." Jun Haotsong frowned and retorted dissatisfiedly, "How can you keep your body healthy if you eat so little?" He was still waiting to eat her. If she didn't keep her body healthy, how would he eat? "I'm really full." To be precise, she was full because she was seen. Seeing her insistence, Jun Haotsong sighed helplessly and ordered the maidservant coldly, "Make today's dishes again, and pack them up, and send them to Yulu Palace later." After he finished speaking, he stood up, reached out, and picked up Su Maoyong, and strode out of Chaoyong Palace. The domineering and doting attitude was considerate and careful, which made the girls' faces tangled with envy. They sat there, looking indignantly at the direction where the two left. Jealousy was like an ant, gnawing at their hearts. Su Maoyong finally got out of everyone's sight, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He complained angrily, "You really attract bees and butterflies, and you also make me suffer with you. Why do I hear admiration and pride in your tone?" Jun Haotsong curled his lips and looked down at her. Su Maoyong was disgusted by him. "Are you too narcissistic?" Jun Haotsong replied shamelessly, "You should know that narcissism requires capital." Su Maoyong was stunned. Well, whatever he said was right. Everything was reasonable. However, thinking of his words to help her out just now, Su Maoyong felt sweet. "Actually, I really want to know. When did you like me?" "I don't know." Jun Haotsong replied coldly. "How can I not know? Your answer is too perfunctory." Su Maoyong was dissatisfied. Jun Haotsong looked at her tightly furrowed forehead, and his cold eyes suddenly softened. Maybe in the last life. Su Maoyong was slightly shocked when he heard this, and his heart skipped a beat when he was stared at by his eyes. And he couldn't speak. Last life? Did they really have a last life? Back to Yunlu Palace. He Xiao reported that the medicine bath in the pool was ready. Jun Haotsong nodded when he heard this, strode into the bathroom, and put Su Maoyong on a chair beside him. Su Maoyong panicked when she saw that she was going to take a bath, and immediately said, "I'll do it myself for such a small matter as taking a bath. You can go out and do your own thing." Jun Haotsong ignored her, but stood in front of her and undressed. "What are you doing? Aren't I taking a bath? Why are you taking off your clothes?" Su Maoyong looked surprised. Jun Haotsong glanced at her and explained calmly, "The imperial physician said that my body also needs a medicinal bath." He took off his clothes so quickly that Su Maoyong was left with only a pair of shorts before he could stop. Su Maoyong's chin almost dropped to the ground when she heard this. "You mean, you want to take a bath with me?" Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows. "Isn't it obvious?" Su Maoyong gritted her teeth in anger. "You did it on purpose. If you want to take a bath, just take a bath alone. Why do you want to take a bath with me? Save medicinal materials, save water, and save time." Jun Haotsong's excuse was justified, and Su Maoyong was so angry that she took a few deep breaths. If she wasn't weak, she would have pinched him. She knew with her big toe that this guy was definitely doing it on purpose. And all this was his conspiracy. He just wanted to take advantage of her inconvenience and eat her tofu. Damn it! Just when she was angry, Jun Haotsong started to touch her again. "I won't bathe with you. You bathe by yourself." "I won't bathe anymore." Su Maoyong struggled to escape. Jun Haotsong was afraid that she would walk on the ground, so he suddenly pressed Su Maoyong's acupuncture points, making her unable to move. Su Maoyong wanted to cry, but had no tears. So she let him strip her clothes, and was carried into the pool by him. Black Owl, who was standing guard outside, heard the miserable scolding coming from inside again, and couldn't help shaking his head, and suddenly sympathized with Su Maoyong. If she fell into the hands of his master, she would definitely be gnawed to the bone, and mourn for her. Chu Yun had been furious since that meal, and had broken several pieces of porcelain in the room. As soon as the maid stepped into the room and saw the fragments all over the floor, she was frightened and turned pale, and suddenly knelt on the ground. "Where is the news you got?" Chu Yun saw the maid coming in, and immediately raised her eyes, sharply questioned loudly, with a ferocious look. Chapter 531 Flirting. The maid thought that the news she got would make her angry, so she trembled and dared not speak directly. Seeing her hesitant, Chu Yun became even more angry and shouted fiercely, "If you don't tell me, do you want to kneel on the fragments all night?" The maid was so frightened that she cowed out repeatedly. "Miss Chu, spare me. I just heard that the Emperor is taking a bath with Miss Su, and the Black Owl is guarding outside, and no one is allowed to enter." Chu Yun frowned suddenly. Her expression became ferocious, and the flames of jealousy flashed in her pupils. "What? They are taking a bath together? Hey, this vixen's methods are really endless. It's okay to be favored by the Emperor alone, but she also seduced the Emperor to play in the water in broad daylight. It's really disgusting. It seems that Su Maoyong can't be kept." Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's sinister eyes suddenly showed murderous intent, and the maid was scared to sweat coldly. These days, Su Maoyong lives a life of hyperplegia every day. Whether it is eating, dressing, bathing, or even going to the toilet, Jun Haocong does it for her personally. Fortunately, he considerately brought Wang Feng, Xiao Linchen, and the others into the palace, with everyone accompanying her. She is not so bored, so she does not care about Jun Haocong's tofu behavior for the time being. But what puzzled her was that Jun Haocong didn't know what kind of madness he had, and kept asking the kitchen to make all kinds of delicious food, feeding her like a pig. The first sentence he asked every day when they met was, "Have you eaten?" "Look," he asked the same question as soon as he walked in. Su Maoyong couldn't stand it any longer, and frowned and scolded, "Eat your big head, ghost. You really think I'm a glutton?" Jun Haocong saw that she was getting better and better in the past few days. Her complexion was getting better and better, and even her face was getting fatter. His ice blue eyes showed a doting smile. He walked over in a good mood, picked her up, and weighed her. Well, it is indeed a lot heavier. Su Maoyong has been held by him recently, like his doll, and he always takes advantage of her. How can this be tolerated? Thinking of this, she bit his neck hard without any hesitation. This bite was not light, and immediately left a bite mark on Jun Haocong's neck. Seeing that she was restless, Jun Haocong put her down on the bed with force and slapped her little but hard. "Little wild cat. Dare you bite people casually in the future? It's just that this cruelty looks cruel to outsiders. Only Jun Haocong knows how much force he has used. After all, Su Maoyong is his favorite, and he can't bear to kiss her hard, let alone hit her." But Su Maoyong pretended to be wronged and shouted for help. "Wang Feng, Jian Zheng, Xiao Linchen, save me!" The three heard Su Maoyong's cry for help and rushed into the side hall, and saw that Su Maoyong was actually being pressed down and spanked by Jun Haocong. Wang Feng was so angry that his eyebrows were raised, and he roared heartlessly, "Let go of my master. Don't think that I dare not do anything just because you are strong. If you touch my master, I will fight you to the death." Seeing this scene, Xiao Linchen and Jiang Zheng held their foreheads helplessly. They could see that they were just flirting. Wang Feng, a rough man, couldn't even understand the little interest between men and women. They suddenly became worried. With his emotional intelligence, can he get married in the future? It's really worrying for his happiness. Thinking of this, Xiao Linchen and Jiang Zheng shook their heads helplessly and rolled their eyes at Wang Feng. Jun Haocong regretted seeing someone suddenly break in. He should not have brought Su Maoyong's little followers into the palace. Before these people came, he could still enjoy some time alone. Now this group of people came in, not only occupying Su Maoyong all day long, but also disturbing their boudoir fun. Jun Haocong simply hated it, and frowned and replied, "She is my woman. How I treat her. It seems that you have no right to ask." Hearing Jun Haocong's domineering declaration of ownership, Wang Feng was completely angry and scolded, "You are so heartless. My master not only condescended to be the prince's concubine for you, but was also forced to enter the palace as a concubine. He went through so many hardships. And you actually. Xiao Linshan and Jiang Zheng were horrified when they heard this. They immediately rushed forward and covered Wang Feng's mouth, blocking the rest of the words. The two looked at Jun Haocong, who was gradually surging with anger and murderous aura. With horror on their faces, their hearts skipped a beat, and they had a bad premonition. Although they had not been with Jun Haocong for a long time, they had basically figured out his temper. Such a domineering person. If he heard that his woman had been a concubine and concubine of other men, the consequences would be disastrous. Sure enough, when Jun Haocong heard such news at this time, his ice blue eyes immediately glared, as sharp as a sharp knife, and suddenly compared to their throats, suffocating them and making them speechless. What did you say? Say it again. Jun Haocong endured and lowered his voice, and gritted his teeth to ask. Although there were only a few words, it was sinister and frightening. Seeing that Jun Haocong was about to explode, Xiao Linshan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Recently, Wang Feng took the wrong medicine, and his brain is a little abnormal. Don't take it to heart if I said something wrong. But Wang Feng, a guy who was slow in emotions, didn't understand what was going on. He was worried that his master would be bullied, and tried to break free from Xiao Linshan and Jiang Zheng's restraints, cursing and retorting. How could I say anything wrong? You are abnormal. Master. Before Wang Feng finished speaking, Jiang Zheng and Xiao Linshan covered his mouth again, feeling the sudden cold atmosphere and the murderous aura around him. The two wanted to knock Wang Feng unconscious with a punch to avoid causing trouble for the master. You guys chat slowly. I'll take him to take medicine. Xiao Linshan nodded awkwardly to Jun Haocong, and he and Jiang Zheng grabbed Wang Feng, who was out of the situation, and ran away quickly. Su Maoyang saw it and shouted in panic, "Come back and explain it clearly before leaving." This group of bastards caused trouble and ran away without even cleaning their butts, leaving her alone to face the wind. It was really unfair. At this moment, she only felt a cold and piercing gaze falling on her face, which immediately made her feel goosebumps all over her body. Jun Haocong stared at her, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gloomy voice was chilling. Madam, how do you want to explain this matter? Su Maoyang pulled a guilty smile and whispered to comfort. This matter is a long story, and it will take a while to explain it clearly. You calm down first. Calm down. Let's make a long story short. She has become someone's concubine, and as her man, she actually told herself to calm down. If he calms down, is he still a man? Su Maoyang was a little scared by his sharp eyes, and hesitantly explained. Actually, it was a dark and windy night, and the enemy army of Ban Kingdom invaded. At this time, Jun Haocong, who was full of jealousy, obviously had no patience to listen to her nonsense, and gritted his teeth and said, "Speak to the point." This is the point. Su Maoyang planned to explain the whole story clearly, and explain her helplessness, trying to win his sympathy and try to escape the disaster in front of her. Jun Haocong saw her innocent little face, and thought that she had been coveted by other men. He was furious, stretched out his hand and pulled, and the bed curtain fell instantly, covering the two of them in the bed. Seeing this, Su Maoyang opened his eyes wide in shock, and his nervous voice trembled a little. What are you going to do? Fuck you. Chapter 532. Two people fighting. Su Maoyang stared at Jun Haocong's eyes that were blazing with fire, and was so scared that she trembled all over and wanted to escape. However, Jun Haocong stretched out his hand and pulled her back directly. The low voice was a little bit gnashing, and there was also some emotion, and the hot air sprayed made Su Maoyang's cheeks red. I wanted to fatten you up, but I don't think it's necessary. Jun Haocong narrowed his eyes and whispered. Su Maoyang heard this and suddenly realized it, and shouted indignantly, "Oh! No wonder you have been making me eat all kinds of supplements recently. You want to fatten me up and eat me. You scoundrel." Before she could curse the word scoundrel out loud, Jun Haocong suddenly lowered his head and blocked her red lips. This woman is his. Her heart, her body are all his. He won't allow any man to covet her. He wants to get her. Occupy her. Jiang Zheng, Xiao Linshan and Wang Feng, who were standing outside, only heard a roar from inside. The sound stopped abruptly. Silence is better than words here. Jiang Zheng and Xiao Linshan looked at each other and coughed lightly to cover up their embarrassment. They knew what happened inside without seeing it. So when they heard the sound, the two grown men's cheeks were a little hot. Wang Feng thought his master was bullied, and turned around to rush back. Fortunately, Jiang Zheng and Xiao Linchen quickly grabbed him. If he broke in and ruined Jun Haosong's good deeds, they absolutely believed that Jun Haosong would definitely peel off a layer of skin. Why are you pulling me? Didn't you hear the master screaming so miserably? Jun Haosong dared to bully her. I will fight him to the death. Wang Feng roared with curses. Jiang Zheng shook his head helplessly and patted his shoulder heavily. Don't worry. The master will be fine. The master just turned into a woman. Wang Feng frowned. Puzzled, what do you mean? Xiao Linchen rolled his eyes and sighed. Jiang Zheng. You should find him a woman. He should understand with a woman. Jiang Ning's face was tangled when he heard it, and he looked at Wang Feng's lower body in embarrassment. I think it's difficult for him to find a woman, or he can't do it at all. Xiao Linchen laughed when he heard it, and then turned and walked away. Jiang Zheng also held back a lot of laughter, followed him, and whispered something with him. Wang Feng was stunned in place, looking down at his lower body in confusion. And then he reacted. His face suddenly surged with anger, and he yelled at the backs of the two people. Okay. You dare to laugh at me. I will beat you to the ground today. They were fighting outside, while Su Maoyan was fighting with Jun Haosong on the bed. In this fight, Su Maoyan lost miserably. Not only was he attacked by the opponent, but he also lost his armor and weapons, which was very embarrassing. Jun Haosong didn't let her go until he heard her even breathing. Seeing her quiet sleeping face, without the usual sharpness, so gentle and beautiful, Jun Haosong couldn't help but kiss her forehead. From the forehead to the eyes, to the cheeks, and then to the mouth. He kissed her carefully, as if he wanted to carve her appearance into his heart. God knows how much he missed her this year. He never knew that there would be a woman who made him so crazy. Crazy enough to want nothing but her. Although his soul was injured and his body was still weak, as long as he saw her, he was like a chicken blood, full of strength. He didn't believe what others said about the power of love before. But since he had Su Maoyang, he believed it without a doubt. She was the poison flowing in his body, constantly occupying his heart, eroding his soul, making him addicted, and making him crazy. This kind of poison can't be quit, and he doesn't want to quit. This little woman is simply his calamity, and he is willing to be trapped by her in this life. Thinking of this, Jun Haosong hugged her and kissed her cheek. I'll let you go today, but it won't be so easy next time. Su Maoyan was so tired that she couldn't open her eyes, and she whimpered in a daze. Don't make trouble. After saying that, her body rubbed against his arms. Her voice was soft, and her body was even softer, which made Jun Haosong distracted again. He glanced at the little woman sleeping soundly in his arms, cursed uncomfortably, and immediately let her go. He got up from the couch, walked out of the Yunlu Palace, and coldly ordered the red-faced black owl who was guarding outside. Prepare for a cold shower. Chapter 533 Seducing Jun Haosong. Xu Yuyin, who had been left out in the cold for many days in Yunxiu Palace, was restless, and was thinking of all kinds of ways to frame Su Maoyang. But these days, Su Maoyang had been staying in Yunlu Palace because she couldn't get out of bed. Usually, she was either guarded by Jun Haosong or the group of trash from the lower plains. Even if she wanted to poison her in the bath, she didn't have a chance, because that girl named Lin Water was too vigilant. She had to do everything herself and protected Su Maoyan like a treasure. Damn it! Thinking of this, Chu Yuyin was so angry that she crushed the flowers in her hand. At this moment, a maid ran in from outside. Before she approached Chu Yuyin, she reported excitedly, Miss Chu. Good news. Good news. This maid was sent by Chu Yuyin to observe the situation in Yunlu Palace. After so many days, there was finally some movement. Chu Yuyin was shocked when she heard this. She stood up from her chair in surprise and asked anxiously, What good news? Tell me quickly. The maid smiled and came forward, whispering slyly, I was hiding near Yunlu Palace just now and heard the discussion of those rubbish. I heard that the emperor was having sex with Su Maoyang in Yunlu Palace. The words having sex hit Chu Yuin's heart like a heavy hammer. Her face full of expectation instantly turned into rage. Her fierce eyes could kill people. What? What good news is this? The emperor and Su Maoyang were having sex, which was a fatal blow to her. The maid was trembling with her roar and hurriedly explained, Miss Chu, listen to me. The emperor has come out of Yunlu Palace now. Not only is his face dark, but he also asked Heishu to prepare a cold shower. I guess Su Maoyang must have not satisfied the emperor. Otherwise, why would he go in happily, but come out with a stinky face? It must be said that this maid is quite clever and has a rich imagination. After her analysis, the angry Chu Ying gradually calmed down. Are you sure he came out with a dark face? Could you have seen it wrong? Chu Ying still didn't believe it. The maid shook her head and said firmly, I saw it clearly. The emperor's face was definitely not good. Even if I saw it wrong, why did the emperor suddenly want to take a cold bath? If he hadn't been relieved in some aspects, his current physical condition would not allow him to take a cold bath. This time, I definitely didn't see it wrong. Nor did I hear it wrong. The more Chu Ying listened, the more reasonable it was. She nodded in belief. What do you mean? Although she had guessed a little, she still hoped that the maid would say it herself. Miss Chu, why are you confused? The emperor was not satisfied. And this is your chance, the maid reminded anxiously. Chu Ying listened, still had many concerns in her heart. Will this really work? Will the emperor think I'm fickle and make him unhappy? As she said this, she lowered her head slightly, pretending to be shy. But the arc of her mouth slightly raised revealed her thoughts. Men all have physical needs. Miss Chu's appearance and figure are better than Su Maoyang. The emperor has seen it with his own eyes and felt it personally. And he will definitely make a judgment. At that time, will he still be afraid that Su Maoyang will take away your position as the emperor's concubine? Besides, Miss Chu, you still have the Chu family behind you. If you really become the emperor's woman, even if the emperor doesn't want to admit it, General Chu will definitely make him responsible. So, he has no choice but to admit it. The maid's words were like a revelation. And her eyes lit up. Yes, if she really had a relationship with the emperor, according to the emperor's character, even if he didn't like her, he would definitely take responsibility. At that time, she could stay in the palace for a long time and slowly bring down Su Maoyang. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's smile deepened. And then she looked at the maid and said with some difficulty, But, the emperor is guarded by the black owl. I can't get close to him. The maid smiled and suggested, This requires the help of the princess. Yes, how could I forget the princess? She really hates Su Maoyang. Chu Ying nodded excitedly, thinking back to the time when the princess had approached them alone and expressed her intention to promote her. If she was asked for help this time, she would definitely help. The maid nodded quickly. Yes. The princess is the emperor's sister after all. She will be able to hold Black Owl for a while. No matter how loyal Black Owl is, he has to give the princess some face. Chu Ying smiled with satisfaction after hearing this, and patted her shoulder in appreciation. You did a good job this time. There is a reward. The maid was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Miss Chu, dress up well. I will arrange it now. Chu Ying nodded slightly, watched her leave quickly, and then turned to the inner room to dress up. Today she must become the emperor's woman. At this time, Jun Haotsong, who was soaking in cold water, felt the cold temperature, but his mind was still full of Su Maoyang's charming and lovely appearance. And his mind was also rippled with the water waves. Tasting her for the first time, Jun Haotsong, who claimed to have strong self-control, was a little out of control. I don't know if that heartless little woman slept peacefully, and I don't know if he was in her dream. However, most likely not. If he could fall asleep at the critical moment, it would be a miracle. Jun Haotsong laughed and shook his head. But his heart was sweet, and his heart that had been lonely for a long time was filled with her. Maybe he was too absorbed in his thoughts. He didn't even notice Chu Ying, who quietly walked in from outside, until a gentle voice came from behind. Jun Haotsong suddenly turned around and looked at her. At this time, Chu Ying stood by the pool, holding the corner of her clothes, feeling uneasy, and looked at Jun Haotsong vaguely. Although her behavior was bold, her shy movements showed her shyness. Emperor, the beautiful voice of a yellow warbler out of the valley, was even more charming and shy. Jun Haotsong's strong waist was exposed on the water, which made Chu Ying's heart bloom. Seeing Chu Ying, Jun Haotsong's face changed drastically. His eyes were fierce, and he shouted angrily, How did you break in? Chu Ying smiled shyly and answered softly, The princess heard that the emperor was not feeling well, so she sent me to serve him. She was the most beautiful woman in the dark domain, and everyone recognized her beauty in both appearance and figure. She didn't believe that the Emperor Yunlu would not be moved. Chapter 534 She is different from other women. Chu Yun was too confident that she ignored Jun Haocong's murderous aura and flirted with him, showing off her figure. However, Chu Yun was indeed qualified to be proud. With her slender waist, tender arms, and long, wide legs, she was indeed a beauty that made men crazy. At this time, Chu Yuan's eyes were full of spring water, and she walked towards Jun Haocong shyly. Every step was full of charm. If it were any other man, he would have pounced on him long ago. However, she forgot that she was facing the Emperor Yunlu. The Emperor Yunlu, who was not interested in women. When she saw Su Maoyang being favored and heard that Su Maoyang was making love with him, she completely forgot that he was not interested in women. At this time, she was about to get close to Jun Haocong, and saw a hand suddenly attacking her and pinching her neck. The deep and sinister voice was like hail in the cold winter, piercingly cold, and suddenly hit Chu Yuan's eardrum, causing her body to freeze and her heart to stop. Don't you know that all the women who seduce me are dead? Chu Yuan's face flushed red from being pinched by him, looking at the pair of ice blue eyes in front of her that were full of sinister and murderous intent. There was no more charm in Chu Yuan's beautiful eyes, and they were instantly replaced by fear. Because of the difficulty in breathing, her whole body twitched, and she rolled her eyes several times, and her red cheeks gradually turned pale. At this moment, she knew what it felt like to face death. Why? Why can she do it? But I can't. Even now, Chu Yuan's heart is full of fear and unwillingness. Su Maoyang is not as pretty as her, nor does she have a good figure as her, and she can't satisfy the Emperor with sex. But why can she get the Emperor's favor? But she can't. Jun Haocong naturally knew who this she was referring to, and the corners of his lips raised a sarcastic arc, and snorted coldly, "Don't compare you with a dirty thing like her. You are not worthy. Seeing you, I can only think of two words: disgusting." After the voice fell, Jun Haocong's hand pinching her neck became even stronger, and it was obvious that he had the intention to kill this time. Chu Yun also realized this, and felt the fear of death entering her bones, instantly making her hands and feet numb, and then her heart also numb. Suffocating, the body is getting more and more exhausted, and it seems that she is about to die. Chu Yun spoke with difficulty. Her voice was as small as a mosquito, but she used up the last bit of strength in her body. You can't kill me. My father is Chu Xiong." Hearing Chu Xiong's name, Jun Haocong suddenly froze, and the hand that was about to strangle her to death stopped instantly. Chu Xiong was his deputy general. When the war with the Burning Blood City began, he fought for him, and was a hero of the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, and even more so, his benefactor. When he died physically, it was all thanks to him blocking the attack for him that he didn't die. Otherwise, there would be no Jun Haocong in this world. To be honest, Jun Haocong remembered this life-saving grace in his heart, and Chu Yun was Chu Xiong's daughter. Even if he wanted to kill her, he had to let her go for the life-saving grace. Thinking of this, Jun Haocong forcibly suppressed his anger and murderous intent, and immediately let go of her, roaring angrily, "Get out!" Chu Yun was let go by him, and she fell limply to the ground, taking a few deep breaths, and her heart that had been in her throat finally fell back. At that moment, she knew that if she hadn't given her father's name, she would have been a corpse now. Yulu Emperor Zun was just as rumored, not interested in women, and any woman who seduced him never walked out alive. However, Su Maoyang was an exception, and this exception made her jealous and crazy. Facing Jun Haocong's face full of anger and the murderous aura emanating from his body, Chu Yun felt cold in her heart, knowing that if she stayed here any longer, she would not have a second chance of good luck. Then she picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on, stumbling out of the bathroom. Back in Yunqiu Palace, the palace maid saw Chu Yuan's pale face and her whole body in embarrassment. She was so scared that her expression changed, and she went up to support her in horror. "Miss Chu, what's wrong with you? Why are you like this?" The palace maid looked her up and down, and saw that her clothes were messy and her face was ugly. So she asked anxiously. Chu Yun shook her head weakly, with a stronger hatred than before in her eyes. "I will make Su Maoyang pay the price. I will." The maid heard this. Her face jumped into horror. Could it be that Su Maoyang disturbed Miss Chu's good thing? Humph! Su Maoyang, that bitch. The emperor actually said that I am not worthy. The bitch from the lower plane is really unworthy. Thinking of what Jun Haotsong said. Thinking of his indifference to her body. Thinking of the coldness and disgust overflowing in those blue eyes. Chu Yuying was furious. She is the most beautiful woman in the dark domain. No matter in strength or family background. Her appearance and figure are much better than Su Maoyang. He actually said she is unworthy. How can this be? The maid was even more confused after hearing this. But she saw the pinch marks on Chu Yuying's neck with her sharp eyes. And she was sure that this operation had failed. Looking at her miserable appearance, it is obvious that she must have been driven out by Emperor Yunlu. Hey. It seems that it is really difficult to seduce the Emperor. Miss Chu. Your life is more important. You should give up. The maid didn't want to see Chu Yuying die in the end for seducing the Emperor. When General Chu investigates, she can't get away from it. Hearing this, Chu Yuying snorted coldly and retorted unwillingly, Give up what? I won't give up. Emperor Yunlu is not close to women. All the women who seduced him died. Except me. Only I survived. It shows that he pities me and can't bear to part with me. In his mind, I am different from other women. The maid didn't expect Chu Yuying to be so badly hit that she was still daydreaming. At this moment, she looked at her with surprise, and suddenly felt that she had become a little crazy. She was driven out by the Emperor. But she said that she was unique in the heart of the Emperor. This is probably not the logical thinking of ordinary people. Even a maid like her could guess the reason why the Emperor would let her go. Who else could it be except General Chu? But now Chu Yuying seems to be deceiving herself. Maybe she has been praised and praised all the time. She is too confident in herself and has become a little conceited. No. It is very, extremely conceited. Or maybe she can't accept this blow and is just avoiding this reason. But the Chu Yuying in front of me is a little scary. I really don't know what she will do. Chapter 535 The Jun Family Brothers and Sisters Plans. Jun Haotsong came out of the bathroom and saw that He Xiao was not there. He immediately understood that this matter was obviously related to the eldest princess. In this dark area of Yunlu, the only ones who can use He Xiao are him, his brother and sister. And Jun Qingran wanted to match him with Chu Yuying. You don't have to guess that it was her. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong was full of anger and strode towards Mingxiang Palace. Mingxiang Palace? Today, Jun Yueya was also there, talking and laughing with Jun Qingran, and seemed to be in a good mood, until she saw Jun Haotsong with a dark face, striding towards her. Jun Qingran restrained her smile and asked in surprise, Songer? Why are you here? I was afraid that if I didn't come, you would probably have to propose to the Chu family tomorrow. Jun Haotsong stared at her expressionlessly, his gloomy tone cold as ice. Jun Qingran's pupils were filled with a trace of guilt, and she pulled up the corners of her mouth, pretending to be ignorant. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Seeing that she didn't dare to admit it, Jun Haotsong was so angry that he waved his sleeves and burst out with a fierce spiritual power. And the tables and chairs around were instantly smashed to pieces. The power was turbulent, and the dust was flying, which frightened Jun Qingran and Jun Yueya. I warn you again for the last time. Don't have any bad thoughts about me. And don't have any ideas about Su Maoyang. Otherwise I don't know what I will do. Hearing Jun Haotsong's fierce warning, Jun Yueya couldn't listen anymore, frowned and scolded. Songer, you are really too much. For a woman, you actually disobeyed your sister who raised you with great difficulty. Is this reasonable? I want to respect you. But you shouldn't decide what woman to marry for me. Please don't interfere in my private affairs in the future. Jun Haotsong spoke heavily, and resolutely turned around and left Mingxiang Palace. Jun Qingran was so angry that he felt dizzy and breathless. He is rebellious. Songer never acted like this before. Now he is getting more and more absurd for a woman. As a sister, I am doing good for him. And this is how he repays me. A woman of Su Maoyang's level will only lower his status as the Emperor of Yunlu. Not only will he be criticized, but he will also be ridiculed. How can she bear to let her beloved brother not be able to raise his head in front of everyone? Moreover, Su Maoyang came from the lower plane, and his strength was just comparable to the lowest level of waste in Jiuyo continent. Such a woman can not only not help him, but also hold him back. He has already suffered from cold disease, and his soul was injured because of this woman. It is already miserable enough. Asking her to agree to this marriage puts Jun Haotsong's life and death in such a dangerous situation. Jun Yueya frowned when he heard this, and nodded solemnly. This woman is indeed a trouble. Su Maoyang's appearance has completely disrupted their lives, not only putting Jun Haotsong in danger, but also the entire Yunlu dark domain in danger. Brother, do you have a way to deal with her? Jun Qingren heard him say this. His eyes lit up, and he asked expectantly. Jun Yueya shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. But don't act rashly now. You know Songer's character. Once he decides, even 10 cows can't pull him back. It's better to indulge him and Su Maoyang for the time being. Jun Qingren heard about indulging them, and he immediately refused. How can I indulge them? They are now inseparable. If they continue to get along, it will be really hard to separate them. You can't rush into love affairs. The more you oppose, the more counterproductive the effect will be. I agree with you trying to match Songer with other women, but don't make it too big and your intentions too obvious. You let Chu Yuyin and Songer spend time together alone today, and in the bathroom. Your intentions were too obvious. No wonder he was angry. Jun Yueya didn't quite agree with Jun Qingran's actions today. Jun Qingran was a little innocent. Actually, I didn't think of this idea. Chu Yuyin came to me for help herself. What? She planned to devote herself to Songer? Jun Yueya was shocked. Jun Qingran nodded. Yes, I can see that she really likes Songer, and I'm really dissatisfied with Su Maoyang. So I helped her. But such a scheming woman makes people feel a little unreliable. Jun Yueya frowned. Hey, no matter who it is, they are more reliable than Su Maoyang. I think Chu Yuyin is Chu Xiong's daughter after all. Have you forgotten that Chu Xiong fought for the dark domain of Yunlu and blocked that attack for Songer? After all, we owe him a favor. His daughter likes Songer, and it's hard to refuse. Jun Qingran naturally has his own considerations. Jun Yueya nodded slightly. Hey, yes, Songer almost died at the beginning, and it was all thanks to Chu Xiong. I hope this woman really likes Songer. She is sincere. And this is true. It's just that you said she is scheming. I don't think it's a big deal. Women have some little thoughts. If they are too simple, it will be disadvantageous to live in this scheming environment. Jun Qingran is still very satisfied with Chu Yuyin. Jun Yueya nodded with relief after hearing this, and suggested, since you want to bring Songer and Chu Yuyin together, don't be too obvious. Invite everyone to have a meal together. Enjoy the moon. And do something that Su Maoyang can't do to suppress her arrogance. There is a gap only when there is a comparison. I don't believe that a country girl from the lower plane can compare with a lady from a noble family. When Songer sees it clearly, she will wake up. Hearing this, Jun Qingran's eyes lit up, and he smiled and praised. Brother still has a way. Jun Haotsong returned to Yulu Palace with a heavy heart. He lifted the bed curtain and saw that Su Maoyang was sleeping like a dead pig. His anger instantly disappeared. He curled his lips, turned over to the bed, gently hugged her in his arms, nestled in her neck, and took a deep breath of her fragrance. Su Maoyang seemed to have a kind of magic that instantly calmed his originally irritable heart. He just wanted to hold her like this forever, thinking about nothing and ignoring everything. You're strangling me so hard that I can't breathe. Su Maoyang was held in his arms, her whole face pressed against his chest. And soon, she had difficulty breathing and woke up. Jun Haotsong heard this, and then let her go. You sleep like a dead pig. I thought you didn't feel anything. Su Maoyang glared at him unhappily. If I'm a dead pig, then what are you? You just slept with a dead pig. Su Maoyang's words were shocking, and Jun Haotsong was speechless. It seems that Madam has a lot of energy after a good sleep. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and said faintly. Su Maoyang can no longer understand his meaning literally. Talking to Jun Haotsong requires deep thinking. What else do you want to do? She immediately moved away from him vigilantly. Chapter 536, Cheated Again. Jun Haotsong smiled slightly when he saw her like this. I won't eat you. Why are you so scared? You almost broke my waist. And I still have backaches. And you still dare to say you won't eat me. It would have been better if he didn't say it. But Su Maoyang was furious when he said it. Jun Haotsong saw Su Maoyang's face wrinkled into a ball, and the scene of last night suddenly appeared in his mind. He curled his lips. Madam, you have worked hard today. Now let your husband serve you. As he said, he placed his large palm on her small waist and gently massaged it. Su Maoyang naively thought that he realized his mistake and sincerely repented. But within half a minute, she realized how naive her idea was, and how wrong it was. Feeling his aggressive actions, Su Maoyang couldn't bear it any longer. Where did you press? Jun Haotsong answered confidently. I spanked my wife today. So I helped her massage her legs. But you didn't spank my legs today. Su Maoyang glared at him. Isn't this excuse too shameless? My wife's legs are poisoned. And she can't walk on the ground so far. And she also needs to be massaged. Jun Haotsong replied with a thick face. Su Maoyang gritted her teeth in anger. But she could do nothing about him. This man usually looks cold and unattainable. But why is he like a greedy child in front of her? Seeing her angry, Jun Haotsong smiled, leaned into her ear and whispered ambiguously, and gently bit her earlobe. I can't help it. You are too delicious. I want to eat you. The warm breath in her ear made Su Maoyang stiffen all over, and the ambiguous and explicit love words made her blush. You rascal. Stay away from me. Don't you think it's not enough? Su Maoyang pushed him away with a blushing face. Jun Haotsong saw her shy and angry look. So beautiful that he couldn't help but let people kiss her. And his voice became a little hoarse. Madam, you know, you are inviting me to taste it like this. After saying that, Jun Haotsong bit Su Maoyang's red lips fiercely, and deepened the kiss. After Su Maoyang struggled in his arms to no avail, she passively endured his passion. Jun Haotsong stopped suddenly, until she was almost exhausted from being kissed. Today was her first time, and she was really unable to bear it after being asked by him so many times in a row. So he let her go for the time being tonight. The next morning, Su Maoyang was still half asleep, and she was pierced by a burning gaze and opened her eyes. At this time, she saw a pair of ice blue eyes with strange brilliance staring at her. The exposed eyes, the dark light floating in the eyes, and the smirk on the beautiful lips immediately made her, who was sleepy, startled and woke up. Cursing, Jun Haotsong. You beast. You are horny so early in the morning. Will you stop? Jun Haotsong tasted Su Maoyang for the first time, and now his mind is full of eating her. You should be glad that you are weak now. Jun Haotsong's implication is that if you are not weak, it will not be so simple. He had been holding back for so long before, and took several cold showers for her. Now that he finally had her in his arms, he had to get the interest back. What's more, he had obviously eaten her yesterday, but she fell asleep before he could enjoy it. He took another cold shower in embarrassment. If this got out, where would he put his face? Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong couldn't wait to kiss her red lips. Xiao Linchen, Jiang Zheng, Wang Feng and others, when they walked to the gate of Yunlu Palace, heard Su Maoyang cursing from inside, and said heavily, Beast. This lingering lasted until noon without knowing it. He Xiao was afraid of disturbing his master's good things, so he didn't dare to go in and report casually. So he asked the imperial doctors, who were treating Su Maoyang, to wait in the main hall. But when he heard the rustling sound from inside, although he couldn't hear it clearly, the imperial doctor still lowered his head in embarrassment, and was at a loss. It wasn't until they saw Jun Haotsong coming out that everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood up to salute. Go in and take a look at her. Jun Haotsong gave a cold order, and the imperial doctors entered the side hall one after another. At this time, Su Maoyang was tossed all over, and although she was dressed, she couldn't hide the shy blush on her face. The old bones of the imperial physicians all had a fever on their cheeks. But because Jun Haotsong was present, they all lowered their heads and pretended not to know, and quickly stepped forward to diagnose Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang had not walked for many days, and she was very anxious, and asked anxiously, Is my leg better? Can I walk? She had been living an inhuman life these days, being carried around by Jun Haotsong and being molested at every turn. She wanted to get out of his clutches and stay away from this hooligan. The imperial physician nodded and smiled and replied, Okay. But before he finished speaking, he heard Jun Haotsong cough twice. The imperial physician froze. His smile solidified. And then he understood and answered, It seems that some toxins have not been completely removed, so you have to soak in the medicinal bath for a while longer. Su Maoyang frowned and asked in confusion, But I don't feel any discomfort in my legs? Well, this toxin is latent and may not be felt. If it is not removed, it will be life-threatening. The imperial physician lowered his head and did not dare to look into Su Maoyang's eyes. Su Maoyang frowned even more tightly when he heard this, and looked at him suspiciously. Jun Haotsong immediately took over the conversation at this time. Leon, just listen to the imperial physician. It's not a bad thing to rest for a few more days. Okay. You go out. She needs to rest. After speaking, Jun Haotsong waved to the imperial physicians. The imperial physicians received the order and retreated respectfully. Jun Haotsong touched her hair. Sleep for a while. As he said, he quickly followed him out. Su Maoyang watched him leave, always feeling that something was fishy. In the hall, the imperial doctor stood trembling in front of Jun Haotsong, asking uncertainly, Your Majesty, Miss Su's leg has been healed for so many days. Should you still prescribe the medicine? Jun Haotsong nodded. Prescribe it. Change to other mild herbs, to strengthen the body and bones. When Su Maoyang heard this, a surge of anger surged to his head, and he shouted suddenly, You Jun Haotsong, you actually lied to me. Chapter 537 Where exactly are you hurt? She said that her legs didn't feel any discomfort, and it turned out that they had recovered a long time ago. It sounded like they had recovered for many days. But he actually let the imperial physician conceal it from her for so long, took advantage of her for so long, and took her in the bath so many times. He was so insidious and cunning. Sure enough, she would be fooled by him if she wasn't careful. In order to take advantage of her, he really tried his best. When the imperial physicians saw this scene, they quickly left the Yunlu palace. It would be better for them to stay out of the flirting between Miss Su and Emperor Yunlu. Su Maoyang gritted his teeth and stared at Jun Haotsong, asking sternly, How do you want to explain this matter? Jun Haotsong coughed twice to cover up his guilty conscience, but his tone was righteous. Explain clearly that you are a concubine, and I will explain it again. You see, I will punish you today. Su Maoyang's cheeks flushed with anger, and he trembled all over. He was about to rush over, but she was tossed around by Jun Haotsong many times yesterday and this morning. Every step she took caused her severe pain, and her whole body was limp, without any strength, and her walking movements were particularly funny. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong raised an ambiguous smile at the corner of his lips, strode over, suddenly picked her up horizontally, and pecked her on her red lips. It seems that your husband seems to have used too much force this morning. Let your husband help you rub it. As he said, he was about to make a move, and Su Maoyang blushed with shame. She was furious and punched him in the chest. You hooligan! Let me go! But Su Maoyang was limp all over and had no strength. The little pink fist fell on Jun Haotsong's chest, just like tickling, which made him feel excited. I think I'm wasting my time. Even if your legs are healed, I have ways to keep you from getting out of bed. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows. His blue eyes filled with a hint of teasing and confidence, and he strode towards the side hall. Su Maoyang was so ashamed and angry when she heard such shameless words, and she beat him hard, trying to struggle down. She was now sore in the waist and back, and she really couldn't stand his tossing. Jun Haotsong was indifferent to her little fights, and there was a doting smile in his eyes from beginning to end. He only regarded her anger as a spoiled child, and his heart was sweet instead. Until he reached the bed, he whispered a warning. How many times you hit me? I will ask you to hit me today. You have hit me 10 times. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard that. Looking at the pair of glittering and proud ice blue eyes, she could no longer bear it and bit his neck hard. You are shameless. Jun Haotsong frowned slightly and added with pain. 11 times. 11 times. It's amazing that he could say that. However, just as the two were fighting, Black Owl rushed in a hurry, stood behind the bead curtain of the side hall, and reported loudly, Master, there is movement in the Burning Blood City. If it wasn't for business, Black Owl would not easily disturb Jun Haotsong. Knowing this, Jun Haotsong immediately stopped smiling, put Su Maoyang on the couch, kissed her forehead, and said, Wait for me to come back. Su Maoyang also heard the anxiety and solemnity in Heishia's voice. Knowing that this matter should be serious, she suddenly felt worried and grabbed Jun Haotsong's sleeve, looking at him seriously. Where are you going? How long will it take? She finally arrived at Joyo Continent and finally walked to his side. Only she knew how difficult it was for her to walk along the way. She already had a psychological shadow, and was most afraid of Jun Haotsong leaving. Although Jun Haotsong was sometimes so shameless that she was ashamed and angry, she would feel uneasy once he really left her sight. Jun Haotsong saw the worry and fear in her eyes, and his heart ached. He leaned over and kissed her lips. After a long time, he whispered to comfort her, Madam, don't worry. For the 11th times tonight, no matter what, your husband will rush back. Wait for me obediently in bed. After the words fell, Jun Haotsong curled the corners of his mouth, looked at her deeply, and turned away without waiting for her to get angry. Su Maoyang looked at his back as he left, and took a deep breath in anger. At this critical moment, he was still thinking about those 11 times. This beast with a belly full of tricks. Not long after Jun Haotsong left, Lin Water, Wang Feng, Jiang Zheng, and Xiao Linchen all ran in. "What's wrong with you? So panicked?" Su Maoyang asked in surprise when he saw everyone's hurried look. Lin Water ran over with a worried look on her face, and looked her up and down nervously. "Oh, I heard that you were injured. Master, come and see me. Where are you injured?" Su Maoyang was stunned by her question, and frowned slightly. "I'm not injured." "Ah? Not injured? Then why did the son-in-law give me a bottle of ointment just now, saying that you were injured below, and repeatedly told me to help you wipe it?" Lin Water's beautiful face was full of confusion. Wang Feng, Jiang Zheng, and Xiao Linchen heard that Su Maoyang was injured, and thought it was serious, and all came to visit worriedly. Now Su Maoyang said that he was not injured again. What happened? Lin Water was a little unconvinced. "Master, don't hide it from us to prevent us from worrying. You must apply ointment if you are injured." Jiang Zheng and others nodded in agreement. "Yes, your body has just recovered. You can't toss it again." Su Maoyang was speechless. "I'm really not injured. Wait a minute." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that the medicine bottle in Lin Water's hand seemed to be for external injuries. She was just poisoned, and now the poison is almost resolved. Her legs are healed, and there is no external injury. Why did Jun Haotsong give her ointment to apply on her wounds? Could it be that? Su Maoyang's mind suddenly flashed a shameful thought, and she felt a heat rushing to her forehead, making her face flushed. Lin Water saw that her expression was not right, and reached out to pull her worriedly. Su Maoyang shrank back and waved awkwardly. "I'm really not injured. You guys go out." Seeing her sudden appearance, Lin Water was even more worried. "Master, don't hide it from us. Let me see your wound." Su Maoyang was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. "I said, I'm not injured. Why don't you understand me?" Lin Water was also stubborn. She knew that Jun Haotsong's personality would not make jokes casually. Now seeing Su Maoyang's red face and strange expression, she felt that there was a problem. "If you don't take care of your body, then I will stay here today and not leave." Su Maoyang wanted to cry, but had no tears, and suddenly pulled the quilt to cover her face. Seeing this, Xiao Linchen and Jiang Zheng were surprised, and they looked at each other. "It can't be there." Thinking of this possibility, the two laughed out loud. Lin Water was still a virgin after all, so she didn't understand what they meant. "Where is the place you're talking about?" Jiang Zheng smiled evilly. "You'll know where it is after you get married." Lin Water scratched her head in confusion, and then she realized after watching Jiang Zheng and the others walk away, it's that place. Chapter 538 Bragging. She really didn't expect that the place where the master was injured was actually there. It is conceivable that the reason for the injury there, other than the matter between men and women, what else could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Water's face was red enough to drip blood. Xiao Linchen laughed and sighed. "Jun Haotsong, you are so brave." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Zheng also covered his mouth and laughed secretly, nodding repeatedly. "You can hurt such a powerful master like us. Wow. Wow. You are really capable. Yes. It's amazing. I admire you." Xiao Linchen and Jiang Zheng laughed together with ambiguous expressions. Su Maoyang's face flushed and she gritted her teeth. "What are you laughing at? Get out of here. Don't be angry. Boss, I can see that Jun Haotsong has good intentions. He feels sorry for your injury. He knows that you will definitely not ask the maid to do it in such a private place. So he specially asked Lin Water. I think this man is good. Not only is he good at that, but he is also very careful." Ha ha ha. Xiao Linchen laughed so hard that his waist could hardly stand up straight. Su Maoyang heard this ridicule. Not only did she not feel grateful to Jun Haotsong, but she hated him instead. It's all his fault. If he hadn't done it, she wouldn't be so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. "Get out. Get out. Don't hang around in front of me." Su Maoyang picked up a pillow and threw it at him. Xiao Linchen, Jiang Zheng looked at her red face of shame and anger, covered his mouth and ran out. Although Wang Feng was dull, he was also embarrassed and at a loss this time. knowing that his master was injured in that place. It was difficult for him as a man to stay. So he turned stiffly and followed Xiao Linshan and the others out. Lin Water also held the medicine bottle awkwardly and asked tentatively, "Do you still apply this medicine? Wipe your ass. Get out too." She dared to mention the medicine. Su Maoyang was furious. Hearing this and seeing Su Maoyang's tangled expression, even Lin Water couldn't help laughing. But she held it back and turned around to leave. Even though Su Maoyang was in the side hall, she could hear the laughter of several people outside. And she was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and wished she could cut Jun Haotsong into pieces. After being angry, perhaps because of Jun Haotsong's torment, Su Maoyang was particularly sleepy and slept for the whole afternoon. In the end, it was the maid next to Jun Qingran who called her. And she got up lazily, cleaned up, and went to Mingxiong Palace. She didn't know why Jun Qingran suddenly summoned her, but she could guess that she had ulterior motives. However, since she decided to stand by Jun Haotsong's side, she must have made Jun Qingran and Jun Yueya accept her, so she would not escape from their difficulties. Thinking of this, she walked quickly and quickly entered Mingxiong Palace, with the maid leading the way. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw several girls who were selecting concubines, including the most eye-catching Chu Yun. Everyone was sitting together, talking and laughing. I don't know what happy things they were talking about. It was very lively. Jun Qingran, who was sitting in the upper seat, saw Su Maoyang slowly coming in. He softened his attitude and called gently, "Maoyang, you are here. Please take a seat." Su Maoyang heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He really didn't expect Jun Qingran's attitude to take a 180-degree turn. She used to target her everywhere. Why is she so enthusiastic today? Su Maoyang is not stupid, nor naive. She knows that there must be an unknown conspiracy behind that smile and enthusiasm. However, if Jun Qingran wanted to act, she would just have to play along with her. Thinking of this, she curled her lips, saluted her with a smile, and sat down under the service of the palace maid. When Chu Yun saw Su Maoyang, a hint of sinister hatred flashed across her eyes. But she smiled warmly. "Miss Su, this is the spoils my father brought back from the Burning Blood City. The other sisters have already picked one, so you can pick one too." As she spoke, Chu Yun waved her hand and motioned the palace maid who was carrying the plate beside her to come to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang saw that the plate was filled with all kinds of hairpins, all made of gemstones and jade, and they were obviously expensive. She suddenly took out so many valuable things and said she wanted to give them to her. What medicine did Chu Yun take wrong? Isn't she the one who hates herself the most? Su Maoyang looked at Chu Yun in surprise and politely refused. "Miss Chu, these hairpins are too expensive. I'm afraid I can't afford them." When Chu Yun saw her refusal, disdain flashed in her eyes, but she smiled gently. "Miss Su, we had many misunderstandings before. This is also my apology. If you don't accept it, I will think that Miss Su is unwilling to forgive me. Besides, we will soon be sisters. I hope we can put aside our past grudges and live in harmony." The more Su Maoyang listened, the more he felt something was wrong, and his brows frowned unconsciously. "Sisters? What does this mean? Miss Chu, what do you mean by this? Why don't I understand it?" Su Maoyang stared at her in confusion. When Chu Yun was asked what she meant, she just lowered her head shyly and didn't answer. It was Du Firu who smiled and said, "Su Maoyang, don't you know? Yesterday, Miss Chu was already the woman of Emperor Zun. I think the palace is going to have a wedding soon." "The Emperor's woman?" Su Maoyang frowned even more. Seeing her embarrassed face, Du Firu explained excitedly. "Yesterday, the Emperor was in the bathroom and specially summoned Miss Chu to serve him. Many palace maids witnessed it with their own eyes. How could you not know? Yesterday?" She remembered that Jun Haotsong was with her all the time yesterday. By the way, she fell asleep yesterday because she was tired. As for whether he left, she was not sure. Seeing Su Maoyang lowering her head in thought and looking sad, Chu Yun felt happy in her heart, and the corners of her mouth raised a smile of victory involuntarily. Although nothing happened between her and Jun Haotsong, she also had to take advantage of this opportunity to spread something. Otherwise it would be in vain. The other women present had not heard of this news either. Now they heard it, opened their mouths in surprise, their faces full of envy, and could not help but flatter him. "Miss Chu is so lucky to be favored by the Emperor. Yes, I knew long ago that with Miss Chu's looks and figure, she would definitely be favored by the emperor. These women were so sweet to Chu Yun that their mouths were as sweet as honey. Du Fira smiled and took over the conversation. Of course, General Chu Xiong was the emperor's savior back then, so there was no suspense about this marriage. What's more, Miss Chu is the most beautiful woman in the dark domain, and the most suitable person for the emperor. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. The Chu family is a big family in the dark domain of Yunlu, and the relationship between Chu Xiong and the emperor is extraordinary. Logically speaking, Chu Yun is indeed the most likely to become the emperor's concubine. Although they were jealous of Su Maoyang's favor from the emperor, they knew that Su Maoyang's hope of being with the emperor was slim. Now that they heard that Chu Yun was favored, Su Maoyang's position was even more precarious. Jun Qingran saw Su Maoyang lowering her head and couldn't see her expression clearly. She thought that she was hit by the news. And then she smiled with satisfaction. Chu Yun heard everyone's praise and saw Su Maoyang lowering her head and not saying anything. She felt happy in her heart. But she apologized kindly. Miss Su, you won't be unhappy to share a husband with me, right? Don't worry. Your position in the emperor's mind will not change. And I won't compete with you. Su Maoyang slowly raised her head after hearing this, and immediately burst into a charming smile, and then applauded. Miss Chu, you are so bragging. You are so shameless. I really admire you. Chapter 539. Even if the whole world doesn't believe him, I believe him. Seeing Su Maoyang suddenly laugh, the discussion of the crowd stopped abruptly, and the whole place suddenly fell silent, staring at her in surprise. At this time, shouldn't she be sad and angry? Why did she laugh instead? Did Su Maoyang hear Chu Yuan's words clearly? The emperor favored Chu Yuan. How could she laugh? Is she crazy? Chu Yuan's proud smile froze instantly, staring at the smiling face. Her eyebrows slightly frowned, and a trace of unbelievable doubt flashed in her eyes. Others only noticed Su Maoyang's smile. But Chu Yuan noticed the meaning of her words? She actually said she was bragging. Did Jun Haocong explain it to her? Haha. It's useless to explain. At that time, she came out of the bathroom with messy clothes, and several palace maids saw it. It's not so easy to explain it clearly, no matter what Su Maoyang thinks. She only needs to leave a mark in her heart. Let her think. Let her guess. As long as there is suspicion and gap between her and Emperor Zun, she can completely break them up by using some tricks. However, Chu Yun obviously underestimated the relationship between Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong. Her behavior was like a clown in Su Maoyang's eyes. Sadly, she didn't know it. Miss Su, what are you laughing at? Su Maoyang heard this, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of her mouth, and sneered. I laugh at you. Of course you are ridiculous, stupid, and shameless. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. They were fine just now. Why did they start scolding? Chu Yun didn't expect Su Maoyang to humiliate her. She stood up in anger and asked loudly. Miss Su, I have apologized to you and asked for peace just now. What do you mean now? Do you still want to continue to find fault? No. 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 I feel disgusted even to say a word to a shameless person like you who is full of lies. I don't want to find fault with you. Su Maoyang glanced at her coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Chu Yun was despised, and asked back with gnashing teeth. Full of lies? From what you said, you don't believe that the emperor favors me? If you don't believe it, you can ask the palace maids to confront them and ask them if they saw me walk into the bathroom and come out of the bathroom. I believe that they dare not say anything about this kind of thing. The girls present nodded when they heard it. Yes, this is related to Chu Yuan's reputation. And the palace maids dare not say anything. Du Firu also snorted coldly and joined in. Su Maoyang, don't deceive yourself. You should know that the emperor has always been protected by the Black Owl. Ordinary women have no chance to get close to him. Miss Chu not only entered the bathroom, but also came out safely. It is obvious that she has obtained the approval of the emperor. Even if you don't want to admit this fact, you have to admit it. Don't think that you want to occupy the emperor just because you are favored by the emperor. No way. Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head when he heard it. Don't say that I don't believe the confession of the palace maid. Even if I caught you in bed and saw you with my own eyes, I don't believe that Jun Haocong would favor a woman like you. She knows Jun Haocong better than anyone else. The two have gone through twists and turns, lived and died together, and finally got to where they are today. Jun Haotsong didn't even want his life for her. So how could he favor a woman other than her? If he was the kind of man who would change his mind every day, he would have had 3,000 beauties in his harem. So why would he wait for her? As the emperor, he had countless women throwing themselves at him. It was easy for him to want a woman. If he wanted to favor Chu Yuyin, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? If she doubted Jun Haotsong because of a rumor, wouldn't it be too unfair to his efforts? Chu Yuyin didn't expect Su Maoyang to trust Jun Haotsong to this extent, and she didn't even believe what she saw with her own eyes. She widened her eyes in surprise. Su Maoyang, do you think I would lie about my reputation like this? Your words are simply an insult to me. Chu Yuyin retorted angrily. The means that she thought could hit her now seemed extremely powerless in front of her disdainful and sneering face, which made Chu Yuyin grit her teeth unwillingly. Su Maoyang looked at Chu Yuyin's angry expression, and her mouth curled up. It looked like a smile, but it was not a smile. With contempt and disgust, her cold voice rose gently, but it fell heavily on everyone's heart, causing a great shock. Even if the whole world doesn't believe him, I believe him. Su Maoyang was abandoned by her boyfriend in modern times and became very insecure. It was Jun Haotsong who gave her warmth, opened her heart, and gave her a sense of security. She once thought that she would never believe in love again, but later she realized that before she met Jun Haotsong, it was not love at all. Her love is not an empty noun, but a specific person. He is Jun Haotsong. Only Jun Haotsong. She believes that even if the whole world betrays her, Jun Haotsong will not. So, even if the whole world throws dirty water on him and slanders him, she will definitely support him unconditionally. Just like he once said, if the whole world is against her, then he will be the enemy of the whole world. When everyone heard Su Maoyang's words, their hearts seemed to be hit hard by someone, stirring up an indescribable shock. What kind of deep feelings can achieve such trust? Everyone looked at Su Maoyang's unwavering eyes, and doubt surged in their hearts. They didn't understand why her eyes were obviously filled with chilling coldness, but revealed deep affection that others could not reach. Such a contradictory person made everyone confused. But facing her undoubted belief, the girls still felt guilty. They asked themselves, if this matter was changed to them, would they believe it wholeheartedly like Su Maoyang? The answer is no. Women are naturally sensitive and suspicious, and like to fantasize. They can never do it to the extent of Su Maoyang. You know, building this kind of trust does not only rely on women. If men do not give enough sense of security, women will not do it to this extent. Therefore, from the side, it can be seen that Jun Haotsong really loves Su Maoyang in front of him. Everyone was shocked and silent when they heard Su Maoyang's words. But Jun Haotsong, who came from outside, was deeply moved. Even if the whole world doesn't believe him, she believes him. With such a wife, what else can a husband ask for? But there are always a few annoying grasshoppers jumping around in front of him. It seems that they must be cleaned up. Chu Yuyin, I once spared your life. You are looking for death yourself. So it's not my fault. At this moment, Jun Haotsong's voice as cold as an ice cone suddenly came from outside the hall, like a thunder, frightening all the women present and shivering. And looking sideways, Jun Haotsong was seen coming against the wind. His beautiful and delicate face was as dazzling as a flame in the dark night. His beautiful ice blue eyes emitted a faint blue light, as dazzling and charming as a sapphire. But what could not be ignored was the hostility emanating from his body, as sharp as a knife, sweeping in with the night wind, blowing across the cheeks of every woman present, causing an irresistible pain and pressure. Chapter 540. Let the Nani check her body. When Chu Yuyin saw Jun Haotsong, she looked flustered with a guilty conscience. She turned to Du Fira next to her, trying to seek help. Du Fira grabbed her trembling hand and warned in a low voice, don't panic. If you are weak now, you will have no chance at all. Chu Yuyin was shocked when she heard this. Yes, if she was weak now, she would never be able to become the imperial concubine again. How could she accept this? Last time, she was lucky enough to get close to Jun Haotsong. She knew there would never be a next time. If she wasted such a good opportunity, all her efforts over the years would be in vain. Therefore, she must not only not be weak, but also be justified. Emperor, what do you mean by this? Do you deny the fact that you favored my daughter? Chu Yuyin looked like she was hit and about to cry. If an ordinary man saw this, he would probably be heartbroken. Even the women around her were full of sympathy. In their impression, Chu Yuan has always been aloof and noble. How could she be so low as to use her reputation to slander others? Now seeing her expression, the scale in everyone's heart involuntarily leaned towards Chu Yuan. After all, the weak deserve more sympathy. Jun Haocong did not expect Chu Yuan to be so thick-skinned. So he frowned. His blue eyes revealed a strong murderous intent, and his gloomy voice was like a death warrant, instantly echoing in the entire hall. Looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his sleeves and attacked Chu Yuan. Seeing that the force was about to hit Chu Yuan's delicate body, everyone was shocked and speechless, and gasped. Jun Qingran was also frightened to the point of tears. She stood up suddenly and blocked in front of Chu Yuan. She quickly formed her palms and tried to resist, but she was no match for Jun Haocong. After the violent collision, she was lucky enough to dissolve part of the force. In the end, she could not bear the load and took a few steps back, and stabilized her body with difficulty. When Jun Haocong saw Jun Qingran suddenly rushing out, his face changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth and growled, "Sister, you are crazy." Jun Qingran covered her injured shoulder, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, raised her head with a pale face, and looked at him. "I'm not crazy. You are crazy. What did I teach you when you were a child? Our Jun family values love and righteousness, and we will repay our benefactors with gratitude. Now you actually attack the daughter of your life-saving benefactor. How can you be worthy of General Chu?" Faced with such questioning, Jun Haocong's face was dark and silent. He has never been a good person. I don't know how many people's blood has been stained on his hands, and how many lives he has carried. He was grateful to Chu Xiong. So the last time he let Chu Yuan go, it was his bottom line. But this woman challenged his authority again and again, which made him unbearable. He really couldn't be soft-hearted to such a person. Su Maoyang felt the murderous aura emanating from his body, understood his inner entanglement, and felt distressed. She knew Jun Haocong too well. She could pay any price for the one she loved, even her life. As for the one she hated, he was decisive and straightforward, and would never tolerate evil and drag his feet, even if others misunderstood him or called him cold-blooded and cruel. He didn't care. He did everything with only one purpose, which was to protect himself and the people around him. Su Maoyang understood him. He was not cruel. He just had a clear distinction between love and hate, because they were the same kind of people. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang reached out and held his hand distressfully, passing on the strength that belonged to her. Jun Haocong looked down at her in surprise, and saw a reassuring smile slowly blooming on the corner of her mouth. And his irritable heart inexplicably calmed down. "Leave it to me." Su Maoyang's red lips moved slightly, and she smiled lightly and spoke. Hearing her faint voice, Jun Haocong's heart warmed, and he couldn't help but hold her hand tightly. At this time, Su Maoyang had already raised his head and looked at Chu Yuan before he could speak. The cold voice immediately broke the silence of the hall. "Chu Yuan, you said that you were favored by the emperor yesterday. Then please ask the body inspection Nani to come and check. I believe that you are a virgin girl who has never had sex with anyone. It should be easy to check for the first time yesterday." Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, and even Jun Qingran was shocked and clenched his fingers. Chu Yuan, the person involved, was even more guilty and trembled slightly. She is still a virgin, and if the nanny comes to check her, she will be exposed. "No, I won't check." Chu Yuan shook her head in panic. Su Maoyang saw her pale face and panic. As if it was expected, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why, Miss Chu, are you guilty? Since you insist that you are favored by the emperor, let the Nani check it, and everything will be clear, which is more convincing than your explanation of 1,000 or 10,000 sentences. Princess, don't you think so?" After speaking to Chu Yuan, Su Maoyang looked up at Jun Qingran, who was also nervous and sweating. The last light question fell into Jun Qingran's ears, and it was as heavy as 1,000 gold. This Su Maoyang is trying to turn the tables on her. Damn it! Everyone turned their eyes to Chu Yuan after hearing this. Although the method of body examination is somewhat harmful to women, it is indeed the best way to prove Chu Yuan. Although Su Maoyang is not sure whether Chu Yuan is a virgin, she has calculated that no matter whether she is or not, Chu Yuan will not get any benefits. If she is a virgin, then her lies will be exposed. If she is not, then she must have had an affair with someone else long ago. Then she, a broken flower, is even less qualified to be the emperor's concubine. We can't let the emperor wear someone else's broken shoes. So, after all the calculations, Su Maoyang will win and Chu Yuyin will not get any benefits no matter what. Chu Yuyin wants to fight with her, but she is still a little short of the heat. No. I won't test it. I won't test it. Chu Yuyin retreated in panic, with a face full of resistance. Seeing this, Jun Qingran couldn't help but scolded Su Maoyang. Don't go too far. Generally, only unfaithful women are asked to have their bodies checked. If this gets out, how can Chu Yuyin live? I hope you can forgive her. Hearing this, Su Maoyang knew that Jun Qingran softened his attitude and begged her. Although his attitude was not good and his tone was not kind, Su Maoyang didn't intend to be aggressive because she was Jun Haotsong's sister. Since you don't want to have your body checked, then keep your mouth shut. You are such a big man. I believe you should understand what you can say and what you can't say. If there is a next time, it won't be so simple. This time Su Maoyang just gave her a warning. Don't think that you can bring her down by having some crooked thoughts and playing some tricks. If Chu Yuyin is still stubborn, don't blame her for being cruel. After saying that, Su Maoyang glanced at Chu Yuyin coldly, pulled Jun Haotsong, and strode out of the hall. When they walked to the road, she, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised her head and looked at Jun Haotsong. You don't need to do this. Her father is your savior. Don't do it. Let me be the bad guy. Jun Haotsong grinned, and the haze on his face dissipated a lot. He stretched out his hand and hugged Su Maoyang into his arms. Although he didn't say anything, Su Maoyang heard his heart beating violently, which should be moved. Su Maoyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out his hand to wrap around his waist, and before he could cultivate emotions, a faint voice floated over his head. Let's go back quickly. There are still 11 times tonight. Chapter 541 Jun Haotsong's birthday. The next day, Su Maoyang, who had been tossed around all night, woke up slowly until the sun burned her buttocks. She didn't sleep much that night. Jun Haotsong, that beast, tormented her as much as he could. She didn't know where he got so much energy. He left early this morning in high spirits, leaving her limp and unable to even get out of bed. He really did what he said. At this time, Lin Water heard the noise and walked in quickly. Seeing her master grinning in pain and limping in a funny way, Lin Water not only did not sympathize with him, but covered her mouth and laughed twice. Su Maoyang looked up and glared at her fiercely. Bring me the clothes. Lin Water smiled secretly and handed her the clothes, then remembered something important and kindly reminded her. Master, I saw the maids in the palace were very busy recently. I curiously asked about it and found out that it was the son-in-law's birthday. Master, do you also want to prepare a gift for the son-in-law to celebrate his birthday? When Jun Haotsong celebrated Su Maoyang's birthday, he consulted her for a long time in order to give her a surprise. It can be said that he took great pains. Even she, an outsider, was moved to tears. Now it's finally the son-in-law's turn. If her master doesn't give him a good return, it will be unacceptable. Su Maoyang had been exhausted by Jun Haotsong's recent troubles, so she had no energy to pay attention to other things. Now she heard this news, and her eyes were filled with surprise. Birthday? Oh no! Seeing her like this, Lin Water smiled bitterly. Master, you didn't forget it. Su Maoyang looked up at her and shook his head slightly. No, I don't even know his birthday. Lin Water was shocked when she heard this. She thought Su Maoyang just forgot, but she didn't know it at all. I really don't know if it's her who rolls around in bed with Jun Haotsong every day. She even has to be told about her man's birthday. She really admires Su Maoyang. Master, you are really not even 1/10,000th of what your son-in-law does to you. You better prepare quickly. Otherwise it will be too late. If she is still in the dark on the birthday, she knows nothing and attends the palace banquet empty-handed, which will not only disappoint her son-in-law, but also make people laugh at her. Su Maoyang's face became tangled when she heard about preparing gifts. But I don't have anything to show. Lin Water also frowned when she heard this. Jun Haotsong can be said to have everything he needs, and he really doesn't know what to give. Did he say what he likes? Lin Water asked. Su Maoyang shook his head helplessly. He said he liked me. Lin Water burst out laughing. This is really the style of the son-in-law. Then you pack yourself up and give it to him. Seeing the kiss marks all over her neck, Lin Water covered her mouth and teased. I have to admit that this is indeed the son-in-law's favorite gift. Su Maoyong flew a knife eye over. Are you looking for a fight? Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. I won't talk nonsense. If you can't think of a good idea, just make some cakes for him. At least it's made by hand. The gift is light, but the sentiment is heavy. Besides, isn't there a saying that if you want to tie a man's heart, you must first tie his stomach? Lin Water couldn't think of a good way, so she just picked a slightly more reliable idea. But I don't know how to make pastries. Su Maoyong's frown could crush a fly to death. She was really terrible at cooking. Lin Water smiled and shook her head. It's because you can't do it at all. But you can learn it for him. This is a good thought. Besides, no matter what you give, the son-in-law will like it. So you don't have to worry too much. Su Maoyong looked at her half doubtfully. Really? Really? At least it's better than you having nothing to prepare. Lin Water nodded seriously. Although Su Maoyong didn't think it was a good idea, he couldn't think of any other way, so he had to believe her for the time being. Then he nodded in agreement temporarily, and really went into the kitchen to tinker with pastries. A day passed quickly, and as the sunset faded, it was night. Su Maoyong was still working hard, and the maidservant serving Jun Qingran suddenly came to report that the princess invited everyone in the palace to Jinxi Garden to enjoy the moon. Su Maoyong was naturally among the invited. She thought that since the cakes were ready, she should let Jun Haosong taste them first. If he didn't like them, she would change to something else. So, she told Lin Water to pack the cakes, and went to Jinxi Garden together. At this time, Jinxi Garden was already full of people, and there were people drinking and laughing at the table. It was a lively scene. When Su Maoyong arrived, it was relatively late. Seeing that even Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng, Jiang Zheng and other brothers from the blood battle group were at the table, his expression was slightly shocked. Master, come and sit here. As soon as he saw Su Maoyong, Jiang Zheng waved to her enthusiastically. Su Maoyong nodded slightly, and under the gaze of everyone, he walked between Jiang Zheng and Xiao Linchen and slowly sat down. Why are you here too? Did Jun Qingran invite you? Su Maoyong asked in confusion. Jiang Zheng nodded. The princess didn't invite us before. I heard that Chu Yuyin said something good. Chu Yuyin? Su Maoyong was startled and looked at Chu Yuyin, who was chatting and laughing with others across from her. Frowning. She was wearing a light white dress today, looking beautiful, gentle and dignified. She had more smiles and confidence on her face than usual, and it seemed that she was not affected by what happened yesterday. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at her carefully. Perhaps her eyes were too sharp, which made her notice something. She also slightly side-glanced to meet Su Maoyong's eyes. When their eyes met, Su Maoyong thought that her eyes would burst out with a cold light of hatred. But she just smiled indifferently, nodded politely, and then looked away in a chic manner. Haha. This person is really interesting. She can respond so calmly. Either she suddenly wakes up, or there is a conspiracy. Obviously, Su Maoyong didn't believe it was the former, because Chu Yuyin actually interceded for her people, seemingly very tolerant and generous. But who knows what evil intentions are hidden inside? Be careful tonight. Su Maoyong whispered to Jiang Zheng and others. Jiang Zheng, Wang Feng, and Xiao Linchen were originally happy, but now they suddenly heard this. They were stunned for a moment, looked at each other in surprise, and then nodded heavily. The master would suddenly say this. Something big must happen tonight, and they all have to be alert. Just then, a notice came from outside. The Emperor of Yunlu has arrived. Everyone present heard the voice and looked up, their excited eyes full of expectations. At this time, Jun Haosong, who strode in, instantly attracted everyone's attention. His black clothes could not hide his outstanding temperament. His beautiful eyes with a cold blue light, hidden in his sharp eyes like an eagle, and his beautiful and delicate facial features, as if he had walked out of a painting, were so stunning that people couldn't take their eyes off. However, it was this man who was like a god in the eyes of everyone, who passed by everyone's sight and walked towards Su Maoyong without looking away. Chapter 542 Su Maoyong's Pastry. You! Get out of the way! Jun Haosong stopped beside Su Maoyong, staring down at Xiao Linchen and ordered coldly. Xiao Linchen looked around and found that there were many empty seats in other places. He muttered speechlessly. There are so many other empty seats. Besides, your seat is up there. Why do you want to grab seats with us? The dignified emperor did not sit in the main seat, but ran down to grab seats with these inconspicuous people. Jun Haotsong is really a bitch. Seeing this, Jiang Jing scolded him. You are stupid. People want to sit with the master. You go to the side and cool down. Why is it me? Why don't you let him sit? Xiao Linchen was not convinced. Jiang Jing chuckled disdainfully. Hee hee. The emperor just can't stand you. Xiao Linchen was furious. But due to the pressure from Jun Haotsong's sharp eyes, he was forced to get up helplessly and move to the side. Jun Haotsong then sat down next to Su Maoyang in the surprised eyes of everyone. His thin lips moved slightly, and slowly uttered a sentence. Because he looks safer than you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing and Xiao Linchen were stunned for a moment. And then Xiao Linchen burst into laughter. Jun Haotsong meant that Jiang Jing was uglier than him. So he was safe. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jing. You are indeed very safe. I have to admit it. Xiao Linchen had a black face just now. But now, he turned over and laughed at Jiang Jing in return. The smile on Jiang Jing's face suddenly froze. And he gritted his teeth at Jun Haotsong's words. You? Okay. Stop arguing. So many people are watching. Su Maoyang frowned and scolded them when he saw the two of them making a fuss. Jun Haotsong sitting next to her was already eye-catching enough. And the two of them were still quarreling as if no one was around. Which made Su Maoyang even more embarrassed. After she finished speaking, she glared at Jun Haotsong. This guy was even jealous of Xiao Linchen. He was really hopeless. Although the girls who saw this scene had long been accustomed to the interaction between Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong, they still couldn't help but feel sour. And their happy mood suddenly became awkward. Although Chu Yuyin still maintained a decent smile on her face. The handkerchief she was stirring in her hand was almost torn to pieces. Thinking of the last time that Su Maoyang made her lose her only chance. She was furious. And her eyes wished that she could cut Su Maoyang into pieces. However, in order to win the favor of the emperor, she could not only not curse like a shrew, but also pretend to be gentle and kind, and endure all the anger and hatred. She calmed down for a long time before she smiled, stood up gracefully, gave an order to the maidservant beside her, and walked towards Jun Haotsong. Su Maoyang didn't expect that Chu Yuyin, who he had warned severely yesterday, would come to him again today. His face flashed with surprise, and his brows suddenly frowned. What else do you want to do? Chu Yuyin's lips raised slightly, with a decent smile. Don't be nervous, Miss Su. I just made some snacks for the emperor. Although the craftsmanship is not good, it is also my intention. I hope the emperor will accept it. As she said that, the maidservant beside her put down the food box, opened the lid swiftly, and the plates of exquisite pastries inside came into view. The pastries not only looked exquisite, but also smelled fragrant. Su Maoyang saw it, looked at his food box with a guilty conscience, and suddenly had the urge to destroy the corpse. At this time, Su Maoyang noticed the obvious pride in Chu Yuin's eyes, and understood it instantly. It seems that this woman did it on purpose. She probably heard that she was making cakes for Jun Haotsong in the kitchen. So she made a box of cakes to humiliate her. This woman's mind is really as delicate as a needle. She wants to compare everything. But she was disappointed. Jun Haotsong didn't even look at the cakes and refused unkindly. I never eat cakes. Take it away. It's true that he doesn't like sweets. Chu Yuyin was embarrassed by him and stood there, feeling very embarrassed. Seeing this, Jiang Jing smiled and tried to smooth things over. Oh, if you don't eat cakes, give them to us. Don't waste them. Jun Haotsong nodded slightly. Give them to you, Jiang Jing. Xiao Linchen and others were delighted when they heard this. They immediately took the food box and divided up the cakes in the blink of an eye. Yeah, not bad. Miss Chu is really clever and skillful. Jiang Jing was secretly happy, wiping his mouth and praising. And he almost made Chu Yuyin faint. That was the cake she made by herself. Only the emperor was qualified to eat it. How could these trash from the lower plains be worthy of it? Seeing that the other party was half angry, Jiang Jing and others ate happily, smacking their lips proudly. Chu Yuyin was angry, and immediately turned her spearhead to Su Maoyang, waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Miss Su, you also brought a food box. Did you also make cakes? I heard from the palace maid that Su Maoyang's cakes were terrible, and it would only make people laugh if they took them out. Thinking of this, Chu Yuyin's eyes were slightly aroused with expectation, and she stared at her with a torch-like gaze. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. looked at the box in front of her, and asked in a deep voice, "Did you make it?" Su Maoyang shook his head guiltily. "No, it wasn't me." Jiang heard that Su Maoyang also made pastries, his face full of curiosity, and before Su Maoyang could stop him, he suddenly snatched it away. "Oh, master, you are a rough man. When did you have this skill?" Jiang exclaimed in surprise, making Su Maoyang extremely embarrassed. As he said, Jiang was about to open the lid, but Jun Haotsong suddenly raised his hand and slapped Jiang back of the hand, causing him to shrink back in pain and look at Jun Haotsong with a surprised face. Then Jun Haotsong stretched out his hand and pulled the food box in front of him. "Don't you dislike pastries?" Jiang looked depressed. Jun Haotsong looked up at him. "I suddenly like it now." Jiang, Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng and others were all frowning, looking at this man who changed his face faster than turning a book. Su Maoyang was even more nervous after hearing this, and wanted to reach out to grab the food box. "I think I better not take it." But Jun Haotsong didn't let her do it at all, and took the lead to open the box and took out the plate inside. At this time, a plate of black things, whose shapes were not even clear, broke into everyone's sight. Jiang was so scared that his face changed. "Oh my god! Master, what is this?" "Ahem. Pastries." Su Maoyang coughed twice in embarrassment. Xiao Linchen couldn't bear to look directly at it and covered his eyes. "This is not a pastry. It is simply embarrassing. Pfft. Look at that black thing. It's actually a pastry made by Su Maoyang. Emma, I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. I think even shit is prettier than her pastry." Ha ha ha, Si Huiyun couldn't help laughing. The other women also echoed her with gloating, as if everyone wanted Su Maoyang to be embarrassed. Jun Qingran frowned when he saw this scene and shook his head in dissatisfaction. Chu Yuyin finally relaxed her stiff and embarrassed expression when she heard the laughter. However, before she could open her mouth to mock, she saw Jun Haotsong actually reached out and picked up the black pastry, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. His expression remained calm, and Jiang and Xiao Linchen on the side opened their eyes wide. Chapter 543 Massacre. "Is it delicious?" Jiang asked in disbelief. Jun Haotsong nodded slightly and ate it very happily. "Very good." Seeing that he was not abnormal and did not even frown, Jiang could not help but be curious. "I'll try it too." As he said, he also took a piece and put it in his mouth. However, he could not be as calm as Jun Haotsong, and suddenly burst into a scream. "My god!" Jiang leaned back and fell down immediately. He pinched his throat, looked like he was about to suffocate, and rolled his eyes several times. "Is this still called very good? Master, you are simply murdering." Su Maoyang did not expect Jiang to have such a violent reaction, and was immediately shocked and at a loss. "Is it so exaggerated? I think Jun Haotsong is eating very well." Jiang retched for a while, and his uncomfortable look made others sympathize with him. "He is just a pervert with no sense of taste." Jiang coughed a few times, took a few breaths, and then answered. At this time, Jun Haotsong, who was still chewing slowly, suddenly turned his head and stared at him coldly. "Pervert?" Suddenly realizing that he had provoked a powerful person, Jiang immediately restrained his arrogance. "Ahem. I am a pervert." It was really frustrating to eat this pastry. Not only did my mouth suffer, but I also had to admit that I was a pervert. Xiao Linchen saw Jiang's tangled and aggrieved look, and immediately laughed with gloating. "Ha ha ha. Fortunately I didn't eat it." Looking at this appearance, I knew it must not be a good thing. Su Maoyang heard this. His face was embarrassed, and he wanted to stop Jun Haotsong with guilt, but who knew that the plate of pastries was wiped out by him in the blink of an eye. "You don't like pastries? Why force yourself?" Su Maoyang hurriedly pulled him back. Jun Haotsong replied calmly, "This is not a pastry." Su Maoyang's expression twitched when he heard this. Was he praising her or insulting her? Jiang and Xiao Linchen covered their mouths and laughed secretly after hearing this. They immediately admired Jun Haotsong. He was probably the only one in the world who was willing to be poisoned to death by her. Chu Yuyin saw this and her pupils jumped into crazy jealousy. She didn't expect that Jun Haotsong would accept such ugly and unpalatable pastries without disdain. And he didn't even look at her fragrant pastries and gave them to others. Such a gap immediately made her tighten her fingers. "Su Maoyang, It's always Su Maoyang. Very good. This time she must make Su Maoyang pay a painful price. Thinking of this, Chu Yuyin suppressed her hatred and turned back to her seat. Not long after, Black Owl suddenly came to Jun Haotsong's side and whispered, Master, General Chu has something urgent to see you about. And it's related to the Burning Blood City. Jun Haotsong nodded his head, explained to Su Maoyang, and left the table in the surprised eyes of everyone. Seeing him leave, Chu Yuan's gloomy face brightened up, and a hidden smile flashed across the corner of her mouth. Then she gave an order to the maid beside her, and looked at Jun Qingren above. Princess, this is the maple wine that my father once looted from the Maple Forest Empire. I heard that it can beautify and nourish the skin and is extremely good for the body. I specially asked someone to bring some into the palace. You can try it too. Chu Yuyin waved her hand, and gave a look to the maid who was serving wine beside her. The maid nodded in understanding, walked towards Jun Qingren, and poured wine in a proper manner, but who knew that the maid's hand suddenly trembled, and the wine accidentally spilled, splashing all over Jun Qingren. The maid was horrified when she saw this, and knelt down and cowed out, Princess, spare me. Princess, spare me. Chu Yuyin stood up angrily, frowned and scolded. How can you serve the princess? You can spill wine all over the princess. Okay, it's not a big deal. I'll just change my clothes. Jun Qingren waved her hand, as if she didn't take it to heart, and then stood up with the help of her personal maid, wanting to go back to Mingxiang Palace. Chu Yuyin heard this and hurriedly walked out of her seat and walked up to her. Princess, it's all my fault. Jun Qingren smiled and patted her hand, comforting her. It's none of your business. You also have good intentions. Then let me accompany you back to change clothes. Chu Yuan's face was full of guilt. Jun Qingren only thought she was a filial and obedient child, nodded slightly, and slowly faded out of everyone's sight with Chu Yuyin. TSK. Pretending. Just trying to get close to the princess. Some girls present also disliked Chu Yuyin. Since last time, she lied that she was favored by the emperor. Everyone knew that she was a double-faced person, and they all complained about her. Now seeing her behavior, the girls were dissatisfied and ridiculed. But Su Maoyang frowned, watching their backs with cold eyes. Always felt something was wrong. After a moment of hesitation, Su Maoyang did not dare to delay at all, and quickly stood up and reminded Jiang Zheng, Wang Feng and others beside him. Let's go back too. Jiang Zheng was a greedy person. He was called away before he was full, and he immediately refused. Master, let me eat for a while. He had never eaten such delicious food in the lower plain. Xiao Linchen saw Su Maoyang's solemn expression, and was secretly shocked. He slapped Jiang Zheng on the head. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Have you forgotten what the master told you just now? Jiang Zheng was awakened by this slap, and quickly dropped his chopsticks and stood up. The people who were discussing Chu Yuyin frowned in dissatisfaction when they saw Su Maoyang also left with a large group of people. Si Huiyun looked at the direction where Su Maoyang left and said sarcastically, She is indeed a country girl from the lower plain. In such an occasion, she left without even saying hello. She is really uneducated. Yes, she left before the princess came back. She has no manners at all. I don't know what the emperor likes about her. What else could it be? It must be her good sex skills. Haven't you heard that the emperor has been staying in Yunlu Palace from morning to night recently? This vixen has simply bewitched the emperor. When the women heard this, they all sneered in disdain. However, Su Maoyang, who left quickly, had already forgotten about the people in the garden and quickly returned to Yunlu Palace. Jiang Zheng was confused and couldn't help asking, Master, what's going on? Not to mention his confusion, Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng, Lin Water and other brothers of the blood battle group also looked at Su Maoyang with puzzled faces. But before Su Maoyang could explain, everyone heard a miserable cry from behind. Everyone was so frightened that they turned around and looked. In the distance, they saw the flash of swords and the splash of blood. The wailing and the sound of swords being unsheathed echoed throughout the garden. Even though they were so far away, they could still vaguely hear the tragic scene over there. There were only girls in the garden. It was too cruel for them to encounter such a large-scale massacre. Chapter 544. Frame Su Maoyang. Jiang Zheng, Xiao Linchen and others were shocked by this scene, standing there like stone statues, completely dumbfounded. Only Su Maoyang remained awake, and immediately pulled them into the bushes on the side and hid. The massacre did not last long, and was soon suppressed by the guards in the palace. However, there were heavy casualties in the garden, and countless bodies had fallen. The ones lying in the pool of blood were basically beautiful young girls. There were nearly 100 people, but now there are only a few dozen left. The girls who survived either had great kung fu or had a powerful family behind them, and were protected by secret guards. That's why they survived. However, even so, everyone was injured to varying degrees. The C sisters were luckier, with only scratches on their arms and sprained ankles, which was not a big deal. Du Fira was in a more miserable state. Although she had no injuries, her pretty face was cut with a big cut, which completely disfigured her. The other girls were protected by their own secret guards. Seeing the scene of corpses everywhere, they were so scared that their faces turned pale and trembled all over. Recalling the thrilling scene just now, if they were a little slower, they would have fallen to the ground. Some of the assassins in black were killed by the guards, and some escaped by luck and soon disappeared into the night. The whole garden was bloody 1 second, and then it was silent the next second. The change was unexpected. When Jun Qingran and Jun Haotsong arrived, there was only a large number of corpses, and people who were so scared that they couldn't speak. What on earth is going on? Jun Haotsong frowned and roared fiercely. He had only walked for a while when someone died, who was so bold as to do it right under his nose. Jun Qingran was also pale. He pointed at the man in black on the ground and ordered loudly, "Search me. I want to know who sent someone to do it." The guards received the order and rushed forward to tear off the veil of the man in black. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. The faces of the men in black were all scratched by scars, and their appearance was blurred. The clothes of the men in black were searched, but nothing was found. There was no suspicious place. Reporting to the princess, "We can't find out the identities of these people." The guard reported with a fist. "Impossible. Is there no clue at all?" Jun Qingran widened his eyes in shock and asked in disbelief. Jun Haotsong heard this, staring at the black-clothed man on the ground, narrowing his eyes slightly, revealing a sharp cold light, and his low voice seemed particularly solemn. "These people even cut their faces, and it can be seen that the mastermind behind the scenes is ready to retreat without leaving any clues. Brother, what do you think the intention of these people is? Did they want to assassinate you? But you were lucky enough to escape." Jun Qingran couldn't figure out the motives of these assassins. The only thing he could think of was that someone wanted to assassinate Jun Haotsong. But Jun Haotsong frowned and shook his head. "I feel that this group of people's target is not me. The strength of these black-clothed people is not my opponent. If they want to assassinate me, they will not send assassins of this level. It's too childish." Jun Qingran heard this and nodded in agreement. "Yes, these assassins are not as strong as her. Not to mention Jun Haotsong. They are more than enough to deal with the girls in the garden. But it is a pipe dream to deal with the emperor. So, they are not spies sent by Fenxue?" Jun Qingran raised his eyebrows. Jun Haotsong snorted coldly. "If it is Fenxue, it is too stupid to use this method. Based on my understanding of Fenxue, they can't do such a thing." Jun Qingran was even more puzzled. "If it is not Fenxue, then who is it? What do these people want to do?" Jun Haotsong raised his head slightly and glanced at everyone at the scene. "I think the murderer's target should be these young ladies." Jun Qingran was startled. "What? Why did they attack these women?" Jun Haotsong did not answer, but stared at her seriously. "Where were you at the time?" Jun Qingran did not expect him to ask this suddenly, and frowned in surprise. "What do you mean? Are you suspicious? Did I send someone to do it?" "Sister, you're worrying too much. I just want to understand the situation." Jun Qingran glared at him and replied unhappily. "After you left, my clothes were soaked by the wine. So Chu Yun accompanied me to Mingxiang Palace to change clothes. Who knew that this would happen just after I left for a while?" "Chu Yun?" Jun Haotsong frowned slightly when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Chu Yun standing behind Jun Qingran and asked coldly, "Did you go back to Mingxiang Palace with the princess?" Chu Yun felt a little uneasy in her heart, but she pretended to be calm and nodded. "Yes, I was with the princess at the time and didn't know what was going on outside. So, among all the people, except me, only you and the princess left?" Jun Haotsong asked with frowns. At this time, Si Huiyun suddenly remembered and shouted, "Emperor, not only Chu Yun and the princess, but also Su Maoyang and her group of useless friends from the lower plains. They all left. Si Huiyun shouted. And everyone remembered and nodded in agreement. Oh my god. I know. The murderer must be Su Maoyang. A large group of them left in a hurry without even saying hello. We were still accusing her of being unruly. Now thinking back, it turned out to be her conspiracy. The girls all reacted when they thought of the situation just now. After careful consideration, they immediately found the horrible clues. Chu Yun was shocked when she heard this, and her face turned pale. Su Maoyang actually left. And she didn't die. How is it possible? How could she leave suddenly? Is this a coincidence? Chu Yun couldn't believe that everything she had carefully planned turned out to be a big mistake. She killed so many people, but none of them was Su Maoyang. After such a blow, Chu Yun almost fainted. But in order not to be noticed by others, she gritted her teeth and held on. Jun Qingran didn't expect Su Maoyang to leave the table halfway. If she wasn't so unruly, she would really be suspected of murder. Come here. Bring Su Maoyang to me. Jun Qingran was so angry that she trembled all over. Now that so many people have died in the palace, and so many lives have been taken, and these women are the apple of many families' eyes, how can she explain to their relatives? If it was really Su Maoyang who did it, she would have to execute her on the spot no matter what. Even if Jun Haocong forced her to die, to sacrifice the souls of these women in heaven. No need to catch him. I'm right here. However, just as Jun Qingran finished speaking, Su Maoyang and the blood battle group came out from behind. Chapter 545. You are more suspicious than me. Su Maoyang strode forward with her chest held high and her head held high. Her expression was calm and her eyes were cold. She glanced at everyone and finally fell on Jun Qingran. Everyone did not expect Su Maoyang to dare to come out. They all angrily denounced, "You vicious woman. You did such a thing worse than pigs and dogs in order to occupy the emperor. We have no grudges against you. We are just women who want to become the emperor's women in this election of concubines. You actually want to kill us all. Yes, you are really vicious. Although we compete with you for this election of concubines, we have never had the intention to harm others. I didn't expect you to have the intention to kill. Su Maoyang, you bitch. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have become a dead soul under your knife today." Si Huiyun's arm was cut by a knife. Thinking of the danger, she trembled with lingering fear. Everyone nodded angrily when they heard it, and their eyes wished that Su Maoyang would be cut into pieces. After hearing this serious accusation, Jun Qingran also scolded with a frown. "Su Maoyang, how do you explain such a cruel thing?" Su Maoyang did not expect Jun Qingran to convict her without knowing the truth just by listening to a group of ignorant women. She looked up at her with disappointment. "Princess, this matter cannot be convicted by listening to one side of the story. Evidence must be provided for everything. I just don't like this lively occasion. So I left early? How can I become the murderer? What evidence identifies me as the murderer?" Jun Qingran was speechless by her. But she didn't lose the battle. She still refuted aggressively. "But you are the most suspicious person in the whole scene. There is no evidence now. But I will always find evidence." Su Maoyang sneered twice when she heard this. Her dark eyes were like thick ink that could not be dissolved. But they flashed a sharp cold light in the dark night. Her gloomy voice was aggressive. "Hee. Princess, you seem to have forgotten that besides me, you and Chu Yun left the scene. If we talk about suspicion, are you two more suspicious than me?" Jun Qingran was choked by her, and her face turned red. She roared excitedly. "You are so presumptuous. You actually suspected me. What makes you say that I and Chu Yun are more suspicious?" Everyone felt incredible when they heard this and questioned. "Su Maoyang, don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence." Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at Jun Qingran and Chu Yun coldly. His sharp eyes made Chu Yun feel cold in her heart. Then, she pointed at the black-clad man on the ground. Her voice was calm, but it exploded in everyone's heart like thunder. "These corpses on the ground are the best evidence. I am from the lower plane, where resources are scarce and the spiritual energy is not as abundant as here. Those who can reach the initial stage of the Holy Spirit Master are already peak powerhouses, and they are rare. However, so many black-clad people are all peak Holy Spirit Masters. They are obviously people from the upper plane, or to be more precise, the dead soldiers of a certain force. Do you think that I, a person from the lower plane, can have such a background, such a force, and such courage to destroy myself? What's more, My strength is not the opponent of this group of dead soldiers at all. You actually said that I am the mastermind behind the scenes. May I ask how I can make this group of masters loyal to me with my strength? Su Maoyong asked back strongly. And everyone was immediately stunned. But Chu Yun retorted unconvincingly. With your strength, it is impossible for you to do it yourself. But it is hard to guarantee that there is a powerful force behind you. No one can say for sure. Chu Yun, is my background as strong as yours? Your Chu family is one of the most powerful families in the dark domain of Yunlu. General Chu's reputation is well known to everyone. And the eldest princess is second only to the emperor. Which of your backgrounds is not stronger than mine? If we talk about suspicion, are you two people with noble status and strong backing more suspicious than me? A person from the lower plane? Su Maoyong spoke in rapid succession. And Jun Qingran and Chu Yun were shocked and took 2 steps back. This woman is too good at talking and thinking. Her logical analysis is flawless and reasonable, which makes people have to believe it. Indeed, Jun Qingran can see that this group of people in black are not from the lower plane at all. It is indeed a bit far-fetched to say that they are Su Maoyong's power. Seeing that everyone was silent, Jun Haotsong walked silently to Su Maoyong and said, Sister, I dare to guarantee with my life that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with Su Maoyong. She and I have already made a secret promise to spend our lives together. And I will not marry anyone but her. She really doesn't need to kill these women. Instead, she will cause trouble and lose more than she gains. Jun Qingran frowned and stared at Su Maoyong. She was silent for a long time before retracting her gaze. What should we do now? Should we let the murderer go unpunished? So many people died in our palace city. And we must give an explanation anyway. Jun Haotsong heard this. His face was solemn. And he immediately ordered He Xiao in a deep voice. He Xiao, listen to my order. From today on, close the entire dark domain city. And no one is allowed to enter or leave. You will immediately lead the troops to search the entire dark domain city. And report any suspicious people immediately. Sister, the search work in the palace city is handed over to you. Black Owl received the order, clasped his fists and left quickly. While Jun Qingran nodded and gritted his teeth and said, Humph. When I find out who it is, I will definitely skin this person alive. You are so brave to play tricks under my nose. Chu Yun trembled all over when she heard this. And her face was extremely embarrassed. This scene happened to fall into Su Maoyong's eyes. And he couldn't help but sneer. After such a commotion, the whole palace city was in panic. Jun Haotsong and Jun Qingran went to investigate. Su Maoyong and the Blood Battle Group also returned to Yunlu Palace. And the remaining frightened and injured girls temporarily returned to Yunqiu Palace to wait for the treatment of the imperial physician. But everyone's heart was covered with a shadow. After all, according to Jun Haotsong's words, the murderer's targets seemed to be these women. However, fortunately, Jun Haotsong has strengthened the protection of the guards, which made the girls feel a little relieved. However, the whole Yunqiu Palace was soon in an uproar over who the murderer was. Everyone racked their brains to guess. But there was no answer. Back at Yunlu Palace, everyone looked heavy-hearted. After all, so many people died, and they were not in a good mood. Master, who did it? Why did they put the blame on you? Wang Feng asked indignantly. Su Maoyong sat down on the chair slowly and tapped the table lightly. Isn't it obvious? Who else could it be except Chu Yun? What? Chu Yun. Damn. I should have thought it was this bitch. Wang Feng punched the table angrily. Lin Water also snorted angrily and cursed, if it was Chu Yun. Then she was obviously coming for the master. Fortunately, the master was smart and escaped. Otherwise, with our strength, how could we be the opponent of the group of black-clothed men? I guess we would be the first to bear the brunt of the knife and become the dead souls. Jiang Zheng also nodded with lingering fear. Yes. Fortunately, the master reacted quickly. By the way, master, now that we know it is Chu Yun, why don't we confess her? Confessing someone requires evidence. Do you think it's just nonsense? Su Maoyong rolled his eyes at him. Yes, evidence is needed. But it is really difficult to find evidence of Chu Yun. She is the eldest daughter of the Chu family. And we are just a group of unfamiliar outsiders. It is really difficult. Xiao Linchen shook his head in entanglement. But Su Maoyong smiled and raised his eyebrows and said, in fact, it is not difficult to bring down Chu Yun. Chapter 546 Find Someone to Help. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Maoyong in surprise. At this time, Su Maoyong had a meaningful smile on his lips, and his eyes as bright as obsidian sparkled, which made everyone startled, and then filled with ecstasy. Master, do you have a way to deal with Chu Yuan? Jiang Zheng asked expectantly. Su Maoyong nodded slightly. Yes, I have a way, but I just need someone's help. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Who? She smiled mysteriously, raised her eyes, and looked out the window. Her red lips moved slightly, and slowly said her name. Du Firu. Ah? Du Firu? She is Chu Yuan's little follower. If you look for her, aren't you shooting yourself in the foot? Jiang Zheng looked disapproving and waved his hand excitedly to refuse. Wang Feng also nodded. Master, your decision is too hasty. Everyone knows that Du Firu and Chu Yuan are in the same boat. Didn't you see how hard she helped Chu Yuan before? She worked harder than helping herself. Everyone was quite repulsive when they heard Du Firu's name. They could not forget the days when she mocked Su Maoyong. But Su Maoyong smiled and shook his head. Have you forgotten that Du Firu's face was cut tonight? It can be said that her life is ruined. Not to mention marrying the emperor as a concubine. Even if she marries an ordinary family, she will still be despised. So she is completely finished. Xiao Linchin reacted quickly and immediately understood what she meant. You mean? If Du Firu knew that this assassination was instigated by Chu Yuan, she would definitely turn against her and bite her back. Su Maoyong nodded in appreciation. Yes, that's what I mean. You know, the enemy's counterattack is not terrible, but the counterattack by the closest person is fatal. I believe that Chu Yuan and Du Firu have been in cahoots with each other for so long. Du Firu must know a lot of Chu Yuan's unknown secrets. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized inside. Master is still powerful. You have thought of such a bad idea. Jiang Zheng admired her whole body. Wang Feng and Lin Wanner had long been accustomed to her dark belly. At this time, they just nodded in understanding. But their eyes were still shining with admiration. Xiao Linchin touched his chin and thought. But it's still difficult to make Du Firu believe us and help us. Su Maoyong also admitted this. Yes, it is indeed difficult. But we have to try. I really have no patience for Chu Yuan. Seeing that her father was Jun Haotsong's benefactor, she endured it twice. And this was the third time. I didn't expect that he would actually think of killing her this time. If she hadn't been alert today, wouldn't she have been completely defeated? If she didn't take revenge, it would be difficult to relieve her hatred. Seeing Su Maoyong's rare sinister expression, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Sure enough, the next night, Su Maoyong went to Yunqiu Palace in person and gently knocked on Du Firu's door. Du Firu didn't expect that there was someone in the middle of the night. She was shocked and immediately turned over from the couch and was ready for action. Su Maoyong only heard a vigilant question from the inner room. Who? Du Firu. It's me. Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong answered. Du Firu frowned when she heard the name. Why did Su Maoyong come to see her? Thinking about it, she dug a small hole in the window paper and looked at the situation outside. She saw that she was standing alone outside, and there was nothing unusual. But she didn't like Su Maoyong, so there was no need to meet in private. It's late. I've rested. You go back. Su Maoyong sighed softly when he heard it, and spoke loudly, as if to let everyone in Yunqiu Palace hear. It seems that you don't want to know who the murderer who ruined your face is. Forget it. Anyway, your appearance is ruined, and your life is over. It doesn't matter whether you know the truth or not. Just as the voice fell, at this time, the door was suddenly opened, and Du Firu stared at her in shock. The whole right face was wrapped with gauze by the imperial doctor, looking extremely miserable. What do you know? Du Firu's eyes widened, and extreme anger surged in her pupils. Su Maoyong knew that every woman would care about her appearance. Now that her appearance was ruined, Du Firu must hate the murderer. How could she let her go? Her reaction was within her expectations. Do we have to talk here? Su Maoyong pointed to the door. Du Firu stared at her vigilantly, and did not dare to let go for a while. Are you afraid that I, a person from the lower plane, will hurt you? Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows. After being provoked by her, Du Firu completely opened the door and let her in. Du Firu closed the door again. Now, you can talk? Su Maoyong found a seat and sat down, and made a gesture of invitation. Like a host, Du Firu was too lazy to argue with her, and sat down opposite her patiently. Su Maoyong, you'd better not play tricks. You are the eldest daughter of the Du family after all. I am an ant in the lower plane. I am afraid I am not qualified to play tricks in front of you. Humph. It's good that you know. How much do you know about today's assassination? Du Fury snorted coldly and asked with gritted teeth. Su Maoyong glanced at her, curled his lips and chuckled. Miss Du, the Emperor once said that the murderer's target was the woman present. Think about it. Who was not present at the time except me? Du Fury widened her eyes in surprise. You still suspect the eldest princess? Su Maoyong smiled and shook his head. How could it be the eldest princess? So many people died in the palace tonight. The eldest princess can't escape this blame. If she sent someone to do it, wouldn't it be shooting herself in the foot? Hearing this, Du Fury was shocked and her face changed drastically. You mean Chu Yuan? Uh-huh. It seems that you are not so stupid. You can understand it at once. I think you should know that Chu Yuan hates me very much. She has always believed that I blocked her path to becoming the imperial concubine. So she tried her best to get rid of me. Even my friends came to the banquet today. I heard that it was her who spoke for me. I knew that she looked down on my friends in the lower planes. But she spoke for them contrary to her usual behavior. Don't you think it's strange? Obviously. She wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out me and my friends in one fell swoop. In order to avoid accidental injuries and revealing her true colors, she deliberately spilled the wine on the princess and cleverly left the scene with the princess. And don't forget one thing. The Emperor was clearly present tonight. And it was General Chu who suddenly came to the palace to discuss something. So he sent the Emperor away. Don't you think all this is too coincidental? As soon as Su Maoyong finished speaking, Du Fury on the opposite side turned pale as paper. And her whole body was trembling. Chapter 547 forced Du Fury. No. This is just your guess. It's not true. Du Fury has been with Chu Yuan for so many years. And has always been loyal to her. How could she ignore her own life and death? This is absolutely impossible. Even if Chu Yuan wanted to kill Su Maoyong, she would have notified herself. How could she abandon her? Su Maoyong saw that she was still deceiving herself, and couldn't help but sigh. How long will you be stubborn? Chu Yuan sent so many assassins this time. But she and the princess left alone, which clearly meant that she wanted to abandon you as a chess piece. Because this assassination is too dangerous. If you are not careful, it will be traced back to her. So, for the sake of safety, she can't tell you. And you can only die. Su Maoyong's cold words pierced Du Fury's heart like an ice thorn. And a pain of betrayal instantly spread to her limbs. No. I don't believe it. Chu Yuan once promised me that as long as she became the imperial concubine, she would allow me to be the concubine. We are in the same boat. How could she betray her ally? Su Maoyong, stop trying to sow discord here. Du Fury refused to admit the fact that she was abandoned. At this moment, she was so excited that her face was red, and she tried her best to refute. She was obviously defending Chu Yuan. But it was more like persuading herself. Miss Du, you have to know that there are not so many coincidences in this world. Chu Yuan originally planned to abandon you. And now you are disfigured. You are even more of an abandoned child. You are no longer of any use. I think she will kill you soon. If you want to survive, you have to stand by me and help me. Su Maoyong's voice was very cold, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. But when it fell into Du Fury's ears, she was immediately shocked. Silence. Yes. She knew too many secrets of Chu Yuan. Now she was already abandoned and was likely to be silenced. But she still didn't believe it. Du Fury covered her face and shook her head painfully. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I am loyal to her and have never betrayed her. She can't betray me. Impossible. You want me to help you. It's impossible. She didn't know where Su Maoyong got the courage to ask the closest person around Chu Yuan for help. Wasn't she afraid that she would turn around and punish her? After all, she and Chu Yuan were in the same boat. Seeing Du Fury's refusal to help him, Su Maoyong was very calm and explained calmly. In fact, it's very simple to know who the murderer is. I came here in a high profile tonight. I think many people in Yunqiu Palace heard me talking to you about the murderer. You'd better contact the Du family tonight to arrange a secret guard to protect you. Otherwise, you won't survive tonight. Du Fury looked up in shock when she heard this, and pointed at Su Maoyong angrily, shaking with anger. You did it on purpose. You forced me. Su Maoyong deliberately let Chu Yuan hear their interaction. If the murderer was really Chu Yuan, then even if she didn't want to kill Du Fury, she had to kill her. because Du Fira not only knew many of her secrets, but now she knew the truth about the assassination tonight. And at this moment, she was in the same room with Su Maoyang, colluding with each other. Chu Yuyin was suspicious by nature, and was afraid that the matter would be exposed. To be on the safe side, she would definitely kill Du Firu. Su Maoyang's move was to force Du Firu into a desperate situation, and she had to fight back. Even if Du Firu still wanted to side with Chu Yuyin, it was now impossible. Chu Yuyin obviously wanted to kill her, and now all she had to do was fight back to save her life. At this moment, Du Firu realized how terrible the woman in front of her was. She had planned everything since she entered Yunqiu Palace, waiting for her to jump into the fire pit. No wonder Su Maoyang was confident to find her, even though she knew she was Chu Yuan's man, because she had already expected that she would help her. Or to be more precise, she had to help her. This person has such a powerful mind, and such powerful means. Miss Du, I will give you time to think tonight. Do you want to help me deal with Chu Yuan, or be killed by her to silence her? You choose. And tonight, you will also know who the murderer is. You will have no choice but to believe it then. As he said that, Su Maoyang stood up leisurely, took a deep look at the tangled and painful Du Firu, raised a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then opened the door and walked out. She believed that Du Firu would not let her down. After returning to Yunlu Palace, Jun Haocong just came back from outside. Seeing Su Maoyang still hanging around outside, his eyes instantly filled with anger. He strode over and looked her up and down nervously. It's so late. Where have you been? Whenever he thought about the assassination, if she had not left in advance, Jun Haocong's heart would be in tatters. I just went to Yunqiu Palace and did some things. Su Maoyang smiled and answered. After hearing this, Jun Haocong's face became even more gloomy and terrifying. Can't you leave it to me to do it? Su Maoyang said innocently. I saw that you were busy. So many people died, and you will probably be busy for a long time to deal with the aftermath. Don't quibble. No matter how busy I am, it's not a reason for you to run around. You must be within my sight in the future. Jun Haocong snorted heavily. Su Maoyang was speechless. That's difficult. It seems that I have no choice but to tie you to my body. As he said that, Jun Haocong suddenly carried her up and strode into the main hall of Yunlu Palace. Xiao Linchen and others, who were waiting for news about Su Maoyang in the main hall, were all dumbfounded when they saw their master being carried back. What's going on? Jiang Zheng was confused. Jun Haocong frowned when he saw so many people present, and scolded coldly. Have you never seen others go to bed? When everyone heard this, they puffed in shock. Their faces flushed, and they ran away. It seems that the master will be eaten up again tonight. Poor, really pitiful. Su Maoyang, who was carried on the shoulders, heard this and shouted in panic. Jun Haocong, are you very busy? There are so many things waiting for you to deal with. No matter how many things there are, they are not as important as you. Let's deal with you first. Jun Haocong carried Su Maoyang and walked straight to the side hall. He threw her lightly on the couch. Then, he was seen standing in front of her and undressing, which frightened Su Maoyang and hugged her chest. No more. I still hurt down there. You beast. Su Maoyang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Jun Haocong heard the words, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Didn't Lin Water help you apply medicine last time? That medicine has a miraculous effect on the wound. Just apply it once, and it will heal. It would have been better if he didn't mention this. Once he mentioned this, Su Maoyang was furious. How dare you say that? Because of you, I was laughed at by them, and couldn't raise my head. Su Maoyang gritted his teeth. Jun Haocong listened and nodded slightly. It seems that you didn't wipe it. Well, since you are so shy, let your husband do it for you. As he said that, Jun Haocong stretched out his claws to pull down Su Maoyang's pants. Chapter 548, She Really Did It. The next morning, when it was bright, Su Maoyang was still lying in bed, sleeping soundly. It was only when Lin Water came in to report that she woke up. Master, Du Firu is here, and is waiting for you in the hall. Su Maoyang heard the voice, opened her eyes with difficulty, and touched the position of Jun Haocong beside her. Beside her was a cold place. Thinking that Jun Haocong had left early to do his business. Thinking about it, she was also ready to get up. But after trying hard, she found that she didn't even have the strength to move her fingers and toes. When she turned over slightly, her whole body was sore. And that feeling immediately made Su Maoyang grit her teeth. Jun Haotsong. You damn it. Hearing that such a calm and composed master burst into a low roar of gnashing teeth and hatred early in the morning. Lin Water knew what happened last night without having to guess. Thinking of this, she smiled and quickly lifted the curtain and walked in. Master, let me help you. Su Maoyang's face flushed with embarrassment. She glared at Lin Water, who was full of jokes. In order to prevent her from seeing the joke, she waved her hand away very stubbornly. What are you helping me with? It's as if I can't even walk. After saying that, Su Maoyang endured the pain and turned over forcefully, pretending that nothing had happened. But, let alone walking, her legs softened before she could stand firmly on the ground. And she fell back, which scared Lin Water and immediately reached out to pull her. Master, don't be so stubborn. What's wrong with not being able to walk? I don't think you can even stand steadily. Lin Water suppressed her smile and supported her arm with force. I really can't tell that the son-in-law usually looks abstinent, but I didn't expect him to be so fierce. Even the strong Su Maoyang was weakened. It must be said that Jun Haotsong is more capable than other men. Thinking of this, Lin Huaqing couldn't help imagining scenes that were not suitable for children. And her cheeks turned red, seeing her laughing secretly with her head down and her ambiguous look. Su Maoyang was so angry that he patted her head. Don't think of anything all day long. Lin Water touched her head and muttered aggrievedly. You can't even fantasize. You are so stingy. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Du Firu is waiting. Help me to the main hall quickly. Su Maoyang reminded her unhappily. Hearing this, Lin Water remembered not to delay the important matter, and quickly helped Su Maoyang out of the side hall. At this time, Du Firu, who was sitting in the guest seat of the main hall, saw Su Maoyang being supported and limping out. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. What happened to you? Weren't you fine last night? Were you attacked? Du Firu saw Su Maoyang walk away last night without any abnormality. Why did he become like this morning? Could it be that Chu Yun took action? It shouldn't be. This is Yunlu Palace, the Emperor's bedroom. Chu Yun doesn't have that much courage. Su Maoyang was embarrassed when asked about it. He just answered casually, but his tone was a little bit gnashing his teeth. Yes, I was attacked last night. Lin Water added unkindly. I was attacked all night. Du Firu's face changed in shock. Attacked all night? Who dared to be so presumptuous in Yunlu Palace? Lin Water heard this and felt funny in her heart. She couldn't help but answer in her heart that it was naturally the owner of Yunlu Palace who was so presumptuous. Su Maoyang touched his nose, not knowing how to explain for a moment. It was too dark at night. I couldn't see clearly. Could it be the assassin sent by Chu Yun? Su Maoyang shook his head. That's not the case. She's not that brave. Du Firu nodded in understanding, and then thought of what happened last night, and became furious. You're right. Chu Yun attacked me, because the palace was heavily guarded last night, and her assassin couldn't enter the palace again. She couldn't wait a moment, and she jumped over the wall, and did it herself. Hearing this, Su Maoyang expected it, and looked at her indifferently, waiting for her answer. I never dreamed that Chu Yun would be so cruel. If she hadn't done it herself, I would never have believed it. My appearance is now completely ruined, and I am in danger of being killed by her at any time. Congratulations on your success. Tell me, how do you want me to help you? Du Firu, who was almost killed by Chu Yun, now has no choice but to help Su Maoyang and kill Chu Yun. Su Maoyang got the answer he wanted, curled his lips, and slowly sat down. It seems that you have thought it through. In fact, it is very simple. You have been with Chu Yun for so long. You must know many of her unknown secrets. These secrets may be her weaknesses. If you catch them, it will be a fatal blow to her. Chapter 549 Chu Yun's Secret. Du Firu opened her eyes wide and murmured, Secret? Weakness? Hearing these two words, she lowered her head and thought, as if trying to recall something. Right. After racking her brains for a while, Du Firu immediately raised her head, her eyes shining. I know a past event. Chu Yun once told me that she came to me for help because she was afraid and helpless. When Su Maoyang heard this, he felt that there was a chance. It seemed that Du Firu was indeed useful. What on earth is it? It actually scared the eldest lady of the Chu family. As far as she knew, Chu Yun had such a big backer of the Chu family, so she should be fearless. Du Firu's eyes swept through the darkness, lowered her voice, and asked solemnly, "I wonder if you have heard of the Yuchi family." Su Maoyang had just arrived, so he naturally didn't know, and then shook his head slightly. "You don't know that the Yuchi family is also quite influential in the Yunlu dark domain, and is not weaker than the Chu family, because the old patriarch of the Yuchi family is a founding hero of the Yunlu dark domain and a benefactor of the emperor's father. It can be said that there would be no Yunlu dark domain without him." Of course, the Yunlu dark domain was just a small tribe at that time. Now it has such a vast territory, and has become one of the 4 tribes in the Jiuyo continent. It is also the credit of the Yunlu emperor's expansion of territory, and wars in the south and the north. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was slightly surprised that there was such a history. According to this calculation, the Yuchi family should be more respected than the Chu family. But Dufira shook her head slightly. Yes, if it is really said, the Chu family can't catch up with the Yuchi family. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Yuchi family are not good. I don't know if the ancestral tombs are not buried well. The Yuchi family is so miserable that they have no descendants. Su Maoyang's pupils were filled with surprise when he heard these 4 serious words. "You don't have a child?" Dufira shook her head slightly and explained in a deep voice. The Yuchi family originally had 3 brothers, and the old patriarch is the youngest brother. At the beginning, the 3 brothers went to the battlefield. The eldest and second brothers died in order to protect him, leaving the Yuchi family with only him. Later, he married and had 2 daughters, but never saw his son. It seemed that he was destined not to have a son. Not long after, the war broke out, and he was forced to go to the battlefield. Later, in order to save his father, the emperor, the old patriarch blocked an arrow for him. Fortunately, he was blessed with a good life. The old man was very big. His life was saved, but his lower body was injured, and he could no longer have children. So Emperor Zun's father has always respected and appreciated this old patriarch. Thinking of his sonless and childless, he always felt that he owed him something. So he has been promoting the Yuchi family in both open and covert ways. But God bless, this old patriarch has been looking for doctors and medicine for many years, and finally gave birth to a son. At that time, he was 40 years old, which was considered an old man's son. So he loved this little son very much. He spoiled him from childhood to adulthood, but spoiled him and caused problems. Speaking of this son, Dufira had a look of eating shit on his face, and it can be seen that he had a very bad impression of this person. Su Maoyang listened and raised his eyebrows with interest. "I think this son has 1,000 connections with Chu Yuan." Dufira nodded heavily and praised. "You are really smart. As soon as I mentioned it, you can guess the back." Indeed, the youngest son of the Yuchi family once violated Chu Yuan, but Chu Yuan escaped by luck, so he did not succeed. Su Maoyang thought that the two had an old relationship, but he didn't expect that it was an invasion. Surprise flashed across his face. Chu Yuan is the daughter of the Chu family. How dare he be so bold as to attack the daughter of the Chu family? More than being bold, he has been spoiled by the old master Yuchi and is fearless. The only thing he is afraid of is the emperor. So when the emperor was around, he could restrain himself. Later, the emperor died and left for a few years. In these years, countless girls have been killed by him. He is not only a pervert, but also a pervert. His means of torturing people are endless. Speaking of this person, Dufira got goosebumps all over her body. You said he was good looking, which was acceptable, but he was already 40 years old and extremely ugly. Because of his ugly appearance and abnormal personality, no decent girl was willing to marry him, and they have not married until now. Being coveted by such a man is the most shameful thing in the life of the noble Chu Yuan. Dufira shuddered when she thought of the man's methods, and her face turned pale. But Su Maoyang couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Chu Yuan was self-righteous. Except for the emperor, she never looked down on other men, let alone such a disgusting pervert. What was terrible was that she was almost violated by him, which should have left an indelible shadow in her mind. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised his head slightly, staring at her with a sharp gaze, as if doubting the truth of her words. You know it very well. Dufira looked back at her calmly, without any evasion or guilt. I don't need to lie to you about this matter. I also heard about the Yuchi family from my grandfather. As for Chu Yuan being violated, she told me about it when she was afraid and helpless, and came to me to complain. Su Maoyang looked at her and asked softly, Does Chu Yuan trust you so much? She even told you such a thing? According to Su Maoyang's understanding, Chu Yun is not that stupid. Haha. She also came to me because she was desperate. General Chu has always been very strict with her family education. He cultivated her according to the standards of the emperor's concubine and placed all his hopes on her. She was almost violated by Yuchi Hongda and was embarrassed. If General Chu knew about it, he would definitely break her legs. You have to know that no matter whether a woman has been violated or not, as long as she has a relationship with a man, her reputation will be ruined. How could General Chu let her go? So, she had to swallow her anger and hide it from everyone. I helped her find clothes and clean her wounds. So only I knew about this matter. Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly realized and nodded. She could understand this feeling. Not to mention the feudal society. Even in modern times, many women who were raped would choose to swallow their anger for the sake of reputation. Chu Yun knew that it would be useless even if she told General Chu. Did she still want General Chu to help her get justice? This was obviously impossible. If the Chu family really went to the Yuchi family, her reputation would be ruined. When the whole city was in turmoil, it would not be the Yuchi family that would suffer, but their Chu family. The worst was herself. Chu Yun was glad that Yuchi Hongda did not succeed, so she wanted to cover up the matter completely. Chapter 550. An idea came to mind. This is her biggest weakness. I've told you. What should we do next? Du Fira asked when she saw that she believed him. Su Maoyang smiled with his lips curled. His dark eyes were as bright as stars, exuding a chilling coldness that made Du Fira's heart tremble slightly. And she felt an indescribable chill. Qingyue's voice was light and playful. Of course. Let them rekindle their old love. Du Fira opened her eyes wide. You mean? To bring Chu Yun and Yuchi Hongda together? Su Maoyang just smiled without saying anything. But this smile was meaningful, and undoubtedly acknowledged Du Fira's guess. But one of them is in the palace, and the other is outside. How can you bring them together? Du Fira really couldn't figure out what method Su Maoyang was going to use to rekindle their old love. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and asked a completely unrelated question. Do you have Chu Yun's handwriting? Handwriting? Yes. I do. Du Fira nodded with a puzzled look on her face. She had been with Chu Yun for so long, and she even knew secrets like Yuchi Hongda. So the handwriting was naturally a piece of cake. Just give me Chu Yun's handwriting. Su Maoyang replied indifferently. But Du Fira was confused. Why do you want her handwriting? You don't need to know this. Facing Du Fira, Su Maoyang still had some reservations. If Du Fira knew all his plans, and she was jealous or had some wrong ideas, she would alert the enemy and cause the action to fail to achieve the expected results. Then it would be a waste of an opportunity, and she would be in a passive situation. She has always been careful and cautious in doing things, and she does not allow any mistakes. Seeing Su Maoyang's reservations, Du Fira was unhappy. Since she had promised to help her, she didn't expect that the other party was still hiding it. Are you sure you can really bring down Chu Yun this time? Du Fira asked back with some worry. After all, Chu Yun has the Chu family behind her, and it is really difficult to bring her down. But Su Maoyang nodded confidently, with clear eyes and calmness. I'm sure. Seeing her calm face, Du Fira's eyes were filled with surprise. After these confrontations, she found that the woman in front of her was a more terrifying existence than Chu Yun. She might not be as strong as them, but the aura that makes people surrender is stronger than anyone else. In this regard, she found that Su Maoyang and Yunlu Emperor were somewhat similar. Or, it was because the two of them had similar things in their bones that they appreciated each other. At this moment, she actually understood why Jun Haocong liked her. She had a feeling that Chu Yun would definitely fall flat on her face this time. Thinking of this, Du Fira felt a sense of revenge. Her former loyalty was exchanged for her ruthless slaughter. Now her face was disfigured, which made her look neither human nor ghost. All this was caused by Chu Yun. It was she who made her lose everything. Okay, you can go back. If you stay in Yunlu Palace for too long, people will be suspicious. Su Maoyang kindly reminded him. Hearing this, Du Fira came back to her senses, nodded slightly, turned around and walked out of Yunlu Palace. Watching her leave, Lin Water couldn't help asking, Master, how are you going to deal with Chu Yun? Su Maoyang raised his lip corners and glanced at her. You'll know when the time comes. Lin Wana was even more itchy by her mysterious smile. After nagging Su Maoyang for a long time, she finally gave in and hooked her hand at Lin Water. Su Maoyang whispered a few words in her ear. And Lin Water suddenly realized and nodded heavily. I promised to complete the task. Seeing that she understood, Su Maoyong changed the subject. Don't talk about Chu Ying for now. Jun Haocong's birthday will be in a few days. I don't even have any ideas now. Help me think about it. The pastries she made last time were a complete failure. If Jun Haocong ate her pastries and was poisoned to death, it would be a joke. She didn't want to become a sinner in the dark domain of Yunlu. Didn't the son-in-law say that he likes you? Just pack yourself up and send yourself to his bed. I see. Since he ate the master, the son-in-law has been smiling every day. He used to be like an ice lolly, but now he is like a melted ice lolly. As she said that, Lin Water covered her mouth and laughed. Su Maoyong didn't expect that Lin Water, a girl, was good at teasing people. Be serious, or I will marry you to Jiang Zheng immediately. Su Maoyong had endured for so long, and he had to fight back strongly. Lin Water's face flushed immediately, and she retorted angrily, Master, you can't be like this. I don't like that rough guy. It's okay if he likes you. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows. He doesn't like me. Master, don't talk nonsense. Then I'll go ask him. Su Maoyong deliberately stood up and wanted to go out. Lin Water stamped her feet anxiously. Master, let's discuss the gift for the son-in-law. Seeing that she was serious, Su Maoyong smiled and sat down. Tell me, what other ideas do you have? Master, you don't have the craftsmanship of a woman, so you can only start from the uniqueness. That is, different from others, and make people happy and surprised. For people like Su Maoyong, she can only start from this angle. Unexpectedly, after her analysis, Su Maoyong immediately got the answer. His eyes lit up, and he sighed happily. I thought of it. Different. It makes people surprised. Lin Water asked curiously. What is it? What is it? Su Maoyong smiled mysteriously. The secret cannot be revealed. However, this gift is a bit huge, and I need your help. Master, just give me your orders. Lin Water is looking forward to it. Okay. Follow me to the palace warehouse to take a look. There should be a lot of materials I need there. With that, Su Maoyong stood up and planned to walk out. But who knew that after walking 2 steps, his legs were a little weak. Lin Water suppressed her smile and quickly supported her. This afternoon, Su Maoyong took a lot of cardboard and cinnabar from the warehouse, and finally went to the kitchen to get salt. Lin Water, who followed her all the way, was confused and didn't know what she was going to do. She was afraid that she was too unique and people couldn't accept her. So Lin Water couldn't help asking, Master, what can you make with these things? She did say that she wanted to be different, but she didn't want to be so perfunctory. Su Maoyong just smiled and didn't explain. She couldn't wait to get started. Thinking of this, she called Lin Water to go back to Yunlu Palace quickly. However, when they walked outside the courtyard of Yunlu Palace, Su Maoyong suddenly slowed down and whispered, I don't know what's wrong recently. I always feel that there are people around who like to stick their heads out. Yes, I saw it too. There is one over there. Lin Water rushed into the bushes without saying a word and picked him up. Chapter 551 Prey that came to the door. Lin Water grabbed her by the collar and threw her to the ground, throwing her in front of Su Maoyong. The palace maid who was caught was trembling with fear. Her pale face was full of panic, and she called out several times, Please spare my life. Miss Su, please spare my life. Su Maoyong knew this palace maid, who was the one who usually served Chu Ying. Seeing her sneaking around outside the Yunlu Palace, it was clear that Chu Ying had bad intentions. Presumably, she failed to assassinate her last time, and this time she was trying to deal with her again, since Chu Ying came to her door herself. How could she be polite to her? Thinking of this, Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Since we are already in Yunlu Palace, let's go in and sit down. The maid was panicked and cowed out quickly. I dare not. Please forgive me. Miss Su, it's just that I invite you to sit down in Yunlu Palace. I won't eat you. Why are you so scared? Su Maoyong frowned dissatisfiedly. The maid was sweating profusely when she heard this. She was afraid that she would be eaten to the bone once she went in. However, Su Maoyong didn't allow her to refuse at all, and directly gave Lin Water a look. Lin Water's mouth corners raised slightly, and she understood and picked her up, dragging her towards Yunlu Palace. The maid was even more at a loss now. She just came to get information for Chu Ying, but now her life is in danger at any time. What should she do? Lin Water threw her into the hall. Su Maoyang walked slowly to the main seat, sat down slowly, and glanced at the palace maid who was kneeling and trembling in front of her. What do you want to know from me? I'm here. You can ask me directly. No need to sneak around outside. I'm afraid that if you are killed as an assassin, it will be a pity for your beautiful head. Su Maoyang's light voice immediately gave the maid goosebumps. Miss Su, spare my life. It was Chu Yun who forced me. I have no choice. The maid kowtowed hard, asking for nothing but to walk out of Yunlu Palace alive. Su Maoyang's eyes were cold, and she snorted softly. So, you are innocent? Hearing that her tone was wrong, the maid trembled all over. Her face turned pale, and she didn't dare to speak casually. Since you are innocent, I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. Are you willing? Su Maoyang's fingers tapped the table lightly, making a low muffled sound. Every sound that fell into the maid's heart was as scary as a knife being cut into pieces. The maid was sweating all over and kept silent. If she agreed, she might be assigned to do something more dangerous. So, she was hesitating, struggling, and rejecting. However, Su Maoyang had no patience to watch her hesitation. His thin lips slightly opened, and his cold voice was more frightening than the ice chips in the cold winter. I have given you a chance. Since you don't want it, don't blame me for being cruel. Lin Water. Do it. Clean it up, and don't dirty Jun Haotsong's territory. The maid was so scared when she heard this that her face changed drastically, and she immediately shouted, You can't kill me! You can't kill me! If I die, Chu Yun will definitely suspect you. She is worried that she can't find evidence to frame you. If you kill me, Chu Yun can just go to the princess and sue you. I have to admit that this maid is quite smart. Even when facing death, she can still have such clear logical thinking, which makes Su Maoyang look at her with new eyes. However, even the smartest people have weaknesses. It can be seen that this maid is afraid of death, which is her weakness. Su Maoyang curled his lips and chuckled, with a bit of admiration in his eyes. You are a clever girl, and you are good at speaking. But you forgot that this is Yunlu Palace. The emperor has clearly stipulated that palace maids are not allowed to enter. Once the rules are violated, they will be killed without mercy. If you die in Yunlu Palace, you will only be regarded as a palace maid who seduced the emperor. And your death is not a pity. If you want to blame someone, you should blame the emperor's rules. Not me. Besides, the eldest princess has been in a mess recently because of the death of the daughter of a rich girl. Who would care about the life and death of a palace maid like you? Not to mention the life and death of a palace maid who trespassed into Yunlu Palace and had no shame. Chu Yun has lost a palace maid, so she can only blame herself for her bad luck. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, the palace maid was so scared that her eyes were bloodshot and her soul was trembling. Yes, she was a palace maid. Her words were not important, and it was indeed not worth mentioning. But if Chu Yun caught her and made a big deal, Su Maoyang would not get any benefit. However, she forgot that this was Yunlu Palace, the territory of the emperor, and the palace maids could not approach casually. Su Maoyang in front of her was simply a trap. Too deceptive. What? Have you thought about it? Do you want to go out safely? Or be executed as a palace maid who seduced the emperor? This multiple-choice question should not be difficult. Su Maoyang knew that for a person who was afraid of death, her answer would definitely satisfy her. The maid was chilled by her sinister smile, trembling, and kowtowed heavily. Just ask Miss Su's orders. Seeing this, Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction, then took out a pill and handed it to Lin Water. This is a poison, and there is a risk of death at any time. If you are obedient, I can give you the antidote. If you are not obedient, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Su Maoyang explained lightly and gave Lin Water a look. Lin Water immediately handed the poison to the maid. The maid was already scared and cried, and kowtowed repeatedly, and she really didn't dare to take it. Lin Water couldn't bear it, so she grabbed her mouth and forced it down. Su Maoyang watched her take the pill, then stood up, came to the maid, and took out another medicine bottle. This contains the powder of the ecstasy. I believe you know how to make it at this time tomorrow night. As he said that, Su Maoyang stuffed the medicine bottle into the maid's hand, and then kindly reminded her, It's late at night. You can leave. If you go back late and Chu Yun finds out, I won't be the one to kill you. The maid was shocked when she heard this, and immediately wiped her tears, got up quickly and ran out. Watching her leave, Su Maoyong slowly grinned at the corner of his lips. The good show is about to begin. The next day, Su Maoyong had already started making Jun Haocong's birthday gift. Even Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng, Jiang Zheng, and the brothers of the Blood Battle group were all called out to help. But everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the paper on the ground. A basin of cinnabar. And a basin of salt. What kind of gift is this? Master, if you bring these things to the palace banquet, I'm afraid you will be laughed at. Jiang Zheng frowned so hard that he could crush a fly to death. Chapter 552, He has been holding on. Su Maoyong smiled and raised her eyebrows to explain, these things are just raw materials. The things made in the future will be different. But what can these things make? Xiao Linchen really couldn't imagine what kind of surprising gift could be made with just paper. Cinnabar and salt. Su Maoyong pointed to the tree opposite. I want to make a tree. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger when they heard it. They were already confused. And they were even more stunned when they saw the tree. Lin Water slapped her forehead and urged anxiously, Master, I did say that I wanted to be different. But making a tree is too. The clear water bucket was immediately dyed bright red. And then she ordered, soak all the papers in water until they are dyed red. Everyone was helpless in the face of her insistence, and could only nod and throw all the papers into the bucket as she said. After the paper is dyed red, it will be exposed to the sun. After it dries, we will fold it into the shape of a tree. Come closer. I will draw the specific folding method on the picture and explain it to everyone. After speaking, Su Maoyong waved to the people around him. Everyone gathered around with a puzzled look on their faces. In the morning, everyone had mastered the method of making the tree. Now they were waiting for the red paper to dry and started to work. At this moment, a palace maid suddenly waited at the door of Yulu Palace, saying that she had something to ask for. Su Maoyong gave Lin Water a look, and Lin Water walked out of the yard quickly, and then turned back quickly. Master, this is the handwriting you want, which was sent by Du Firu. As she said that, Lin Water had already handed the paper to Su Maoyong. After browsing, Su Maoyong nodded slightly, and then leaned over to Lin Water's ear and said a few words. Okay, Master, don't worry. I will go now and guarantee to complete the task. Lin Water nodded heavily and walked out of Yulu Palace quickly. The others were confused. Jiang Zheng asked in confusion, Master, what are you doing? Su Maoyong raised his lips slightly, looked at them meaningfully, and chuckled. I not only prepared a surprise for Jun Haocong, but also a surprise for Chu Yuyin. Just wait and see. Seeing this smile, Xiao Linchen was scared and couldn't agree with it. Surprise? Are you sure it's a surprise? Why do I feel it's a shock? Whether it's Jun Haocong or Chu Yuyin. Su Maoyong glared at him fiercely after hearing this. Be a good tree. If you don't do it well, it will really be a shock. After a warning, Su Maoyong turned around and left, walking towards Fuxi Palace. Fuxi Palace is where Jun Haocong handles official business. He usually summons ministers, discusses state affairs, and reads classics here. These 2 days, because of the pursuit of the murderer, not only Jun Qinran was exhausted, but even Jun Haocong forgot to eat and sleep. Before, she even saw many family forces entering the palace, all with solemn faces, and they were probably looking for Jun Haocong to ask for an explanation. But the case has been at a standstill, and there has been no clues. Since last night, Jun Haocong has been staying in Fuxi Palace and has not returned to Yunlu Palace. Su Maoyong is worried about his health, so she plans to go see him in person. But just as she walked to the door, before she could lift her foot to go in, she heard a violent cough from inside. Cough, cough, cough. Master, didn't you just take the pill yesterday? Why did the cold disease flare up again? Black Owl was frightened and panicked when he saw the haggard Jun Haocong, and hurriedly went up to support him. Recently, he knew that the master had been holding on in order not to let Su Maoyong worry and blame herself. But holding on like this was not a solution. In the past, taking pills could control the cold disease. But since the human soul was injured, the pills were not very effective. He still has a lot of life to go. If he keeps going like this, He Xiao can't imagine how long Jun Haocong can last. Even a body made of iron can't stand this kind of torture. Hearing this, Jun Haocong frowned, raised his hand slightly, and pushed him away. Don't worry. I can still bear this pain. Remember not to tell Lianer. Hearing this, He Zhao's heart was tied together. At this time, He was still thinking about Su Maoyong. Master, can you worry more about yourself? If you fall, what will happen to the Yunlu Dark Domain? Okay. Shut up. How is the investigation going recently? Do you have any clues? Jun Haotsong obviously didn't want to face such a topic again. He frowned, interrupted sharply, and then diverted his attention. Seeing this, Black Owl swallowed his worries and answered in a deep voice. I investigated the entire Dark Domain city and found nothing suspicious. I guess there must be a very powerful force behind this group of black-clothed people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so foolproof. Jun Haotsong nodded in agreement, his pale face becoming more solemn. Yes, and it must be in the Dark Domain city, right under my nose. Master, you have a cold attack, so don't worry about it anymore. Let me handle this matter. Black Owl couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he saw his face. But Jun Haotsong waved his hand seriously. How can I let so many lives go? I have to give an explanation to the families of these women anyway. But Black Owl wanted to persuade him again. But Jun Haotsong interrupted him. No buts. Go down. Su Maoyong, who was hiding at the door, was shocked when he heard the words and immediately hid in the woods next to him. After watching Black Owl leave, Su Maoyong held back the tears in her eyes and left Fushi Palace. It turned out that he had been holding on these days. It turned out that he had been taking advantage of her to cover up his injuries. She was deceived by him so badly. She thought that his body had really recovered and his physical strength was really that good. It turned out that he just didn't want her to worry. Didn't want her to blame herself for the injury to her human soul. And was just distracting her attention. He was always like this. He was injured and suffered. But he never said anything and buried it in his heart. No matter what happened, he always put her first, but endured the pain and torture alone. He was obviously in so much pain, but he was worried about her self-blame. He was so distressing. No, she had to do something for him. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong hurried back to Yunlu Palace. For his illness, she had to speed up the improvement of her strength. Chapter 553, unable to figure out her thoughts. Recently, she was first invaded by toxins, and then by Jun Haotsong, and she had no time to practice. Now that she has arrived in the Jiuyo continent, everything is decided by fists. If she wants to stand by Jun Haotsong's side and help him cure his cold disease, she must become stronger as soon as possible. Su Maoyong quickly returned to the side hall, and soon entered the state of meditation. With a wave of her hand, she released the evil blood cauldron. Now, her alchemy ability has always remained at the early stage of Danwang, and she has to find a way to improve it to the middle stage of Danwang as soon as possible. Thinking of Jun Haotsong's cold disease, she has to speed up. This practice took a long time, and time was in the evening. Su Maoyong gently withdrew her hand, and the elixir in the evil blood cauldron finally floated up and flew into her hand. Huh. I finally refined a middle-level spiritual elixir. After an afternoon, dozens of repeated failures. Hard work paid off, and Su Maoyong was promoted to the middle stage of Danwang. In terms of strength, the threshold of the 9 Netherworld is higher than that of the lower planes. Not only in terms of spiritual power, but also in alchemy. Because the spiritual energy here is richer than that of the lower planes, it is easier for everyone to practice. And the spiritual power strength is naturally much higher than that of the lower planes. As for alchemy, the talent of alchemists is not actually affected too much by the outside world. The reason why the 9 Netherworld is better is that the medicinal materials here are rich. Therefore, alchemists will have many opportunities to practice. Unlike alchemists in the lower planes, who are trembling every time they make alchemy, afraid that if they fail once, they will have no medicinal materials to continue practicing, which is very limited. This makes it more difficult and slower for alchemists in the lower planes to advance. Most of the alchemists in the 9 Netherworld are at the level of great alchemists, while those with a little fame are at the level of alchemy kings. As for the alchemy emperors, they are relatively powerful alchemists. Of course, there is no shortage of alchemy masters in the 9 Netherworld, but such alchemists are relatively rare. As for the alchemy saints, they are even rarer and can be regarded as the peak powerhouses in the 9 Netherworld. Therefore, in this world where alchemists are already rare, it is very good for Su Maoyong to become a mid-stage alchemy emperor. However, in order to treat Jun Haotsong, she must reach the level of alchemy master. You know, alchemy master is a super strong man that has never appeared in the 9 Netherworld. For so many years, no master has reached the level of alchemy master. If others knew Su Maoyang's goal, they would probably laugh at her for overestimating her own abilities and having wild ideas. However, for Jun Haocong, she had to give it a try no matter how difficult it was. However, what Su Maoyang had always been worried about was not the level of alchemy master, but the eyes of the fire spirit body. She clearly remembered that this was one of the ingredients for refining the fiery soul refining pill. I don't know if this fire spirit body is a human or an animal. If it is a human, Su Maoyang can't imagine it. If this person really appears, she doesn't know if she can do it. Just as Su Maoyang was thinking, Lin Water hurried back and reported excitedly, "Master, I have done everything you asked me to do. The palace maid has succeeded, and Yuchi Hongda has just entered Chu Yuan's room, waiting for us to catch the adulterer." Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction, but did not agree with Lin Water's proposal. "No, we can't catch the adulterer now." "Ah? Why? Didn't we plan all this to make Chu Yuan lose her reputation and suffer?" Lin Water couldn't figure it out. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, and replied lightly, "If we go to catch the adultery now, it will seem deliberate. Others would not suspect us, but we will expose ourselves. Besides, she is still drugged. If she is discovered now, everyone will know that we framed her. I want her to take the initiative to seduce, not be framed. So, tonight, let Yuchi Hongda have a good night, and we will have to ask him for interest in the future." Lin Water frowned. "I don't understand. We have done so much. If we don't expose them, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? If we are not discovered tonight, we will never have a chance to bring down Chu Yuan. Tonight, the matter is done. It is a fact that she cannot deny, and it is a shame that she will never be able to wash away in her life. Even if it is not revealed today, it does not mean that it cannot be revealed in this lifetime. And what I have to do is to find the best time to make her know where to hide, and give her the most fatal blow." Speaking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a hint of sinisterness flashed in an instant. Tonight, they can't act rashly and alert the snake. If they catch the adultery tonight, too many loopholes will be exposed. Chu Yuan will only become a victim, but her life will not be taken. And Su Maoyang obviously wants more than this. Such as Chu Yuan's life. Such as General Chu's life. Such as the entire Chu family. Since the Chu family is willing to help Chu Yuan send out assassins and slaughter so many lives, Su Maoyang has no intention of letting the Chu family go from that moment on. Lin Water naturally didn't know this, and couldn't figure out her thoughts. But she was still shocked by her sinister look, and she felt an inexplicable chill. Her master, when angry, is really scary. Blamed Chu Yuan for not having eyes, and provoking her master. Su Maoyang was silent for a long time, and finally looked up and ordered, "Tomorrow, you ask Chu Yuan's maid for a token of the Chu family, such as a jade pendant unique to the Chu family." Lin Water was confused by her. "Why do you want a jade pendant?" "Of course I have a use for it." Seeing that Su Maoyang was unwilling to explain too much, Lin Water didn't dare to ask any more questions. At this time, Su Maoyang slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked in the direction of Jinsi Garden, and asked abruptly, "By the way, I heard that there is a sacrificial altar behind Jinsi Garden. It is said that there is a holy fire there. It is usually used for sacrifice and prayer?" Lin Water nodded. "Yes, I heard that too. It is said that the dark area of Yunlu has always worshipped that altar, and it seems to be quite effective." Su Maoyang nodded in understanding, and then stopped asking. "Just let her leave." Lin Water felt puzzled. Why did the altar holy fire come up for no reason? Unable to figure it out, she shook her head and left. Su Maoyang looked at the night that was as deep as thick ink and could not be dissolved. Feeling the gusts of night wind, a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Chu Yuan, I hope you will like the gift I gave you." This night passed quickly. It seemed calm, but it was turbulent. Chu Yuan was exhausted and slept until noon. During this time, the maid quietly slipped out of Yunqiu Palace and brought Su Maoyang the unique jade pendant of the Chu family. It was not until the maid came back that she saw Chu Yuan moving lazily. Chapter 554 A Big Mistake. Chu Yuan woke up from her doze and suddenly got up from the bed. When she got up, she realized that there was no place on her body that was not sore. When she looked down, she was actually naked. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, she was scared to death. and her beautiful face instantly turned as pale as window paper. After a few seconds of stalemate, she suddenly recalled the fragmentary scenes of last night in her mind. She remembered that she was sleepy very early last night and went to bed early. Later, the face of the Emperor appeared. Yes, it was the Emperor. She saw the face of the Emperor. She said that she was uncomfortable. And then the Emperor touched her forehead and face, and finally kissed her. Later, they hugged each other. The scene of last night suddenly filled Chu Yuan's entire brain. And she woke up. It was the Emperor. It must have been the Emperor. Huaning. Did the Emperor come last night? Chu Yuan's heart was like a rabbit, full of expectations, and her excited cheeks were slightly flushed. Huaning felt a little guilty, pretending not to know. Well, after serving Miss Chu, I also went back to my room to rest. As for whether the Emperor came, I don't know. Hearing this, Chu Yuan did not give up, but became more certain. The Emperor must have come. It must be. She thought she was dreaming last night and dreamed of the Emperor. Now seeing the kiss marks on her body, she couldn't be sure anymore. She really couldn't think of anyone else besides the Emperor. Which man was so brave that he not only dared to break into the heavily guarded palace, but also dared to make love with her? Only the Emperor has the qualification and right. Although I don't know why the Emperor suddenly changed his mind. Men always like new things and dislike old things. Maybe he got tired of playing with Su Maoyang and thought about his own good. Chu Yuan felt too deeply, because she wanted to get the Emperor too much. She had lost her mind. She used her understanding of men and believed what happened last night. Suddenly, she was very happy, recalling the handsome face that was close to her last night. Chu Yuan's whole pretty face was like the red clouds in the sky. She looked beautiful all of a sudden, and even the pain in her body was nothing. Thinking of it, she excitedly ordered the maid. The Emperor must have been exhausted last night. You hurry up and stew some supplements. I will personally deliver them to the Emperor later. Huaning heard the words, nodded dully, and quickly turned around and walked out of the room. Finally, she shook her head helplessly. Even she had to sigh that Chu Yuan was really hopeless. This time she fell into Su Maoyang's hands. It seemed that she was completely finished. At noon, Su Maoyang was afraid that Jun Haosong would forget to eat because of his busy schedule. So she also asked the kitchen to make some delicious food for him to bring over. Entering Fuxi Palace, Su Maoyang saw Jun Haosong still sitting in his old seat, writing something in his hand, with a frown on his face. And it was obvious that he had no idea. Her heart ached, and she walked over slowly. Don't work too hard. You've forgotten to eat. Hearing Su Maoyang's voice, Jun Haosong suddenly raised his head and looked at her with surprise. Why are you here? Are you feeling better? Su Maoyang smiled and nodded. My body has been well for a long time. But you don't know how to take care of yourself at all. As she said that, she had already placed the food box on his table, opened the lid, and brought out the food. Eat it while it's hot. Jun Haosong raised his eyebrows and asked jokingly. You didn't make this yourself? I'm not that good at cooking. Su Maoyang glanced at him. Jun Haosong was relieved when he heard that. That's good. Hey, what do you mean? You sound disgusted with me. Su Maoyang glared. No. I'm afraid that my wife will be tired. So I'll leave this to the servants. Jun Haosong tried to smooth things over. Su Maoyang let him go after hearing that. That's good enough. However, just as the two were arguing, the voice of the black owl suddenly came from outside. The Emperor is handling official business inside and will not see anyone. Please go back. Chu Yuan was blocked outside, unwilling to do so. But she had to endure it. The Emperor was so tired last night and was working again this morning. His body must not be able to bear it. So I stewed soup for the Emperor, hoping that the Emperor can replenish his body. Hearing the voice coming from outside, Su Maoyang couldn't hide the smile on her lips and almost laughed out loud. Seeing her like this, Jun Haosong was full of confusion. What are you laughing at? No. You quickly ask He Xiao to leave the soup. Hurry up. Su Maoyang suppressed her smile and ordered loudly. Jun Haosong was confused and rejected. I don't like to drink soup. And besides, I never accept bribes from women. Su Maoyang glared at him forcefully. You have to accept it even if you don't want to. This is an order. Do you dare to resist? Jun Haosong was helpless. In this life, only Su Maoyang dared to order him like this. Well, he didn't dare to resist. He would rather be eaten to death by her. Hey Xiao. Bring the soup in. Under Su Maoyang's threatening gaze, Jun Haotsong compromised and called out to the outside. He Xiao was shocked when he heard this, and his face was obviously full of disbelief. When would his master accept such a thing? It's incredible. He Xiao turned around and asked again uncertainly. Master, are you talking about asking your subordinates to take the soup in? Jun Haotsong frowned and growled. Are you deaf? He Xiao was shaken by his roar, and immediately took Chu Yuan's stew and walked in quickly. Chu Yuan was very excited when she heard Jun Haotsong's voice from inside. Sure enough, it was really the emperor last night. Usually the emperor is not close to women, and never accepts women's things. But today he accepted her stew, which means that he has accepted her feelings. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan, whose dream came true, was so happy that she almost floated up. Last time, didn't Su Maoyang say that she was lying? Haha. This time, she didn't lie. And she was full of evidence. She wanted Su Maoyang to see who was the one who could stay with the emperor, and who was the one the emperor chose in the end. Su Maoyang, you can't be so proud for too long. The position of the emperor's concubine will be mine soon. Chu Yuan took a deep look at Fuxi Palace, and then turned away proudly with a smug smile on her face. He was so enthusiastic last night. He must have left something in her belly. If she was pregnant, she would be by the emperor's side and have a firm foothold. It seems that she has to ask the doctor to prescribe her some prescriptions to help her get pregnant. Chu Yuan was happy. Su Maoyang was also overjoyed. But Jun Haotsong was full of doubts. What on earth is it that makes you so happy? Chapter 555. Chu Yuan is pregnant. Nothing. I just saw a fool and thought it was funny. Su Maoyang perfunctorily opened the stew brought by Chu Yuan. It's really fragrant. Are you really not going to drink it? Jun Haotsong looked at her coldly. I said, I don't accept bribes from women. Really? Are you so self-disciplined? You didn't say that in bed at night. Su Maoyang looked at him in disbelief. Jun Haotsong felt that his character was questioned and was hurt. Except for the beauty of my wife, I don't accept any bribes. Su Maoyang really admired him, glared at him unhappily, then walked up to him, kissed his forehead, and whispered, don't be too tired. I may be able to help you with the murderer. Jun Haotsong's eyes lit up. What do you know? In fact, didn't you guess it too? Su Maoyang stared at him. Jun Haotsong nodded slightly. Yes, I know who the murderer is, but there is no evidence now, so there is no way to find him out. Su Maoyang curled the corners of her lips and hugged him. I know that compared with the evidence, you are actually more troubled by your heart. You know that the other party is your savior, but now you have to find evidence to find him out. You must be very tormented and painful now. Jun Haotsong was slightly shocked when he heard this, and reached out to hug her in his arms. Only Su Maoyang understood him so well. When he frowned slightly, she knew what he was worried about. He often thought that his hands were covered with blood, and he was deeply sinful. He thought that God would definitely punish him. But it sent Su Maoyang to him. How could such a dirty man like him have such a beautiful woman who understands him so well? Don't worry. You are not wrong. No matter what you do. In my mind, you are right. You don't have to worry about this matter. I said, let me be the bad guy about the Chu family. I just want to tell you. Don't hide everything from me. Don't bear everything alone. Because I want to stand by your side, not behind you. Su Maoyang had been holding back these words for a long time, and now he finally said them out. And he was relieved. Jun Haotsong felt pain in his heart when he heard these words, and a surge of heat suddenly surged in his ice-blue eyes. And he hugged her tighter. He wanted to give Su Maoyang the best, wanted to protect her well, and wanted her to be happy. He couldn't bear to see her worry, to see her sad, but she said she would stand by his side. So firm, so strong, so brave. As for the murderer, I will find a way. Believe me. Jun Haotsong nodded. Yes, I believe you. Su Maoyang smiled and let him go. I'm going to prepare. As she said that, she pulled away. But Jun Haotsong pulled her back into his arms and kissed her hard. This kiss was long, and soft, as if to melt Su Maoyang into his tenderness. Su Maoyang was about to suffocate before she struggled to push him away and ran out of Fuxi Palace in a panic. When Su Maoyang came out of Fuxi Palace and passed by Jinsi Garden, he immediately caught sight of Chu Yuan, who was full of spring breeze. Chu Yuan didn't expect to run into Su Maoyang here. She was so proud that she had nowhere to vent. Now seeing Su Maoyang's figure, the corners of her mouth were even grinning to her ears. Oh, isn't this Miss Su? What a coincidence. In order to show off her favor, Chu Yun immediately walked up and greeted her in a sarcastic tone. Su Maoyang just nodded at her lightly. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. Seeing that she still looked indifferent, Chu Yun wanted to tear off her disguised face. She still didn't believe it. If Su Maoyang knew that she was favored by Jun Haotsong, she would definitely not be as calm as she is now. Miss Su, do you know where the emperor went last night? Chu Yun looked at her with a smile. Su Maoyang pretended to be confused. Didn't the emperor stay in Fuxi Palace last night? Haha. You are so naive. Hearing this, Chu Yun immediately covered her mouth and laughed. However, she also found out from the side that the emperor was really not with Su Maoyang last night. Then she was even more certain that the one who had sex with her last night was undoubtedly the emperor. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at her in confusion. Why? Isn't it true? Su Maoyang, do you know that the emperor did not stay in Fuxi Palace last night, but went to my room? Speaking of this, Chu Yuan's pupils could not control the joy and pride. Su Maoyang heard this, but snorted disdainfully. You are dreaming in broad daylight. It seems that you haven't woken up from the spring dream you had yesterday. Hearing her sarcasm, Chu Yun was immediately dissatisfied. Su Maoyang, don't disbelieve it. This time it is true. Absolutely true. If I am not favored by the emperor, I will die. Su Maoyang touched his nose and chuckled. This kind of poisonous oath can't be made casually. If one day I really get caught, what will happen? Chu Yun didn't expect that even so. Su Maoyang still didn't believe her. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and trembled all over. Su Maoyang, if you don't believe it, you can ask the nanny to test it. I'm not afraid of you now. Su Maoyang shook his head. Sorry, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now. If you want to dream, please go back and lie down on the bed slowly. Don't get in the way here like a madman. Hello. I will prove it to you. I will definitely have the child of the emperor. At that time, it will be the day you get out of the dark domain of Yunlu. You wait for me. Su Maoyang's contempt stimulated Chu Yun and made her completely lose her mind. Su Maoyang hooked her lips and nodded slightly. Okay, I'll wait for the child of emperor. The word emperor was bitten a little hard by her, which clearly had a deep meaning. But the angry Chu Yun didn't notice it at all, and turned away angrily. Su Maoyang looked at her back, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and then walked towards Yunlu Palace. In a flash, more than a month has passed, and the tree that Su Maoyang prepared is almost complete, and Jun Haotsong's birthday is in the next few days. The previous depressing atmosphere was swept away, and the whole palace city became lively. That night, before Su Maoyang had time to eat, he saw Lin Water rushing in from outside. Master, a great news. I am so happy. Lin Water's face was full of gloating and excitement. Su Maoyang was very calm and asked coldly, What's the matter? Ha ha ha. Chu Yun is really pregnant. I am laughing to death. Too funny. I heard that she was unwell recently, and asked the imperial doctor to take her pulse. And she was actually pregnant. Ha ha ha. Lin Water laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward, and her body was shaking. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Is that all? Lin Water was immediately dissatisfied when she saw her so cold. Master, your attitude really disappoints me. What's the disappointment? A month ago, she bet with me that she would definitely get pregnant with the Lord's child. I guess she tried every possible way to help her get pregnant. Pfft. No way. Master, you're too mean. Lin Water burst out when she heard this. It turned out that Chu Yun was able to get pregnant so quickly because of the master's help. Chapter 556 Funny Dinner. Su Maoyang immediately distanced himself from the matter. It's none of my business. She's just anxious to prove herself. Lin Water didn't believe it. If you hadn't provoked her, she wouldn't have been so motivated. But, as soon as I think of her being pregnant with the Yuchi family's child, I can't help it. Ha ha ha. Lin Water thought it was so funny. She hadn't encountered such a funny thing for a long time. She couldn't imagine whether Chu Yun would faint if she knew the truth. What's more terrifying is that if the Yuchi family knew the truth, they would definitely marry Chu Yun into the family. The Yuchi family had no children and grandchildren, and the child in Chu Yun's belly could be said to be the hope of their family. However, letting Chu Yun marry an ugly and perverted person My God. This would make her collapse more than killing her. Imagining the scene in her mind, Lin Water couldn't stop laughing. At this time, Jiang Zheng walked in from outside, also smiling from ear to ear. As soon as he came in, he said loudly, "Master, there is no need to prepare dinner. Today, the princess learned about Chu Yuan's pregnancy and specially set up a dinner. She must be too happy. Everyone is invited to congratulate her." Lin Water almost laughed to the ground when she heard this. Ha ha ha. Oh, I really can't do it. I can't do it. Too funny. For someone else's child. She held a banquet to entertain. The princess is really good. Su Maoyang could understand the princess's mood. Jun Haotsong had not been close to women for so many years, and had no children. She was naturally happy to hear that someone was pregnant with Jun Haotsong's child. But, poor her, she was going to be happy for nothing. However, what is even more pitiful is Jun Haotsong, who became a father inexplicably. But Jun Haotsong has been very busy recently. Not only does he have to deal with the riots on the burning blood border, but he also has to deal with assassinations. He has no time to care about Chu Yuan. So he has blocked all these things. I must attend this dinner. Ha ha. Lin Water naturally can't miss such a fun thing. Jiang Zheng also nodded, with a face full of expectations. Su Maoyang smiled helplessly. Of course he also had to go. Let's go. Entering the Chaoyang Palace, many people were already there. The girls whispered and talked about Chu Yuan, while Chu Yuan was dressed in purple and sat quietly at the bottom right closest to the princess. Her face was rosy and her complexion was very good. It can be seen that she has been well nourished recently. Or perhaps she was favored by the emperor and was pregnant with a child. So the whole person was shrouded in a layer of maternal brilliance. The women around were envious and jealous. In the past, everyone didn't believe that the emperor favored her. But now she's pregnant. What else can they say? But there are always mean people who always say unpleasant things. I think that's probably not the emperor's. It must be some wild man's. Yes, I think so too. The emperor didn't like women before. How could he suddenly favor her and get her pregnant? Alas, who can tell what the emperor is thinking? The emperor didn't like women before. But later he and Su Maoyang were in love every day in Yunlu Palace. With Su Maoyang as a precedent, everyone really can't tell what the emperor is thinking. When the eldest princess heard these unbearable words, she was immediately angry and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? This is about Chu Yuan's reputation. How can you just talk nonsense? This kind of thing is not a joke. Chu Yuan is not a street girl, let alone a brothel girl. She is the eldest daughter of the Chu family. If she is slandered by such a joke, the Chu family will not let it go. Although she had heard this news and felt a little unbelievable, Chu Yuan told her categorically that it was the child of the emperor. Absolutely true. And she also swore several poisonous oaths in front of her, which did not seem to be false. So Jun Qingren had to believe her for the time being. It seems that Chu Yuan, a lady from a noble family, cannot be so shameless. If she is discovered, she will be ruined. So she is not that stupid. It was because of this that Jun Qingren chose to believe her. After being scolded by the eldest princess, everyone restrained themselves a lot. Chu Yuan glared at these women fiercely. She wanted to remember all their faces. When she became the emperor's concubine, they would all die. At this time, Su Maoyang and others just walked into the hall, and everyone's eyes were all focused on Chu Yuan. When Chu Yuan saw Su Maoyang coming, her angry expression changed and immediately turned into complacency. The sense of superiority emanating from the depths of her soul was really ridiculous. Lin Water and others kept suppressing their laughter and sat down with Su Maoyang. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, the eldest princess spoke. As everyone knows, today's dinner was specially set up by me for Yuan to congratulate her on her pregnancy. I really didn't expect that our Jun family would have a successor so soon. And Yuan really contributed a lot. Chu Yuan lowered her head shyly when she heard this. What are you talking about? The eldest princess. Being able to give birth to children for the emperor is the greatest blessing in my life. Hearing this, the princess nodded with satisfaction. At this time, a woman in the room saw that Chu Yuan was pregnant, and immediately raised her wine glass and stood up, flattering her. Congratulations, Miss Chu. Congratulations, Miss Chu. I toast you a glass. Some other women saw this and stood up one after another, raised their glasses to Chu Yuan, and congratulated her together, Congratulations, Miss Chu. Chu Yun was so happy and proud when she saw this. But she still had to put on a decent smile on her face. Thank you all for your blessings. I am pregnant, and it is inconvenient to drink. Today I will use tea instead of wine. Please don't blame me. Sisters. As she said this, Chu Yun took a symbolic sip. Many people stood up one after another to congratulate. But only Du Firu and Su Maoyang and others were still sitting firmly in their original seats, without any intention of congratulating. Although Du Firu didn't know what Su Maoyang had done, she didn't need to know to guess that the child was probably the Yuchi Hongda's. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth under the veil had already grinned. In order to prevent themselves from laughing, Su Maoyang and others kept eating and drinking, trying to ignore Chu Yun. But this scene was annoying to the eyes of the princess and Chu Yun. You guys, are you the reincarnation of starving ghosts? Have you never eaten anything? Jun Qingran couldn't stand it anymore. So he scolded. Su Maoyang looked up and smiled at Jun Qingran. The dishes prepared by the princess were too delicious. And I forgot about my image for a while. Humph. I don't think it's delicious. But you are jealous. So many people can happily congratulate Chu Yun. But you can't. How can a narrow-minded woman like you be worthy of staying by on her side? Jun Qingran sternly accused. Chapter 557 Birthday is here. Everyone covered their mouths and laughed when they heard this. Everyone had seen Su Maoyang being so proud for so long before. And now that she was finally brought down, they were naturally gloating. Ha ha ha. Then Su Maoyang probably didn't expect that she would fall out of favor so quickly. When I saw her acting so arrogant, I thought the emperor really only liked her. Isn't it? It turns out that she is just a doll. When she gets tired of playing with her, she will inevitably be banished to the cold palace. Yeah, that's what I said. How could the emperor like a woman like her? He is probably just looking for something new and playing around. Yes. Wasn't the emperor affectionate with her every day in Yulu Palace some time ago? It's been so long. But she hasn't gotten pregnant. Instead, Chu Yun got pregnant all of a sudden. I think the emperor must not allow her to get pregnant with his own child. After all, a bitch from the lower plane is not qualified to give birth to a child for the emperor. Everyone laughed and laughed, no doubt mocking Su Maoyang's fall from favor. Chu Yun was even happier when she heard this, and looked at Su Maoyang with disdain and provocation. Since she met Su Maoyang, Chu Yun had always been losing. Only in this battle did she win. And she won completely, because she had the most important bargaining chip, the child of the emperor. Du Firu took in her smug expression, and the corners of her mouth under the veil grinned even more. If it weren't for the presence of so many people, she would have almost laughed out loud. Chu Yun was just like a fool now, thinking that she had the whole world, showing off her achievements in front of everyone. But unexpectedly, she was just a joke. If she knew that she was pregnant with the child of her most disgusting enemy, I wonder what she would think. I have to say that Su Maoyang's move was really cruel. He killed people invisibly, and completely destroyed a person without bloodshed. For some reason, she always felt that things would not be so simple. Su Maoyang should have a trick. But she couldn't guess what it was. But she couldn't wait for Su Maoyang to make a move. Lin Wana was so angry that her face turned red when she heard the ridicule around her. She wanted to refute, but was stopped by Su Maoyang. She didn't explain, but smiled indifferently at Jun Qingran above. Since the princess is dissatisfied with my jealousy and narrow-mindedness, why did she invite me to come here specially? Anyway, my existence will only make you upset. Aren't you asking for it? Jun Qingran didn't expect Su Maoyang to dare to talk back, and she was immediately furious, and shouted with eyes wide open. Su Maoyang, you are so bold. You dare to talk to me like this. She asked her to come today to announce the good news in front of her, deliberately letting her retreat. But she didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so calm. So calm that she didn't look like an ordinary person. A normal woman shouldn't be angry at this time. Jun Qingran has seen countless people, and sometimes she can't see the woman in front of her clearly. Obviously, her status is very humble, and her strength is hard to talk about. Obviously, she will only bring disaster and trouble to Jun Haotsong. Not to mention that she knows that she is strongly opposed. I don't know why she has such courage and thick skin to stand beside Songer. When facing herself, she didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, she acted very confident and righteous, which was really annoying to watch. Doesn't she know who caused Jun Haotsong's condition today? She stayed here, What kind of harm did she want to do to Jun Haotsong before she would stop? Thinking of this, Jun Xingran's face had completely sunk, and the anger in her chest was rolling, as if all her internal organs were about to burn. Compared to her anger, Su Maoyang was indeed much calmer. She slowly stood up and explained in a deep voice. Princess, the reason why I stand here is not that I am afraid of you, nor am I afraid of your identity as the princess of Yunlu Dark Domain. But I respect you because you are Jun Haotsong's sister. I can understand your feelings of wanting to protect your brother, so I don't blame you. I'm sorry to disturb everyone's meal, and I'll take my leave first. Lin Wanner. Let's go. As he said, Su Maoyang called Lin Wanner, Wang Feng and others to leave. Seeing Su Maoyang leave, the whole hall was noisy again. All of them were ridiculing. Seeing her so unruly, Jun Qingran wanted to yell at her. At this time, Chu Yun suddenly stood up and pleaded. Princess, Su Maoyang must be in a bad mood because of my daughter. So she contradicted the princess. Please don't bother with her and forgive her this time. Jun Qingran heard this, and then calmed down and nodded slightly. You are more sensible. Seeing Chu Yuan's fake drama, Du Fira couldn't stand it anymore. So she stood up and saluted to the princess. Princess, my daughter is not feeling well, and wants to leave first. Jun Qingran saw that she was wearing a veil, and thought of her ruined appearance, and couldn't help feeling a little pity in his heart, and waved his hand and agreed, well, then you should go back and have a good rest. In order to investigate the case during this period, she specifically ordered that no one was allowed to leave the palace until the murderer was found. So she let these women stay in the palace. To be honest, Jun Qingran still felt a little indebted. Watching Du Fira leave, Chu Yuan's fingers under her sleeves unconsciously tightened. She has been looking for an opportunity to assassinate Du Fira recently. But who knew that she not only increased her vigilance, but also had more secret guards around her to protect her. Now it is almost impossible to get close to her. However, one day, she will make Du Fira and Su Maoyang disappear from this world. A few days passed quickly, and soon it was Jun Haotsong's birthday. The birthday gift prepared by Su Maoyang was also completed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Master, is your tree really okay? Lin Wanner couldn't figure it out. It would be fine if it was made into a big tree. But why did she put the big tree in a water tank? Forgive her ignorance, but she has never seen a big tree planted in a water tank. What's even more strange is that a lot of salt is added to the water. Jiang Zheng, Wang Feng and Xiao Linchen all looked confused, and they racked their brains, but couldn't figure out what kind of weird shape this was. Okay. Don't dawdle. The palace banquet has already started. Let's not be late. Su Maoyang looked at her gift, nodded with satisfaction, and then ordered a few guards to carry it to Chaoyang Palace before turning around and leaving Yunlu Palace. Everyone was confused, and they could only shake their heads helplessly and follow him. They wanted to see what was so special about the tree. When Su Maoyang arrived, Chaoyang Palace was indeed full of guests. Looking around, all the family forces in the Dark Domain City had arrived, and even their families were mixed in. There was singing and dancing in the hall, and it was very lively. The men gathered together to talk about state affairs, and the women naturally exchanged those little things about women. Chu Yuan was still chatting and laughing with the other girls. She suddenly caught a glimpse of Su Maoyang and others walking in from the entrance of the hall. She couldn't help but stop talking and turned to look over. Chapter 558 The Impatient Son-in-Law. The girls around saw Chu Yuan stop, and they all looked in the direction of her gaze curiously, and immediately found Su Maoyang's figure. Si Huiyun saw it, and couldn't help but sarcastically said, Su Maoyang has fallen out of favor, and she still has the face to attend the emperor's birthday. Haha. Don't say that. After all, she is also a woman that the emperor once loved. Chu Yuan laughed twice, seemingly speaking for Su Maoyang generously. But the word once was extremely heavy by her, more like deliberately emphasizing her current status. Du Fira, who was standing aside, heard it, glanced at Chu Yuan not far away, sneered, and finally fell on Su Maoyang. Today, Su Maoyang wore a light purple pleated skirt, out of the world like a fairy, standing proudly in the world. Her skin was like cream, her face was like lotus, and she was as bright as spring flowers. Her black hair fell like a waterfall, and she only had a simple pearl hairpin in her hair. She was indescribably beautiful and elegant, noble and extraordinary. At first glance, the most eye-catching thing is the pair of black eyes that are as bright as stars. Usually, they always flash a cold light that makes people dare not look directly at them. When they look around, they have a kind of elegant and noble temperament. She had never carefully appreciated Su Maoyang before. After careful observation today, Du Fira found that she was also very beautiful. Although she was not unparalleled in the Nine Netherworld, she could be called a stunning beauty. She and Chu Yuyin have different beauty. Chu Yuyin is delicate and has perfect facial features. No matter who sees her, they will praise her as a beauty. And Su Maoyang's beauty comes from the inside out, slowly permeating from her temperament, giving people a kind of beauty that you can never get tired of looking at. Her facial features may not be as prominent as Chu Yuan's, but her demeanor is much more comfortable than Chu Yuan's beautiful but hollow face. Du Fira was absorbed in watching, but she suddenly bumped into Su Maoyang's sight. Her eyes were like a pool, deep and sharp, which made people shudder. But such a look was fleeting, and before Du Fira could react, she saw Su Maoyang smiled slightly and nodded at her. It was as if such a look was just her illusion, and nothing had happened. Recalling the scene just now, Du Fira instantly got goosebumps all over her body, and her heart was full of fear of Su Maoyang. However, at this moment, a report came from outside. General Yuchi has arrived with his beloved son. Hearing General Yuchi, everyone stopped talking and looked towards the door of the hall. They have heard a lot of scandals about the Yuchi family. Unfortunately, General Yuchi is a founding hero, and the Jun family has always taken good care of him. Even if there is a scandal, the status of the Yuchi family cannot be shaken by anyone. At this time, an old man in a brown brocade robe and with gray hair walked in with vigorous strides. Although he is already 80 years old and his figure is slightly hunched, his steps are vigorous, and he is obviously a martial artist. And the son following behind him is much more listless. Not only is he ugly, but his loose and old skin does not look like a man of 40. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is 50. There is a dark blue under the eyes that are about to sink, which is caused by excessive indulgence. At this time, his wretched little eyes suddenly captured Chu Yuyin on the seat, and suddenly grinned with a weird smile. Chu Yuyin was so frightened that she trembled all over, and fear surged in her heart. General Yuchi strode to the center of the hall, and saluted respectfully to Jun Qingran and Jun Yueya. I, the old minister, pay my respects to the king of Pingxiang and the eldest princess. Seeing this, Jun Yueya immediately smiled and raised her hand cordially. General Yuchi, there is no need to be polite. I am very happy to see that General Yuchi is still strong and healthy like a young man. Hearing this, Yuchi Huarong stroked his beard and laughed loudly. His laughter was loud and powerful. Jun Qingran also respected the Yuchi family very much, and quickly extended his hand to offer them a seat. Soon, Yuchi Huarong and Yuchi Hongda sat down in their seats, under the envious eyes of everyone. Du Fira saw the scene, and noticed Chu Yuan's smug expression. She turned pale as paper, and couldn't help laughing. Yuchi Hongda is her nightmare. But the bigger nightmare is still to come. The two of them just sat down, and there was another announcement from outside. Yunlu Emperor has arrived. Just hearing the name, everyone present has already used an expression of admiration and expectation. After all, the 4 words Yunlu Emperor are a godlike existence in the minds of the people in Yunlu Dark Domain. When the voice fell, everyone saw Jun Haotsong coming in dusty and tired. But even so, he couldn't hide his stunning beauty. The pair of soul-stirring ice blue eyes shot out 2 cold rays of light from the eye sockets that pierced people's bones. A light sweep seemed to freeze everyone present into ice. But when the cold and sharp sight touched Su Maoyang, it softened unexpectedly. In the past few days, Fenshua Tiancheng has been harassing the border of Yunlu Dark Domain. In order to settle the unrest, Jun Haotsong went to the border in person. After dealing with the things over there, he rushed back at full speed. He hadn't hugged Su Maoyang for several days. When he saw her, Jun Haotsong lost control. If there weren't so many eyes staring at him, he would have rushed over and hugged Su Maoyang. No, to be precise, he carried her back to Yunlu Palace. Ever since Su Maoyang came into his life, he felt like he was living a year without seeing her for a day. Later, he ate her and tasted her. If he didn't see her for an hour, he would feel uncomfortable like a cat's claw. What's more, he was away for several days this time. He was going crazy thinking about her. In the past, he didn't feel uncomfortable even if he fought for several years in a row. But now, his heart was all with Su Maoyang, and he wanted to rush back to see her immediately. So, he rushed back. Not for his birthday, but for Su Maoyang. Receiving Jun Haotsong's scorching gaze, Su Maoyang's cheeks became hot, and his usually calm heart couldn't help but beat faster. Seeing him return safely, Jun Qingran and Jun Yueya stood up to greet him. "Singer, come and sit here. I finally saw you. The birthday star. Come back." Jun Qingran smiled and waved, feeling very happy. But Jun Haotsong seemed to be absorbed in watching, staring at Su Maoyang without blinking, and didn't hear Jun Yueya and Jun Qingran's greetings. "Singer! Singer!" Seeing that he didn't respond, Jun Yueya raised his voice and repeated it twice. Jun Haotsong came back to his senses and walked forward, but he couldn't bear to take his eyes off Su Maoyang, which made Su Maoyang blush and embarrassed, because many people cast surprised eyes at him because of his actions. Everyone started to talk quietly. "Huh? Didn't they say that Su Maoyang fell out of favor? Why has the emperor been staring at her since he came in? Who knows? It seems that Su Maoyang is still a bit capable." Hearing the discussions around her, and seeing Jun Haotsong's unwillingness to take his eyes off Su Maoyang, Chu Yuying was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stared at Su Maoyang as if she wanted to dig a hole in her body. At this time, Lin Wanner, who was beside Su Maoyang, suppressed her laughter and teased, "TSK, TSK, TSK. You've only not seen me for a few days, and you've made me so hungry. I can't wait to pounce on you when I see his eyes." Xiao Linchen smiled and continued, "Haha. I absolutely believe that if it weren't for the wrong occasion, the boss would be rolling on the bed now." Chapter 559. No one is as good as Su Maoyang. Lin Wanner laughed out loud, and then immediately covered her mouth, but her trembling shoulders betrayed her. Su Maoyang glared at Xiao Linchen fiercely, and gritted his teeth and said, "Say less. No one thinks you are dumb." Seeing Su Maoyang getting angry, several people covered their mouths and laughed secretly. The way they winked at each other, no one knew what they were thinking. Su Maoyang had no choice but to look away and look up at Jun Haotsong. At this time, Jun Haotsong had already sat down, and his unconcealed eyes met her eyes again, like an electric shock, which immediately shocked Su Maoyang's heart, and she quickly looked away. Jun Qingran also took the interaction between the two into consideration. Her originally happy mood suddenly sank. However, it was not convenient to get angry on such a festive day. She suppressed her displeasure, put on a smile, and announced loudly, "Today is the birthday of Emperor Yunlu. This palace specially held a banquet to entertain us. I wish our emperor a happy birthday and good health." As she said this, she and Jun Yueya stood up, raised their glasses, raised them towards Jun Haotsong, and drank them up. Seeing this, everyone stood up and raised their glasses to celebrate the birthday. The sound was loud and powerful, echoing throughout the hall, causing quite a stir. After drinking, it was time to send gifts. At this time, several big families naturally could not fall behind, and quickly ordered their servants to send up the gifts they prepared. There were various precious calligraphy and paintings, precious porcelain, rare medicinal materials, precious elixirs, and even various weapons and martial arts. As long as it was rare and precious, everyone tried their best to please him. The patriarch of the big family gave gifts, while the daughters of the family performed. Soon, the girls volunteered to show their talents in an attempt to attract Jun Haotsong's attention. The music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing and dancing dazzled everyone, and the whole audience burst into warm applause again and again. But Jun Haotsong obviously didn't pay attention to these performances. He just wanted to take Su Maoyang back to Yunlu Palace. That was what he was interested in. When the song ended, the whole audience burst into applause and praise again, and Jun Haotsong didn't even notice what the girl was singing before he entered the next program. At this time, Jun Qingran suddenly turned around and explained, "Singer, the next program is the piano that Chu Ying prepared for you. I heard that the daughter of the Chu family plays the piano very well. You will have a treat today." General Chu, who was sitting below, was in a good mood and stroked his beard and laughed. "Ha ha ha, Princess, you are too kind. I just know a little about music, but I am not worthy of the 4 words unparalleled in the world. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Yuying girl is famous in the Dark Domain City for her talent and beauty. General Chu is too modest." Jun Qingran smiled and shook his head, obviously disagreeing. General Chu was happy to hear this, and his eyes were proud. He glanced at Chu Yuying beside him. Chu Yuying stood up and bowed to Jun Qingran and Jun Haotsong. then raised her eyes, and looked at Jun Haotsong meaningfully. The affectionate look in her eyes immediately made the latter frown. At this time, Chu Yuying came to the center of the hall, with lotus steps, and sat behind the guqin. Her slender jade fingers plucked the strings, and her jade fingers played pleasant music like flowing clouds in water. Her sleeves fluttered like dancing, as if the wings of a butterfly were trembling. The carefree notes seemed to jump on her fingertips, light and agile, winding and continuous, as if the spring breeze was blowing through the heart, making people feel relaxed and happy. After the song, everyone was still immersed in her beautiful melody, but Chu Yuying had already stood up and bowed, and retreated to the audience. Everyone followed her figure with great interest, until she returned to her seat, and then everyone came back to their senses and burst into fierce applause. Jun Qingran nodded with satisfaction, smiled and praised. Yuying's piano skills are indeed well deserved. After hearing it today, even I have to admire it. Singer, what do you think? As he said, Jun Qingran looked at Jun Haotsong on the side, hoping that he could say a few words. Not very good. When Jun Haotsong thought of the song, the only thing in his mind was the picture of Su Maoyong playing drums for her. The ups and downs of that power and rhythm made him more excited. Until now, he still remembers the song called Ing Xiong Mo that Su Maoyong gave him. Every word of the lyrics said that he was the hero in her mind. But she understood his loneliness. Every word of praise was full of vigor and passion, and it touched his heart. He really couldn't appreciate the song like Chu Yuying, which was full of love and sadness. Sure enough, in this world, only Su Maoyong understood him the most. Jun Haotsong's words without giving any face immediately brought the atmosphere of the whole audience to the freezing point. The smiles on Chu Yuying and General Chu's faces froze instantly, and they stared at Jun Haotsong in surprise, not knowing how to react for a moment. Jun Qingran didn't expect Jun Haotsong to be so sharp, and he embarrassed people in public. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he awkwardly tried to smooth things over. Songer is a rough man, not very good at music, so he can't tell whether it's good or bad. General Chu didn't want to tear his face off after hearing what Jun Qingran said, so he just glanced at Jun Haotsong and didn't say anything. Chu Yuying was deeply shocked. She felt a dull pain in her heart, and her fingernails under her sleeves had sunk into her flesh. Finally, she pretended to be calm and raised her head, looking at Jun Haotsong, and asked softly, "Many women have performed many talents just now. I wonder which woman is the most satisfying to the emperor." She thought she was the most talented among the women. If she was not good, wouldn't the other women be rubbish? Jun Haotsong glanced at her and answered without thinking, "Su Maoyong." As soon as these words came out, Chu Yuying was almost spitting blood. Miss Su hasn't performed yet. Faced with such an inexplicable answer, she was also quite speechless. Whether she performs or not, she satisfies me the most. If it comes to the first place of partiality, it must be Jun Haotsong. When everyone heard this, there was an uproar in the audience, and they pointed fingers at Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong was once again hated, and she was so angry that she wanted to rush up and strangle Jun Haotsong to death. Chu Yuying felt that the anger in her heart was like a fireball rolling around in her chest. And finally it suddenly jumped to the top of her head, and her face suddenly turned red. She couldn't bear it anymore, turned her eyes to Su Maoyong, and asked unconvincedly, "Su Maoyong, I don't know what talent you have that makes the emperor so favored. Why don't you show it to us all?" Many women heard this and followed unconvincedly, "Yes. Show it. We want to see what kind of talent it is." They just worked hard to perform for so long, but the result was not as good as Su Maoyong, who didn't perform. How could they swallow this breath? Su Maoyong was pushed to the cusp of the storm, and it was impossible to avoid it. He could only explain, "I didn't prepare any talent, but I prepared a gift." Chapter 560 Magical Gift. Gift? When he heard about the gift, Jun Haotsong's eyes lit up, and he was full of expectations. When the other women heard this, they all snorted in disdain. What treasures does the emperor have? She is a poor person from the lower plane, and she dares to say that she has prepared a gift. It's really funny. Yes, I still don't believe that people from the lower plane can come up with any decent gifts. It's too self-important. Hearing the ridicule around her, Chu Yuying curled her lips and eased her expression. Her pupils were also full of expectations. Jun Haotsong was looking forward to a surprise, and she was looking forward to Su Maoyong making a fool of himself. "Since you have prepared a gift, bring it up." Chu Yuying raised her eyebrows and stretched out her hand to make a gesture of invitation. Su Maoyang looked at her and clapped his hands, and then suddenly saw several guards coming to the door of the hall. Several guards carried a water tank, and there was actually a tree planted in the water tank. No. To be precise, it's a tree made of paper. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was dumbfounded, and then burst into laughter. The laughter shook the sky. Ha ha ha. What did I see? A paper tree planted in a water tank. Si Huiyan pointed at Su Maoyang's gift and laughed. This gift is so funny. I have never seen such a stupid gift. Hee hee. The people in the lower plane are really poor ghosts. If they can't come up with a decent gift, they will use these messy things instead. They are not afraid of being embarrassed. Yes, if you can't come up with a decent gift, just don't give it. Now you get some rubbish and make a fool of yourself. Hearing the whole audience laughing, Jun Qingran was furious and shouted, Su Maoyang, your gift is too cheap. You just use paper and water to perfunctory art sangha. What do you think of art sangha? Su Maoyang ignored the ridicule around him and explained slowly. Princess, this is not an ordinary paper tree, but a paper tree that can bloom. A paper tree that can bloom? Everyone was slightly shocked when they heard this, staring at the paper tree soaked in water with incredible expressions. What did you say? A paper tree that can bloom? Jun Qingran couldn't believe his ears. Chu Yuyin was also surprised. She looked at the paper tree for a long time and frowned angrily. Impossible. Su Maoyang, you are lying. How can a tree made of paper bloom? You are so bold that you dare to play tricks on the emperor. Paper trees are not real trees. How can they bloom? Su Maoyang must be lying to attract attention. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief when they heard this. After all, they had never heard of such a strange thing, let alone seen it. Even Jun Haocong raised his eyebrows when he heard that the paper tree bloomed, and his pupils were filled with surprise and interest. Su Maoyang always surprises him. Miss Chu, don't rush to deny me. It's not too late to draw a conclusion after seeing whether this paper tree will bloom or not. Su Maoyang answered confidently. After hearing this, Chu Yuyin just snorted heavily. Okay, let it bloom now. I want to see what kind of flowers the paper tree you mentioned can bloom. Su Maoyang smiled and glanced at the paper tree in the center of the hall calmly. We only need to wait for half a cup of tea, and it will bloom. After speaking, everyone looked at each other in surprise. They couldn't believe that Su Maoyang even knew when it would bloom. Shocked, everyone stared at the paper tree in the water tank with bated breath, fearing that they would miss a detail. After almost half a cup of tea, Jun Qingran's patience had been worn out, and she could no longer bear the blame. Su Maoyang, the paper tree can't bloom at all. You are just being mysterious. But before she finished her words, someone in the hall suddenly burst into amazement. My God, it really bloomed. It really bloomed. At this moment, many small fluffy flowers suddenly appeared on the paper tree, blooming in clusters, and soon the entire branch was full of countless pink small fluffy flowers. When everyone saw the scene, they were dumbfounded and shocked to the point of forgetting to react. After a long time, until the whole tree bloomed with pink flowers, everyone began to sigh one after another. My God, am I seeing it wrong? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. There was really no way to confirm the authenticity of the scene in front of them. After all, this scene was too magical. The women present covered their mouths in shock, their eyes filled with amazement, because this tree full of pink flowers was particularly beautiful. Su Maoyang looked at the effect of the flowers, which was somewhat similar to cherry blossoms, and nodded with satisfaction. She chose to dye the paper red with cinnabar in order to make it bloom red and create the effect of cherry blossoms. Now it seems that the expected effect has been achieved. Oh my God! It's incredible. How could a paper tree bloom? Chu Yuyin was so shocked that her face turned pale, and she could not accept the rebuttal. Such a visual impact was too much of a blow to her. Jun Qingran was also frightened and his eyes widened. He stood there for a long time and couldn't recover. Si Huiyun and other women who were waiting to see Su Maoyang's joke shook their heads in disbelief and murmured to themselves. This is too magical. This is the first time I've seen a strange thing blooming on paper. Yes, me too. This Su Maoyang is too amazing. Could he have some magic? In an instant, Su Maoyang's paper tree bloomed, causing a strong visual impact on everyone present and leaving an indelible mark in their hearts. Jun Haocong looked at the dense pink flowers, His eyes gradually filled with surprise, and the corners of his cold lips slowly curled up. Su Maoyang's gift was great. He witnessed a miracle with his own eyes. A miracle that could not happen. What is the name of this flower? Jun Haotsong tried his best to restrain his inner excitement and asked. Su Maoyang replied with a smile. This is called cherry blossoms. I wish you a happy birthday. Cherry blossoms. So they are called cherry blossoms. Jun Haotsong muttered to himself, with excitement jumping in his pupils. This is the most unique, magical and surprising birthday gift he has ever received in his life. He thought that even if 100 years passed, he would still remember this scene clearly. No, I don't believe it. How can a paper tree bloom? What is going on? Jun Qingren didn't figure out for a long time how Su Maoyang did it. This is too mysterious. However, she didn't know that the reason why the paper tree can bloom is that it uses the capillary phenomenon of the aqueous solution. When the aqueous solution quickly penetrates into the paper and reaches the whole tree, the water at the end of each branch evaporates first, and the crystals dissolved in the water cannot escape. They accumulate at the end until they are saturated, and the mysterious phenomenon of blooming on the paper appears. So, at the beginning, Su Maoyang added salt to the water in order to let the paper tree absorb the salt and finally penetrate the salt crystals, which led to the crystals forming small flowers. Chapter 561 Chu Yuan's Gift. Lin Water. Xiao Linchen. Jiang Zheng. Wang Feng and others were so shocked when they saw the scene that their jaws almost dropped. Such a magical gift was made by their own hands. Even they themselves didn't know that this tree would bloom. And it bloomed such beautiful small fluffy flowers. In clusters and clusters, covering the entire branch. Just like a real big tree blooming. The color of the petals is still pink, which makes people feel happy. Master, you are really good at hiding it. Wang Feng bulged his eyes and smacked his lips in shock. Jiang Zheng and others swallowed their saliva and nodded in agreement. It was hidden very deeply. It's a pity that they helped for so long. And even they themselves were kept in the dark. Boss, I really admire you. Now I finally believe that this gift is definitely the most unique surprise in the world. I suddenly envy Jun Haotsong so much. Xiao Linchen is such a proud person. He has never really admired anyone in his life, except Su Maoyang. And such a powerful woman belongs to Jun Haotsong, which is really heartbreaking. Looking at all the gifts in the audience, compared with the miracle of paper tree blooming, they suddenly seem worthless. And those talent shows that have long been tired of, and have no novelty can't be compared with it. Su Maoyang really didn't disappoint Jun Haotsong. Whether she performed or not, she was the one who satisfied him the most. At this moment, the whole hall set off a climax. Those who were waiting to see Su Maoyang's jokes were like swallowing a fly and could no longer speak, while those who were amazed were discussing with curiosity. But they thought hard and couldn't figure out the reason why the paper tree bloomed. Everyone turned their curious eyes to Su Maoyang, hoping that she could explain it. Facing countless curious eyes, Su Maoyang had no intention of explaining. Now she had no one else in her eyes. Only Jun Haotsong. This was her gift to Jun Haotsong. And she didn't need to explain it to anyone who was not related. Besides, even if she explained it, they wouldn't understand. Chu Yun was furious when she saw Su Maoyang being in the limelight. She didn't understand what was in Su Maoyang's mind. Why could he always come up with some weird things? All of which she had never heard of. And shocked everyone. It was the selection ceremony before. And it was also the gift-giving now. Why did Su Maoyang always suppress her? Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's beautiful face was full of haze. And the fingers under her sleeves kept clenching. And she couldn't help pinching a blood mark. The hatred and jealousy were like poisonous insects gnawing at her heart, invading her reason bit by bit. General Chu felt his daughter's mood change and could not help but whisper, "Don't panic. It's just a tree. How can it be compared with the child in your belly?" Chu Yuan was shocked and woke up immediately. Yes, she is pregnant now. And she still doesn't believe that the child in her belly is not as good as a tree. Thinking about it, Chu Yuan restrained her anger, put on a smile again, looked at Jun Haotsong gently, and said shyly, "Emperor, in fact, I also have a gift for you." As she said, she touched her belly. Jun Qingren heard her words, looked at her actions, and immediately understood, and hurriedly smiled and nodded, explaining, "Sire, I forgot to tell you a good news." Jun Haotsong frowned in confusion, and looked at Jun Qingren in confusion. Jun Qingren smiled ambiguously, and looked at Chu Yun. "Yun girl is pregnant. You will soon be a father." As soon as these words came out, the lively hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone's expression suddenly froze. And then, they were shocked. And their shocked eyes swept towards Chu Yun. And the surprise in their pupils was no less than that of the paper tree blooming just now. Just like that, the whole place fell into a dead silence. After a while, someone finally reacted first, and quickly stood up, clasped his fists, and congratulated Jun Haotsong and General Chu. Ha ha ha! Congratulations to the Emperor! Congratulations to the Emperor! The Emperor has a successor. Which means that our Yunlu Dark Domain has a successor. Ha ha ha! General Chu, you really gave birth to a good daughter. The speaker was the head of the Song family, who also had a certain reputation in the Yunlu Dark Domain. He was usually close to the Chu family, so this was naturally a good opportunity to flatter him. When the others saw this scene, they immediately realized that the Chu family was going to be very successful. Pregnant with the child of the Supreme Emperor, Chu Yun would undoubtedly be the Emperor's consort. If she gave birth to a boy, she would most likely be the heir to the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. The Chu family really gave birth to a good daughter. Not only was she outstanding in appearance and talent, but she was also pregnant. She was really enviable. Thinking of this, many family forces stood up to congratulate, and immediately praised General Chu and Chu Yun to the highest point. Hearing everyone's congratulations, General Chu laughed triumphantly, unable to hide the joy and pride on his face. When Jun Haotsong heard the news, his sword eyebrows were deeply frowned, and a sinister look flashed across his beautiful face. He suddenly slapped his palm on the table, and a loud noise broke out, scaring the congratulations and laughter to a halt. Everyone looked up with astonishment. Jun Haotsong had a cold face and exuded a murderous aura. His pair of ice-blue eyes shot at Chu Yun like a sharp sword. His deep voice seemed to contain ice chips, which made people feel cold. Chu Yun, what are you doing? I have never touched you. So how can you be pregnant? Chu Yun was startled by his roar. Her smile froze instantly, looking at his fierce expression that seemed to want to eat her. Her expectant heart was thrown into hell. Emperor, you favored my daughter a month ago. Have you forgotten? My daughter is pregnant with your child now. How can you not admit it? Chu Yun didn't expect Jun Haotsong to be so heartless that he would deny it even if he heard that she was pregnant. Is she really that annoying? So annoying that she doesn't even want his child. That's his own flesh and blood. When Jun Haotsong heard this, his eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger, and he could no longer bear it and yelled, Nonsense! A month ago, I was handling government affairs in Fuxi Palace, and I didn't even see you. How could you come to visit me? You lied once last time, and I spared your life for General Chu's sake. I didn't expect that you would go even further and even lie about being pregnant. I think you are tired of living. When Chu Yun heard such irresponsible words, her eyes widened in shock, and a strong sense of grievance surged to the tip of her nose. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she was shocked. She shook her head in panic. No, Your Majesty has misunderstood me. I really didn't lie this time. I am really pregnant with your child. General Chu didn't expect Jun Haotsong to be so ruthless and ungrateful. His old face flushed with anger. He stood up angrily and clasped his fist towards Jun Haotsong. Your Majesty, I have always respected and admired you. I have never frowned for you and fought for you. But in this matter, I really can't swallow this breath. If you don't like my daughter, stay away from her. Why do you want to provoke her? Now my daughter is pregnant with your child, and you actually push her away at this time. Are you still a human being? Chapter 562. Whose child is it? Everyone was stunned by the sudden news and looked at Jun Haotsong in disbelief. The emperor they always respected would do such a beastly thing. Did they see it wrong or hear it wrong? Seeing this, Jun Qingran was also shocked by Jun Haotsong's attitude. She knew her brother best. Although he was stubborn, he would not do such irresponsible things. If he did it, he did it. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. He never despised to lie. Thinking of this, a terrible idea suddenly came to her mind. She was deceived by Chu Yun. General Chu, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Songer will never shirk responsibility for what he did. Jun Qingran looked at General Chu with anger and explained quickly. Jun Yueya also nodded and comforted. General Chu, you are always by the side of the emperor. You should understand the emperor's temperament. He can't be the kind of person you say. Humph. King Pingxiang. Princess. According to what you mean, It is my daughter who is shameless and deliberately framed the emperor? General Chu's pupils dilated, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Jun Yue immediately waved his hands. General Chu, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Humph. You mean that? I have always been strict with my daughter. From childhood to adulthood. I have taught her to be a good wife and value her reputation. She can be called a well-behaved lady. Now that she is pregnant, she is actually humiliated as a framed accusation. No matter how bad my daughter is, she is still the apple of my eye. I will never let her do such a lowly and shameless thing. In any case, please ask King Pingxiang and Princess to clear my daughter's name. General Chu was filled with righteous indignation at these words. He strode out of his seat, clasped his fists, and knelt down. His posture was like forcing Jun Haotsong to acknowledge Chu Yun. Jun Haotsong's face was gloomy, and he shouted angrily, General Chu, don't even think about me admitting to something I didn't do. Seeing the stalemate between the two sides, Su Maoyong suddenly spoke up and suggested, since Miss Chu insisted that she had been favored by the emperor and was pregnant with the emperor's child, wouldn't it be clear if we did a test? Jun Qingren frowned when he heard this. Test? The child hasn't been born yet. How can we test it? Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and smiled. Doesn't the princess have a golden-eyed demon dog? I heard that the golden-eyed demon dog has a very sensitive nose. No matter how long it has been, he can smell any smell that is stuck to his body. If Chu Yun has really been favored by the emperor, then she must have been smelling the emperor's scent. Let the golden-eyed demon dog come out to test it, and the truth will be clear. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. Now Chu Yun insisted that the child was Jun Haotsong's, while Jun Haotsong strongly denied that he had never visited Chu Yun. Both sides insisted on their own opinions, and it was really hard to tell who was true and who was false. It was more reliable to use the most fair method to test the truth. Jun Qingren also thought it made sense, nodded slowly, and ordered loudly, Come on! Bring the golden-eyed demon dog up. As soon as the voice fell, the guards immediately took action and soon brought the golden-eyed demon dog to the hall. Jun Qingren pointed in the direction of Chu Yun and ordered loudly, Golden-eyed demon dog, go and smell the smell of that woman to see whose smell she had, and whether it was the emperor's. The golden-eyed demon dog slowly came to Chu Yun and sniffed. Chu Yun was a little uneasy. Her heart was beating like a drum. She didn't know why the emperor was so enthusiastic that night, but was so cold today. Could it be that it was not the emperor? But it shouldn't be. She sent stewed soup the next day, and the emperor personally accepted it. If the emperor didn't like her, why did he accept her kindness that day? Recalling the bits and pieces of the past, she was a little uncertain. Just as she was thinking, the golden-eyed demon dog had already sniffed it, turned around and came to Jun Haotsong to sniff again, and finally walked down without any stop. General Chu and Chu Yun saw the scene, and they opened their eyes wide in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Jun Haotsong really didn't have the smell of Chu Yun on his body. What was going on? Just as the two were shocked, the golden-eyed demon dog had mixed into the crowd and began to smell the smell of other people. So everyone held their breath and waited for the golden-eyed demon dog to test. After sniffing for a while, just when everyone was about to give up, the golden-eyed demon dog suddenly stopped in front of the trembling Yuchi Hongda. Roar! The golden-eyed demon dog suddenly opened its bloody mouth and roared at Yuchi Hongda, which frightened the latter so much that he rolled off his seat. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. The golden-eyed demon dog didn't stop anywhere, but stopped in front of Yuchi Hongda. What does this mean? Oh my god! The father of the child can't be Yuchi Hongda? No way. How could Chu Yun hook up with Yuchi Hongda? This is too unbelievable. Yes, Chu Yun is the most beautiful woman in the dark domain. How could she be attracted to Wei Chi Hongda? Hearing the unbearable discussions around him, General Chu trembled and took 2 steps back, obviously unable to accept this fact. And Chu Yun was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her pupils were filled with fear, and she murmured in horror, Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing this scene, Jun Qingren stared at Wei Chi Hongda rolling on the ground and asked angrily, Wei Chi Hongda, what is going on? I want to hear your explanation. Wei Chi Hongda knew that he was exposed, and he kowtowed and confessed, Princess. Spare me. Princess. Spare me. It was Chu Yun who seduced me. She wrote a letter to invite me to meet privately, so I broke into the palace. Please spare me. Princess. Hearing this, the whole audience gasped in fear. What did they just hear? Yuchi Hongda and Chu Yuyin had a secret meeting in the palace? Oh my god. There is such a thing. Everyone looked at Chu Yuyin in shock. They really couldn't imagine that the most beautiful woman in the dark domain, the perfect lady in everyone's eyes, was actually such a silver boy as a wife. General Chu was so angry that his eyes were red. He pointed at Yuchi Hongda with shaking arms and shouted angrily. Nonsense! You are talking nonsense! How could the daughter of an old minister do such a shameless thing? Yuchi Hongda trembled in his voice and shouted. Explain. Princess. Prince Pingxiang. Emperor. I dare not tell a lie. It was Chu Yuyin who seduced me first. I was just obsessed and lost control. So I fell for her trick. Jun Haocong frowned slightly when he heard this. You said she wrote you a letter? Where is it? Yuchi Hongda quickly reached out and took out the letter paper. I still have it with me. It was really she who seduced me. Yuchi Hongda wanted to take this opportunity to ask the emperor to grant them a marriage. But he didn't expect that all this was Chu Yuin's conspiracy. She wanted to use him and rely on Jun Haocong. It was really abominable. Chapter 563 Chu Yuyin collapses. Seeing this, Jun Haocong gave a look to He Xiao who was standing beside him. He Xiao hurried over, took the letter, and handed it to Jun Haocong. General Chu, please tell me if this is Chu Yuin's handwriting. Jun Haocong glanced at the following content, snorted angrily, and threw it in front of General Chu. General Chu was full of disbelief. He immediately picked up the letter and read it with trembling hands. His big eyes were bloodshot and showed signs of bulging at any time. He shook his head in disbelief, and his red cheeks gradually turned pale. Impossible. How could this be possible? Seeing his expression, everyone knew that it was Chu Yuin's handwriting. If it was not Chu Yuin's handwriting, he would definitely refute it with confidence. And he would not look so shocked. Chu Yuyin herself refused to believe it. She ran out suddenly, snatched the letter, looked down, and her beautiful face turned pale instantly. She never knew when she had written such a letter. And she collapsed and screamed. I didn't. This is not written by me. It was Yuchi Hongda who framed me. I am innocent. At this moment, Chu Yuyin was completely shocked. Yuchi Hongda heard this and also resisted angrily, pointing at Chu Yuyin and cursing. Chu Yuyin, you bitch. All this is obviously your conspiracy. Your scam. A month ago, you wrote to me and invited me to meet you privately. You said you were empty, lonely and cold, and needed my comfort. I can still see your hungry and charming look in my mind. Now you have turned your face and refuse to recognize me. You bitch. Yuchi Hongda has a morbid obsession with Chu Yuyin. He has no pursuit in this life, but he likes women. As the most beautiful woman in the dark realm, Chu Yuyin was naturally his greatest pursuit in this life. He had tried every means to get her, but the Chu family protected her too well. Once he almost succeeded, but she escaped by luck. Therefore, Chu Yuyin gradually became Yuchi Hongda's heart disease. He really wanted to get her. So when he received Chu Yuin's letter, he went to the palace to meet her privately without thinking. Because for him, this was such a rare opportunity. And he certainly couldn't miss such an exciting experience. And after that night, he even had the idea of marrying her. So, he planned to take this opportunity to ask the emperor for a marriage. But he didn't expect Chu Yuyin to just use him to frame Jun Haocong. Thinking of this, he was furious. Yuchi Hongda's cursing shocked everyone, and they all looked at Chu Yuyin in disbelief. General Chu was so angry that he was about to collapse. Yuchi Hongda. You bastard. You are talking nonsense. Yuchi Hongda pointed at Chu Yuyin and gritted his teeth. I am not talking nonsense. It was your daughter who seduced me. And now she turns around and throws herself into the arms of another man. Your daughter is really cheap. Hearing this, Chu Xiong's string was completely broken, and he roared and was about to pounce. You bastard. I will fight you today. When Yuchi Huarong saw this scene, he immediately stood up and blocked in front of Yuchi Hongda, scolding him in a deep voice. The voice was like a dragon bell, deafening. Chu Xiong, if you dare to touch a hair of my son, I will overturn your entire Chu family. Yuchi Hongda is the only child of the Yuchi family, the apple of his eye, and Yuchi Huarong will not allow anyone to hurt his son. General Yuchi, your son slandered my daughter's reputation. How are you going to settle this account? Chu Xiong was so angry that he gritted his teeth and was about to explode. Humph! It was obviously you who failed to discipline your daughter. But you turned the tables and scolded my son. Chu Xiong. You are really promising. Don't think that my Yuchi family has no descendants. So I think my Yuchi family is easy to bully. If you dare to touch my son, I will turn the Chu family upside down even if I risk my life. Chu Xiong was so angry that he took a few deep breaths in the face of Yuchi Huarong's dominance. He had no choice but to turn around and clasp his fist towards Jun Haotsong. Your Majesty, Yuchi Hongda slandered the reputation of my daughter. I beg your Majesty to give me justice. Su Maoyang listened. At this point, he couldn't help but sarcastically say, General Chu, you are so shameless. Your daughter did such a thing. And you actually asked the Emperor to give you justice. Just now, Chu Yun kept saying that she was pregnant with the Emperor's child. Later, the golden-eyed demon dog found out that she had an affair with Master Yuchi. Now there is a letter as evidence. The facts are in front of us. You wronged the Emperor first and slandered Master Yuchi later. Who will give justice to the Emperor and Master Yuchi? As soon as Su Maoyang said this, the hall suddenly became noisy, pointing at General Chu and Chu Yin. Who are you? Shut up. General Chu didn't expect that there would be outsiders commenting on his own affairs, and he roared back angrily. She is the only woman I recognize. The imperial concubine of the Yunlu Dark Domain. You are so presumptuous. Jun Haotsong was furious and roared loudly. Imperial concubine. General Chu was immediately shocked to pale and shaky. It turned out that Jun Haotsong had already decided on the candidate for the emperor's consort. It turned out that he really had no intention of marrying Chu Yun. Could it be that the child in Chu Yun's belly was really Yuchi Hongda's? What on earth was going on? Even he was confused. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at his daughter whom he had always doted on. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, walked over, and slapped her hard. What on earth is going on? Explain it to me clearly. At this time, Chu Yun had already burst into tears. She was hit to the ground by this strong slap, sobbing and shaking her head. I didn't do it. It was really the Emperor that night. I remember it clearly. I don't know how it suddenly became Yuchi Hongda. How could it be him? I don't believe it. You bastard. You don't even know what you have done. And you are embarrassing me. General Chu was so angry that he kicked her shoulder and kicked her to the ground. Even if he didn't believe the letter, the golden-eyed demon dog would definitely not be wrong. No matter what the truth is, it cannot be denied that Chu Yun and Yuchi Hongda had an affair. This is an indelible shame. Seeing Chu Yun's pitiful appearance, Du Fira couldn't help but sigh softly. Alas, I didn't expect that in the end. Yun was pregnant with Yuchi Hongda's child. This seems to be a pity, but it undoubtedly reminds Chu Yun and the Yuchi family that there is a Yuchi family child in her belly. Chu Yun was shocked when she heard this, and looked at Yuchi Hongda's disgusting and terrifying face. She completely collapsed and screamed like crazy. No! No! It's not his child. Yuchi Hongda was her most hated and disgusting enemy. She was pregnant with his child, which made her more desperate than killing her. When General Yuchi heard this, his expression was stunned, and his eyes stared at Chu Yun's belly. Chapter 564 Find the Murderer. Their Yuchi family has no successors. And now a woman is finally pregnant with the offspring of the Yuchi family. Isn't this God's care for the Yuchi family? Although the process was unpleasant, at least, it was the offspring of their Yuchi family. No matter what, they must fight for it. Thinking of this, Yuchi Huarong calmed down and suggested to Chu Xiong, General Chu, if we continue to make trouble, it will not look good for our two families. Since they have made a big mistake, we can only make the best of it and let them get married. Your daughter is pregnant now. Don't think about getting married again. Since she is pregnant with our Yuchi family's child, I will let her enter the house reluctantly. Hearing this, Chu Xiong was naturally angry. But what's the use of anger? It can't solve any problems. Chu Yun's pregnancy was announced in public, and everyone knew about it. Now it was revealed that she had an affair with a man, and there was even suspicion that she was framing the emperor. No matter which crime she committed, Chu Yun would be thrown into the 18th level of hell and never be able to turn over. Now she is no longer the most beautiful woman in the dark domain that everyone admires, but a silver baby wife that everyone spurns and avoids. No matter where she goes, she will be pointed at and can never raise her head again. Wanting to get married is even more unrealistic, and she will have to spend her whole life being humiliated by others. Although Yuchi Hongda is old and ugly, which makes him very dissatisfied, This is a choice without any choice. Because Chu Xiong will never allow a disgraced daughter to continue to stay in the Chu family and ruin the reputation of the Chu family. Humph. Just do as you say. Chu Xiong angrily waved his sleeves and snorted heavily. Chu Yuyin was so scared when she heard this that her face suddenly turned gray and yellow, as if she was dead. She rushed over in fear and grabbed Chu Xiong's pants. Dad? I won't marry. I won't marry. Yuchi Hongda is a devil. He will torture his daughter to death. My daughter won't marry. Chu Xiong closed his eyes with difficulty. If you don't marry, do you want to stay in the Chu family and be embarrassed? Chu Yun heard this. Her expression surged with a bit of sadness. Crying and shouting. Chu family. Everything is the Chu family. You only have the Chu family in your eyes. And you have never had a daughter like me. You cultivated me for the Chu family. And you spoiled me for the Chu family. She was his tool to consolidate the status of the Chu family. He never cared about her happiness. Pain, heart-wrenching pain, made her breathless. She might as well die than let her marry Yuchi Hongda. Thinking of this, Chu Yuyin stood up suddenly, her eyes filled with determination. And she immediately rushed towards the pillar on the left side of the hall. Yuchi Huarong saw this scene and yelled in fear. Stop her. Then, he swiftly rushed over, grabbed Chu Yuin's shoulders, and pressed her acupoints. She was pregnant with the child of the Yuchi family, and Yuchi Huarong could not let her die like this. If she died, she had to give birth to the child first. Emperor, too many things happened tonight. I will take my leave first. Yuchi Huarong bowed respectfully to Jun Haosong. Jun Haosong watched this farce and nodded in understanding. Well, General Yuchi, go back and rest. After getting the nod, Yuchi Huarong looked at Chu Xiong. Since you have agreed to let her marry into the Yuchi mansion, then I will take her back first. Tomorrow, I will make up the betrothal gifts. General Chu, please rest assured. Chu Xiong didn't want to see Chu Yuyin, who had lost his face. She was already a discarded child, without any value, and instead brought shame to him. Then, he waved his hand in annoyance. Let's go! Seeing this, Yuchi Huarong handed Chu Yuyin to Yuchi Hongda and strode out of the hall. Yuchi Hongda didn't expect that he finally got Chu Yuyin. He smiled obscenely and couldn't help but reach out and touch her body, which scared Chu Yuyin so much that she rolled her eyes and fainted. Du Fira watched them leave, and her heart was full of joy. This kind of life, where you can't die or live, must be very sad. Ha ha ha. Chu Yuyin, you have this day too. Thinking of this, Du Fira looked at Su Maoyang gratefully. She knew that all this was Su Maoyang's credit. If it weren't for her, she would never be able to defeat Chu Yuyin with her little tricks. I have to admit that Su Maoyang is indeed a powerful character. He only needs to move his fingers to send a person who is much stronger than himself into the 18th level of hell. It is really admirable. But Du Fira didn't know that Su Maoyang's plan had just begun. Her target is not only Chu Yuyin, but also General Chu, and even the entire Chu family. Since General Chu dared to send someone to kill her, causing so many women to die, and leaving such a big mess to Jun Haosong. From that moment on, Su Maoyang didn't intend to let him go. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and gave Jun Haosong a look. Jun Haosong said tacitly, some time ago, many women died in an assassination. So I have been tracking down the murderer who killed these women. Fortunately, a few days ago, Su Maoyang told me that she had a way to find out who the murderer was. So I hope Su Maoyang can find out the murderer in front of everyone. When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other in surprise. Chu Xiong was shocked and looked at Su Maoyang sitting opposite him in surprise. And his brows couldn't help but frown. Humph! Emperor, what are you kidding? Su Maoyang is a woman. And a young girl. You actually asked her to identify the murderer. It's too much of a joke. Chu Xiong snorted coldly and refuted loudly with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, other family forces also responded. Yes, Emperor. Even you think the case is difficult. You actually said that Su Maoyang knows. Isn't this playing us? They don't believe that a little girl has this ability. Jun Haosong ignored everyone's objection, but looked at Su Maoyang and nodded slightly. Just use your method to find the murderer. Su Maoyang nodded and clapped his hands. Then, everyone saw a maid carrying a piece of white paper in. Su Maoyang stood up, walked to the center of the hall, and explained loudly, I heard that the murderer was very skilled and did not leave any clues. So the emperor has been tracking him for a month. But there is still no news. As the saying goes, the net of heaven is vast, and nothing can escape it. As long as a person has done something wrong, he will not escape the punishment of heaven. Since even our emperor can't find the murderer, let's leave it to the gods. God? What do you mean? Hearing this, everyone became even more confused and noisy. Seeing this, Jun Qingran frowned and gritted his teeth to warn Su Maoyang. This involves so many lives. Don't take it lightly. Su Maoyang smiled and looked at her. Don't worry, princess. I just let the gods tell everyone who the murderer is. Chapter 565. Unbelievable Method. God. Did I hear it wrong? Su Maoyang actually asked God to find the murderer. When everyone heard Su Maoyang's words, they were stunned like thunder and lightning, and they all shouted in disbelief. Jun Qingran frowned, his face full of confusion, and asked in a deep voice, Su Maoyang, what on earth are you trying to do? How come a good case is getting more and more mysterious as she talks about it? Su Maoyang saw everyone's surprised faces, pointed to the white paper beside him, and explained loudly, I heard that there is an altar for offering sacrifices to heaven in the dark area of Yunlu. The holy fire on the altar has been burning for years, and has never been extinguished. It is said that it symbolizes that the dark area of Yunlu is protected by gods, blessing the dark area of Yunlu to be prosperous forever. And any dark things have nowhere to hide in front of the holy fire. I think the murderer should be the same. So, I prepared a piece of white paper, and planned to put it on the holy fire, to accept the instructions of the gods. The murderer killed so many lives. I believe that the gods will not let him go. They will definitely leave clues of the murderer on the white paper, and give justice to those women who died tragically. Su Maoyang's voice was decisive, and fell on everyone's heart, causing a great shock. They have lived for so long, and this is the first time they have heard of such an incredible method. They all whispered in disbelief. Although they believed in the holy fire, it was too far-fetched to ask the holy fire to give them instructions. Jun Yueya and Jun Haocong actually didn't believe in the idea of gods at all. Now when they heard Su Maoyang suddenly mention it, they frowned, and their pupils were filled with complex emotions. Chu Xiong heard such a ridiculous method, snorted angrily, and disdained to refute. It's ridiculous. Su Maoyang, you are too arrogant. Since you can't catch the murderer, you start making up stories, and making things mysterious. You even involve the holy fire. You have to understand that this is a matter of dozens of lives. You can't mess around. Su Maoyang didn't get angry but laughed. He looked back at Chu Xiong's angry eyes. His deep and sharp black eyes seemed to be able to see through all the truths. The cold light flashed across his eyes, which frightened General Chu's heart, and made him open his eyes wide. Then, a clear and quiet voice came out slowly. As far as I know, General Chu's daughter was unharmed at the banquet that day. Now I say that there is a way to find the murderer. It should be a happy thing. Why is General Chu more excited than other clan leaders who lost their daughters? General Chu was shocked by the question. He stared at Su Maoyang with his eyes bulging. He was too guilty to speak. You? After hearing this, the other family members looked at Chu Xiong suspiciously, and started to talk among themselves. Hearing the suspicions around him, Chu Xiong felt more guilty, and immediately angrily refuted. With a strong momentum, and no sign of weakness. Humph. Su Maoyang, don't forget. Except for my daughter, you are not injured either. What qualifications do you have to doubt others? I heard that you left the dinner party with a large group of people that night, without even saying hello, and left in a hurry. No matter how you look at it, you are the most suspicious. Su Maoyang laughed, and shook her head when she heard this. Chu Xiong's trick of crying thief was so good that even she almost believed it. General Chu, I never said that the murderer was you. You are so eager to identify yourself. It is hard for me not to interpret it as guilty. You said that I am the most suspicious. Please show me the evidence. Your false accusation without any evidence will only allow the real murderer to go unpunished, and let those poor women die with regrets. Su Maoyang was not afraid or panicked at all. She met Chu Xiong's fierce eyes coldly. Although she was petite, she stood in front of Chu Xiong, and her aura was not inferior to that of an old general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Without waiting for Chu Xiong to refute, she curled her lips and sneered again. Her clear voice was slightly cold. General Chu, you said I was suspicious, but you are not? Nonsense. I was not present at the dinner that day. How can I be suspected? Explain clearly. Chu Xiong was so angry that his breathing stagnated. And he shouted loudly with a face full of dissatisfaction. Su Maoyong raised his eyes slightly. His pupils flashed with sarcasm, and his loud voice was resounding. The emperor was also present at the dinner that day. General Chu did not go to the palace early or late, but went to the palace at that time to ask for an audience with the emperor. The emperor had no choice but to leave the banquet early. And then, Chu Yun happened to accompany the eldest princess to Mingxiang Palace to change clothes, and also left the scene. Doesn't this constitute suspicion? Chu Xiong trembled when he heard this, and was almost repelled by her aggressive momentum. At this moment, facing her sharp black eyes, he, who was always calm, gradually felt uneasy in his heart, and cursed with a sullen face. Su Maoyong, you slander me. He really thought that in his lifetime, he would be frightened by a stinky girl. How shameful! Whether it is slander or not, wait for the test of the holy fire, and the truth will be revealed. People can tell lies, but I believe that the holy fire will never do so. Instead of suspecting others without evidence, it is better to give the truth to the gods and let the gods find the culprit. I think this should be the most fair way. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Now, no one has any evidence to prove who the murderer is, whether it is Su Maoyong or General Chu. Both of them seem to be suspected and cannot be cleared. What's more, the murderer is someone else, and they are also kept in the dark. Although it sounds a bit incredible to let the holy fire prove it, it is better than having no solution at all. Seeing that everyone was making a lot of noise, Jun Qingran frowned slightly and nodded in support. Su Maoyong, let's do as you say this time. This case has been delayed for a long time. If the murderer can't be found, Jun Qingran really has no face to face these family forces. It's better to try it than not to try. Chu Xiong did not expect Jun Qingran to really agree to implement it. He was shocked and stopped her immediately. Princess, Su Maoyong is making trouble. Are you going to let her do it? General Chu cannot agree with this method. Then may I ask if you have any other better methods? No matter whether the method is good or not, as long as it is proposed, I am willing to try it. For Jun Qingran, in the face of the truth, it is no longer important what method is used. Chu Xiong was speechless by her blockage, and could only stare at Su Maoyong. Okay, since you insist on doing this, in order to prevent Su Maoyong from cheating, I must check the white paper. Su Maoyong nodded slightly and ordered the maid. The maid received the order and walked to Chu Xiong with a plate. Chu Xiong looked at Su Maoyong deeply, took the white paper and put it in his hand, looked at it for a long time, and couldn't find any clues before he snorted and put it back. Take it up to the emperor, the princess, and the king of Pingxiang for inspection. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and gave another order. The three people above also checked the white paper in turn, and finally nodded with relief. After confirming that the white paper was correct, everyone set off to the altar. Chapter 566 completely exposed. Behind Jinsi Garden is the altar for offering sacrifices to the gods, and around the altar is a wide and open square. I think that in the past, large-scale sacrificial activities would be held here, and many people would come here to worship and pray. In the center of the square sits a huge furnace, with a blazing fire burning straight into the sky. The flames stirred by the wind, flying wildly, forming a hot wall around. Before everyone got close to the furnace, they could already feel the scorching temperature coming from afar, and everyone broke out in a sweat in a moment. Jun Qingran turned his head, glanced at Su Maoyong, and ordered in a deep voice, "Come on, put the white paper on the holy fire to bake. I want to see what instructions the gods have." Hearing this, Chu Xiong's hands unconsciously clenched, pretending to be calm on his face, but his heart was beating like a drum. Although he didn't believe that the holy fire would really reveal clues to the murderer, he felt uncertain when he saw Su Maoyong's wise and confident eyes. The maid beside Jun Qingran received the order, stepped forward, took the white paper from the plate, and quickly walked up to the altar. When everyone saw this, they followed the maid's figure with full expectation, paying close attention to her every move, fearing that they would miss a detail and miss the opportunity to see the gods. In this way, everyone held their breath and waited for a long time. Just when everyone was about to give up in disappointment, the maid suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god! The gods are obviously working! The gods are obviously working!" Hearing the voice, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and stared at the maid on the altar with horror. At this time, the maid came down quickly with a white paper, her pretty face flushed with excitement. and she hurried to Jun Qingran and held the white paper tremblingly. Seeing her like this, Jun Qingran was also full of curiosity, and hurriedly reached out to take it. He looked down hurriedly and was shocked. There was a word Chu written on the white paper. She was shocked, and her hand holding the white paper trembled constantly. Then she raised her head suddenly and stared at Chu Xiong in anger, and the anger in her chest was enough to set the prairie on fire. She really couldn't imagine that the murderer she had been tracking for so long was Chu Xiong. Although Chu Xiong and Qi Yun were suspects, she was still unwilling to believe that such a respected general, who had fought for the dark domain of Yunlu, could be the mastermind behind this assassination. She trusted Chu Xiong, Chu Yun, and the Chu family so much, but she didn't expect Chu Xiong to repay her like this. Chu Yun lied first, and Chu Xiong assassinated her later. The Chu family really disappointed her. Thinking of this, Jun Qingran's eyes were red with anger, and she could no longer bear it, and shouted loudly, "Chu Xiong, how do you want to explain this?" As she said that, she flicked her wrist and immediately unfolded the whole white paper, exposing it to everyone. Seeing the word Chu on the white paper, everyone gasped in shock, and curious faces instantly showed horror. My God, there is a word Chu on the white paper. Could it be that the murderer is really General Chu? It's probably true. Otherwise, how could a piece of white paper with nothing written on it have a word Chu for no reason? This is too incredible. Yes, it seems that God is really effective and has found the murderer for us. The families of the victims were furious when they saw this scene. They looked at Chu Xiong and wished they could cut him into pieces. They really couldn't imagine that the one who killed their daughter was the powerful general in front of them. Chu Xiong was frightened when he saw the word Chu on the white paper. He took a few steps back. Even though he was frightened, he was still stubborn and refused to bow his head. Impossible. This is impossible. It's not me. It's not me. It must be a mistake. Su Maoyang sneered and said sarcastically, "General Chu, it's come to this point. Are you still going to quibble? You bitch. It's you who did it. You deliberately framed me. You vicious woman." Chu Xiong was panicked and didn't care about his steady image. He cursed. Su Mo glanced at him coldly. Her red lips moved slightly, and she calmly counterattacked. "General Chu, I just prepared a piece of white paper. You have also checked that white paper. It is the same as ordinary white paper, clean and without any abnormalities. From ascending the altar to showing the word Chu, it was all done by the maids around the princess. How can it be said that I framed you? Don't deliberately wrongly accuse a good person in order to shirk your responsibility." Yu Chu Xiong gritted his teeth in anger, his face dark and gloomy, because of guilty conscience and nervousness. Even his facial features surged with some ferocity. Jun Haotsong saw this. His face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "General Chu, you killed so many people. Not only do you not repent, but you also try to defend yourself, which is really abominable. Come on, arrest him." Chu Xiong was completely panicked when he heard this, and he was so scared that his eyes were bloodshot. He shouted to stop him. "No, I was wrong. It was Su Maoyang who was deliberately making trouble. You can't arrest me just because of the word Chu." Seeing Chu Xiong still wanted to deny, Su Maoyang sneered in his heart, and slowly took out a jade pendant and showed it in front of him. "General Chu, I wonder if you recognize this jade pendant. This is the jade pendant I searched from the assassin. At first glance, there is no special mark on it, but after my careful investigation, I found that this jade pendant is your Chu family's thing. How do you explain this?" When Chu Xiong saw the jade pendant, he was shocked and his heart tightened. It was like a cold snake crawling up his back, making him sweat. He naturally recognized the jade pendant. It was indeed their Chu family's thing. But how could it appear in Su Maoyang's hands? Chu Xiong was so scared that his face changed drastically. He shook his head wildly and refuted hoarsely. "No! Absolutely impossible. They never wear anything on their bodies. How could they have jade pendants? Those were his death warriors. Not only were they not allowed to wear anything, but their faces were also cut to hide their identities." Chu Xiong thought he had done it perfectly. So how could there be any fish that slipped through the net? As soon as these words came out, Su Maoyang's eyes sparkled, and he smiled with sudden realization. "General Chu, you just said that you were not present at the banquet that day. If those assassins were not your people, how did you know that they never wore anything?" As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Chu Xiong in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They had heard clearly just now that Chu Xiong said that those assassins never wore anything, which had completely and thoroughly exposed his conspiracy. Chu Xiong's body trembled when he heard these words, and he stared at Su Maoyang with his eyes wide open in horror, staring at the smiling Su Maoyang. At this moment, his heart seemed to be shattered by a force of gravity. Chapter 567, Besieged on all sides. Looking at Su Maoyang's eyes that contained a sarcastic sneer, Chu Xiong was shocked. His mind went blank, and his eyes were spinning. At this moment, he realized that all this was Su Maoyang's conspiracy. How could his assassins wear the Chu family's jade pendant? Obviously, this was Su Maoyang's plan. The purpose was to lure the snake out of the hole and let him expose himself. This woman is too scary. First, she used a piece of white paper to stimulate him and make him lose his mind. And then she used the jade pendant to induce him, making him mistakenly believe that she really found evidence. When he was panicked, he accidentally exposed himself. She was setting a trap for him to fall into. He couldn't figure out how Su Maoyang made the words appear on the white paper. Could it be that Su Maoyang really had some magic? In any case, he had to admit that the young woman in front of him was too treacherous and cunning. But it was too late to realize this now. Chu Xiong received angry eyes from all directions and felt that an invisible hand was pinching his throat, making him unable to breathe. The family whose daughter died, after learning the truth, stood up in anger and knelt down in front of Jun Haocong. Their indignant voices were deafening and echoed over the entire square. Your Majesty, my daughter died in an unclear way. Please help me. Your Majesty, my daughter was weak and had never done anything bad, but she was cruelly slaughtered by Chu Xiong. I want Chu Xiong to pay with blood and pay tribute to my daughter's soul in heaven. Your Majesty. Chu Xiong was so bold that he sent assassins to break into the palace and kill dozens of people. His crimes are so heinous that he deserves to be executed by slow slicing. Please don't hesitate and order the execution immediately. Everyone denounced, gnashed their teeth, shouted hoarsely, and raged with blood, pushing the highly respected and meritorious General Chu to the brink of life and death in an instant. Su Maoyang could see clearly that there were not many families who were really sad for their daughter. They just wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to severely hit Chu Xiong and make it impossible for the Chu family to turn over. Because the Chu family had the care of the eldest princess and the emperor, they had been rampant in the dark area of Yunlu for many years, which had long aroused the dissatisfaction and jealousy of the people. However, Chu Xiong was in a high position and had saved the emperor of Yunlu. Even the emperor had to respect him. So everyone dared not speak out and had been swallowing their anger. But now it is different. Chu Xiong committed a capital crime, and so many lives were lost. Even if the emperor wanted to save him, it would be impossible. After all, this matter is serious, and it is not possible to erase such a capital crime because of past achievements and friendship. If Chu Xiong could still survive safely after killing so many people, it would not only chill the hearts of all the family forces that followed Emperor Yunlu, but also disappoint the people of the world. So, no matter what, Chu Xiong would definitely die today. You must know that once Chu Xiong falls, the Chu family will also be doomed. When Chu Xiong saw this scene, he thought of the fate of himself and the Chu family, and was immediately frightened to death. He retreated unbearably, staggered, and fell to the ground with a bang. He looked at the faces that would not stop until he was forced to death, and the strong and irrefutable condemnation and curse echoed in his ears. At this moment, he felt like he was in an ice cellar, and his heart was dead. He really couldn't imagine that after so many years of fighting in the south and the north, he didn't die on the battlefield in the end, but died in the hands of his own people. He would never have thought that he would be besieged by his own people after fighting for Yunlu Dark Domain for so many years. What a shame for a military commander like him. Su Maoyang watched all this with a cold eye, and a hidden smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She has never been a good person. She had tolerated Chu Yun 3 times, and gave Chu Yun many opportunities. But she not only did not repent, but also became worse. In order to kill her alone, he even ignored the lives of other innocent women. It was so cruel that it was outrageous. Su Maoyang, you vicious woman. You framed me. It was you. Until this moment, Chu Xiong had not realized his mistake and blamed everything on Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang stared at him coldly. General Chu, you are wrong. If you hadn't sent people to assassinate and killed so many young girls, how could you, a great general, fall to this point? So it was you who killed the Chu family, not others. And I just made the truth public and gave justice to the deceased. I didn't let you down at all." Hearing this, Chu Xiong froze and fell back to the ground dejectedly. His pale and shocked face aged 10 years in an instant. Yes, he killed the Chu family, just for the position of an imperial concubine. He not only sacrificed his life, but also the entire Chu family. He was really stupid. Chu Xiong regretted so much that he raised his head and howled. And the sound seemed to tear the sky apart, so shrill that it made people tremble. When Jun Haocong saw this scene and thought of the tragically dead woman, he slowly closed his eyes and waved his sleeves heavily. Drag her out and behead her. He was indeed grateful to Chu Xiong for saving his life. But he could not ignore right and wrong because of personal feelings. No one knew how much courage he mustered and what kind of torment he endured to say that he would behead her. Chu Xiong didn't expect Jun Haocong to really kill him. He was so frightened that his eyes widened and he shouted in horror, "Emperor, you can't kill me. I once saved your life. Is this how you treat your savior? If it weren't for me, you would have been dead long ago. How could you come back safely? You actually want to kill me now. You ungrateful thing." Chu Xiong shouted hoarsely, and every word fell into Jun Haocong's heart like a whip, severely whipping his conscience. Hearing this, Jun Qingran and Jun Yueya clenched their fingers and avoided their eyes with difficulty, as if they were ashamed to face his questioning. On one side is the family whose daughter died, and on the other side is Sommer's savior. Even they were entangled to death, and it is conceivable how Jun Haocong felt at this moment. However, at this moment, there was a sound of a sword being unsheathed. Before everyone could react, a silver light flashed. Chu Xiong, who was so excited that he was trembling all over, stopped roaring abruptly, and his face was still terrified. He fell face down heavily. Chu Xiong fell down, and the petite figure behind him was immediately revealed. She held a long sword in her hand, full of hostility, and her purple dress was splashed with blood. At this moment, the night wind blew, her hair danced, and messily slapped her cold and sinister face, which made everyone around feel cold and couldn't help but step back. She raised her eyes slightly, and her dark pupils bloomed with a charming luster. Her low voice was obviously colder than the night wind, but it ignited a flame in Jun Haocong's heart. "I will do what makes you embarrassed." Chapter 568 Chu Yuan's Miscarriage. This woman has always understood him so well that it's hard for him not to love her. Jun Haocong couldn't help it anymore. He walked over and hugged Su Maoyang, and rubbed her tightly into his arms. Just now at the banquet, he had practiced this action hundreds of times in his mind, and now that he was really holding her, he finally felt a little satisfied. "According to your personality, you can't do it so hard. Why are you so serious this time?" Jun Haocong buried his head in her neck and asked in a low voice. She was unharmed this time, and she didn't suffer any losses. Logically, she would at most fight back and wouldn't be so serious at all. But this time she was ruthless. "I don't like them." Su Maoyang only said a few cold words, but Jun Haocong smelled the sour smell keenly. Jun Haocong suddenly realized something, curled his lips, and bit her earlobe. "Don't tell me you're jealous." Su Maoyang was shocked, pushed him away, and glared at him fiercely. "Bah! I'm not jealous. Are you too narcissistic?" Facing her hypocrisy, Jun Haocong laughed and shook his head, then grabbed her. "You have committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. I will punish you tonight." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and carried her on his shoulders, and strode towards Yunlu Palace. Su Maoyang trembled when she heard the punishment, and slapped his back in panic. "You beast! Put me down. I said you can do it as many times as you hit me. You just hit me 20 times. Are you sure you can bear it?" Jun Haocong let her hit him all the way, and then blurted out such a sentence, which made Su Maoyang so angry that her eyes almost rolled up and fainted. 20 times. Oh my god. It would be better to kill her directly. She has just been freed recently, and can get out of bed and walk around. She never wants to go back to bed, and live a life of being pinched every day. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was not right to beat him. Nor was it right not to beat him. She felt so aggrieved. Everyone present was stunned by this shocking scene. They stood there blankly, looking at Jun Haotsong's back. And they didn't know what to do for a while. They never knew that the emperor they respected and admired had such a rogue side. It was really unbelievable. He who never approached women, not only hugged and kissed, but also carried the bags home, and said blushing nonsense in his mouth, which was really shocking. Except for the women who had been staying in the palace to choose concubines, and had seen this side of Jun Haotsong. Everyone else present was shocked and pale, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Seeing this, Jun Qingran's expression twitched, and she asked loudly in embarrassment, "Sire, where are you going? Today is your birthday, and there are still many things to deal with here." Jun Haotsong didn't even turn his head, and a voice floated from afar. "I'm going to open the birthday present, and the things here are left to you." Seeing his posture, Jun Qingran didn't need to guess that the gift to be opened was Su Maoyang. Thinking of this, a layer of heat rose on her face involuntarily. Since Su Maoyang came into being, her cold-hearted brother has been like a chicken blood every day. Jiang Zheng and others heard it, and they all covered their mouths and laughed. "Poor master. He is about to be opened as a gift." Ha ha ha. As expected, Su Maoyang stayed up all night again. She was tormented by Jun Haotsong and felt sore in the waist and back, and her whole body was weak. Fortunately, Jun Haotsong left early in the morning, giving her a chance to breathe. However, Xiao Linchen, Jiang Zheng and others did not let her go. They took advantage of Jun Haotsong's absence to laugh at her early in the morning. "Boss, do you need us to help you get out of bed?" No. Even if we help you, you probably can't stand steadily. I think we should carry you on our backs." Xiao Linchen had a teasing look on his face, and after he finished speaking, he covered his mouth and laughed. Su Maoyang couldn't bear it anymore, picked up the pillow, and threw it at Xiao Linchen fiercely. Although he laughed, he was still quite sensitive and dodged it at once, so that the pillow hit nothing. Seeing this, Lin Water laughed and shook her head. Then she stopped laughing and said, "Master, don't delay. Go out quickly. Du Firu is waiting outside." "Du Firu?" Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect her ally to come to her so early. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang quickly got up, and with the help of Lin Water, she finished tidying up and slowly came out of the side hall. Du Firu saw her limping, exactly the same as last time, and she understood a little more. Last time she foolishly thought that Su Maoyang was really attacked, but now she thought that she was loved by the emperor like a sweetheart. How could she be hurt at all? Anyone who has experienced it can see at a glance that this is a sign of love. And she is still stupid and can't understand other people's boudoir taste. Thinking of this, Du Firu's heart still surged with jealousy. "Miss Du, why did you come to my house so early?" Su Maoyang sat down with the help of Lin Water. Hearing her question, Du Firu remembered the main business of this trip, and then raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "I wonder if Miss Su knows about Chu Yuan's miscarriage last night." Su Maoyang heard this. His pupils slightly widened, and his expression showed a little surprise. "Oh, there is such a thing? Doesn't the Yuchi family attach great importance to that child? How could she suddenly miscarry?" Seeing her ignorance, Du Firu chuckled, and her pupils flashed with excitement. "You know what kind of person Yuchi Hongda is. He is a well-known pervert. Now that he has finally got Chu Yuan and can sleep with her openly, he will naturally not miss this opportunity." Lin Water, who was standing aside, heard it, and asked in horror, "Sleep with her? But Chu Yuan is still pregnant. My God, could it be that she was raped by that and then had a miscarriage?" Lin Water shuddered involuntarily when she thought of this possibility. If this is true, it is simply worse than an animal. Du Firu smiled and nodded, looking very happy. "You guessed right. Chu Yuan was pregnant, but was forced to have sex with her. I don't know how long she was tortured last night. I heard that her screams were heard in General Yuchi's room. You can imagine how miserable she was. The old general heard that the sound was wrong, so he rushed over to stop it. Unfortunately, Chu Yuan was tortured to a terrible extent at that time, not to mention the child. Even she herself was dying. Although Du Firu didn't see that scene, she felt excited and stimulated just thinking about it. Now that her face is disfigured, she will never be able to see people again in this life. Her heart has been twisted, and she wishes Chu Yuan would go to the 18th level of hell, now that she heard that she was living a worse life than herself. Du Firu was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. When Lin Water heard this, She got goosebumps all over her body. She really couldn't imagine that there would be such a perverted person in the world who didn't even care about his own child and had to force sex. Now that the child is gone, won't Chu Yuan's situation become even more difficult? Chapter 569. The son-in-law left. Ha ha ha. Su Maoyang, I have to admit that your methods are really clever. It is even more painful to let her endure the perverted torture of Yuqi Hongda than to kill her. Before last night, Yuqi Hongda might still take into account Chu Xiong's relationship and dare not make too big moves. But now the news of Chu Xiong's death has been revealed. I think Chu Yuan's days in the Yuqi family are quite miserable and difficult. Ha ha, Du Fira laughed loudly. Even with a veil, people could guess her hideousness at the moment. When she thought of Chu Yuan's reaction after waking up and hearing the news of her father's death, she couldn't stop laughing. It was really gratifying that the high and mighty Chu Yuan had this day. Su Maoyang felt Du Fira's madness, frowned slightly, and didn't want to make close friends with her. Miss Du, if you have nothing else to do, you can leave. When she heard Su Maoyang's order to leave, Du Fira's smile froze suddenly. She was frightened by Su Maoyang's cold gaze and ran out of Yunlu Palace in fear. Having seen Su Maoyang's methods, she didn't dare to provoke the evil god in front of her. Lin Water looked at her back and sighed softly. I feel that if this goes on, Du Fira will go crazy sooner or later. If you were in her place, you would also be insane if your face was disfigured. Su Maoyang just explained lightly. Xiao Linchen on the side retracted his gaze and asked about what happened yesterday with expectation. Boss, how did you make the white paper show the handwriting? We racked our brains all night and couldn't figure it out. Please explain it to us. Su Maoyang smiled softly when he heard it. It's actually very simple. I just wrote the word Chu on the paper with sugar water. Sugar water? Oh, I understand. Sugar water has no color. It is the same as water. It will not leave marks when written on paper. Xiao Linchen is a smart man after all. He understood it immediately. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded in appreciation. Well, sugar water is an organic matter. After being baked by flames, the words will appear. In fact, it is just a simple trick. It's no big deal. She actually said that it was no big deal. She has played the powerful General Chu to death. And she still said it was no big deal. If there is really something, what will happen? Thinking of Su Maoyang's methods, everyone swallowed their saliva with lingering fear. And they were glad that they were not her enemies. A few days passed quickly. In addition to dealing with Jun Haocong, Su Maoyang was also working hard to practice. Now, her spiritual power has been promoted to the peak of the Holy Spirit Master. And she will soon touch the threshold of the Venerable Spirit Master. You must know that the later the level, the more difficult it is to advance. Jun Qingran, who has good strength, has practiced hard. And now he is only at the level of the initial Venerable Spirit Master. Su Maoyang, on the other hand, has only taken a few days to reach the peak level of Holy Spirit Master from the middle level, and will soon become a Venerable Spirit Master, surpassing Jun Qingran. It must be said that it was the credit of the ancient spirit body. Recently, she has also used her mental power to refine the puppets in the space. Last time in Ban Country, she gathered 20 puppets. After refining, the 20 puppets have also reached the level of the peak Holy Spirit Master. I think now facing the attack of the Venerable Spirit Master, there is also a possibility of fighting. In addition, the Golden Lion King and the Sky Demon Martin are eating the beast core while eating the pill she refined. And their strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds, which undoubtedly gives her a double guarantee. As long as she doesn't encounter a strong man of the Jun Lingshi level, Su Maoyang is still confident that she can survive. Recently, the Golden Lion King has directly upgraded from the 4th level Holy Spirit Beast to the 6th level Holy Spirit Beast, while the Blue Cloud Leopard is a little slower, having just reached the 4th level, but the speed of escaping is even better. As for the Heavenly Demon Martin, he is an ancient fierce beast, and Su Maoyang has never figured out his level. Su Maoyang is too lazy to pay attention to where he is cultivated. However, seeing that he has been rubbing his hands and becoming more and more arrogant recently, Su Maoyang guessed that he should have made considerable progress. According to her understanding, there are many Holy Spirit beasts in the 9 netherworlds, and their levels are not low and their strength is not bad. The Holy Spirit beasts contracted by people with some status are basically above the 4th level, and the Holy Spirit beasts of the 8th and 9th levels are quite powerful. Even the powerful Junling sure has to keep his tail between his legs when encountering such a level of spiritual beast. It is conceivable how high the status of the 8th and 9th level Holy Spirit beasts is. Su Maoyang was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice Jun Haotsong had walked in. She didn't even have time to see clearly before he threw her onto the bed. Knowing that he was going to start tormenting her again, Su Maoyang panicked and immediately stopped him. "You can't touch me." Jun Haotsong was puzzled. "Why can't you touch me?" Because I'm having my period." Su Maoyang racked her brains and finally came up with a reasonable reason. But how could Jun Haotsong, such a cunning man, be fooled? "Then let me check." "You are shameless." Su Maoyang didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned that he even wanted to check. She was so scared that she immediately pulled her pants tight to stop him from doing it. Seeing her so nervous, Jun Haotsong's eyes flashed with teasing. He didn't allow her to refuse at all. He pulled her hands apart and forcibly pulled down her pants. Poor Su Maoyang still couldn't escape Jun Haotsong's clutches and was eaten up again. That night, she was too tired and slept deeply. When she woke up, it was already dawn. She slowly opened her eyes, touched the cold bed beside her, and frowned slightly. He has been getting busier and busier recently, going out early and coming back late. And it's impossible to be affectionate with him. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt a little disappointed. She couldn't help but sigh, stretched, and then gently called, "Lin Wanner." Lin Wanner, who had been waiting outside, heard the words and walked in quickly. Where did Jun Haotsong go again? Su Maoyang slowly propped himself up and took the clothes beside him and put them on himself. He went to Fushi Palace? Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment and evaded the question. Su Maoyang saw Lin Wanner's guilty look and couldn't help but frown. "Are you hiding something from me?" Su Maoyang was such a sensitive person that she only needed a glance to know that Lin Wanner was worried. Lin Wanner was shocked by her sharp eyes and waved her hands immediately. "Master, you think too much. How can I hide anything from you?" After saying that, she laughed dryly twice. "Didn't anyone tell you that you are not suitable for lying?" Su Maoyang stared at her calmly and said lightly. Lin Wanner's palms were sweating under her gaze, and her expression became more and more stiff. "Master, I'll help you get up. Tell me, what's the matter?" Su Maoyang growled. Seeing this, Lin Wanner frowned and locked her eyes, looking embarrassed. My son-in-law doesn't allow me to tell you. If you don't say it, then I'll go find him myself." Su Maoyang had already gotten up from the bed, enduring the pain, and wanted to walk out of the side hall. Seeing this, Lin Wanner had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "My son-in-law has left and is not in the Dark Domain City." "What do you mean by that? What does he mean by leaving?" Su Maoyang's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 570 Go to the Battlefield. Lin Wanner's pretty face was tangled up, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. Su Maoyang was so anxious that he gritted his teeth and roared fiercely. "Speak! What's going on?" The roar was like thunder, which frightened Lin Wanner so much that she trembled all over, and her pupils were filled with horror. In her impression, Su Maoyang could deal with everything calmly, and she rarely saw her get so angry. She thought she was so angry that she would be like this. Lin Wanner was silent for a while, and was finally broken by Su Maoyang's cold and sharp eyes. She said helplessly, "The night before yesterday, Fan Xue Tiancheng suddenly launched an attack, and the battlefield broke out completely. The son-in-law got the news and led his troops to the battlefield overnight. He specifically told us not to tell you, because the battlefield was dangerous and the swords had no eyes. The son-in-law didn't want you to get hurt, so that's why I left without saying goodbye." Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly realized. No wonder Jun Haotsong looked reluctant to leave last night and kept pestering her. She also complained that he was horny, and did that all day long. It turned out that he had planned to leave her and rush to the front line, recalling that he hugged her tightly last night. He said that he wanted to put her in his bag and didn't want to separate for a moment. She knew that Jun Haotsong didn't like to say such mushy words. He would be domineering and throw himself on her, making her speechless. But last night, she was so sore from him that she didn't notice his abnormality. Now she wanted to slap herself, in order to leave quietly without telling her. He really worked hard last night. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Wanner, pack your bags immediately, and notify the Blood Battle Group. We will leave immediately. Su Maoyang thought of Jun Haotsong's injuries, and her heart was in a knot. She bulged her eyes and shouted in a hurry. She knew too well that once the war broke out, it would be almost impossible to see him again. The last separation in Sonyuan country had already made her miserable. Now she had to be separated for so long. How could she bear it? She had waited for a long time once. And now she didn't want to wait for a moment. Perhaps because she had tasted the sweetness of happiness. Su Maoyang became more worried about gains and losses. As long as Jun Haocong left her sight, she would become quite uneasy. What's more, he still had injuries on his body. Although he concealed it well, and she pretended not to know, her worries only increased. Su Maoyang had heard a little about Finchua Tianqing. She heard that the king of Finchua was a super strong man who was no less powerful than Jun Haocong. That king had been evenly matched with Jun Haocong for many years. But Jun Haocong had never completely defeated him, which was enough to show how powerful this man was. Although Jun Haocong never mentioned it, she still inquired about some information. It is said that the death of Jun Haocong was caused by the Burning Blood King. An opponent who is not only powerful but also insidious and cunning is a great threat to Jun Haocong. How can she rest assured that Jun Haocong will face such a powerful enemy alone? So, she must go to the front line this time. Seeing that she was determined to go, Lin Water waved her hands in panic. Master, the son-in-law repeatedly told us to keep an eye on you and not let you take risks. Get ready to go. Don't let me say it a second time. Su Maoyang didn't have the patience to deal with Lin Water. He had already dressed neatly and strode out of the side hall. Master, the Nine Netherworld is not like our lower plane. There are all strong men here that we cannot afford to provoke. The two armies are fighting, and it is bloody. If you get hurt, how can I explain to my son-in-law? Su Maoyang felt sorry for Jun Haocong, but Lin Water felt sorry for her. Su Maoyang stopped abruptly when he heard this, turned around, and stared at her seriously. His low voice was mixed with cold anger. In this life, wherever Jun Haocong is, I will be there. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Lin Water was shocked by her decisive answer and took a few steps back. She was shocked and her expression was tangled. She naturally knew Su Maoyang's feelings for Jun Haocong. For Jun Haocong, she even dared to snatch the national flower of Bang country. So she naturally put life and death aside. But this time is different. This is not Bang country. This is the upper plane. This is the Nine Netherworld. Facing a strong enemy like Burning Blood Sky City. For a group of people from the lower planes, it would be very difficult to survive in the Nine Netherworld. Not to mention going to a dangerous place like the battlefield. Isn't this going to die? How could Lin Water let her go when she knew she was going to die? Boss, we support you. I say the same thing. Wherever the boss is, I will be there. If the boss lives, I will live. If the boss dies, I will die. Just then, a loud male voice suddenly came from the door. As the voice fell, Xiao Linchen, Jiang Zheng, Wang Feng, and the brothers of the Blood Battle Group all walked in. Wherever the master is, we will be there. If the master lives, we will live. If the master dies, we will die. The uniform voice resounded like a huge bell throughout the Yunlu Hall, shaking the air faintly. Lin Water was shocked when she heard this. Her eyes widened. Xiao Linchen, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the Emperor's instructions? You know that the battlefield is dangerous, and we are no match for those people. But you still urge the master to die. Are you crazy? Xiao Linchen smiled unrestrainedly, curled his lips and said, Do you think the boss is the kind of person who lives in shame for her own safety? Instead of letting her stay here obediently, worried and waiting for Jun Haocong to come back, it is better to let her go to the front line and see Jun Haocong safe and sound. I believe in the strength of the master. It is not so easy for those people to kill her. Xiao Linchen is still very confident in Su Maoyang's methods. The worst case is death. Instead of waiting here, being depressed and living a life worse than death, it is better to fight side by side with Jun Haocong and die together. Wang Feng also nodded and said in a deep voice, Water, we are all ready. Don't delay. Pack up and set off. Seeing this, Lin Water could only sigh helplessly. Since she couldn't persuade Su Maoyang, she could only protect her with her life. At least when she was in danger, she could die for her. Thinking of this, she nodded heavily and turned to walk into the side hall. Su Maoyang suddenly thought of something and shouted loudly, By the way, prepare a few sets of men's clothes. Lin Water was slightly stunned, but soon understood and nodded. 2 days later. Tongguang City. Tongguang City is located on the border of Fengshuishan City and Yunlu Dark Domain. It is a city with a very developed commercial economy. However, the once prosperous Tongguang City is now a barren land with starving people everywhere. Refugees fleeing famine can be seen rushing into restaurants and hotels frantically at any time to snatch the few foods that are already available. The vendors who were trying to make a living were besieged and robbed by waves of mobs. The whole street was bloody and chaotic, and the soldiers who maintained order were helpless in the face of the huge number of refugees. After suppressing one group, another group came out. At this time, a large group of refugees swarmed towards this side in the distance. Lin Wana was frightened and grabbed Su Maoyang and quickly stepped aside. Xiao Linchen saw the crazy refugees running past him, and he smacked his lips in shock. The refugees here are too scary. Su Maoyang looked around, frowned slightly, and shook his head slightly. These should not be refugees from Tongguang City. Chapter 571 Accusing the General. Xiao Linchen was slightly stunned and looked at her with a puzzled look on his face. Who are they? Su Maoyang looked at the backs of the refugees leaving and said solemnly, We have walked all the way here just now, and we have not heard that Tongguang City has fallen. Nor have we seen any trace of the enemy. I think Tongguang City is still safe now. Since Tongguang City is still safe, it stands to reason that there won't be so many displaced refugees. Obviously, they should have fled from other cities. Xiao Linchen and Jiang Zheng listened, and both suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. The boss is still observant. Su Maoyang frowned, glanced at the messy street, felt the decline of the entire Tongguang City, and was actually a little angry. Let so many refugees enter the city. I really don't know what the general guarding Tongguang City is doing. Let's go to the city gate and take a look. Su Maoyang frowned and strode towards the gate of Tongguang City. Xiao Linchen and the others didn't know what she wanted to do, so they just followed her. When they arrived at the city gate, as she expected, a large group of refugees were entering in succession, and the soldiers standing guard beside them actually stood aside and let them pass. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang was furious on the spot, walked over angrily, and shouted, What are you doing? Why did you let those refugees in? The soldier was questioned and stunned for a moment. When he saw clearly that it was a short-haired boy in front of him, he immediately frowned and fiercely retorted, Where did you come from, little bastard? To act wildly in front of the military master? Be careful of my sword and gun. Get out of here. After coming out of the Dark Domain City, Su Maoyang and the Blood Battle Group all took the disguise pill, so no one knew their original appearance and identity. As for Su Maoyang and Lin Water, they disguised themselves as men, so they were mistaken for young boys. Su Maoyang stared at him angrily, pointed at the refugees waiting to be released, and asked sternly, I ask you, who told you to do this? Why did you let these refugees in? The soldier didn't expect that the little guy in front of him was so powerful. He was surprised and shouted angrily, This is the order from our general. How can you, a little bastard, be here to make decisions? Get out of here before I get violent. As he said that, he waved the spear in his hand and scared her twice. Su Maoyang snorted heavily after hearing this. Who is your general? Call him out. I have something to ask him. When the soldiers heard this tone, they widened their eyes in surprise and shouted fiercely, You can't see our general just because you want to. Brothers, someone is making trouble here. Take him down. After the roar, all the soldiers around swarmed in and surrounded Su Maoyang and others. Just as everyone was about to take action, a low and magnetic male voice suddenly came from behind. Back off. These two simple words were full of majesty, and the soldiers were immediately shocked and saluted. General Yin. After the words fell, the soldiers retreated one after another. After Su Maoyang heard this, he immediately turned around and saw a handsome man wearing silver-white armor and standing tall like a pine tree. His face was like a sculpture with distinct features, and he was angular and handsome. Although his facial features are delicate, he is not feminine at all. Instead, he is sunny and strong, and quite intimidating. Under his sword-like eyebrows, a pair of eyes as bright as cold stars are like thousands of glass, dazzling, looking straight at her, which makes Su Maoyang's eyes flash with surprise. What a handsome man! If he was not wearing armor and the soldiers called him general, she would not believe that the man standing in front of her was a general fighting on the battlefield. but a romantic talent. Yin La Feng did not expect that the young man in front of him would dare to look at her with such scrutiny. He was slightly shocked, frowned, and asked seriously, "Who are you, and why did you run to the city gate to make trouble?" Su Maoyang retracted his gaze, pointed at the refugees behind him, and said loudly, "If you don't want Tongguang City to fall, please immediately block the city gate and prohibit all refugees from entering." Yin La Feng listened and immediately scolded with dissatisfaction. "How dare you? When is it your turn to order this, general? These refugees are all the children of our Yunlu Dark Domain. The people are displaced, and have nowhere to go when the war breaks out. If Tongguang City does not take them in, they will die. You actually want to drive these poor people out. You are so vicious at such a young age." Hearing this, Su Maoyang's face became more gloomy. He stared at Yin La Feng and sneered. "Vicious? I think you are stupid." Stupid? It was the first time that Yin La Feng heard someone call him stupid. How could this be? He was so angry that his face turned black. Just as he was about to explode, Su Maoyang scolded him. "When a war breaks out, it is inevitable that the people will be displaced. As a general, you are not a philanthropist. You do not rely on opening warehouses to release food and taking in refugees to defend your country. Your mission as a general is to end the war and minimize all losses, not to sympathize with refugees. You let these refugees in today, turning the originally peaceful Tongguang City upside down. Have you ever thought about the people in Tongguang City who have also become refugees because of your kindness? Now there are more and more refugees, and the food in Tongguang City is getting less and less. Riots are happening everywhere. Tongguang City has been destroyed by your own people before the enemy has even attacked. It is really stupid." Hearing this indignant condemnation, Yin La Feng's angry face froze instantly, and his beautiful pupils were filled with astonishment. He had never heard anyone say this to him. He was loyal to Yunlu Dark Domain, and put the people first, starting from the people in everything. But he didn't expect that his kindness is wrong. Seeing that he was shocked, Su Maoyang continued, "Have you ever thought that these refugees are likely to be spies sent by the enemy army, deliberately running in to smash, loot and burn? If they are really spies, how many days do you think you can hold on to Tongguang City? 3 days? 2 days? Or 1 day?" Su Maoyang's sharp questioning made Yin La Feng pale, and his handsome sword eyebrows furrowed deeply. After a long silence, just when Su Maoyang thought that the man in front of him was about to get angry, he actually heard him ask his name. "What's your name?" Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment and casually reported a name. "Su Mu." Yin La Feng nodded slightly. "Okay. You will join this general's army today." Join his army? What's the situation? Lin Wanner on the side was startled and immediately refused. "No, boss. Let's go quickly." As she spoke, Lin Wanner went to hold Su Maoyang's hand. They came to find Jun Haotsong, not to join the army. Su Maoyang frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "If I join your team, can I go to the front line to fight?" Yin La Feng raised his eyebrows. "Of course. Tomorrow I will lead the army to Guangzhou City to support the emperor and kill the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor." Su Maoyang was delighted when he heard this. His pupils lit up, and he nodded heavily. "Okay, I'll join." Yin La Feng saw that she became excited when she heard that she could go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, and his eyes could not help but flash with surprise. Now everyone is afraid of going to the front line to fight, but this kid in front of him seems to be looking forward to fighting. Chapter 572, You Can't Take What You Have to Eat. The reason why she disguised herself as a man now was that she didn't want Jun Haotsong to recognize her identity. If he found out, he would definitely not allow her to stay on the front line and fight with him, in order to prevent him from being distracted, without any worries, and to allow herself to stay by his side smoothly. Perhaps joining the army was the best way. So, Su Maoyang agreed without hesitation. However, since she wanted to join the army, the Blood Battle Group naturally couldn't abandon her, and took the initiative to join Yin La Feng's troops. Tonight, the team will stay in Tongguang City for 1 night. You should go to the camp to rest for a while. Tomorrow morning we will set off to Guangzhou City to meet up with Emperor Zun. Yin La Feng gave a serious order, and sent someone to take them to the camp. Seeing this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly, and followed the soldiers to the camp. "You can stay in this tent for the time being." The soldier who led Su Maoyang to the camp was the one she had scolded just now. It was unknown whether he had arranged for Su Maoyang to live with a group of big, strong men on purpose or not. As soon as Su Maoyang and others entered the tent, they attracted everyone's attention. Oh, look! Now when a war breaks out, no one is chosen. Weak and fragile, like chickens, can be recruited into the army. A tall and strong man with a beard, who looked to be in his early 30s, looked at Su Maoyang with disdain and sneered. Another man sitting next to him, who was slightly younger, dark-skinned, and also tall and strong, also laughed softly at this moment. I'm afraid he was exhausted to death before he even went to the battlefield. As he said that, everyone in the tent burst into laughter, looking at Su Maoyang and others with a strong disdain. You, hand over the money. The bearded man pointed at Su Maoyang and the bloody group behind her, and ordered fiercely. When Lin Water heard this, she frowned angrily and retorted loudly. Why should we hand over the money? We enlisted in the army. Shouldn't we be paid? Why do we have to pay money instead? Hearing Lin Water's words, everyone laughed even more happily, staring at her with an idiotic look. New here. You may not have figured out the rules here. All new recruits have to pay protection fees. Otherwise, don't blame me for not having eyes for my fists. If I hit your thin body, I'm afraid you won't be able to get up the next day. As the bearded man said, he rubbed his fists, which made a creaking sound. Lin Water was furious. Bah! What kind of bullshit rule is this? The bearded man saw that this little bastard looked skinny and small, but he didn't expect him to be so brave. He immediately glared at him. Humph. I'm here to follow my rules. If you don't follow my rules, brothers, come on. After he finished speaking, several men around him had already stood up, twisting their wrists and arms to rush up. Seeing this, Su Maoyang immediately grabbed Lin Water and said coldly to the bearded man, Brother, you just want money. We will give it to you. Why bother to fight? If a fight breaks out and it gets to General Yin's ears, everyone will be in trouble. What's the point of this? Hearing this, the bearded man softened his expression and raised his eyebrows slightly. You are smart. Hand over the money quickly. Su Maoyang winked at Xiao Linchen, who understood and immediately took out a bag of black crystals and handed it to the bearded man. The bearded man weighed the weight, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Since you are sensible, I will let you go for now. Remember, you are not allowed to play tricks under my nose. The young man saw that the bearded man got the black crystals, and he also shouted unwillingly. You are only concerned about honoring him. Have you forgotten me? Your grandfather. Su Maoyang was quite helpless when he heard this. Brother, that is all our savings, and we really can't take out extra black crystals to honor you. If you insist on forcing others, we have no choice but to make a big deal and ask General Yin for an explanation. Su Maoyang's words were like a broken jar. The bearded man who had benefited naturally did not want to make a big deal out of it, and immediately blamed the young man unhappily. You Wei, don't go too far. We are all soldiers. There is no need to be so ruthless. If it gets out of hand, it will be bad for everyone. Humph. You got the benefit. Of course you said that. The man called Yu Wei snorted heavily. Oh, why are you so stingy? Next time when new soldiers come, I'll give them to you, okay? The bearded man shouted impatiently. Yu Wei was somewhat afraid of the bearded man's strength, and finally had to endure it and said nothing. When Lin Water saw this, she stamped her feet in anger. Boss, why did you give them the Xianjing? In order to conceal their identities. Now they all call Su Maoyang the boss. Su Maoyang took a deep look at Yu Wei and the bearded man. Their faces were expressionless, but a subtle and difficult to detect darkness flashed across their pupils. Only when you suffer a loss can you fight together. We are all soldiers. Why bother about so much? Hearing this, Lin Water calmed down instantly. This is not the master's temper. The more nice she says, the more bad she will do in her heart. Thinking of this, Lin Water was completely relieved. At night, everyone fell asleep, and the whole tent was soon filled with snoring. Lin Water had never slept with so many people before, and had to endure the thunderous snoring, tossing and turning all the time and unable to sleep. However, at this moment, she vaguely saw Su Maoyang beside her slowly sitting up, swiping his hands, and summoning the heavenly demon Martin. She leaned close to his ear and said something, and the heavenly demon Martin jumped off the bed. Lin Water was full of doubts, and was about to get up to ask what was going on. But Su Maoyong suddenly held her down and made a gesture of silence in front of her. Lin Water immediately shut up and dared not say a word. It was not until the next morning that everyone woke up with a roar. Damn it. You bastard. I treated you as a brother. But you secretly stole my things. I'll beat you to death today. The bearded man stood by Yue Wei's bed, holding the purse he had searched from his bed, and roared with gritted teeth. As he said that, he rushed over and wrestled with the sleepy Yue Wei. Before Yue Wei could figure out what was going on, he was hit several times. He was furious and beat the bearded man back. At this moment, the whole tent became lively. Yue Wei and the bearded man rolled together, punching and kicking each other. So brutal. The sound of cursing was deafening, and Lin Water covered her mouth in shock. Chapter 573, Encountered a Surprise Attack. Seeing this scene, Lin Water immediately recalled what happened last night, and couldn't help looking at Su Maoyong. She really couldn't think of who else but her. However, at this time, Su Maoyong stood aside calmly, watching the fight between the two with an expressionless face. Seeing that the fight was almost over, she slightly side-glanced and gave a wink to Xiao Linshan beside her. Xiao Linshan was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils jumped into excitement. He quickly reacted and quietly slipped out of the tent while everyone was not paying attention. The fight in the tent was still in full swing. Since both of them were big men with explosive fighting power, the people next to them wanted to persuade them, but they were powerless and could only stand by and worry. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from outside, so loud and clear that everyone trembled all over. How dare you! You started a fight before we even sent out the troops. It's really a disgrace to the Yunlu Dark Domain. Come on. Drag him out and punish him by military law. The handsome General Yin Lafeng, wearing silver armor, walked in aggressively, his face full of anger, his pupils surging with terrifying anger, his heroic sword eyebrows twisted into a majestic character, and the hostility emanating from his body instantly spread, casting a layer of gloom in everyone's heart. The bearded man and Yue Wei, who rolled together and were beaten black and blue, were so scared when they heard the scolding that they quickly got up from the ground, knelt on the ground with swift movements, and kowtowed and begged for mercy with their faces swollen like pigs, looking so embarrassed. General, please spare me. General, please spare me. It was Yue Wei. He stole my purse, and I got angry and fought with him. The bearded man got anxious when he heard that he was going to be punished by military law, and without thinking, he pushed the blame onto Yue Wei. Yue Wei was already full of grievances, and after hearing the words of adding insult to injury, he was even more angry. His eyes were red, and he shouted angrily, I have never stolen your purse. Xiongzheng, you are slandering me. Humph. Yue Wei, don't try to quibble. You have disliked me for a long time. Don't think I don't know. Last night, Yue Wei was not convinced that all the black crystals fell into his pocket. Now that he was caught red-handed, how could Xiongzheng believe him? When Yin Lafeng heard the word purse, he frowned slightly, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the great purse that fell on the ground, and then bent down to pick it up. It would have been better if he didn't look at it, but when he looked at it, even Yin Lafeng was shocked. Xiongzheng, why do you have so many black crystals? Where did you steal them from? Tell me the truth. Yin Lafeng saw so many black crystals, and his cold pupils suddenly surged with sinisterness. His angry questioning scared Xiongzheng's face pale. Their military pay is usually only a few dozen Xian crystals at most, and there are at least 200 Xian crystals in this purse. Such a huge number will naturally arouse suspicion. Looking at Yin Lafeng's gloomy face, Xiongzheng trembled nervously, repeatedly knocking his head, and explained in panic, General, this is not stolen. I am innocent. Yue Wei on the side snorted coldly, pointed at Su Maoyong, and said loudly with righteous indignation, General Yin, this was snatched by Xiongzheng from this little brother. He usually bullies the new recruits, and now he accuses me of stealing money. Please be clear-headed and give me justice. Hearing this accusation, Yin Lafeng bulged his eyes and roared angrily, Xiongzheng, you dare to act wild under my nose. Come on. Drag him out and beat him with 20 military sticks, and deduct all the military pay to set an example. After the roar, the two soldiers following Yin Lafeng strode forward, grabbed Xiongzheng, dragged him out. When Xiongzheng heard the 20 military sticks, his eyes widened in fear, and he screamed in panic, General, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong. The 20 military sticks were not fake. That was the force of beating to death. In La Fong didn't listen to his begging for mercy at all. With a cold face, he waved his hand, motioning to drag him away, and then looked at the proud Yue, and scolded him in the same harsh voice. Fighting privately is also unforgivable. Drag him away and beat him. After the words fell, Yue, who had no time to be happy, was also dragged out. Soon, a duet of screams came from outside, and the people inside were terrified and dared not say a word. In La Fong was a famous iron-blooded general, and he had very strict requirements for military discipline. If someone dared to be presumptuous under his nose, it would undoubtedly be courting death. It was unexpected that even Yue and Xiongzheng, who were domineering in the army, were punished this time, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Just when everyone was sighing, In La Fong took the purse and handed it to Su Maoyang. I heard that this was robbed from you. Return it to the original owner. Keep it well, and don't let it be robbed again. Seeing this, Su Maoyang took the purse and nodded slightly. Thank you, General. Seeing this, Lin Water, Xiongzheng and others all shook their heads with sighs. Their master always has 100 ways to kill people. Xiongding's money was not even warm in his hands, and it returned to Su Maoyang's hands. Not only that, he also had a fight with Yue because of the money, and was finally punished by military law. He lost both his money and his life. It was really tragic. The pitiful thing is that they didn't know that it was their master who did it, and they fell into a big fall for no reason. Thinking about it makes me laugh. In La Fong glanced at the other soldiers and ordered coldly. Something happened in Gingzhou City recently, so we have to stay in Tongguang City for another day and set off tomorrow. When Su Maoyang heard that something happened in Gingzhou City, her indifferent expression suddenly became surprised. She stared at In La Fong and asked anxiously, You said something happened in Gingzhou City? What happened? In La Fong was stunned by her sudden questioning. He looked at her in surprise and frowned and scolded. This is a secret from the top. How can you know it? You just need to obey the military order. Don't ask other questions that you shouldn't ask. After that, In La Fong turned around and left the tent. Su Maoyang looked at his back and felt uneasy. Did Jun Haocong get into trouble? After such a commotion, Xiongzheng and Yue temporarily didn't have much energy to trouble Su Maoyang and others. After being tortured, they lay on the bed and ordered other soldiers to apply medicine to him. The two quarreled from time to time until night. When they completely calmed down and fell asleep, Su Maoyang, who had just learned that something happened in Gingzhou City, couldn't sleep until she felt a ferocious murderous aura surging outside. She was shocked in her heart, got up quietly, and quickly woke up Lin Water beside her. Then she got up and walked quietly to the other side to wake up the brothers of the blood battle group. Everyone got up from their sleep, still in a daze. Just when they were about to speak, they were frightened by Su Maoyang's silence and dared not speak. At this moment, there were only a few sounds of swords coming out of their sheaths, and then screams were heard from outside. Several soldiers fell down in a moment. Come on! Catch the spy! Catch the spy! A panicked roar suddenly rang out outside, breaking the silence of the night. At the same time, a bright red flame suddenly rose outside, spreading throughout the camp, lighting up the camp like daylight. Put out the fire! Put out the fire! The soldier shouted to put out the fire while resisting the encirclement and suppression. In the midst of the chaos, there were casualties again. Chapter 574 asking for the master to show up. The soldiers in the tent saw this, and all ran out to put out the fire. Wang Feng and others were waiting for Su Maoyang's order. Master, there is a lot of fighting outside now. I think we should take advantage of the chaos to escape. It's dangerous to stay any longer. Su Maoyang walked to the door of the tent and saw the raging fire outside expanding its claws wantonly, trying to cover all the places under its rule. There were already many corpses lying on the ground, and people were fighting in the flames. Su Maoyang could just leave, but these were Jun Haocong's troops after all. Jun Haocong needed them, and Yulu Dark Domain also needed them. She didn't care about other people's lives, but she cared about Jun Haocong. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang frowned and gritted his teeth and ordered, Support them quickly. Be careful. Hearing this, the blood battle group didn't dare to ask more questions at the critical moment. They just nodded heavily and rushed out in obedience to the order. Soon, the blood battle group also fell into the battle. trying their best to resist the enemy's attack. However, the blood battle group's strength was limited, and it was soon defeated. Lin Wana was hit by a palm and took a few steps back. Su Maoyang saw this and was anxious. Taking advantage of the chaos, he quickly summoned the Golden Lion King, the Sky Demon Marten, and the Blue Cloud Leopard. Go help them. With an order, the three spirit beasts quickly rushed into the battle circle. There was only a thunderous roar that went straight into the sky, frightening everyone, and they all looked in the direction of the Golden Lion King and the Sky Demon Marten. Oh my god! It's a Holy Spirit Beast! Or three Holy Spirit Beasts! Seeing this scene, the crowd burst into exclamation, and their already tangled faces turned even paler than paper. It's over! It's over! It's over now! It's actually a 6th level Holy Spirit Beast! We are no match for it! The soldiers all shook their heads in horror, and despair surged in their hearts. You know, although Holy Spirit Beasts are not particularly rare in the 9 Nether Realm, the strength of a 6th level Holy Spirit Beast is enough to rival the peak Holy Spirit Master. These soldiers have only reached the initial stage of Holy Spirit Master. How can they be the opponent of a 6th level Holy Spirit Beast? Let alone 3 of them. The enemy has too many people, and is not weak. With the addition of 3 Holy Spirit Beasts, it is simply like a tiger with wings. They are determined to kill them all, and cut off the roots. Thinking of this, everyone's heart is half cold. And Yin Lanfeng, who was fighting bloody battles with the enemy here, waved his arm, and just wiped a neck, and heard the roar of a spirit beast not far away. He was shocked and did not dare to fight, and rushed over with a gust of wind. Seeing the 3 powerful Holy Spirit Beasts, his frowning brows were filled with solemnity, and he cursed with gritted teeth. Damn it! Burning Blood City is really willing to spend a lot of money in order to encircle and suppress my 20,000 troops. Not only did they send so many spies, but they also used 3 Holy Spirit Beasts. Damn it! As he said this, he gripped the hilt of the sword and was about to do it himself. Unexpectedly, when everyone was terrified, the 3 spirit beasts did not pounce on their own people, but ferociously pounced on the enemy. Seeing this, the soldiers were stunned. After a moment of stagnation, someone finally reacted. Ha! The Holy Spirit Beasts are here to help us. They are our friends, not enemies. This roar immediately spread throughout the camp. After hearing this, the already desperate group all ignited the hope of survival and roared excitedly. In an instant, everyone's morale was high, and the counterattack was more intense. However, there were too many enemy troops, and they kept coming up. Each of them was also very powerful. It would be impossible to defeat them in a short time with just the Holy Spirit Beast. The people of the Blood Battle group had been repelled one after another, and their lives were in danger. Su Maoyang saw this, gritted her teeth, quickly hid aside, and waved her sleeves to release all the puppets in the space. She didn't want to expose the puppets, but in a critical moment, saving lives was more important. It just so happened that the puppets had been promoted recently and needed a large-scale experience. Now was a great opportunity, so she would just practice. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang waved his long sleeves, and 20 puppets immediately rushed towards the enemy. The appearance of the puppets was like an atomic bomb thrown into the crowd, shocking everyone. The soldiers stared at the puppets in horror. Their eyes almost popped out, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. Oh my god! What did I see? Aren't these puppets? There are always knowledgeable soldiers who recognize the identity of the puppets at once. When he heard the word puppet, even the usually calm Yin Lanfeng was shocked and muttered to himself, his face surging with excitement. Puppetry? It's actually puppetry. You have to know that such secrets are martial arts possessed by super strong men in ancient times. It should have been lost long ago, but now it has reappeared in the arena. What does it mean? Even if he didn't need to guess, he knew that this was definitely a master who got the inheritance of a super strong man. Before everyone had time to be shocked by the origins of these spirit beasts and puppets, they saw 2 waves of power rushing towards the enemy. In a moment, the enemy began to retreat step by step, with countless casualties, because the attacks of the spirit beasts and puppets were too fierce. The enemy was frightened and fled, not daring to fight at all, and turned around to retreat. But how could the Golden Lion King and his men give them this opportunity? They chased after them relentlessly, determined to catch the enemy in one fell swoop. Seeing the situation reversed, the soldiers cheered happily. They thought they were doomed. But suddenly 3 spirit beasts appeared to help them. And so many puppets appeared. Everyone was surprised at the rebirth after the disaster. But more questions. The deputy general, who had just retreated from the battle, had already looked at Yin La Feng, expecting his explanation. General, did you send these spirit beasts and puppets? Yin La Feng shook his head solemnly. No. Hearing his denial, the other soldiers were surprised. He is the most powerful. If it wasn't him, who else would have this ability? Not only to have 3 holy spirit beasts, but also to control puppets. You must know that whether it is a contracted spirit beast or a puppet, they are all powerful people with very strong mental power. At this moment, looking at the remains of the enemy army on the ground, and the spirit beasts and puppets that had already chased out, everyone was shocked, looked at each other in surprise, and whispered, "What's going on? It's not General Yin. Who could it be? I don't know. It must be some master. I see that the 3 spirit beasts have the mark of the contract on their heads. It is obvious that they are the contracted beasts of the master." Yin La Feng heard everyone's discussion, raised his eyes, and looked around, but did not find any suspicious people. He couldn't help but speak loudly and respectfully. "Which senior helped us? Please show up so that I can thank you in person." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell silent, looking around in surprise, waiting for the master to show up. Chapter 575 Mysterious Master. Silence. Deathly silence. The crowd waited for a long time, but no one showed up. Finally, they shook their heads in disappointment. It seems that this master didn't want to show up on purpose. Yin La Feng frowned slightly, looked around carefully, and was a little confused. Xiao Linchen and others saw Yin La Feng's expression, afraid that he would get to the bottom of it. So they interrupted him. "General, the enemy has been repelled. I think the master should have left. Now our food and tents have been burned, and the soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. We should deal with the aftermath as soon as possible. If the enemy attacks again, I'm afraid we can't hold out for the second wave." Xiao Linchen's suggestion made Yin La Feng's face darken, and he nodded solemnly. Well, all the soldiers listened to the order. Save food, repair tents, deal with corpses, and treat the wounded. By the way, each camp should count the number of people and report to General Liang. Hearing this, the soldiers took the order and did what they had to do. The brothers of the blood battle group were relieved when they heard this. Seeing the soldiers leave one after another, they looked around with some worry. Lin Water came to Xiao Linchen's side, frowned and asked in a low voice, "Where did the master go?" "She was here just now." Xiao Linchen shook his head, also puzzled. "I think we should go look for her. What if we encounter danger?" Lin Water was anxious. Jiang Zheng disagreed. "If we go to look for her now, it will arouse suspicion. Let's go back to the tent and wait. The master should be delayed by other things. People are panicking now. Any movement will attract other people's attention. It's better to keep a low profile." Hearing this, Lin Water looked around helplessly, and finally followed back to the tent. At this time, Su Maoyang had already taken advantage of the chaos to chase out, and when he saw the bodies of the enemy, he put them into the space. These spies in Burning Blood City are basically late-stage Holy Spirit Masters and peak Holy Spirit Masters. If these bodies are used to practice puppets, it will be of great benefit to the puppets. Such a good opportunity. Su Maoyang naturally would not let it go. Along the way, she has picked up dozens of bodies. Seeing that the Golden Lion King and the puppets were almost fighting, she hid in the dark and quietly called them back. Seeing that the night was late, Su Maoyang was afraid that others would be suspicious, and did not dare to delay and turned back to the camp. However, when he passed Yin La Feng's tent, he was shocked by the news from inside and stopped. "General Liang, the spies have sent a message that Qingzhou City is surrounded, and we need to provide urgent support. Hurry up and prepare. We will set off tomorrow." Yin La Feng clenched his fist unconsciously, and his pupils were filled with anger when he thought that the emperor was in danger. General Liang frowned and said in embarrassment, "But General, we were attacked tonight and suffered heavy losses. The soldiers are still injured. If we set off like this, I am afraid that it will not work before we reach Qingzhou City. The emperor is besieged. I have no choice. Do you want me to stand by and watch Qingzhou City fall?" Yin La Feng slammed his fist on the table and growled with gritted teeth. From his tone, it was enough to hear his anger and entanglement. General Liang heard this, and sighed helplessly. Okay. I will prepare now. As he said, he turned and left. Who knew that at this moment? Someone suddenly opened the tent curtain and walked in from outside. With a slightly hoarse voice. General Yin, have you not learned your lesson from this attack? Seeing someone suddenly break into the tent, General Liang was startled, and immediately drew his sword and pointed it at Su Maoyang's neck, roaring fiercely. Who are you? How dare you break into the general's tent and eavesdrop on military secrets? Su Maoyang felt the coldness on his neck, but he did not avoid or dodge, and did not even waver. He ignored Deputy General Liang in front of him, but stared coldly at Yin La Feng and said calmly, I am a new recruit recruited by General Yin himself. Deputy General Liang was slightly stunned and turned his eyes to Yin La Feng. Yin La Feng looked at him suspiciously with a gloomy face, and his suppressed voice could not hide his anger. Humph! You also know that you are a new soldier. Who gave you the courage to not only eavesdrop on my conversation, but also dare to break into my tent? Such behavior really disregards military discipline and is lawless. She just encountered a surprise attack, and now she is hiding outside the tent to eavesdrop. It is really hard for him not to associate her with a spy. Tell me, why are you eavesdropping outside? Who sent you here? Deputy General Liang frowned and asked fiercely, and the sword in his hand was even closer. Su Maoyang remained calm, looking at Lieutenant General Liang with contempt, and retorted, Can you use your brain before you speak? Have you ever seen a spy who eavesdropped outside and then walked in and told you that she was eavesdropping? Hearing this, General Liang was speechless. You after glancing at the angry Lieutenant General Liang. Su Maoyang's eyes fell back on Yin Lanfeng again. General Yin, you know very well that those who besieged us today are refugees who were let in because of your kindness. The spies of Fenchua Tianqing deliberately disguised themselves as refugees and sneaked into Tanwang City with the purpose of annihilating your troops. If I were a spy, I wouldn't have stopped you from releasing the refugees at the city gate. If I hadn't stopped you, there would have been more spies raiding today. Do you think you would still be sitting here peacefully and discussing the next move? Su Maoyang's words shocked Yin Lanfeng. I have to admit that she was right. If she was really a spy, she wouldn't have stopped me. Now think about it. If she hadn't stopped me, the consequences would have been disastrous. Okay, I will temporarily believe that you are not a spy. But why did you eavesdrop on me and barge in so boldly? Don't you know that military discipline is as strict as a mountain? If everyone is as unscrupulous and willful as you, how can I lead the entire army? Yin Lanfeng said, slamming his fist on the table, and his angry roar was deafening. Su Maoyang faced his majesty without any retreat, but reasoned. He explained confidently, Yes, I admit that military discipline is as strict as a mountain. But in front of so many lives, I can't let you do whatever you want. Yin Lanfeng was shocked when he heard this. He had fought for many years, and was the right-hand man of Emperor Yunlu. Now, he was accused of being reckless by a yellow-haired boy. What a bastard. How dare you? Do you know what you are talking about? Yin Lanfeng was patiently talking to him now. Also because she had stopped him before, and didn't make a big mistake. But it didn't mean that he could tolerate him one after another. Of course, I know what I'm talking about. I don't care whether Guangzhou City is besieged or not. Since such news has been spread, the enemy must know that you will send troops to help. After the heavy blow tonight, our troops have been greatly reduced, and our combat effectiveness has declined. As long as you go to Guangzhou City, you will definitely encounter an ambush along the way. The enemy knows that you are all injured and disabled generals, and only needs to send a small number of troops to encircle and wipe you out. Aren't you leading everyone to die? Chapter 576 Su Maoyang's Advice. Hearing these words, Yin Lanfeng and Liang Pingcheng were shocked and their eyes widened. Before they could fully react, Su Maoyang continued to speak. Whether the news that Guangzhou City was surrounded is true or not, it has become a bait now, and the enemy is waiting for you guys to take the bait. By then, even if the enemy fails to capture Guangzhou City, he has also eliminated another powerful force of Emperor Zun. No matter what they do, they will not suffer any loss. Su Maoyang's solemn and low voice echoed throughout the tent, falling heavily on the hearts of the two men, causing a lot of ripples. It must be said that her analysis was very correct and thorough, and even the enemy's thinking and deployment were guessed, which was really shocking. Last time, Yin Lanfeng just thought that this immature but resolute boy in front of him was courageous and knowledgeable. and was a good young man. He let him join the army out of his appreciation for talent. But after listening to his words today, Im La Fong had to look at him with new eyes. This kid looked thin and weak, and it seemed that he couldn't even lift a gun. But he exuded a majesty that made people submit. He was obviously not good looking, but he was so energetic when he spoke that people couldn't take their eyes off him. He was very familiar with this kind of majestic and powerful feeling, just like the feeling he had every time he faced the emperor. Thinking of this, Im La Fong frowned suddenly and immediately rejected the idea in his mind. How could he compare a young boy with a dignified emperor? It was really ridiculous. He immediately waved away the unrealistic idea and asked with embarrassment, "But what if Qingzhou City is really besieged? If I don't support it in time, it is very likely that the people of Burning Blood City will take advantage of it. If something really happens in Qingzhou City, how will I explain to the emperor?" This is also what Im La Fong is worried about. He knows there are tigers in the mountains, but he still goes there. As Jun Haotsong's general, he can't just sit back and watch. Deputy General Liang also nodded heavily. Yes, if the general doesn't go to support, when Qingzhou City falls, everyone will blame the general. The general will also be accused of being afraid of death. Those of them who have been fighting on the battlefield have long put life and death aside, in front of life and reputation. Any man will choose reputation. What's more, Emperor Yunlu is not an ordinary person. In Im La Fong's mind, Emperor Yunlu is his brother. Therefore, even if Im La Fong knows that there is a dead end ahead, he has no retreat and no choice. Su Maoyang naturally understands their feelings. After pondering for a moment, he said, "In fact, we can also arrive at Qingzhou City smoothly without dying." Hearing this, the two people with sad faces immediately looked up and looked at her expectantly. "You mean, you have a way to successfully reach Qingzhou City?" Deputy General Liang asked back without being sure. Su Maoyang nodded. "Well, it's just that this method is a bit risky. If we guess wrong, we will still die." Hearing this, Im La Fong stood up excitedly and said loudly, "Since there is a way, it means there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. Whether it works or not, we have to try it. Not struggling means death, but struggling at least has some hope." Hearing Im La Fong's decision, Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Okay, General Yin, which way do you plan to go to Qingzhou City this time?" "There are two ways to get to Qingzhou City. One is by water, and the other is by land. The water route is the Huhai River, but the river is turbulent. If you go there by boat, it will take a long time to go upstream. The land route is shorter and easier to travel. Compared with the water route, it is much faster. So, if we want to reach Qingzhou City quickly, the land route is the best choice." Im La Fong pondered and spoke. Su Maoyang smiled after hearing this. "Since you think so, the enemy will think so too. Obviously, they will definitely send troops to ambush on the land route." Im La Fong frowned. "Then according to you, we should not take the land route, but the water route?" Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, with a dazzling luster flashing in his black eyes, which inexplicably made Im La Fong's heart move slightly. "No, we'll go by land." Im La Fong was even more confused. "Didn't you say we'd be ambushed by land? Why are we going to take the land route again?" He claimed to be smart, but today, facing a young boy, he was a little confused. Seeing his confusion, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and slowly said, "What you need to do now is to spread the news that you're going to take the land route." Lieutenant General Liang didn't understand, and frowned and asked, "What if it spreads? After spreading it, you leave the soldiers to get some boats and dry grass." Su Maoyang's eyes rolled, and a plan came to mind. Lieutenant General Liang became more and more confused as he listened. "Dry grass? Why do we need dry grass when we march and fight? And, didn't you say we were going to take the land route? Why do we need boats again?" Lieutenant General Liang really couldn't figure out Su Maoyang's thoughts, and scratched his head in confusion. Su Maoyang glared at him helplessly. "Just do what I say." Although Im La Fong was also full of doubts, he still planned to support Su Maoyang and ordered Lieutenant General Liang, "This is a military order. Hurry up and complete it." Lieutenant General Liang had to endure his doubts and turned around and walked out of the tent. Su Maoyang saw that the matter was properly ordered, so he planned to follow him out. But unexpectedly, he was stopped by Im La Fong. "Su Mu, who are you?" The low voice could not hear the emotion, but it made Su Maoyang's heart tremble. He raised his head stiffly and met his sharp scrutiny. What? General. Do you still suspect that I am a spy? Su Maoyang asked in a seemingly joking way. But the content was a bit heavy. Yin La Feng raised his eyebrows, without a trace of smile, and was terribly serious. Aren't you worthy of other suspicion? Ha. General Yin, you should know that a spy will not stand in front of you so confidently and arouse your suspicion. That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps you are doing the opposite. Yin La Feng's light words seemed to be just a test. Su Maoyang remained calm and smiled. General, since you don't want to believe me, why did you let Deputy General Liang prepare? Yin La Feng stared at her eyes that were smiling but permeated with coldness, and a layer of ripples appeared in his heart, with an indescribable feeling. He didn't think she was a spy, but he thought she was not simple. Okay. It's late. You should go back quickly. Yin La Feng waved his hand and let go. Su Maoyang heard the words and looked at him in surprise. He was also a little confused about his thoughts. Finally, he suppressed his doubts and turned to leave the tent. When she walked back to her tent, she heard a sarcastic voice. Oh, your deserter boss is back. Xiongzheng saw Su Maoyang walking in intact, and immediately shouted disdainfully. Chapter 577 Bundling with Dry Grass. Xiongzheng was furious when he heard this, and retorted loudly. Keep your mouth shut. Who are you calling a deserter? Humph. Who else could it be? It's just your weak boss. Xiongzheng said sarcastically. You're talking nonsense. My boss is not a deserter. Don't spit blood on me. Lin Water was also angry and scolded. It was Su Maoyang who saved them. They were a bunch of idiots who insulted and wrongly accused Su Maoyang of being a deserter. It was really infuriating. As he said this, Lin Water and others walked up quickly and cared about Su Maoyang. Boss, are you okay? Are you injured? Su Maoyang shook his head. Don't worry. I'm not injured at all. On the contrary, you are all injured. Have you applied medicine? Wang Feng smiled and comforted. It's okay. We are just minor injuries. We can be fine after applying some medicine. Su Maoyang nodded with relief after hearing this. But when these words fell into Xiongding's ears, they changed their meaning. He pointed at Su Maoyang and laughed loudly. Look! Everyone was injured tonight. Only Su Mu was not injured. If he is not a deserter, then who is a deserter? Everyone shouted in dissatisfaction when they heard it. Yes, Su Mu is a deserter. I don't know where he hid just now. So he escaped. He is cowardly and incompetent. A coward. After a while, the whole tent started to insult, and Su Maoyang became the target of public criticism in an instant. Xiongzheng and Wang Feng were both hot-tempered, and they couldn't help but want to fight at the moment. But Su Maoyang stopped them. It won't kill anyone if they scold you a few times. Don't make a big deal out of it. Su Maoyang now just wanted to keep a low profile, arrive at Guangzhou City smoothly, and stay by Jun Haotsong's side. She couldn't reveal her identity, nor could she cause trouble. Xiongzheng heard her and understood her concerns, so he swallowed his anger and restrained his arrogance. As soon as they restrained themselves, the other side became even more aggressive and ridiculed them. Ha ha ha. A bunch of cowards. It's really embarrassing for men. Su Maoyang was unusually calm, as if she was not the one being scolded, and pulled the people of the blood battle group to the other side to sit down and rest. The night passed quickly, and morning came in the blink of an eye. The news that the Jingwei army led by Yin La Feng would take the land route tonight soon spread. The already fallen Xuanca city also received the news. Report. I saw a soldier rushing into the battalion commander and kneeling in front of a man in a red military uniform. Report to General He. The spies have reported that the Jingwei army will go to Guangzhou City by land tonight. Hearing the report, the man who was riding furiously slowly raised his head. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly. How did you get this news? It came from the military camp. The soldier clasped his fists and answered. The man frowned slightly when he heard this, and a hint of suspicion jumped on his cold face. It came? So, this news is not confidential. Reply to the general. This news has already spread throughout the military camp, and Yin La Feng has asked everyone to be prepared. Ha. As far as I know, Yin La Feng is cautious by nature. How could he let such news spread? It seems that this matter is explosive. According to his understanding of Yin La Feng, this person is a cautious and cunning person, and he must have guessed that they would ambush and besiege by land. But he deliberately spread such news. No matter how you think about it, you feel that it is a great intention to conceal. Thinking of this, the man's thin lips curled lightly, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Tonight, send troops to Huhaiha to arrange all ambush operations. Do you understand? The soldier received the order, nodded, and walked out quickly. After watching the soldier leave, the man chuckled. La Feng, you want to confuse me, but it's not that easy. Camp Su Mu, the dry grass you want has arrived. What should we do next? Liang Lieutenant General has asked people to pull several carts of dry grass over and park them in the square of the camp. Seeing this, everyone was full of confusion and looked at each other and talked. Su Maoyang glanced at the dry grass and directed everyone. Everyone, you need to tie these dry grasses to wooden sticks now, and try to tie them as high as us. Do you understand? Xiongzheng heard this and immediately retorted with dissatisfaction. Su Mu, who do you think you are? Why do you order us to do things? Su Mu is not only thin, but also a new recruit. Now he is actually giving orders to the old soldiers. Of course, everyone is not convinced. Su Maoyang glanced at him and replied coldly. Xiongzheng, this is not my order. This is General Yin's military order. If you disobey the military order, you will only be punished by military law. You are talking nonsense. Why haven't I heard General Yin issue this military order? Xiongzheng didn't believe it. Lieutenant General Liang on the side coughed twice to explain. This is indeed the general's order. Everyone should act according to Su Mu's words. All these tasks must be completed before dark today. After hearing the deputy general speak, even if everyone was full of dissatisfaction, they only grumbled a few times and followed the instructions. Humph! I really don't know what the use of tying these dry grass is. We are going to fight the enemy, but we are fiddling with dry grass here. I don't know what the general is thinking. Xiongzheng and Yue complained the most and had the biggest opinion about Su Maoyang. Fortunately, everyone worked together to tie up the dry grass. In the evening, La Feng saw that the time was almost up, so he asked someone to summon Su Maoyang to the tent. Su Mu, you said you had to wait until the evening, and now it's evening. Should we set off? La Feng was always worried about the safety of Gingzhou City and couldn't stay there for a moment. Su Maoyang shook his head slightly. No, it must be late at night. Why must it be late at night? La Feng was anxious. Su Maoyang explained calmly. Only in the middle of the night. The things on the Huhai River are not clear, which is good for us to do things. When La Feng heard this, he realized. Then what are the dry grass you asked them to make today? Well, put clothes on the tied dry grass and put it on the boat. It's dark and windy at night, and it's on the river, so the enemy can't see it clearly. Su Maoyang was able to think of this method from Mr. Zhuge. However, Mr. Zhuge wanted to borrow weapons, while she wanted to confuse the enemy. The purpose is different, but the method is the same. After hearing such an idea, La Feng suddenly realized and respected Su Maoyang. This kid in front of him can come up with such an idea, which is even more amazing than his military advisor. Ha ha ha. You are really good at it. Even La Feng, who is strict with others, praised him. Su Maoyang touched his nose in shame. It can be said that he also borrowed the wisdom of Mr. Zhuge. So what should we do next? La Feng was even more expectant at this moment. Chapter 578, Infatuated. Su Maoyang smiled sweetly upon hearing this, and the corners of her thin lips raised an elegant arc, like a blooming white orchid, and her clear and bright eyes were like stars twinkling in the summer night, so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off her. The slightly hoarse voice seemed light and soft at this moment, as if it had a bewitching magic. Next, we will naturally set out from the land. Even if the enemy reacts, it will take a long time to return to the land from Huhaiha. I believe that the enemy will not have time to encircle us for a while. Even if the enemy leaves a small part of its troops to intercept, they will definitely not be our opponents, because they will be too busy to take care of themselves. As she spoke, Su Maoyang's bright eyes shone with wisdom, which made La Feng startled, and some strange touches surged in his mind. What do you mean by they are too busy to take care of themselves? La Feng couldn't keep up with her jumping thoughts. Su Maoyang looked at him deeply, raised her eyebrows slightly, and her pupils showed a charming smile. Now you should write a letter to the emperor immediately, asking him to prepare for the counterattack on Xuanca City. In this battle, we will not only break through the siege and join the emperor, but also kill the enemy by surprise and recapture the fallen Shuanka city. Kill two birds with one stone. Why not? The smile on her lips became deeper and deeper. She was obviously a face that could not be picked out in a crowd. Looking at her confident and wise expression, Im La Feng could not take his eyes away and gradually became fascinated. Su Maoyang did not get his response. Frowned in confusion, turned his eyes and stared at him. General Yin, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and do it. Im La Feng came back to his senses. He felt a little guilty under her suspicious gaze. He coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Do it? What? Su Maoyang was speechless. After a long time, she said so much, but he didn't hear a word of it? General Yin, did you not hear or understand what I said just now? It's not that bad. He didn't look stupid. How could he not understand what she meant? Su Maoyang looked at him in surprise, and couldn't help but reevaluate his IQ. Im La Feng saw her looking at him with disgust, and felt that his dignity had been insulted unprecedentedly. He was so angry that he raised his eyebrows and yelled, "What kind of eyes are you looking at? How could I not understand? I just saw that she was so engrossed that she didn't pay attention." Just what? Since you understand, then do what I say quickly, and don't waste this opportunity. Su Maoyang glared at him. Im La Feng was helpless, and felt so ashamed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Okay. Say it again. Su Maoyang held his forehead. I said, you should quickly write a letter to the emperor and ask him to attack Shuanka city. Now the enemy has probably sent most of its troops to Huhaiha. If the enemy general is smart, he should leave a small part of his troops to ambush on the land, and Shuanka city will become an empty city. As long as the emperor sends troops to attack, they will definitely be killed without a single piece of armor left. The troops that ambushed us on the land will also retreat to support Shuanka city. The enemy will give us a tactic of besieging a point and attacking the reinforcements, and we will respond to him by besieging Wei to save Zhao and kill him by surprise. After all, Im La Feng has fought on the battlefield for many years. Hearing these words, it was like a revelation. He looked at Su Maoyang with excitement, and there was a hint of appreciation that he himself did not even notice. Now the enemy will definitely send out a lot of troops to ambush them, most of which were led to Huhai River by Su Maoyang using dry grass and boats. They don't have to be afraid of the remaining troops, because as long as the emperor goes to attack Shuanka city, the enemy will definitely flee without a fight and retreat to support. But it will be useless at that time. Such tactics, it must be said, are extremely powerful. Not only did they easily resolve their own predicament, but they also dispersed the enemy's strength and killed them by surprise. This is indeed a good strategy to kill two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Im La Feng's handsome eyes flashed with brilliance, and he happily walked back to the table and wrote furiously. Su Maoyang saw that he understood, so he left the tent with peace of mind. Late at night, the boats and dry grass disguised as people were ready and put into the Huhai River by the soldiers. The Jingwei army also set out at night and took the path leading to Qingzhou city. Along the way, it was very peaceful and there was no unusual movement. The team marched for a day and a night, and they were about to cross the canyon and arrive at Qingzhou city. Everyone was so excited that they relaxed. Su Maoyang frowned, his face heavy, and whispered to the blood battle group, "There is something strange here. You guys be careful." Everyone in the blood battle group was shocked when they heard this, and then nodded seriously. Im La Feng had so many years of marching experience, so he naturally sensed the danger. He stopped suddenly and ordered, "The canyon entrance is ahead. The terrain is dangerous. If you encounter an ambush, there will be heavy casualties. Everyone stay alert. Don't relax, and make all defensive preparations." Hearing the general's order, the excited people just restrained their smiles and looked around cautiously. The spiritual power brewing in Su Maoyang's body lingered at his fingertips, ready to counterattack at any time. The night was like a piece of black cloth covering the sky, dark and dense, without even a little star, but gradually overflowed with a murderous aura, getting closer and closer. As expected, as soon as the team passed through the mouth of the canyon, countless torches suddenly appeared on the hills on both sides, and the red flames illuminated the entire canyon mouth. There was only a roar. Shoot! Countless rockets shot fiercely at the Jingwei army below. In an instant, gunpowder smoke rose up, and the soldiers all picked up swords and shields to resist with all their strength. Soon, blood splashed everywhere like goose feathers. Im La Feng saw the scene and was not surprised at all. Su Maoyang had said earlier that the enemy would send a small number of troops to ambush on land. Fortunately, this was only a small part. He could not imagine what a miserable situation it would be if the part of the troops, who were misled to Huhaiha ambushed here together and besieged his army. Presumably, the whole army has been wiped out by now. Archers, prepare. Shoot! Im La Feng was not to be outdone. With a command, he also launched an attack on the enemy on the hilltop. Seeing this, Su Maoyang quickly swung his spear to block the rain of arrows. At this moment, Lin Water was accidentally hit by an arrow, which frightened Su Maoyang so much that he yelled and rushed over to cover. Who knew that she was distracted and didn't notice the arrow that broke through the air. Standing in the distance, Im La Feng heard Su Maoyang's roar and turned his head suddenly. Seeing that the arrow was about to pierce Su Maoyang's body, he was so scared that his eyes were bloodshot. He rushed over in one step, swung his spear, and fiercely picked it up. With a bang, the sharp arrow was shot away. However, there were too many sharp arrows scattered in the sky. He blocked the danger for Su Maoyang, but didn't notice the arrow behind him. In a moment of carelessness, the arrow pierced into his chest and went straight in. Im La Feng groaned in pain. Even though he was injured, he did not forget to grab Su Maoyang's hand and forcefully embraced her in his arms. He turned around suddenly and swept away the sharp arrow shot at him again with his gun. Chapter 579 Fight Violence with Violence. Su Maoyang was held in his arms, and then she found the arrowhead inserted in his chest, and was shocked. General Yin, you are shot. She really didn't expect that Im La Feng would step forward to save her, but was unfortunately shot by an arrow. Looking at the bleeding wound and the pale face without any blood, her heart was slightly shaken, and her face was filled with astonishment. To be honest, she was just a new unknown person in the team, and Im La Feng could actually do such a selfless degree, which really shocked her. General Yin, you are injured. Let me go. Although Su Maoyang was indifferent, he would not hurt others. It can be seen that Im La Feng was seriously injured by the arrow, and he couldn't take care of himself, but he actually came to protect her. He can be described as stupid. Im La Feng ignored Su Maoyang's struggle, but held her tightly in his arms. Even if he was injured, it did not affect his fierce fighting power at all. After a few sweeps, Su Maoyang did not get hurt at all. However, just when everyone was fighting hard, the enemy on the hill suddenly stopped and quickly withdrew from the hill. Seeing this scene, the Jingwei army who were resisting below were stunned. It hadn't lasted for a cup of tea. Why did it suddenly stop? Logically speaking, the enemy's ambush from a high position. As long as they persisted for a while, they would suffer heavy casualties. How could the enemy miss such a good opportunity? Is this a trick? The soldiers looked around vigilantly, and they couldn't figure out the enemy's thoughts for a while. They stood there stiffly, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Im La Feng's pale lips finally bloomed into a carefree smile. He looked down at Su Maoyang, his eyes flashing with a strange luster. Su Mu, you are right. They fled without fighting. You are simply a military advisor. Im La Feng knew without guessing that the emperor must have received his letter and led the army to Shuanka City, and then let the enemy retreat and return for support. Sure enough, everything was as Su Maoyang expected. She actually guessed the direction of the whole thing exactly, which really excited him, thinking that they had successfully broken through and would soon arrive at Guangzhou City smoothly. Im La Feng actually ignored his own injuries, raised his gun, and shouted passionately, "Arrange the army," and set off for Guangzhou City. The soldiers heard this and realized their victory. They cheered and shouted, "Arrive at Guangzhou City! Arrive at Guangzhou City!" Su Maoyang looked at his bleeding wound, pushed him away, frowned and scolded. Im La Feng, you are crazy. You are so seriously injured. Why are you still setting off? Stop and bandage your wound now. Im La Feng didn't care and said nonchalantly, I have been fighting for many years. This little skin injury is not worth mentioning, and the key is to quickly reach Guangzhou City and meet up with the emperor. As he said this, he actually pulled out the sharp arrow in his chest indifferently, commanded the team, and continued to move forward. Obviously, people like Im La Feng who have been fighting on the battlefield for many years have long been accustomed to being covered with wounds. In order to protect others and protect Emperor Yunlu, he no longer cares about his own body, or even his life. In this life, he only lived for others, but never for himself. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly felt sad for him. Im La Feng, stop right there. Bandage the wound immediately, Su Maoyang yelled, and her strong attitude made Im La Feng tremble. He turned around and looked at her in surprise. Did I hear you wrong? How dare you order me? Im La Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, and his shocked pupils quickly jumped into anger. He was a mighty general, famous for his strictness in the army. Except for the emperor, no one dared to order him. This weak and fragile boy in front of him not only dared to call him by name, but also dared to order him loudly. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some ideas? How ridiculous. Just when Im La Feng was about to lose his temper, Su Maoyang looked back at him fearlessly and angrily retorted, You heard me right. I'm asking you to bandage your wounds now. Don't think you are made of iron. You are also made of flesh and blood. You will get hurt. You will bleed. And you will fall down. If you don't know how to take care of yourself and really fall down, what will happen to your soldiers? What about the Yunlu Dark Domain? If it were someone else, Su Maoyang would naturally not meddle in other people's business. But Im La Feng saved her life, and she really couldn't stand by and watch. Im La Feng was shocked by her severe rebuke on the spot, staring at her blankly, with a lot of ripples in his heart. For so many years, no one has ever dared to yell at him harshly, and even the emperor has never criticized him. Now a small soldier is so bold. It's incredible. Looking at those angry black eyes, Im La Feng should have been angry, because someone dared to challenge his authority, which was unforgivable. But for some reason, after hearing that scolding, a warm current surged in his heart. A heat flow that has never appeared before. He has fought bloody battles for so many years, and has long put life and death aside. His life belongs to the emperor and the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, and has never been his own. In order to lead the army and make the soldiers submit, all he has to do is to make himself stronger. So strong that he has no weaknesses and no fragility. Even if he is injured and bleeding, it cannot shake him in the slightest. It is precisely because of this that he can give the soldiers an indestructible image and boost the morale of the army. It was torture at the beginning, but after so many years, this kind of character that cannot be fragile has long been deeply rooted in his bones, and has become a habit. It seems that he is not fragile. He is not injured. And he is different from ordinary people. Now someone actually said that he is an ordinary person who will be injured and bleed. It would be a lie for Im La Feng to say that he is not shocked. Su Mu, just based on the few words you said just now, I can punish you by military law. Im La Feng concealed his inner fluctuations and pretended to roar in anger. But Su Maoyang ignored his anger, looking at his wound that was bleeding profusely. She frowned slightly and strode over. Without waiting for Im La Feng to react, she raised her hand and violently tore open his clothes to check the wound. Im La Feng was shocked by her lawless behavior. His eyes were wide open. Obviously, he did not expect her boldness. What are you going to do? For the first time, Im La Feng felt helpless when facing the little man in front of him. It was wrong to hit him, and it seemed even worse not to hit him. He just stared at her in shock. But she gave him a knife-like look and scolded. If you still want to march and fight, shut up. He was obviously injured so badly that if he deviated a little, he would have shot into the heart. He was so good that he had no awareness of death at all. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was a little angry. When others saw the scene, they gasped in fear. It was the first time they saw someone who not only dared to challenge General Yin, but also dared to tear General Yin's clothes off and told the general to shut up. I really don't know where this thin-looking man got such courage. It's unprecedented. Chapter 580 The Emperor Summoned You. Compared to the surprise of others, Im La Feng was even more shocked. He stared at his head and didn't know what to do. At this time, she suddenly shouted, Lin Wan, give me the ointment you brought last time. Lin Wan got the order and immediately came back to her senses. She quickly handed the ointment over. Su Maoyang took the ointment and didn't allow Im La Feng to object. He had already applied it on the wound and stopped the bleeding. Su Maoyang tore the hem of his clothes and bandaged him. Im La Feng wanted to stop him, but Su Maoyang stretched out his hand and slapped him on the back of his hand, warning him fiercely, if you don't want to die, be quiet. Such a strong momentum immediately frightened Im La Feng and didn't dare to say a word, although he was very strong. Seeing her worry about his health and asking him to bandage his wound still made his chest hot and unspeakable emotions flow. This was the first time that someone was so overbearing and strong, caring about me in such a way that I could not refuse. However, this feeling seemed not bad. Su Maoyang knew that to deal with people like Yin Lanfeng, she had to fight violence with violence. If she just persuaded him, he would not listen to her stubborn character. It was better to take action directly, which was simple, rough and effective. Seeing that he had just risked his life to save her, Su Maoyang bandaged him as a way to thank him for saving her life. Su Maoyang was repaying his life-saving grace, but he did not know that the other party had strange emotions. Okay, the bandage is done. Command your team to go on the road. Su Maoyang tied the knot for him and looked up at him. Yin Lanfeng stared at her blankly the whole time. When she called him, he reacted slowly, arranged the army and set off. This order no longer had the confidence it had just now, but instead seemed absent-minded. After the military order was given, everyone completely withdrew their eyes from Su Maoyang and Yin Lanfeng and continued on their way. However, along the way, Yin Lanfeng touched his bandaged chest from time to time, and his eyes glanced at Su Maoyang more than a dozen times. Su Maoyang was concerned about Jun Haotsong's safety, but she didn't notice Yin Lanfeng's abnormality. It wasn't until the team arrived at Guangzhou City that she breathed a sigh of relief. Guangzhou City is much larger than Tongguan City, perhaps because the emperor is stationed there. It is prosperous and peaceful inside, and there is a harmonious atmosphere. The two old generals who came out of the city to greet them looked like they were in their early 40s, but they were wearing armor and had a burly figure. Although there were traces of time on their faces, their aura was not weak. As soon as they spoke, they were full of energy, and one could tell that their internal strength was strong. Ha! General Yin, you are finally here. This time you have made great contributions to our Yunlu Dark Domain. Just now, we received a good news. The Emperor and General Duan led the army to successfully attack Shuanka City and killed the enemy by surprise. I think it will not be long before the Emperor will return triumphantly. The general who spoke stroked his beard and laughed with his head raised. The joyful look made Yin Lanfeng smile. Yin Lanfeng smiled and waved his hand, pointing at Su Maoyang behind him. General Pan, you are too kind. In fact, all this is the credit of this little brother. It was his idea to win this great victory. The two old generals were slightly startled when they heard the words. They looked at Su Maoyang in surprise, and found that he was thin and small, and his appearance was not outstanding. Their pupils jumped with surprise. Such a great idea was actually thought up by this unprepossessing young boy? Su Maoyang didn't want to be too high-profile, so she quickly said modestly, "Haha, I'm just assisting from the side. And it's all thanks to General Yin's good leadership." After hearing this, the two old generals nodded slightly in understanding. Yes, such a good strategy of killing two birds with one stone should have been thought up by a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. How could this young man have such a military mind? Presumably, he was just helping Yin Lanfeng, so he was appreciated by Yin Lanfeng. Yin Lanfeng saw her low profile and stopped talking. Instead, he exchanged a few words with the two old generals, and then led the team into the city and headed straight to the camp. Until the next morning, when Su Maoyang had just woken up and had no time to get up to practice in the martial arts field, a soldier came to summon her. "Su Mu, the emperor wants to see you." Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked. His hands, which were tidying up his clothes, trembled slightly. He suppressed his inner shock and asked, "Brother, why did the emperor summon me? Could it be that Jun Haotsong has already discovered her? That shouldn't be the case. They haven't met yet. How could he have discovered her so quickly? Besides, she has changed her appearance now, so he shouldn't be so fiery-eyed." When Su Maoyang asked this, the soldiers in the entire tent looked at the soldier who passed the message curiously. It is an extraordinary honor to be summoned by the emperor himself. Everyone stared at Su Maoyang with envy, but the brothers of the blood battle group were sweating for Su Maoyang. When the soldier heard the question, he frowned impatiently. "How should I know? If the emperor calls you, you should go quickly. Don't talk so much nonsense. The emperor is still waiting." Su Maoyang heard this, although she was nervous, but finally nodded in compromise. "Let's go." As she said that, she had no choice but to follow him to the emperor's tent. The soldier lifted the tent curtain, strode in, and reported with a fist, "Emperor, Su Mu has been brought here. Come in. The two cold words seemed to be wrapped in ice chips. So cold that it made people tremble. Su Maoyan was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She walked in slowly. Although she knew that she had changed her appearance, her guilty conscience still prompted her to lower her head and try to cover herself up so that he would not find any clues. At this time, Jun Haotsong was sitting behind the desk, writing something with a pen. He never looked up at her from beginning to end. After a while of silence, he slowly spoke. I heard from General Yin that you have made a lot of efforts in this operation. General Yin appreciates you. I will appoint you as General Yin's deputy general. Are you willing? Su Maoyan thought he had discovered her identity. But he didn't expect that he was just talking about the deputy general. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, she only wanted to lurk around him in a low-key manner. But she never thought of standing out and being active in the public eye. She was really not qualified for the position of deputy general. I don't want to. Su Maoyan refused without thinking. Jun Haotsong didn't expect her to refuse. His hand holding the pen paused slightly. And then he raised his head and looked at her with frowns. The pair of ice blue eyes were deep and sharp, like ice cones piercing the bones, making people tremble. Receiving such a strange look, even Su Maoyan was stabbed hard. No wonder others were so afraid of him. It turned out that his eyes looking at others were so cold and sharp. Although she was not used to his eyes, she was still glad that she was not recognized. You said you don't want to? Why? The voice just now was indifferent, but now it was obviously mixed with sinisterness.